My name is Qin Hung, a teenager from poverty zone number 7. That day, the alloy gate of the martial arts hall was about to close. The students, drenched in sweat, reluctantly stepped out. A few youths spoke dejectedly to each other. One lamented that after 3 years of training, his punching power was only 280 kilograms, there was no hope for the upcoming selection test in 3 days. Another worried that once the martial arts hall's free trial period ended, his family couldn't afford the membership fee, sighing that ordinary people like them were doomed never to become martial artists. Just then, someone shouted, "Look, Qin Hung is coming out." Everyone turned to look as I squeezed through the gym door just before it closed, beaming with joy as I hurried toward the street corner. Someone asked why I looked so happy, and I grinned, just tested my punching power on the old machine, 544 kilograms. The crowd gasped in surprise before realizing what this meant, immediately congratulating me on surely passing the Quasi-Warrior qualification test in 3 days. The annual Quasi-Warrior examination normally requires a minimum punch force of 500 kilograms for applicants under 20. At 17, I met all requirements effortlessly, but I still replied modestly, "It's not certain yet. There will be comprehensive medical examinations and background checks. Only after passing all these can I become a probationary martial artist and officially join one of the 4 major martial arts schools." Everyone laughed at me for being too humble, saying the medical exams and background checks would pose no difficulty. After all, us folks from the slums never had any contact with rebel forces. Deep down, I knew this assessment would definitely turn out well. Soon, I'd become a probationary martial artist. Then my parents could move to a better home, and I'd finally see that sweet, beloved smile again. I cheerfully waved goodbye to my martial arts schoolmates and quickened my pace as I ran toward the street corner. Before long, I arrived outside Frost's Snow City beverage shop, just one street away from the new urban district. In this slum area, milk tea and fruit tea were considered luxury drinks, and most customers were wealthy folks from the new district. I came here every day, not for the drinks, but to see someone. The staff at Frost's Snow City greeted me familiarly before calling toward the kitchen. "Ling Xue, your husband's here to see you." I was about to explain when Fong Ling Xue pushed through the curtain, her face lighting up with joy at the sight of me. She smiled and asked about my training progress. I told her today I tested my punching power on an old machine and reached 544 kilograms. I passed. She gasped in surprise, saying it was a full 60 kilograms more than last time. Making such huge progress in less than 2 months, she said I was amazing. Seeing her adorable reaction, my heart softened. I couldn't help saying, "It's all thanks to you supporting our family all this time, giving me the chance to train. Otherwise I'd still be far from this level." My gratitude towards her even surpassed romantic feelings. For years ago, while cleaning underground sewage pipes, my parents were caught in a collapse accident. Though they survived, they became disabled and could no longer work. The city government's monthly subsidy of 200 yuan barely covered household expenses, forcing me to drop out of school and take odd jobs. I thought my life would always be this way until Fong Ling Xue appeared. We met while working temporary jobs together. Later, she told me the newly opened bubble tea shop at the intersection was offering her a high-paying position. I assumed she wouldn't join me for odd jobs once she had steady work. To my surprise, she insisted on supporting me so I could enroll in a martial arts school, maybe even become a quasi-warrior. When I asked why, she said matter-of-factly that she had more money than she could spend, that I was her only friend, and that I shouldn't forget her kindness if I ever became a true warrior. I took her advice. In this world, martial artists possess formidable strength, safeguarding humanity's homeland while enjoying numerous privileges. The Trial Martial Arts Hall is a public welfare organization established by the government, providing free venues, equipment, and coaches. But achieving a 500-kilogram punching force within 3 years is incredibly difficult. Most children from slums can't afford training time and suffer from malnutrition, struggling to even surpass the 300-kilogram benchmark. I was fortunate. Fong Ling Xue not only supported my family but also spent money on training meals and nutritional supplements for me. It's thanks to her that I've achieved my current results. One could say she made me who I am today. But saying such things out loud would sound too affected. Fong Ling Xue laughed and asked me to buy her a drink, to which I promptly nodded, only to immediately remember with embarrassment that the money in my pocket was still what she had given me. She chose orange juice and made it herself. After finishing, she handed me 2 cups and said, "That'll be 1 yuan." I gave her a paper bill and returned one of the cups to her. She took a big sip of the fruit tea and, satisfied, invited me to sit for a while. We sat side by side on the bench, while another clerk, Yu Lingling, remarked enviously that we made a lovely couple. My heart warmed, though I felt a little awkward, saying that Ling Xue worked so hard while I hadn't contributed much. Yu Lingling said I was about to become a quasi-martial artist and would soon earn several thousand a month. Fong Ling Xue joked that she should also sponsor a promising young man, but Yu Lingling sighed, saying her family had heavy financial burdens and no money to invest in others. Hearing this, Fong Ling Xue and I fell silent. Life in the slums was already hard enough. Many people got injured or even lost their lives while working. People like us were considered fortunate by comparison. Yu Lingling stopped talking, giving Fong Lingxue and me some private space. I chatted with Fong Lingxue about the amusing incidents of the day, stealing glances at her all the while. She was innocent, radiant, and utterly adorable, like an angel sent by the heavens just to save me. Thinking that I'm about to become a quasi-martial artist and soon able to join one of the 4 major martial arts schools, with the capability to support a family, I couldn't help but speak up. Lingxue, let's get married? In this era, you can marry as long as you're 18. Huh? What? Fong Lingxue was taken aback, her face turning red. We were having such a nice conversation. Why bring this up so suddenly? I looked at her with determination and said, I want to marry you. She blushed shyly, then shook her head. No, getting married now would affect your future. A quasi-martial artist needs to focus all their energy on training. Only when you become a true martial artist can you be considered accomplished. Don't get carried away with pride. Your journey as a martial artist has only just begun. Her response took me by surprise. I'd expected her to happily agree, but she responded differently. So when do we? I began. She smiled and said, when your punch force reaches 1,000 kilograms, and I turn 18, that's when we'll get our marriage license. 1 ton of punching force is the standard for a formal martial artist. I pursed my lips, thinking how long that might take, but she was only thinking of my well-being, so I could only nod and say, alright, I'll keep working hard. First, I'll pass the assessment in 3 days, join one of the 4 great martial halls, and strive to meet your expectations as soon as possible. Speaking of which, she asked me, have you decided which of the 4 great martial arts schools you want to join? Passing the qualifying exam allows candidates to submit their preferences and choose 2 of the 4 major martial arts schools as their target choices. The schools will then decide whether to accept them. Usually, candidates are admitted by their first choice school, with very few being rejected. Even if the first choice declines, the second choice school will generally accept them. I replied, I've been thinking about this issue lately. The 4 great martial arts schools each have their own unique characteristics, making the decision quite difficult. How about, you help me weigh the options? The so-called 4 major martial arts schools are the Heavenly Tao Academy, Dragon God Academy, War God Academy, and Hero Academy. They are all guardians of humanity, equally renowned and household names, with no ranking order among them. Fong Lingxue suggested, the leaders of the War God Academy and Hero Academy are both foreigners, so it's better to choose between the Heavenly Tao Academy and Dragon God Academy. I feel the same way, but choosing between these 2 is still tough. The Heavenly Tao Academy offers a monthly salary of 5,000 for probationary martial artists, with 2 days off each month to go home. The Dragon God Academy only pays 3,500 per month, but it's closer to my home, allowing me to return every day. A monthly difference of 1,500 is no small amount. It could cover 2 months of expenses for an ordinary family in the slums. She smacked my head, dummy. What's there to hesitate about? Obviously choose the one that pays more. But the Heavenly Path Martial Arts School is too far away. How can I go back home then? What about my parents? I scratched my head. She said, there's still me, isn't there? I can take care of them for you. Besides, with your monthly salary of 5,000, you can spare 500 to hire someone to take care of your uncle and aunt. I still get 2 days off every month, and I don't have to constantly run back home, wasting time that could be spent training. No matter how you look at it, the Tian Dao Martial Arts School is the better choice. I thought about it and realized she had a point. Sigh. Being poor for so long, it never even occurred to me that I could hire someone to take care of mom and dad once I had money. Lingxue, you're so clever. I must be really dumb, I said with a foolish grin. She smirked. You've trained your brain into muscles, that's all. Then she stood up. Silly Qin Hong, my shift's over. You should head home too. See you tomorrow. Oh, alright. I finished the orange juice in my cup, somewhat reluctantly parting ways with her. On my way home, I stopped by the market and spent 5 yuan on a small piece of pork and some garlic sprouts. As soon as I got home, my father Qin Ziming, sitting in his wheelchair, frowned and asked, Xiaoheng, why did you buy meat? Xiaoxue doesn't earn money easily. Stop wasting hers all the time. I explained, Dad, Mom, I have good news today. My punching power has reached 544 kilograms. What? 544 kilograms? Mom and Dad were so thrilled they nearly leaped out of their wheelchairs. Our Hang is really making something of himself. Our family is going to have a martial artist. Old Qin's ancestors must be smiling from the grave. The 2 of them laughed heartily, no longer scolding me for reckless spending. This is definitely something worth celebrating. Let's stir-fry some meat tonight. Once I pass the quasi-warrior assessment in 3 days and join the Heavenly Tao Martial Arts Academy, we can feast like kings every day. I smiled as I walked toward the kitchen, my heart full of hopes for a brighter life. My parents' eyes sparkled too, as if their dreary existence had finally gained a touch of color. Mother Shine Yuhan wheeled herself into the kitchen to help wash vegetables. Father Qin Ziming followed behind and asked, Xiaoheng, from what you're saying, have you already decided to join the Heavenly Tao Martial Arts School? Didn't you say before that it was too far away? I had discussed the matter of career choices with my parents. I replied, it was Lingxue's suggestion. She said becoming a probationary martial artist comes with a high salary, enough to hire someone to take care of you both. Plus, there are 2 days off every month, and I can always apply for leave if I want to come home. Hire someone? Qin Ziming and Shang Yuhan exchanged glances. Clearly, like me, this concept had never crossed their minds until now. Upon hearing it, Qin Ziming immediately said, "That's right, we could hire Shaolin from downstairs as a caretaker. She's supporting 2 households all by herself, taking on odd jobs everywhere. It's really tough. When Xiao Hong makes something of himself in the future, he should give her a more stable job. That way, not only will we have someone to look after our daily needs, but we can also repay her for the care she showed you before." Downstairs, Shaolin. The delicate face of Lin Muyue flashed through my mind. She was 6 years older than me. 3 years ago, she got married, but her husband died in an accident while working as a security guard in the wealthy district. Now, she returned to live with her parents, bringing her newborn baby. Life was hard for them. This elder sister had shown me a lot of kindness in the past, and I remembered it well. Alright, once I receive my first paycheck, I'll hire Sister Lin. I nodded in agreement with my father's suggestion. Soon, dinner was ready. The meal consisted of coarse rice, plain boiled water for soup, a plate of aged pickles, and a fragrant dish of stir-fried garlic sprouts with meat. Just this one meat dish would already count as a luxurious dinner in the slums. "Let's eat. Our days will only get better from here," I said with full confidence. "Yes, son, we believe in you." My parents happily piled meat into my bowl. "Eat more meat, you're still growing and need proper nourishment. A full stomach means more energy for training, so you can become a true martial artist sooner." I can't even imagine how handsome our Xiao Han will look in that combat suit. He's definitely going to be more dashing than those martial artists on TV. Staring at my bowl piled high with meat, I could only laugh helplessly. "Mom, Dad, you should have some too. My training meals always include meat. This was specially prepared for you too. Why is it all in my bowl now?" We're eating, we've already had several pieces. Stop talking nonsense and eat up before it gets cold and loses its flavor." Not only did my parents see nothing wrong with this, they even started urging me on. Resigned, I considered putting some back into their bowls but feared making them upset, so I ended up polishing off every last bite. After dinner, I went up to the rooftop terrace. The houses in the slums were small and dark, like pigeon cages, with little open space. If I wanted to practice martial arts, the rooftop was my only option, yet even here, it was terribly cramped. I looked around the rooftop. Clotheslines and ropes were strung everywhere, while some people used phone boxes to grow green onions, garlic, chives, and even small vegetables. Others piled up old belongings they couldn't fit in their homes but couldn't bear to throw away. Luckily, no one else was around, so nothing would disturb my training. Time to practice. Today, I'll try the meditation technique coach just taught me, I murmured, sitting down. After testing today and breaking through the 500-kilogram punch force threshold, the trial martial arts instructor taught me a special cultivation technique called the primordial fetal breathing art. It said this is a universal cultivation method for all aspiring martial artists, jointly researched and compiled by the 7 martial gods. For the evolution and growth of all humanity, the 7 martial gods freely shared this cultivation method with all martial arts schools. Anyone whose punching power reaches 500 kilograms can begin practicing. Following the method's guidance, I first sat quietly to regulate my breathing, bringing myself to a near sleep state. Then I used consciousness to control my internal organs, making breathing no longer just the lungs' privilege. I activated all organs and even skin to absorb energy from the natural world. Martial cultivation isn't merely about increasing muscular strength, but more crucially about absorbing the energy of the cosmos. For 60 years, human martial artists have continuously explored paths of evolution, delving into cosmic energy and uncovering many things unseen before. What I'm doing now is drawing upon the wisdom of predecessors to strengthen myself. As my cultivation state deepened, my skin began absorbing the ambient energy around me. Moonlight, gentle breeze, magnetic fields, every existence has its corresponding energy flow. Invisible strands of energy seep through my pores, nourishing muscles and fascia, silently transforming my physical structure. ZZZ tiny electrical currents seemed to course between cellular tissues, bringing a tingling sensation. The currents traveled throughout my body, passing unimpeded through every meridian and acupuncture point. I was secretly surprised. Coach Yang said that human meridians are initially blocked. When cultivating, there would be a sluggish sensation, and they would gradually open through repeated practice. Why are mine completely unobstructed? I didn't quite understand, but my subconscious told me this wasn't a bad thing. I should just be happy and continue cultivating. I steadied my mind, maintaining the state of innate fetal breathing, letting the external energy nourish my body. The moonlight was bright, with a few scattered stars twinkling in the sky. Beside the moon hung a white luminous trail, like a bridge built from starlight, shining brilliantly. Bathed in moonlight, I silently underwent the transformation brought about by my first cultivation session. When I woke up, it was already morning. I had been cultivating on the rooftop all night. Since it was a fetal breathing state, the cultivation process felt almost like sleep. After a night of adjustment, my spirit felt refreshed and vigorous. Dew had soaked through my clothes. I stood up and stretched, hearing a series of cracking sounds, my bones popping from within. I felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration throughout my entire body, as though I had just pushed myself beyond physical limits. "Ha, do I feel taller or something?" I muttered in surprise. The height of my current viewpoint seemed slightly different than usual. Not to mention, my muscles and bones felt noticeably tougher. Could this be the effect of practicing the primordial womb breathing technique last night? But how could just one night make such a dramatic difference? It's truly incredible. I need to head back to the martial arts school immediately to measure my strength and height. Feeling somewhat excited, I hurried downstairs. Coming down the stairs, I found the front door unlocked. Mother was already up preparing breakfast while father was still asleep. "Xiaohong, where were you last night? Why didn't you come home to sleep?" Shan Yuhan asked upon hearing my voice. "I was training on the rooftop and just finished," I replied. "You silly boy, don't push yourself too hard. You need to remember to rest properly. Here, eat an egg first." Shan Yuhan lectured while handing over a steaming boiled egg. When did we buy eggs?" I asked in surprise. "None of your business. Finish it quickly and head to the martial arts hall. The assessment is the day after tomorrow, no mistakes allowed." "Got it, Mom, I'm going right now," I replied with a smile. Today was the final day before the assessment. The coach would turn on the punching power tester so all the trainees could take a strength measurement. Perfect timing to test the results of my overnight training. At 7:30 in the morning, I arrived at the trial martial arts hall. It was crowded. Everyone knew the punching machine would be running today, so they'd all come early to queue up. Martial arts trial dojos are scattered across the entire city, though most are located in the new districts and affluent areas. In Zone 7 of the slums, there's only this single one. "Hey, Shin Hong, you came too. Early congratulations. You're about to become a quasi-martial artist. 544 kilograms, that's a dream far beyond my reach." No sooner had I arrived than I was met with a chorus of compliments. I smiled and said, "I just got lucky. Keep at it, everyone, I know you can do it too." Everyone laughed. "Ha, then we'll take your good words as a blessing." I lined up at the end of the queue. Someone ahead offered to let me take their spot, but I politely declined. Soon, more trainees arrived at the martial arts school, and the queue wound several loops around the training grounds open area. The instructor arrived. "Everyone, are you ready?" Coach Yang Huayan asked in a loud, clear voice. The coach was a middle-aged man, around 40 years old, with a short but robust build. Just one look at him and you could tell he was an exceptionally skilled fighter. But he only had one arm, his right arm severed cleanly at the shoulder. It was said the injury occurred during a battle with monsters in the wilderness, leaving amputation as the only option. "Ready?" shouted the young trainees in unison. Coach Yang patted the punching force machine and said, "I'm activating the equipment now for your simulated test. You'll take turns stepping forward, 3 punches each, with the highest value recorded. No running starts, no foot shuffles, only stationary punches. Any violation invalidates your score. Understood?" "Understood," the group chorused again. "Good. Form a line. Zhang Jun, you're up first." Coach Yang pointed to the boy at the front of the queue. "Zhang Jun is my neighbor and friend, and his strength is quite decent." He stepped forward, stood firm, and threw a punch at the testing machine. First hit, 467 kilograms. After delivering the first punch, he waited about 3 seconds before throwing the second. Second hit, 471 kilograms. Then came the third, 466 kilograms. Coach Yang, taking the maximum value, 471 kilograms, not bad. "Remember this score. If you don't make it this time, you'll definitely pass next year." Zhang Jun grimaced, "But this is my last year of free training. If I delay another year, I'll have to pay a hefty fee." Coach Yang Huayan snapped impatiently, "What's there to fear about fees? Can't you work part-time while training? Once you become a quasi-martial artist, your salary will be so high it'll knock your socks off." Zhang Jun, that's true. I'll definitely work hard." He stepped aside, vacating the testing machine for the next person. Next, Li Mingyang. First punch, 376 kilograms. Second punch. The coach's loud announcements echoed clearly for all to hear. Zhang Jun came up to me with a sigh and said, "Shin Hong, looks like we won't be classmates this year after all." I patted his shoulder reassuringly. "It's fine, there's always next year. Don't lose heart." "Ouch, take it easy," he yelped dramatically. "I know your punch strength exceeds 500 kilos now, no need to prove it by breaking my shoulder." I laughed. "Come on, I wasn't even hitting hard. Really putting in the effort." Zhang Jun complained, rubbing his shoulders as he added, "I'm gonna hit the training room for a bit. Carry on without me." "Yeah, go for it. A last-minute push might just get your strength where it needs to be by the day after tomorrow." I laughed. Pfft, as if last-minute efforts ever work. Zhang Jun shook his head and walked off. Just then, 2 more people finished their tests ahead of us. Su Kwang, you're up. Coach Young called another name, and the burly teenager at the front of the line stepped forward. Su Kwang, this guy is one of the top 10 talents in our martial arts school, he's definitely qualified enough, someone immediately shouted from below. I watched with keen interest. The so-called top 10 talents refers to the 10 individuals, including myself, who are most likely to pass the assessment. I was the youngest among them and had relatively weaker strength before, ranking 9th. As for Su Kwang, he ranked 8th, consistently performing slightly better than me in previous tests. My name is Chin Hung. Today at the martial arts gym, there was a guy named Su Kwang. True to his name, he's a bit of a wild one. Instead of testing first when he stepped up, he loudly declared, Chin Hung, I heard you measured 544 kilograms yesterday, congratulations in advance. Now let's see if you can handle this punch. With a sharp shout, he delivered a powerful strike to the testing machine. With a resonant thud, the machine emitted a deep, muffled noise. Coach Yang's eyes widened at the numbers displayed before announcing, first strike, 619 kilograms. Everyone was instantly shocked. Someone exclaimed, wasn't Su Kwang's last test result just over 450 kilograms? How did he suddenly improve by so much? Another added, that was 6 months ago, wasn't it? He never tested since, just buried himself in training, all to make a stunning breakthrough. Someone else marveled, over 600 kilograms. He'll definitely pass the assessment, and with such an outstanding initial performance, the 4 great martial arts schools will be fighting to recruit him. Even I was astonished. I never imagined Su Kwang, who used to be neck and neck with me, could have pulled so far ahead. Su Kwang chuckled, this isn't my limit yet. The crowd was even more astonished, and Coach Yan was shocked, asking, how much more can you reach? Su Kwang said, Coach, watch closely. With that, he struck again, delivering 2 consecutive punches within a 3-second interval. Coach Yang then announced the numbers. The second hit, 633 kilograms. The third hit, 655 kilograms. Each punch was heavier than the last, leaving the entire room in stunned silence. I could hardly believe it. This guy had increased his punching power by a whopping 205 kilograms in just 6 months, from 450 kilograms. You must understand that once strength reaches a certain level, improving by even 1 kilogram becomes extremely difficult. Going from 450 to 655 is several times harder than progressing from 50 to 255. Everyone realized that Su Kwang passing the assessment was already a done deal. Su Kwang walked down from the stage with calm confidence, came to my side, and said indifferently, I'm looking forward to your performance, pretty boy. I frowned slightly. The term pretty boy referred to how Fang Lingxue earned money to support me, a fact well known among many veteran trainees at the martial arts school. Some envy me, while others are jealous. Su Kwang falls into the latter category. I replied indifferently, if you want to watch, just stand aside. Was it really necessary to announce it? No matter how strong Su Kwang is, it has nothing to do with me. It won't affect my chances of getting into the martial arts school, nor will it impact my relationship with Fang Lingxue. Humph. Su Kwang clearly felt slighted by my attitude and angrily stepped aside to wait for a spectacle. The students around us began whispering, who do you think is stronger among Su Kwang, Chin Hung, and Chen Yuan? Obviously it's Su Kwang. Damn it, 655 kilograms, are you blind? Who else could it be? Chen Yuan should be around 530 kilograms, about the same as Chin Hung, but still can't surpass Su Kwang. Su Kwang, Chen Yuan, and I joined the martial arts school around the same time, and this year we're all taking the initial assessment, so people often compare us to each other. The other 7 elites are all veterans. They narrowly missed passing last year's assessment by a hair but are practically guaranteed to succeed this year, so they're usually not included in comparisons. Moreover, they're confident enough that they don't bother coming to the martial arts hall to test their punching power. The trials continued up ahead. Trainees of all experience levels took their turns attempting the test, some walking away with furrowed brows while others beamed with delight. It was almost my turn. I stepped up to the testing machine and said respectfully, Coach Young. Coach Young Hwan nodded at me and asked, well, did you practice at all after going back last night? I said, yes, it feels great. It's like extreme sports, a kind of rebirth experience. Yang Huayan said with satisfaction, having this feeling indicates your talent is excellent. It seems your improvement should be substantial. Today your punch force will likely surpass yesterday's by at least 20 kilograms. A student behind them asked curiously, Coach, what are you talking about? What training method? Coach Young didn't hide it and openly stated, Global Martial Arts Association has a rule. Anyone whose punch force reaches 500 kilograms in testing qualifies to learn the innate fetal breathing technique. You see Su Kwang's outstanding results? On one hand, it's because he's truly diligent. He tested at 520 kilograms of punch force a month ago. On the other hand, it's precisely because he's been cultivating the congenital fetal breathing technique for the past month that he's made such rapid progress. The students were stunned, and I was also taken aback, saying, Coach Young, you didn't tell me yesterday how powerful the congenital fetal breathing technique is. Coach Young laughed and said, what's there to say? It's a universally acknowledged fact among martial artists. Sigh, what's common knowledge among martial artists isn't known to everyone in the slums. The gap between the impoverished and martial artists is simply too vast, they might as well live in different worlds. Su Kwang improved so much in just 1 month. I've also been practicing this cultivation method. I wonder how much power I can muster today. A fiery determination ignited in my eyes. After all, no one could resist the allure of strength. Becoming powerful and wealthy was the shared dream of every student. Coach Yang heard my muttering and chuckled. Why not give it a try and find out? Alright. Without another word, I planted my feet, took a deep breath, channeled all my strength into my right arm, and smashed a fierce punch straight into the testing machine. With a boom, a number appeared on the response screen of the testing device. Coach Yang stared in shock, stunned as he said, the first strike, 784 kilograms. 784 kilograms. My eyes widened, and everyone below froze in disbelief. That number was outrageous. I'd only expected some improvement, guessing I'd be 30 to 50 kilograms stronger than yesterday. Never did I imagine an explosive increase of 240 kilograms compared to the day before. I whispered, Coach, is this machine broken? Coach Yang checked the testing equipment, gave it a couple of taps, but everything appeared to be functioning normally. He stared at me, his breathing unsteady, swallowing hard before saying, try one more time. Alright. My heart racing, I glanced at the test result of 784 kilograms, adjusted my stance slightly, then threw another punch. Boom! The result read 779 kilograms. The numbers fluctuated, but they still exceeded 700 kilograms. Everyone found it hard to accept this outcome. Someone exclaimed, how could this be? Didn't we just hear it was 544 kilograms yesterday? An increase of 240 kilograms overnight? Who are you trying to fool? This isn't scientific. Are you insane, Chin Hong? Did you cheat? Coach Yang, however, seemed to have figured something out and urged, keep going. Alright, I think I understand now. The results of practicing the congenital fetal breathing technique are related to one's physical constitution. With my meridians completely clear and unobstructed, this is the fundamental reason for my overnight breakthrough. Bang! The third punch test result was 785 kilograms. The 3 punch strength values were revealed, with the lowest at 779 kilograms and the highest at 785 kilograms, no errors or malfunctions whatsoever. The entire training hall fell silent. Su Kwang was speechless, his previously triumphant demeanor completely gone. Coach Yang's gaze toward me gradually shifted from surprise to admiration, then to joy. He patted me on the shoulder and said, good lad, with such astonishing talent, you might just have the potential to become a martial god. Go wait in my office. I have something to discuss with you. Yes, coach. My emotions were tangled, equal parts elation and apprehension. The joy came from my proven strength and aptitude, while the worry stemmed from the realization that such extraordinary talent might invite trouble. After all, I was just a kid from the slums. I left the training grounds and headed to Coach Yang's office when I heard Yang Huayan call out, Su Kwang, take over the assessments for everyone. I need to step out. And just like that, he ducked out. Su Kwang muttered irritably, understood, before moving to take his place with obvious reluctance. Chapter 005, The 9 Martial Divines. I sat in the office, feeling restless and uneasy. At that moment, Yang Huayan walked in, closed the door with one arm, then drew the curtains, isolating the office from the outside world. He pulled me to sit on the sofa together and said happily, you rascal, you've really given me a huge surprise. I quickly asked, Coach, about my test results, will there be any trouble? Trouble? What kind of trouble? Yang Huayan retorted. I explained, could it cause complications? Coach Yang burst into laughter and said, trouble is inevitable, but it's not a bad thing. For someone who gains over 100 kilograms in punching strength during their first cultivation session, they're considered top-tier geniuses. Every major martial arts school will compete to recruit them, with some even getting selected for the Martial God Preparatory class for specialized training. Curious, I asked, what about my 240 kilogram gain? Coach Yang replied, that's beyond my knowledge. I'm just an intermediate martial artist, not qualified to access such high-level information. But I can guarantee this, once your records get submitted, all 4 major martial arts schools will go all out to court you. I have no idea about these things and can only turn to the coach for help. Then what should I do? Coach Yang said, what you should do depends on yourself. When the time comes, they'll offer you terms high salary, lavish villas, master mentors, divine weapons, even legendary elixirs. All of these are possible. You just need to figure out what you want and pick accordingly. I was a bit stunned. How high is high salary? What kind of villa? And just how strong is a master mentor? I had no clue about any of it. The only thing I knew was that I seemed to have reached a turning point in my destiny, and from then on, I would no longer be just an ordinary kid from the slums. Coach Yang blew a smoke ring, grinning at me. Never in my wildest dreams did I think I'd train a genius like you under my wing. I'll call the Martial Arts Association immediately to recommend you. Pass tomorrow's assessment, and not only will you and your family rise to prosperity, but as your recommender, I'll also receive a bonus of no less than 100,000 yuan. 100,000 yuan. That's an enormous sum that ordinary folks could never earn in their entire lives. And Coach Yang gets such a staggering reward just for recommending me. I was absolutely stunned. Coach Yang asked, "Does it feel too exaggerated?" I nodded and replied, "A little bit." Coach Yang patted me on the shoulder and said, "Just 100,000, it's nothing at all." Back when I went hunting in the wilderness with my comrades, our earnings were almost always 5 figures or more. Although we did lose an arm in the process and spent millions on medical treatment, but in the end, the speed at which martial artists earn money is truly beyond your imagination. I'm beginning to understand commoners and martial artists live in entirely different worlds. Commoners eat coarse grains, aged rice, and cheap vegetables that cost mere cents per pound, while martial artists consume premium rice, fresh grains, expensive produce, fruits, and meat, all at completely different prices. Perhaps, they might not even eat rice or vegetables at all, but something far more precious. I once saw a news report about a formidable martial artist who slew a monstrous beast. The government awarded him 100 million outright as a reward. Back then, I didn't grasp the magnitude of that sum. Only now do I realize, for truly elite martial artists, that amount might be barely worth a second thought. Yang Huaiyan said, "Xin Hong, you have exceptional talent. I can't even fathom what kind of existence you might become in the future. But remember why you started training in martial arts. Don't lose yourself along the way." I nodded. "I will. Thank you for your guidance." Then I asked, "By the way, coach, I still don't know how martial artists' ranks are specifically classified." "I knew you'd ask that," Coach Young chuckled, pulling out a booklet from under the desk and handing it to me. I flipped it open and found several pages explaining the ranks of martial artists. Opening this page was like pushing open a great gate, revealing a brand new world right before my eyes. The path of martial arts encompasses numerous realms. The lowest is the quasi-martial artist, while the highest transcends even the martial god, stepping over the heavenly martial bridge to reach the distant shores of the cosmic void. The heavenly martial bridge. I instinctively raised my head. In the night sky, one could often see a luminous structure resembling a bridge, nestled close to the moon. When I was a child, I heard people say that thing was the celestial path, leading to the shores of happiness. Later, I heard it was called the martial heavenly bridge, accessible only to martial gods, holding the deepest mysteries of life. Now, upon this page, I see its introduction once more. The martial heavenly bridge descended into the starry skies near Earth 60 years ago, bringing with it mysterious energy that unlocked the path of cultivation for both humans and various creatures of nature. From then on, people could cultivate, and the world descended into chaos from that era onward. War, disasters, famine, plagues, countless chaos frequently unfolded during the first decade. Over those 10 years, many talented cultivators began to rise, competing and collaborating with each other in ways both intricate and complex. But on a certain day in the 11th year of the new era, an invincible existence appeared. Her name was Jia, the first martial god on Earth. A martial god could split mountains barehanded or destroy an entire city with a single strike, so powerful it defied imagination. Jia is an extremely mysterious woman. No one knows her origins, only that her strength is extraordinarily powerful and her demeanor exceptionally cold. Under her forceful suppression, humanity began rebuilding order according to her guidance. Martial artists no longer behaved arrogantly, obediently cooperating with regional governments to help ordinary people establish new homes. One base city after another sprang up from the ground, marking the end of the era of chaos. However, after prolonged periods of conflict, the global population had plummeted from 8 billion to less than 500 million. Countless cities had perished, leaving only 10 newly constructed base cities. The place where I live is called Nashia Base City, home to 140 million people. This is the number after 50 years of reproduction and survival. Currently, the global population remains less than 2 billion, far fewer than in the past. The slums are the most barren areas on the outskirts of the base city. Moreover, there isn't just one slum, they are scattered all around the base city, surrounding the new urban districts and affluent areas, totaling 28 in number, distinguished by serials 1 through 28. The land beneath my feet is slum number 7. The manual Coach Yan gave me doesn't cover this history, it's all just stories I heard as a child. The pages of the book describe the ranks of martial artists. Strictly speaking, quasi-martial artists don't qualify as true martial artists, they are merely reserves, eligible for many privileges but still denied the full rights of an official martial artist. Only those who can punch with a force of 1,000 kilograms, meet the physical fitness standards, and pass the combat assessment can be considered beginner-level martial artists. Beginner-level, intermediate-level, and advanced-level martial artists represent 3 distinct stages, with basic punching force requirements of 1,000 kilograms, 3,000 kilograms, and 10,000 kilograms respectively, showing vast differences between each tier. Yet there are many stronger than advanced martial artists. Martial masters, grand martial masters, grandmasters, and grandmaster legends grow increasingly increasingly formidable one after another. Those who surpass Grandmaster Legends achieve the pinnacle, divine martial artists. Currently, Earth boasts hundreds of Grandmaster Legends, but only 7 divine martial artists exist. Originally there were 9, but the strongest Valkyrie Jia and the second-ranked martial god Su Tianlin had already left long ago. They crossed the martial Dao Sky Bridge and ventured deep into the cosmos, hence reducing the number by 2. Beyond humanity, among the monsters exist beast gods whose strength rivals that of martial gods. They possess formidable intelligence, no less than that of humans, and know how to command other monsters. Moreover, there are even more beast gods than martial gods. According to statistics, there are currently 18 beast gods in the wilderness regions, along with 7 demon gods, plant-originated beings whose power is no less formidable than the beast gods. They command countless monsters and plants, occupying wilderness areas and oceans hundreds of times vaster than the base cities, standing in opposition to humanity. For 60 years, the hostility has remained unyielding, with no signs of reconciliation. The warrior's mission is to resist these monsters and defend their homeland. Chapter 006, Archenemies. After reading about the warrior ranks, Qin Hong realized he was merely a novice who had just glimpsed the threshold, still worlds away from becoming a true martial arts powerhouse. Coach Yang, with a combined total of 25 beast gods and demon gods, far outnumbering our human martial gods, how have we managed to hold them off? Qin Hong asked. Yang Huayan explained, besides martial gods, we also have technology. Although beast gods can react swiftly enough to evade heat weapon attacks, sacrificing a few grandmasters to entangle them would be enough to drag them down together in mutual destruction. Then his tone shifted, but such an event has only happened once in history, at too great a cost that neither side wishes to bear again. Nowadays, human and monster territories have largely stabilized. Though minor conflicts persist without end, divine-level powerhouses rarely intervene directly, serving merely as deterrents. Qin Hong nodded slightly to show his understanding. When such powerhouses act, mountains crumble and earth splits, with casualties beyond count. If forced by circumstances, no one would want such things to happen. Yang Huayan stubbed out his cigarette and stood up, saying, I've told you everything there is to say. Go train on your own now. Practice physical conditioning and combat during the day, and cultivate the Inatol fetal breathing art at night. I firmly believe you can go far. I'll do my best, Qin Hong declared solemnly. Though he hadn't yet delved deeply into martial cultivation, he had absolute confidence in himself. His exceptional talent was evident from Coach Yang's reaction. Of course, high aptitude doesn't guarantee strong combat prowess. Between genius and true strength lies a long, arduous path demanding relentless effort and rigorous training to reach the other side. If one grows complacent early and slackens in training, even the greatest innate gifts will be wasted. Qin Hong left the office. On the training field, many trainees were still testing their punching power. It was now the turn of Chen Yuan, ranked 10th among the top 10 talents of the martial arts hall. Su Kuang loudly announced the test results. Chen Yuan, first strike, 598 kilograms, second strike, 584 kilograms, third strike, 602 kilograms. Chen Yuan shook his head. After all, I still can't compare to you two. Su Kuang looked at Qin Hang emerging and said, the gap between you and me isn't that big. But compared to him, there's a real difference. Chen Yuan also turned his gaze over. The eyes of the top 3 examinees met. Qin Hang smiled and said, there's no need to compare like that. I've been training single-mindedly without distractions, while you two have been tied up with household chores and odd jobs. To achieve what you have under those circumstances is already exceptional. Yeah, must be nice living off someone else's dime, Su Kuang muttered with a smirk, clearly unconvinced. Chen Yuan, however, took it in stride and chuckled lightly. Anyway, we should pass this assessment without a problem. Starting next month, we'll be quasi-martial artists earning enough to support our families without having to scramble for survival. Hearing this, both Su Kuang and Qin Hong broke into smiles, while the other trainees looked on with undisguised envy. Who's strong and who's weak isn't truly important. What matters is that they all passed. Oh, everyone's testing, huh? At that moment, a voice sounded from the doorway. Everyone turned their heads to look and saw a car that had just turned off its engine outside the martial arts hall, though no one had noticed when it arrived. A sturdy young man stepped out of the car, dressed in a brand new white training uniform that starkly contrasted with the shabby surroundings of the slum. The students whispered among themselves, Wang Pong? What's he doing here? Who's this guy? Actually driving here, looks loaded, huh? He's one of the dojo's top 10. Last year's assessment was 5 kilos short, and this year he hasn't shown up even once. I thought he'd quit training. Train for what? I heard Wang Pang got found by his relatives. His great uncle is Wang Jianming, that big shot you always see on TV. Now he's living in the rich district, no longer one of us. Wang Peng walked in, chuckled at the whispers around him, and said, "The dojo's top 10, what an ancient title." Chen Yuan greeted him, "Senior brother Wang, are you here to see the coach?" Wang Peng replied, "Yes, the preparatory martial artist qualification exam process can't be skipped. I'm here to collect my admission ticket. You're testing punching power, how about letting me take a try too?" At these words, the group all showed expressions of interest. The guy who fell just 5 kilograms short last year must surely have reached the standard by now. Moreover, Wang Peng must have also practiced the innate fetal breath technique. After a whole year, it's impossible to predict how strong he has become. "Brother Wang, please." Su Kuang gestured toward the testing machine. Wang Peng walked past the crowd. As he passed Qin Hong, he gave him a faint glance and said with a smirk, "How about grabbing a drink in Frost Snow City later?" "My treat." Qin Hong frowned slightly. This Wang Peng was once a notorious hoodlum in the slums, stealing kids' pocket money, beating up the elderly and weak, bullying the disabled, utterly infamous. Frost Snow City was situated at the street corner, and a beautiful girl like Fong Lingxue naturally became his target for harassment. Qin Hong had clashed with Wang Peng more than once over this. Having trained 1 year less than his opponent, he was slightly outmatched in strength and always ended up at a disadvantage. But Qin Hong also had a vicious streak. When dealing with anyone who dared to set their sights on Fong Lingxue, he held nothing back, striking with lethal intent. Every time they fought, both ended up battered, either bruised and swollen or limping, with neither gaining the upper hand. Last year, when Wang Peng went missing, he had assumed the guy had been brought to justice. He and Fong Lingxue had been so thrilled they celebrated by drinking orange soda. Who would have thought that a year later, this punk would resurface, and what's more, transform into some rich young master? Qin Hong replied coldly, "Not needed." Wang Peng chuckled, "Reject kindness and court insult? Fine, I'll go myself." "Looking for trouble?" Qin Hong's brows furrowed, his tone hostile. Wang Peng sneered, "Think you're worthy? Look at this." He immediately threw a punch at the testing machine. Bang! A loud boom resonated. The numbers on the machine madly jumped up. 1 second later, a crimson number appeared on the display screen, 988 kilograms. Ah, 988 kilograms? Oh my god. He's just a hair's breadth away from being a true martial artist. Wang Peng has actually become this terrifying? It's only been a year. Even for a quasi-martial artist, it usually takes more than 3 years to meet the true warrior standard. To achieve it in just 1 year, Wang Peng is undoubtedly a genius. At this moment, the surrounding trainees were all stunned. Su Kuang and Chen Yuan were also stunned, never expecting that Wang Peng, who had been missing for a year, had grown so terrifyingly strong. "What's the matter? Scared?" Wang Peng, who had just punched 988 kilograms, looked at Qin Hong with a smug and contemptuous gaze. Qin Hong remained calm. "Nothing special." "Ha!" Wang Peng immediately bristled, his gaze turning dangerous as if he were ready to take action. At this moment, Su Kuang said, "Senior brother Wang, Qin Hong's test result just now was 785 kilograms. Moreover, he only started practicing the innate fetal breathing technique last night." Chapter 007, Stronger Than Expected. "What?" As soon as these words were spoken, Wang Peng's expression immediately changed from smugness and disdain to utter disbelief. "Are you bluffing me?" He glared at Su Kuang. Su Kuang shrugged. "I wish it were fake, but this kid is truly monstrous." Wang Peng's face flickered with conflicting emotions, his mood complicated. Yet soon, he calmed down again. So what? He's still just a quasi-warrior at best. This world teems with geniuses, but few ever grow to fruition. Qin Hong, stubborn. Qin Hong's current punching power is slightly weaker than Wang Peng's, but he was certain it wouldn't be long before he surpassed Wang Peng and rubbed his face in the dirt. "Poof." Wang Peng scoffed, "Naive kid. You don't actually think a bit of talent gives you the right to be arrogant, do you? Let me enlighten you, as I am now. Even a grand martial master would have to bow and scrape to serve me. If it weren't for the upcoming assessment restricting me from making trouble, I could kill you right now with zero consequences." The moment these words were spoken, the training ground fell silent. That was too insolent, utterly lawless arrogance. Qin Hong sneered coldly, making the young trainees around him shrink back in fear. "Brother Wang, let's not go this far, let's not." Chen Yuan quickly stepped in to mediate. Su Kuang also sensed things were getting tense and hastily pulled Wang Peng aside, saying, "Brother Wang, let it be. Let's go get your exam admission ticket first. The coach is waiting for you in the office." Poof. Wang Peng shot Qin Hong a disdainful glance before leaving with the other two. "Qin Hong, are you alright?" Only after the three had walked some distance did Zhang Jun dare to approach Qin Hong and speak. Qin Hong said, "It's nothing, just small people getting their moment of glory." Then he headed to the training room. As for Wang Peng's granduncle, he had some understanding of the man. During the Great Chaos decades ago, many people were separated from their closest relatives in the turmoil. Now that society has become relatively more stable, those who have achieved success and fame began searching for their long-lost blood relatives. Wang Peng's granduncle, Wang Jianming, was precisely such a person. This old man is a renowned martial arts powerhouse in the Nanxia Bay City, serving as the deputy head of the southern branch of the Warrior God Dojo, one of the 4 major martial arts schools. Such a prominent figure was indeed someone Qin Heng couldn't afford to offend. But Wang Jianming was Wang Jianming, and Wang Peng was Wang Peng. Would the illustrious deputy head of the Warrior God Dojo's branch really stoop so low as to target a junior like him? As for Wang Peng, his strength wasn't significantly superior either. With just a few more days of cultivation, Qin Heng would be capable of rivaling him. Training room. Qin Heng first measured his height. Most children in the slums suffer from malnutrition, typically standing only around 165 to 170 centimeters tall even at 17 or 18 years old. Qin Heng was fortunate to have Fong Lingxue supporting him, allowing him to eat nutritious meals every afternoon, yet his height only reached 172 centimeters. But today's test left him genuinely surprised. After a single night of training, not only had his strength skyrocketed, but his height had also shot up by nearly an inch, reaching 175 centimeters. I wonder if I can still grow taller. Qin Heng thought to himself, eagerly imagining how he might look tall, handsome, and incredibly strong. Now, it was time to train. Before learning the congenital fetal breathing technique, his daily training consisted of just 2 elements, strength and agility. Strength training was relatively straightforward, typically involving equipment like barbells and bench presses to stimulate muscle growth, or weighted exercises and running. It was the most fundamental part of his regimen. Sensitivity training relies on robots. The trainee stands in the center, surrounded by racks that can be fitted with robotic arms wearing boxing gloves, which continuously attack the trainee. Both the frequency and quantity of attacks can be adjusted. Up to 8 robotic arms can be installed simultaneously, with each arm capable of delivering punches at a maximum frequency of 1 every 0.5 seconds. This means that at the highest difficulty level, the trainee must evade 16 attacks per second, otherwise they'll be beaten black and blue. Qin Heng entered the training room and immediately got into the zone. I'll practice strength training for a while first, then work on reaction speed. He found a barbell and began adjusting the weights himself. Yesterday's punching power was 544 kilograms, and his right arm's single-arm lift strength was 105 kilograms. Today's punching power has increased so much that adding 25 kilograms shouldn't be a problem. Pulling the barbell up to 130 kilograms, this weight is already somewhat intimidating. But Qin Heng tested it and only felt it was a bit heavy, not yet to the point of being unable to lift it. With his left hand lifting, the 130-kilogram barbell left the ground effortlessly. Raising it overhead wasn't too difficult either. Switching to his right hand, the process became even easier, far from reaching his limit. Why does it feel like my strength has grown more than what the testing machine showed? Qin Heng muttered to himself. It might be because the overnight improvement was too drastic, causing a decline in both his muscle utilization rate and coordination, which led to this sensation. He loaded the barbell to 155 kilograms and attempted again. Adding 25 kilograms in one go was indeed a significant jump in difficulty, and Qin Heng felt some pressure. But after gritting his teeth, he still managed to lift the barbell overhead successfully. The left arm is nearing its limit at 155 kilograms, but the right arm can probably take another 10 kilos. Based on my previous force application technique, with a 1:5 conversion rate, the punching power of my right arm should reach around 825 kilograms. With more practice, maybe I can surprise the examiner during the assessment. Everyone's force application capability varies. For the same 100 kilograms of lifting force, some convert it to 400 kilograms of punching power, others to 500, and some can even exceed 600 kilograms. The higher the conversion rate, the better. This is an aspect every martial artist must hone. Qin Heng performed several sets of strength training, pushing himself to his limits and tempering his body through repeated exertion. 2 hours later, he was already drenched in sweat, his tendons and muscles fully warmed up. The more he practiced, the smoother his movements became. Time to train my reflexes. Checking the time, Qin Heng moved to another training machine and began attaching the mechanical arms one by one. Soon, all 5 mechanical arms were properly assembled. Qin Heng powered up the control computer, setting the frequency to 1 punch every 0.8 seconds with randomized attacks, then stepped into the center. He thought to himself, yesterday was 4 arms at 1 punch per second. Now that my strength has significantly improved, this frequency shouldn't be a problem. A mechanical voice announced, the test will begin in 5 seconds. Countdown, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Begin. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 5 mechanical arms launched a frenzied assault toward Qin Hang. Within the limited space, Qin Hang dodged and parried, doing everything possible to avoid taking hits. 1 second, 3 seconds, 5 seconds. The mechanical arms had no emotions. Following preset data, each fist struck at 0.8 second intervals with 50 kilograms of force, no possibility of holding back. At first, Qin Hang handled it quite smoothly, but by the 5th second, he began to realize the problem. 5 arms versus 4 is not just a simple increase of 1 in intensity. The space around the human body is limited. With 1 additional arm, his dodging range drastically shrinks, making the pressure at least double that of 4 arms. Not to mention he also sped up the frequency by 0.2. At the 6th second, he began to falter. At the 8th second, a fist struck fiercely from directly behind, hitting his lower back. At the 9th second, a punch from the side landed on his head, but fortunately, the protective gear mitigated the impact. By the 10th second, Qin Hang, having suffered 2 consecutive blows, had lost his balance and his rhythm was completely disrupted. And then, bang 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 bang, Qin Hang was completely overwhelmed by the blows. Fortunately, the training robot had a safety feature. It would automatically stop after landing 20 accumulated hits. Qin Hang took 20 punches to his body. Though the force wasn't terribly heavy, he still felt quite frustrated. Got too arrogant. Way too arrogant. Seems I haven't improved much from yesterday. For mechanical arms remain my limit. At most I've slightly increased my reaction speed. He stepped off the training equipment and removed 1 mechanical arm, maintaining a 0.8 second rhythm. When he restarted the training session, the pressure was noticeably reduced. Though still challenging, he managed to complete the full 60-second test without taking a single hit this time, relying entirely on dodging, blocking, and parrying to defend himself. After finishing 1 set, he rested for 2 minutes, then continued repeating. 1 set, 2 sets, 3 sets. Sensitivity training was much more exhausting than strength training. Although it didn't require brute force, it demanded intense mental focus and keeping all muscles tensed for a full 60 seconds. By the end, it felt exactly like having fought an actual battle. After over an hour, Qin Hang had completed 20 sets. Exhausted and starving, he couldn't muster even an ounce of strength left. Looking at the time, it was already past 11 a.m., almost lunchtime. Take a break, have a meal, and then go find Ling Shui to share the great news about my significant improvement in strength. Chapter 008, A Luxurious Meal. Qin Hang took a shower and then headed to the martial arts gym's dining hall. The trial martial arts hall provides lunch every day. Of course, it's not free. The 3 years free period only waives coaching fees, venue, and equipment rental costs. Meals aren't included in the free benefits. The lunch here comes in 3 tiers: standard meal, nutritional meal, and premium meal. The standard meal contains no meat, only staple foods like rice or noodles with vegetables, featuring negligible amounts of oil, costing 2.5 yuan per serving. Its advantage is unlimited rice portions, ensuring you eat your fill. The nutritional meal costs 5 yuan, offering a reasonably balanced mix of meat and vegetables, providing crucial support for students undergoing intensive training. The premium meal is rather expensive at 20 yuan per serving, featuring abundant fish and meat, exquisite soups, and occasionally even fresh fruits, luxuries utterly inaccessible to children from the slums. Qin Hang entered the dining hall, immediately drawing envious gazes from many trainees. "Senior brother Qin Hang, you've got a feast today," a lean young trainee reminded him. "What feast?" Qin Hang asked in confusion. To avoid waste, the kitchen strictly followed the meal orders submitted each morning when preparing food. He had pre-ordered a nutritional meal, so the chef would prepare one for him in advance instead of waiting for him to choose when he arrived. But today seemed a little different. Qin Hang glanced around and was startled to see Su Kuang's plate piled high with various meats. Shen Yuan's table was the same. Zhang Jun, eating nearby, explained, "Coach Yang is treating everyone today. Those who tested over 500 kilograms get a luxury meal, and anyone above 400 kilograms gets one free nutritional meal." He even showed off the big pork knuckle in his bowl while speaking. "This, Coach Yang is incredibly generous." Qin Hang expressed his astonishment. The martial arts school had a large number of students. While those above 500 kilograms were few, at least nearly 100 had reached above 400 kilograms. This treat would cost several hundred yuan, at least enough to cover a month's expenses for an ordinary family. Qin Hang recalled Coach Yang's words, "The speed at which a martial artist earns money will absolutely exceed your imagination." To ordinary people, several hundred yuan might be precious, but in Coach Yang's eyes, it was probably just a trivial amount. At that moment, his desire to become a martial artist grew even stronger. Following the aroma of delicious food, Qin Hang arrived at the ordering counter. Old Man Wang, who was in charge of serving meals, recognized him and said cheerfully, "Young Qin, Coach Yang is treating you all to a feast today. Here, this portion is yours." An extra large portion was brought out. Qin Hang's eyes widened. "This is way too much." On the tray was a braised pork knuckle, a chicken drumstick, a plate of stir-fried shredded pork with dried tofu, a plate of sautéed greens, and a steaming bowl of pork rib and corn soup. Go fill your own rice bowl, take only what you'll eat. Waste a single grain and you'll be fined 1 yuan, old man Wang said. Got it. Shin Hong could practically feel his mouth watering. He had never in his life tasted such a luxurious lunch. This lavish meal costs only 20 yuan. With my future monthly salary of several thousand, does that mean I could eat like this every day? He felt that since testing his punching power at 544 kilograms yesterday, the world he was exposed to had completely changed. The days of feasting on meat and delicacies were truly not far away. Taking his tray, Shin Hong found an empty seat to sit down, then got up again to fetch rice. When he returned, he noticed many people staring at his tray, their eyes practically trying to snatch away the braised pork knuckle and the large chicken drumstick. An old acquaintance Zhang Jun said gloomily, "Brother Hong, you won't be able to digest all that meat at once. How about I help you share the load?" Shin Hong chuckled, "Get lost, wishful thinking." He picked up the chicken leg and straightforwardly packed it into a clean plastic bag. Then he used another bag to wrap up the braised pork knuckle as well. "Oh, are you planning to save that for dinner?" Zhang Jun asked when he noticed. Shin Hong replied, "It's still early. I'll bring it to my parents and girlfriend just in time for their lunch." A single meat dish and a meat soup were plenty for him. Paired with rice and gravy, it made for an immensely satisfying meal. On this rare occasion of indulgence, he couldn't forget Fong Lingxue, who had shown him immense kindness, nor the parents who had given him life. Hearing Qin Heng's words, everyone couldn't help but feel moved. Su Kuang muttered softly, "This pretty boy actually has a conscience." Shen Yuan twitched his lips, "I've got a conscience too. I saved a chicken leg for my little sister." Unlike someone here who cleaned his plate completely. Su Kuang. During the meal, Qin Heng asked, "Where's Wang Peng? Did he leave?" Su Kuang said gloomily, "Of course. He's a rich young master now, can't possibly stoop to eat our canteen's luxury meals." After getting his exam slip, he hit the gas and drove straight off. Zhang Jun seized the moment to lean in with a chuckle. "Bro Hong, I kept an eye out for you." Wang Peng drove straight to the new district, didn't go to Frost Snow City to bother your girl. As he spoke, he deftly plucked a strip of meat from Qin Heng's plate. "It's good you didn't go." Qin Heng nodded without saying more. Yet everyone knew what Fong Lingxue meant to him. This girl wasn't just his girlfriend, she was his second chance at life. Even someone with a temper as foul as Su Kuang only dared call Qin Heng a pretty boy, never daring to make jokes about Fong Lingxue. Otherwise, if you anger Qin Heng, it won't just be a matter of words, you'd have to fight until you're covered in bruises at the very least. 10 minutes later, Qin Heng finished eating. This meal was thoroughly satisfying. He poured the sauce from the braised pork knuckle and chicken legs over his rice and devoured every last bite, almost wishing he could lick the plates clean. Full and content, he left the martial arts school immediately while the meat in his takeout bag was still warm. Frost Snow City is closer, let's find Lingxue first. The trial martial arts hall was only 5 minutes away from Frost Snow City, and soon the shop signs of the city came into view. Around noon, the milk tea shop ought to have been relatively quiet, but right now, a car was parked right outside the entrance. Could it be Wang Peng coming back? Qin Heng frowned deeply, but upon closer inspection, the car parked outside was clearly different from the one Wang Peng had driven that morning. Wang Peng drove a lightweight city sports car, flashy for urban streets and expensive too. Parked outside Shuangxue City's shop, however, stood a rugged off-road vehicle. The license plate bore a conspicuous marking, the character war. "Is this an off-road combat vehicle?" Qin Heng exclaimed in surprise. A war designation on the license plate signifies that this is a battle-ready vehicle authorized for wasteland zones. Its reinforced shell offers bulletproof protection and can withstand monster impacts, making it extraordinarily valuable. Moreover, the owner must unquestionably be a formidable martial artist. A noble martial artist actually came to the slums to drink milk tea? Qin Heng was astonished. Although the new urban district was right across the street, the new district was one thing, and martial artists were another. Most martial artists lived in high-end residential areas near the city center, far from the slums. By all reasoning, they shouldn't have come here. Qin Heng arrived at the small shop's entrance. At this moment, someone happened to come out. He was a young man sporting sunglasses, appearing to be in his late 20s. He walked with an imposing air, exuding an aura of arrogance and dominance, as if nothing in the world could stand in his way. Qin Heng locked eyes with him and glimpsed two chilling glints through the dark sunglasses, piercing enough to freeze the soul. In that instant, he felt as if an entire mountain was crashing toward him. The overwhelming pressure forced him to step aside instinctively, clearing the path without even realizing it. This man must be even stronger than Coach Yang. He's probably a master-level martial artist, Qin Heng thought to himself. The young martial artist glanced at him without saying a word, got into the car, and sped away with a press of the accelerator. Chapter 009, No Madness, No Mastery. Qin Heng, why are you here so early today? A girl's voice reached his ears. Qin Heng shifted his gaze from the off-road vehicle back to the shop interior. Lingxue, why do you both look like that? Only then did he notice both Fong Lingxue and Yu Lingling wore expressions of distress, prompting him to ask, What happened? His instincts told him the girl's reactions must be connected to that martial artist from earlier. Fan Lingxue sighed softly without speaking. Yu Lingling explained with a tearful expression, "That man just now was our boss. He said this shop's revenue is too low and it'll close by the end of the month. Both of us will lose our jobs." "What? It's closing down?" Shin Hong was startled. He had initially assumed the girls were being bullied by martial artists, never imagining that man was actually their employer. "Yu Lingling, I never imagined my first meeting with the boss would be under these circumstances. What are we going to do now? Without this salary, how will my younger siblings?" Her expression was utterly heartbroken. With Frost Snow City shutting down, both women would have to rely on odd jobs. Their incomes would undoubtedly take a drastic hit. Fan Lingxue said to Shin Hong, "Don't worry, the boss gave each of us 500 yuan in severance pay. That should be enough to support you and your parents for a while longer. Once you pass the assessment tomorrow, you'll be a probationary martial artist. Next month you'll enter the academy, and the month after that you'll start receiving wages. By then, Lingxue, this." Shin Hong felt a pang of heartache. It was Fan Lingxue who had lost her job. At a time like this, he should have been the one comforting her. How did the roles reverse instead? "You still haven't told me why you came to see me so early today?" Fan Lingxue asked, forcing a smile to change the subject. Shin Hong took out the braised pork knuckle and chicken drumsticks. "Wow, is this for me?" Fan Lingxue's eyes lit up as she exclaimed joyfully. Shin Hong nodded. "The coach treated us to a luxurious meal today. I couldn't finish it all by myself, so I packed the rest to bring home." Upon hearing this, Fan Lingxue smiled. "Then I'll take the chicken drumstick. Let uncle and aunt have the pork knuckle." She took the noticeably smaller chicken drumstick. Eat it while it's still hot." Shin Hong looked at her, his emotions in turmoil. The two girls had prepared lunch, a small pot of plain congee served with pickled radish and a plate of stir-fried greens, which made up their simple meal. With the chicken drumstick, Fan Lingxue ate happily and even shared a piece with Yu Lingling. The two of them, who had initially been gloomy due to unemployment, seemed to cheer up a little. But seeing her so innocent and carefree only made Shin Hong feel worse. She shouldn't have been like this. "Don't just stand there dazed. Hurry home before the braised pork knuckle gets cold and loses its flavor," Fan Lingxue urged him when she saw he hadn't left yet. "Lingxue, I." Shin Hong trailed off, unsure how to express what he was feeling at this moment. "Oh, right." Fan Lingxue smacked her forehead, put down her chopsticks, and ran over. She pulled 5 100 yuan bills from her pocket and handed them to him. "This is from the boss. It has to last until the next but 1 month's pre-warrior salary comes in. I don't have much money left either. From now on, you'll have to rely on yourself." With that, she ran back to continue sipping her porridge. Shin Hong opened his mouth but couldn't utter a sound, frozen in place. Something seemed to be stuck in his throat, and the world before his eyes instantly blurred, obscured by a watery haze. Lingxue. She could have lived a very comfortable life. With a monthly salary of 900, she was definitely among the high-income earners in the slums. Moreover, without any family burdens, she had already become quite wealthy after 3 years. Yet for his sake, she drank plain congee and ate pickled vegetables every day, living a life of austerity. He couldn't even remember when Fan Lingxue last had meat. Watching her take small delicate bites of the chicken leg as if savoring a delicacy, even gnawing the cartilage clean off the bone, Shin Hong felt a wave of guilt more intense than ever before. "I must pass tomorrow's assessment. Once I get my first paycheck, she'll never have to work this hard again," Shin Hong said in his heart. He didn't know what virtues he possessed to deserve such a wonderful girl. All he knew was that he absolutely must not fail Fan Lingxue. No matter how much money he earns in the future, no matter how powerful a martial artist he becomes, he must share everything he has with Fan Lingxue. Otherwise, he would be worse than a beast. Shin Hong turned and left, not daring to stay any longer, afraid that Fan Lingxue would see him with reddened eyes, a pitiful sight. But all of this had already been seen by the two girls. Watching Shin Hong walk away, Yu Lingling whispered to Fan Lingxue. He was moved to tears. "Lingxue, you're really too good to Shin Hong. If it were me, I wouldn't have the heart to spend all the money I earned on someone else." Fan Lingxue smiled and said, "What can I do? I can't help myself. Whenever I have money, I just want to stuff it into his hands. Sigh, maybe this is what love is." Yu Lingling curled her lips and said, "That's not love, that's being foolish. What if Shin Hong becomes a martial artist later, sees the extravagant world of the wealthy, and leaves you behind?" Fan Lingxue replied with confidence, "He won't. He isn't that kind of person. I believe in him." "Ah, silly girl." Yu Lingling shook her head with a sigh. "Fan Lingxue, don't just talk about me, you're a silly girl too." Yu Lingling thought for a moment, then shook her head. "I'm not silly at all, I'm just unlucky. It'll be fine, everything will be fine. Let's hope so." In the afternoon, Shin Hong returned to the martial arts school and continued practicing with single-minded determination. The images of Fan Lingxue and Yu Lingling sharing a chicken leg, while his parents divided a single pig's trotter between them, kept replaying relentlessly in his mind, impossible to shake off. Every scene he had experienced day after day, year after year, spurred him on, leaving no room for slack. Even though he knew he would pass tomorrow's assessment without fail, he still wanted to make some improvements beforehand to secure better treatment and higher wages, all for the sake of giving his parents and Ling Shui a better life so they would no longer toil just for a meal or treasure a single piece of meat, reluctant to eat it. Not only that, but he also wished to become stronger and wealthier, so he could help more unfortunate souls like his neighbor sister Lin and Yu Lingling, enabling them to live prosperous lives too. Huff, 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 huff. The robotic arm never stopped its punching motions, slicing through the air with each swing. Chen Yuan was doing strength training in the same room and couldn't help but gasp at the rhythm Qin Hong had set. Qin Hong, are you insane? 0.7 seconds, for robotic fists I'd be bruised all over by now. Qin Hong, immersed in his training, couldn't spare the breath to reply. Only after completing a round of sensitivity training did he respond, no madness, no life. I'd rather take a few more 50 kilograms punches now and desperately improve, so I won't have to face the claws of monsters in the wilderness later. That's easier said than done. You still need to pace yourself, don't push too hard, lest you go beyond the limit, Shen Yuan advised. Qin Hong pretended not to hear and, after a brief rest, continued. The training lasted for 3 hours. Around 4 p.m., a student came knocking and said, Senior Brother Chen, the coach is calling for you. Alright, we'll be right there. The two paused what they were doing, wiped off their sweat, and headed toward the office. Su Kuang also arrived, along with several other more skilled students, who also appeared in the office. Coach Yang, you wanted to see us? Su Kuang spoke first. Yang Huayan handed them a stack of palm-sized cards and said, these are your admission tickets. Keep them safe. Gather at the martial arts hall by 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. I'll drive you all to the exam site. Yes, coach. Everyone felt a surge of excitement. The assessment is tomorrow. The moment that will change my destiny is about to arrive. Yang Huayan glanced at Qin Hong and said, go home now, cultivate well tonight, and give the chief examiner a pleasant surprise tomorrow. Clearly, his expectations for Qin Hong were higher than for others. Yes, I definitely won't let you down, Qin Hong declared, pounding his chest. Last night's cultivation session increased his punching strength by 240 kilograms. Another night of cultivation tonight, who knows how much more he'll improve. Go on. Yang Huayan waved his hand, and the group departed together. A total of 26 people from Slum District Number 7 registered this time, some of whom were retaking the exam, while only 9 were first-time examinees. Although first-time and repeat examinees share the same examination hall, their treatment is completely different. There's also a significant difference between those who trained for 3 years before their first attempt and those who trained for 4. The shorter the training period and the higher the score achieved in the initial exam, the better the future treatment one will receive. Those who retake the exam, even if they can punch with 800 kilograms of force, still receive fairly ordinary treatment. Chapter 010, the day of the assessment arrives. At 6 p.m., Qin Hong returned to the rooftop to practice the innate fetal breathing technique. This morning's punch force test had shown him the terrifying potential of the innate fetal breathing technique, so this time he was extra serious, brimming with anticipation. Before night had fully fallen, he sat meditating, regulating his breathing to enter the proper state. Soon, that same comfortable, relaxed feeling from last night reappeared. Bzzzt. Once again, the sensation of electric currents flowing through him emerged. Qin Hong focused intently, sensing his body generating an operational mode distinct from breathing in this state of utter stillness. Every cell in his muscles and skin seemed to function like a tiny generator, absorbing the free-flowing natural energy from the surroundings to produce electrical power, which replenished every part of his body. The rising moon, the wandering breeze, and the invisible magnetic fields all served as energy sources that powered these generators. Ultimately, all this energy was stored within his muscles and bones, transforming into physical strength. Such a pleasant sensation, nothing at all like the grueling ordeal Chen Yuan described, Qin Hong mused inwardly. During the day while exchanging cultivation insights with Chen Yuan mentioned that during cultivation, his body would ache slightly, and the process was extremely arduous. He could endure it for at most 3 hours before giving up. But for Qin Hong, this process was instead a form of enjoyment. If not for hunger and needing to use the restroom, he felt he could maintain cultivation continuously for months without any issue. As dawn approached, Qin Hong ended his cultivation session. TSK, my strength has clearly increased again. He clenched his fist, his knuckles emitting a low crack, the strength in his fingers seeming capable of crushing granite. My punching power now must definitely exceed 800 kilograms. That was no small figure. An initial test result of 800 kilograms could land you on television. Today he would take the assessment. Perhaps he could amaze everyone in a single feat and astonish the entire base city. Let's go home and eat first. Qin Hong went downstairs and returned to his residence. His parents knew he was taking the quasi-martial artist assessment today, so they had risen early to prepare his meal. The family of 3 sat together eating porridge. Xiao Hang, remember to bring your admission ticket, and don't get nervous when you arrive at the exam hall. Just stay relaxed, Dad said, patting his shoulder. Xin Heng confidently replied, Mom and Dad, don't worry, I'll definitely pass the assessment. Once I've earned enough money, we'll move to an elevator apartment in the new district. Then you can go downstairs for walks every day. Mom smiled and said, we're quite used to living here, so it doesn't matter much to us. But if you really make good money, your first priority must be to marry Xiaoxue. You can't let down all she's done for you over the years. That's for sure. Xin Heng nodded. He had already planned it out. The time it would take for him to become a martial artist shouldn't be too long. In a few months, on Fang Lingshue's 18th birthday, he would propose to her. By then, he would have saved up a decent amount of money, and the wedding could be a grand affair, inviting all their friends and family to witness it together. Here, eat these 2 eggs, go for that perfect score. Shang Yuhan brought out the freshly prepared breakfast. Whether people in the slums ate breakfast or not mainly depended on whether they had worked that day. If they had manual labor jobs, they would eat. If not, they'd endure until lunch. Xin Heng's parents, being physically unable to work, often pretended to sleep in the mornings and waited until noon to eat. These past 2 days were special. With Xin Heng's assessment approaching, they had all risen early and even made the effort to boil eggs specially for him. Something smells amazing, what's cooking today? Xin Heng caught a whiff of an enticing aroma. Looking closely, he realized it was the leftover pork knuckle bones from yesterday's meal, cleaned and stewed with pickled vegetables. Bones stewed with pickles, this was the finest delicacy we could afford back in our childhood, Xin Ziming said with a fond smile. That smells amazing. Xin Heng wore a smile on his face, but inwardly, he sighed deeply. His parents were born in tumultuous times, far harsher than today. Going hungry 6 meals out of 3 days was the norm, with neither enough to eat nor warm clothes to wear. They never had the chance to receive an education. Merely surviving was already a stroke of luck. Now that times were better, as their son, his parents had poured all their hopes and efforts into him. So today's exam, he had to face it with his absolute best. Food's ready. Xin Heng ate heartily, filling his stomach. After finishing his meal, he took his exam admission ticket and walked out the door under his parents' hopeful gazes. Soon after, Xin Heng arrived at the martial arts gym. It's still quite early, 7:20 a.m., with 40 minutes left until the gathering time Coach Yang mentioned. However, all those preparing to participate in the assessment have already arrived one after another. Many of their family members and friends have also come to see them off. Hey, Xin Heng. A young man with bronze-colored skin walked over. Brother Zhouyan, it's been so long since I last saw you. Have you been training hard recently? Xin Heng chuckled in response. Zhou Yan had a good relationship with him. Though he had failed last year's assessment, Xin Heng still saw him frequently at the martial arts school in the first half of this year. By the second half, however, he had seemingly vanished without a trace. With a tone of resignation, Zhou Yan replied, training hard my foot. I've been so broke I couldn't even afford to eat, let alone pay the martial arts school's membership fees. I spent the last 6 months working odd jobs just to survive. If not for that, instead of seeing me today, you'd be looking at a starving ghost. Ha, brother Zhou, you're too funny. You've actually gained some weight. How does that look like someone who can't afford to eat? Xin Heng and the others all laughed. Zhou Yan chuckled, patting his slightly protruding belly, and replied, not bad, not bad. Mostly because I found a great job with good meals, plenty of oily dishes. That's how I got this prosperous figure. Oh, what kind of job? They even provide meals? Everyone was intrigued. Lowering his voice mysteriously, Zhou Yan said, it's working at the Purple Light Club in the new district, serving wealthy ladies. A quasi-martial artist with a punch force over 500 kilos can earn 30 yuan per session. And if you manage to please the clients, you even get tips. Xin Heng's expression froze. Su Kuang burst into laughter. Don't knock it, this suits Xin Heng perfectly. He's really good at this. Zhou Yan looked surprised. Really? Xin Heng, you have this skill? I'll have to introduce you to my boss sometime. Xin Heng, he quickly explained. Don't listen to Su Kuang's nonsense. He's just jealous that I have a girlfriend. Zhou Yan suddenly understood. So that's how it is. I thought you had exceptional skills in bed. The group burst into laughter. Is everyone here? At this moment, Coach Yang arrived. Chen Yuan counted the heads and said, everyone is here except Wang Peng. What about your exam admission tickets? Coach Yang asked again, worried the group might have forgotten this essential item. Xin Heng and the others each took out their examination permits. The preliminary exam permit was slightly larger, with space for 2 extra lines of text on the back where applicants could fill in 2 preferred choices. The retake exam permits did not allow for choosing preferences. Candidates could only be randomly assigned to one of the 4 major martial arts halls by the government system. Alright, everyone board the bus, instructed Coach Yang after checking everyone's permits to confirm they were in order. Wang Peng now belongs to the affluent class and can drive himself to the exam center, so there's no need to wait for him. 25 trainees taking the assessment, along with Coach Yang and the driver, 27 people in total boarded a somewhat shabby retired bus. Son, go for it. Whether our family can live a good life depends on you. Little brother, may you win triumphantly from the start. My little madman is the best. By the roadside, family members of the examinees offered words of encouragement one after another. Don't worry, we'll definitely succeed. Su Kuang and the others waved through the car window. Qin Hung scanned the crowd with his eyes. He had thought Fong Lingxue would come to see him off, but unfortunately, he didn't catch sight of her. The driver started the engine, and the car slowly pulled away, leaving the martial arts hall behind. Zhou Yan squeezed over to sit beside Qin Hong, slinging an arm around his shoulder and whispering, "Hey, seriously though, want the job? Just an hour a day is enough even if you become a quasi-martial artist. You'll still have time to earn." Qin Hong waved his hands hastily. No, you'd better offer this golden opportunity to Su Kuang. Seems like he needs it more than I do. Really? Zhou Yan took it at face value and immediately dashed off to find Su Kuang. The car rattled along, bouncing over the potholed roads of the slum district. After rounding two bends, it reached the main thoroughfare on the outskirts of the new city district. As they passed by the entrance of Frost Snow City at the street corner, Qin Hang's gaze instinctively turned toward the shop. But it was still too early. The small shop hadn't opened yet. Ling Xue. The image of his beloved flashed through his mind as Qin Hung silently vowed, "I won't let you down." Chapter 011, Warrior God Square. The roads in the new district were far superior to those in the slums. Tall buildings lined the route, and greenery flourished along the sidewalks, adding far more color to the surroundings than the monotonous slums. "Coach Yang, will we be able to buy houses in the new district someday?" asked Shu Kao, the trainee he Shua. "If you become a quasi-martial artist and aren't too extravagant with spending, saving for 3 to 5 years should suffice," replied Yang Huayan. 3 to 5 years? He Shua immediately started calculating. The average salary for quasi-martial artists at the 4 major martial arts schools is about 4,500. You could save at least 3,000 per month. That's 3,000 a month, 36,000 a year, and 180,000 in 5 years. 180,000, and that's barely enough to buy just one house? Chen Yuandao said, "What do you think?" The starting price for housing in the new district is 100,000 renminbi, and that's for the worst conditions. If you don't become a quasi-martial artist, people from the slums have no hope of moving in. Then how do people from the new district manage to live there? He Shua expressed confusion. The Nansha-based city has a total population of 140 million people. Among the 28 slums, some are big and some are small. Slum number 7 is the smallest, with a population of around 900,000, while the largest, slum number 16, is said to have over 5 million people. These 28 districts combined have a population of approximately 60 million. In other words, the new urban areas and affluent districts together house around 80 million people. Clearly, not all of these people can be relatives of probationary warriors or official warriors. Qin Hung chimed in, "I actually know a bit about this. Our humanities teacher mentioned that while many in the new urban areas have housing, they don't own the property rights. Their homes were allocated when the new districts were first established 30 years ago. Back then, over 12 million workers labored without pay, even bringing their own meals. In just 3 years, they built a 38,000 square kilometer city, nothing short of a miracle." Yang Huayan nodded in agreement. That's right. Those who manage to live in good houses also put in a great deal of hard work. As for the city defense soldiers and employees of major factories, they contribute to the base city on the front lines, so the government provides them with free housing. The young people felt somewhat unbalanced. It makes sense for border defense soldiers, but for factory workers, those houses are worth over 100,000. Getting one after just 3 years of work is way too good a deal. Sigh, what a shame. My parents were too young back then and missed their chance. We weren't born into good families. Hey, don't say that. Every generation has its own hardships. We should be grateful our parents managed to raise us at all. Exactly. At least you still have parents. I was raised by my oldest sister. As they chatted, their conversation kept shifting with the sights they passed along the way. The tension of the assessment seemed to have faded considerably. Qin Hong gazed out the car window at the rows of skyscrapers over 100 meters tall, crammed so closely together that the buildings in the inner ring seemed to get no more sunlight than those in the slums. Gradually, a thought formed in his mind. Living in the new district doesn't seem much better than the slums. If possible, I'll become a top-tier martial artist, earn millions, tens of millions, and buy a mansion in the affluent district. However, as the car continued onward, he slowly realized that some residences in the new district were in fact quite well appointed. In addition to the centralized resettlement buildings, there were also much more spacious residential complexes with wider spacing between buildings. These neighborhoods featured landscaped gardens, and each floor had a ceiling height of 3 meters. There are also more upscale low-rise residential areas, where buildings only have 5 or 6 stories. They are situated near parks, rivers, lakes, and various facilities, making them far more pleasant than those towering skyscrapers with dozens of floors. Half an hour later, the car arrived at a large square. "We're here. Let's get off," Yang Huayan said as he stood up. "This is the martial god square," Shin Hong remarked as he gazed outside. Every base city has a martial god plaza. It was built to commemorate the first martial god, Jia, and is shaped like a square with a side length of 1,800 meters. At its center stands a statue of the female martial god, surrounded by 8 smaller statues representing the world's 9 most powerful martial gods. It's so huge, this place is absolutely amazing. The 9 trainees visiting the martial god plaza for the first time were all enchanted by its novelty. At this moment, numerous vehicles were parked around the martial god square, including both military and civilian ones. Rows of armed police officers stood guard at the perimeter, weapons at the ready. The area near the martial god statue was densely packed with trainees preparing to take the assessment, their numbers resembling ants when viewed from afar. "Coach, are all the trainees from the entire base city taking the assessment gathered here?" Chen Yuan asked. Yang Huayan, "Yes, my mentor shared the data last night. This year's applicant count reached 57,000, the highest enrollment in the history of Nanxia Base City." "Wow, so much." Shin Hong and the others were stunned. Su Kuang said, "Our number 7 slum only has 26 of them, yet the total number is 57,000. So where did all the others come from?" Zhou Yen, who had retaken the exam, explained, "You wouldn't know this, but kids in the new district have better living conditions. They get more time for training. Plus their diets are superior. Ample nutrition leads to better physical development. Naturally, the proportion of those who meet or come close to meeting the standards is much higher than in our slums." The crowd. Shin Hong couldn't help feeling fortunate. If Fang Lingxua hadn't supported his family financially, he would probably be like other kids from the slums, too busy making money to have much time for training. At this moment, Zhou Yan added, "However, us quasi-fighters who train in stolen moments between work tend to have higher potential. The 4 major martial arts halls are usually very eager to recruit people like us." Last year, a guy named Han Liang from Slum District No. 1 scored 800 kilograms on his initial punch test during the preliminaries. The representatives from all 4 major halls were so astonished they almost came to blows competing for him. In the end, the Heaven's Path Martial Arts Hall with its deep pockets won by offering him an astronomical monthly salary of 20,000. Everyone was thoroughly shocked by this story. Monthly salary of 20,000 yuan. Oh my god, that means he could buy a house in the new city district in just 1 year? 1 kilogram of brown rice costs 1 yuan, so his monthly salary could buy 20 tons of rice? Such a high salary is truly moving. Then, everyone thought of Shin Hong again. Chen Yuan looked at Shin Hong and said, "Shin Hong, you're also taking the preliminary exam, and your punch force is close to 800 kilograms. Don't tell me your monthly salary is also 20,000? Shin Hong blinked and replied, "I don't know." After all, the assessment hadn't even started yet. He had no idea what kind of offer he would receive. Moreover, after training all night last night, he felt certain he had grown stronger than yesterday. Surpassing 800 kilograms was absolutely a done deal. All right, settle down. Follow me and gather over there." Coach Yang clapped his hands to signal everyone to stop discussing. The assessment would begin in half an hour, and they needed to enter the venue first. There were fewer trainees from the slum districts. People from all 28 districts stood in the eastern area of the martial god statue, yet their total number didn't even reach 1/10 of the new city district's trainees. Shin Hong and the others followed Yang Huayan to secure their spots, waiting for the examiners to arrive. With nothing else to do, he took a moment to observe the nearby statue. The martial god statues were quite tall, with each of the 8 martial gods standing approximately 45 meters high. In contrast, the Valkyrie statue towered at 120 meters, creating an overwhelming sense of intimidation at first glance. From the side view, Shin Hong saw the Valkyrie with her tall and slender figure clad in lightweight combat gear, wielding a cold weapon, a spear, its tip tilted diagonally as she gazed into the distant sky. Her high ponytail swayed, as if she were engaged in battle with some formidable foe. The stone statue bore no color, making it impossible to discern the hues of her attire or skin. Shin Hong had seen photos of the Valkyrie in textbooks, where she struck the same pose, dressed in all black, her piercing gaze fierce and brimming with killing intent, exuding a cool, awe-inspiring aura that once made her the idol of every student. After a while, a commotion arose in the distance. "Look, the heads of the 4 major martial arts schools are here," someone nearby exclaimed. Shin Hong followed the voice and turned to look. 4 dragonfly-style helicopters flew side by side through the air, each painted in distinct colors representing the 4 great martial arts academies. The helicopters slowly descended. 2 figures emerged from each helicopter. From the Heavenly Path Martial Arts School came a bearded middle-aged man and a young man. The Dragon God Martial Arts School was represented by a middle-aged woman and an elderly man. Heroes Martial Arts School sent 2 robust men who looked strikingly similar in appearance and attire. The Warrior God Gymnasium housed a white-haired elder and a young man. That young man was Wang Peng. Chapter 012, 1-Ton Punch Force. The examination officially begins in 5 minutes. All instructors please conduct roll calls to ensure no participants miss the assessment. The broadcast emitted a prompt tone. Once the heads of the 4 major martial arts academies arrived, the examination was about to begin. Chen Yuan whispered, "Coach, that elderly man from the War God Academy, isn't he Wang Jianming, Wang Peng's great-uncle? He doesn't get along with Qin Hang. Would he try to sabotage Qin Hong?" Yang Huayan replied, "Unlikely. The heads of the 4 major academies are only here to recruit elite students. They don't participate in the examination process anyway. The examiners are all staff from the base city government. The 4 academies have no authority to interfere." Hearing these words, Qin Hang felt much more at ease. The assessment was extremely important to him. If Wang Peng used Wang Jianming's status to interfere with his results, today's situation could become quite troublesome. Announcement, assessment countdown, 3 minutes remaining. All examiners, please proceed to your designated positions. The noisy sounds in the square gradually quieted down. Tens of thousands of examinees appeared nervous, while the instructors didn't dare speak loudly. There are a total of 12 examination stations set up in the square, each supervised by 1 chief examiner and 2 deputy examiners. The punching power testing machines had naturally been prepared in advance, all brand new models, impressively large, with their displays showing red block characters, 00000. This indicated their testing limit was 99,999 kilograms, far more advanced than the 4-digit testing machines used in trial martial arts halls. Additionally, there was a robot for testing agility, equipped with 4 mechanical arms. This is the second test item required after the punching power assessment. As long as you can withstand the attacks from 4 robotic arms for 30 seconds at a frequency of 1 punch per second, with no more than 5 hits received, you pass. Time passed minute by minute. Wang Peng separated from his granduncle, Wang Jianming, and walked toward the line for Slum Zone 7. "Coach, I'm reporting back to the team," he said, holding his exam admission slip. Yang Huayan nodded, "Fall in. You'll likely be the 12th tester from our zone." I'll definitely pass this time," Wang Peng said with full confidence. His classmate Zhou Yan teased, "You're already thriving, what difference does passing make?" Wang Peng chuckled, "It's not the same. Having power and influence at home is one thing, but certain procedures still need to be followed. My granduncle has given me a strict order. I must become a martial artist through my own cultivation within the year, or he'll take back my E-Class Banma sports car. That thing costs 740,000, enough for you all to work your whole lives." The crowd. This guy was clearly just here to flaunt his wealth. "Wang Peng, now that you've made it big, you can't forget us old friends." One of the repeat examinees immediately began to curry favor. Wang Peng replied with a grin, "Easy does it. As long as you pass the assessment, I'll talk things over with my uncle. You'll all be able to join War God Martial Hall. Stick with me and I'll even get you exempt from dorm fees." "Ha, then we'll follow Brother Peng's lead without question." The repeat examinees were overjoyed upon hearing this. Those who are retaking the exam have no right to choose their martial arts academy. If they get assigned to the worst equipped Dragon God Academy, they'll earn much less money. Although the War God Academy isn't as financially powerful as the Heavenly Path Academy, its benefits still rank second at least. Getting in would be a real bargain. Even Zhou Yan, who had been somewhat displeased earlier, cheered up and said, "The academy's accommodation fee is 500 a month, and it's mandatory. This saves us a pretty penny." That's right. Wang Peng is truly a great brother, huh? The crowd continued to flatter and curry favor. Wang Peng couldn't help feeling smug, his gaze drifting toward Qin Hong as if flaunting his power and influence. Yet Qin Hong completely ignored him. Not just Qin Hong, even Su Quan wore an indifferent expression. After all, they weren't repeat exam candidates. Holding the power of choice in their hands and with decent scores to boot, they had no need to curry favor with anyone. Wang Peng felt slightly annoyed, but this wasn't the time to show it on his face. 3 minutes passed. The broadcast sounded again. The 2088th Nansha Base City Quasi-Martial Artist Qualification Test begins now. The moment that would determine their fates had finally arrived. Not far from Qin Hang and the others at examination site number 3, the examiner immediately picked up the roster and announced clearly, "The coaches have already explained the exam rules to you, so I won't repeat them here. The assessment begins now." Number 7 Old District, Zhang Rulong. The official name of the slums is Old District. According to the queuing order, number 7 slum just happened to be in the first group. Among the 26 people from number 7 slum, the 9 first-time examinees stood at the front, while the 17 retakers were at the back. Hearing the examiner call out the name, Zhang Rulong, a fellow trainee of Qin Heng's batch, stepped out of the line. At that moment, a voice sounded. "I'm in a hurry, let me go first." It was Wang Peng. He actually wanted to cut ahead. Everyone was stunned for a moment. This was a quasi-martial artist qualification exam site. The order of participants was strictly arranged by government agencies according to registration rules. Examinees from the same region were grouped together, with preliminary tests first and re-examinations later. No one had ever dared break the protocol. Just how arrogant must this guy be to step forward out of turn? Hearing this, the chief examiner also froze momentarily before his expression darkened, ready to reprimand. At this moment, the assistant examiner standing beside him whispered something. The chief examiner frowned and looked into the distance. There, the representatives from the 4 major martial arts schools were approaching at a leisurely pace. Wang Jianming, the elderly leader of War God Martial Arts School, stood at the center with a benevolent smile that felt as comforting as a spring breeze. But the aura he exuded made it impossible for anyone to underestimate him. The examiner hesitated for a moment but reluctantly nodded. Since you're a key student personally selected by War God Dojo in advance, we'll make an exception and let you take the test first. As an examiner, he was merely a mid-level martial artist. Though he worked for the government, he didn't wield significant power. Whereas Wang Jianming was a grandmaster, the deputy hallmaster of War God Dojo's Southern Xia branch. With such status, even the mayor of Nansha Base City would have to treat him with utmost respect, naturally granting him special privileges. Thank you, examiner. Wang Peng expressed his gratitude loudly and stepped out of the line. As he passed by Qin Hong, he muttered under his breath, "Kid, just watch. You're still far from being my match." Under the gaze of the crowd, Wang Peng strode forward with confidence, approaching the testing machine. Not far away, the leaders of the 4 major martial arts halls showed expressions of interest. "Old Wang, is this child your long-lost grandnephew?" "Heh, indeed. Many years ago, my elder brother and I were separated in chaos. I thought he had perished in the disaster, leaving me alone in this world. Who would have thought heaven would take pity on me? There was still a lone descendant of my elder brother's lineage left in this world. This child is my only hope for the rest of my days." Old Wang devoted his entire life to military service and gave everything for the base city, yet he never had children. It's truly both admirable and heartbreaking. Now with this grandnephew, you can finally enjoy the joy of having family around you in your later years. Ha, that's stretching it a bit too far. I just hope this kid doesn't cause me any trouble. Meanwhile, Wang Peng's test had already begun. The first punch landed with a thunderous boom. First strike, 1,002 kilograms. The examiner announced the measurement. Everyone in the vicinity was startled. It surpassed 1,000. Oh my god, 1 ton of punching force. Even for a retaker, this is way too exaggerated, isn't it? Just moments ago I thought this guy was some spoiled rich kid. Turns out he's actually a genius. The 4 major martial arts school supervisors also reacted quite strongly upon seeing this result. Wang Jianming nodded in satisfaction. At least this year of arduous training hasn't gone to waste. The bearded middle-aged man from Tiandao Martial Arts Academy remarked, though it's a retest, progressing from failing to 1,002 kilograms within just 1 year can absolutely be considered top-tier talent. The middle-aged woman from Dragon God Martial Arts Academy asked curiously, "Old Wang, did you give your grandnephew some divine elixir?" Wang Jianming laughed. "I'd certainly like to, but he's still too young. Divine elixirs would only ruin him at this age." The twin elder brother from Hero Martial Arts Academy, Huowen, nodded approvingly. With such talent and the personal guidance of Master Wang's elite warrior disciple, Nansha will have another elite-level martial artist within 5 years. Within the testing area, after throwing a single punch, Wang Peng stopped and said to the examiner, "Teacher examiner, that's enough. I won't throw the remaining 2 punches to avoid wasting everyone's time." Chapter 013, Xin Heng's results. The examiner nodded. That's acceptable. Although the assessment allows for 3 punches, candidates may choose to deliver just 1 punch if they're satisfied with their performance. Next came the agility test. The agility test followed a fixed frequency for mechanical arms launching 1 attack per second. For someone capable of delivering 500 kilograms punches, this presented minimal challenge. For someone like Wang Peng, who was practically already a formal martial artist, this posed no pressure at all. The mechanism activated. 30 seconds passed, with 4 mechanical arms whirling like a storm, yet they didn't even graze a single corner of Wang Peng's clothing. "Wang Peng, congratulations on passing the assessment," announced the chief examiner. "Thank you." Wang Peng reacted calmly. Leaving his exam admission ticket behind, he exited the testing area and walked toward the direction where the heads of the 4 major martial arts schools were gathered. Then he asked aloud, "Uncle, have I lived up to your expectations?" Wang Jianming nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, passable." Wang Peng deliberately raised his voice, making everyone around aware of his identity. So he's the grandnephew of the War God Martial Arts Academy's director. No wonder he could cut in line. Holy crap, not only is his background impressive, his skills are insane too. I bet this guy's gonna be on TV all the time in the future. If only I were half as good as him. After Wang Peng exited, order was restored in the examination hall. The chief examiner continued calling out names. Next, Zhang Rulong. Zhang Rulong stepped forward for testing. 3 consecutive punches yielded results of 472 kilograms, 481 kilograms, and 469 kilograms respectively. Unfortunately, the standard wasn't met. Zhang Rulong's face turned ashen, while Qin Hong and the others couldn't help but sigh. Although they had known beforehand that passing the test was unlikely, facing actual failure still felt incredibly disheartening. Next candidate, Su Kuang. Next up was Su Kuang. Su Kuang remained composed. He said to Qin Hang and the others, "I'll go astonish the examiners first. You guys better not embarrass our number 7 slums. Just don't embarrass yourself." Qin Hang snapped back without courtesy. Coach Yang maintained a calm expression, still feeling quite confident about Su Kuang. The facts also proved that those with sufficient strength had absolutely no possibility of failure. Su Kuang struck 3 punches in rapid succession, each hitting the testing machine with a loud hum. First punch, 654 kilograms. Second punch, 659 kilograms. Third punch, 652 kilograms. The moment this result was announced, the heads of the 4 major martial arts schools immediately perked up. The bearded man from Heavenly Dao Martial Arts Academy exclaimed in surprise, "This kid has impressive results. Breaking the 650-point threshold in the preliminary assessment. How long has he been training?" An assistant nearby stepped forward and replied, "According to information submitted by the local martial arts hall, Su Kuang mastered the innate embryonic breathing technique on May 18 this year, totaling 35 days to date. 35 days to gain over 150 kilograms in punching power, upper middling talent, with potential to become a martial artist or even a grandmaster. Everyone, I've taken a liking to this kid. Don't even think about competing with me," chuckled Zhong Wanshan, head of the Heaven's Path Martial Arts Academy. Shin Biqing, the female director of Dragon God Martial Arts Academy, snorted lightly. "Your family's rolling in money, and kids from the slums care most about cash. How could we possibly compete with you?" The leaders of Hero Martial Arts Academy and War God Martial Arts Academy shared the same sentiment, with no intention of engaging in a bidding war. A moderately talented fighter simply wasn't worth splurging on to compete with the deep pockets of Heaven's Path Academy. Su Kuang quickly completed the acuity test, passing the assessment with outstanding results. Before leaving, he gave Qin Hong and the others a thumbs-up gesture pointed at himself, as if saying, "See that? Bow down to your king." The assessment continued. Next up, Wei Yisen. Next, Zhang Jun. Next, Qin Hong. As the examiner's voice rang out, the assessment finally came to Qin Hang's turn. Coach Yang showed an expectant look on his face. "Qin Hong, show them what you've got. Qin Hong, fight for that high salary." His fellow trainees in the same district also cheered him on. Qin Hong confidently said, "Don't worry everyone, it's in the bag." He stepped out of line and walked towards the testing machine. At that moment, sudden exclamations of surprise erupted from another testing area in the distance. 802 kilograms. Examination Hall 11 has produced a monster who scored 802 kilograms on the initial test. The square erupted in uproar. Every major examination hall was affected, their rhythm briefly disrupted. The heads of the 4 major martial schools all wore expressions of astonishment upon hearing this news. Is it real? Last year there was a little monster who scored 800 kilograms on the initial test, and now another one this year? Compared to Wang Peng's retest score of 1002 kilograms, his initial test result of 802 kilograms was clearly far more astonishing. "Come on, let's go take a look." The heads of the 4 major martial arts schools immediately grew interested and rushed towards testing station number 11. Although every testing station had representatives from the 4 major schools observing, when it came to a true genius, the influential figures would personally step forward to recruit them. This was a gesture of sincerity. All eyes were drawn to testing station number 11. Qin Hong felt a bit frustrated. "It's just 802 kilograms. What's the big deal?" This should have been his moment to shine, his chance to amaze the entire crowd. Now things had taken a turn. All 4 major martial arts school leaders had left, making him seem utterly insignificant. Not far away, Wang Peng, who had already finished his exam, wore a face full of schadenfreude, seemingly mocking Qin Hong for being ignored. With a somewhat gloomy mood, Qin Hong walked up to the chief examiner to hand in his admission ticket, then stood at the assigned testing position. "Begin," said the chief examiner as he refocused his attention and resumed proctoring the exam. "Ha!" Qin Hong took a deep breath, banishing all distracting thoughts from his mind. Whether others performed well or poorly, it had nothing to do with him. All he had to do was unleash his full potential and strive for greater rewards with his best performance. Then, let my parents and Fang Lingxue live a good life. This punch marks the beginning of a happy life. Ha! Qin Hong swung his fist fiercely at the testing machine, driven by his yearning for a better life, guilt over Fang Lingxue's years of sacrifices, and his own thirst for strength. Bang! A deafening explosion rang out. The surroundings seemed to have grown much quieter. Yang Huayan, Chen Yuan, and the others stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with anticipation. The numbers on the testing machine were jumping wildly. 200 kilograms, 300 kilograms, 400 kilograms. The numbers flipped rapidly with a whoosh. 1 second later, a crimson number materialized before everyone's eyes. 891 kilograms. Ha! What? How is this possible? At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. The examiner stared in shock at the numbers on the testing machine, then looked at the exam admission ticket on the desk in disbelief. This is indeed the preliminary exam, but with these results? Preliminary exam, 891 kilograms. This result was dazzlingly powerful. The crowd around stood dumbfounded. Shin Hong smiled. Indeed, much stronger than yesterday. When he finished his training this morning, he felt certain that his strength had surpassed yesterday's level, and by no small margin. If 802 kilograms at the neighboring exam site had shocked everyone, how exaggerated would his own results seem? Examiner, sir? Shin Hong looked at the chief examiner. The chief examiner snapped back to reality, his Adam's apple bobbing as he announced in an astonished tone, Shin Hong, first punch in the preliminary test, 891 kilograms. Chapter 014, The Crowd Erupts. A single stone stirred up 1,000 waves. In an instant, the martial god square erupted. Am I hearing this right? 891 kilograms? Holy mother of, we just had an 802 kilogram record, and less than a minute later, we get an 891 kilogram one? Is this the year of freakishly strong monsters or what? Holy shit. Who the hell is Shin Hong? I want him as my big bro. Not only were the examinees shocked, but even the coaches, examiners, and staff from the martial arts halls and government were stunned. A deputy examiner muttered, the historical highest score for the preliminary test in the Nansha base city's probationary warrior exam was only 906 kilograms. If this guy throws 2 more punches, might he break the record? Wang Pang, who had been gloating just moments ago, now looked ashen-faced, as if he had swallowed a fly. His eyes were glued to Shin Hong, fists clenched tight, though no one knew what was going through his mind. The heads of the 4 major martial arts halls, who hadn't even made it to test booth number 11, were stopped in their tracks by the sudden announcement of 891 kilograms. The group of men stood there looking at each other, momentarily at a loss about what to do next. The situation was slightly better for the Heavenly Path Dojo, Dragon God Dojo, and Hero Dojo. Each had sent 2 senior representatives, allowing them to split up and cover both locations. Meanwhile, the War God Dojo only had Wang Jianming as their sole senior representative present. The officers quickly exchanged glances before dividing into 2 groups, one rushing to test site number 11 while the other hurried back the way they came. Wang Jianming was caught in a dilemma. He quickly waved to someone in the distance, summoning a mid-level staff member from War God Martial Arts Hall to inspect the situation at exam site number 11 while he turned back to leave. Before long, the 4 senior officials returned to the vicinity of exam site number 3. At that moment, Shin Hong was preparing to throw his second punch. Continue, said the chief examiner, his tone brimming with anticipation. MHM. Shin Hong nodded. The earlier commotion hadn't affected him much because he was mentally prepared. Now that he had confidently passed the assessment, his treatment would definitely not be poor. He was completely free of pressure now. The next 2 punches will test his limits. The second strike. Bang! This time, he gathered all his strength and performed even better than the first punch. As his fist landed, the numbers skyrocketed. 1 second later, the result appeared 898 kilograms. Damn it! Gasps echoed all around. The heads of the 4 major martial schools wore excited expressions, especially the bearded man from Tiandao Martial School. His eyes practically glittered, clearly preparing to offer a fortune. But the assessment wasn't over yet. There's still the third punch, the examiner reminded. Shin Hong simply closed his eyes this time. State, he needed the right state. During tests, there was always some degree of nervousness, which could cause tense, stiff muscles and prevent him from exerting full strength. He closed his eyes, imagining himself not in the examination hall, but in the training room doing his daily practice. His muscles relaxed completely as he sought the most comfortable state. Then, his eyes snapped open again. The machine before him no longer seemed like a machine, but rather a monstrous obstacle standing between him and a happy life. Kill! Shin Hong's fighting spirit instantly ignited, channeling all his strength into his right arm as he delivered a fierce punch to the testing machine. Boom! The numbers on the display screen went wild once again. Everyone held their breath. The next second, the result appeared before everyone's eyes. The examiner's eyes widened in shock. Broken. The record is broken. 928 kilograms. An earth-shaking voice reverberated through the examination hall. The third punch, Shin Hong delivered it in one breath with a force far exceeding his previous attempt, a staggering 928 kilograms. This was no longer just excellent, it was terrifying, monstrous. The examiner's hands trembled as he flipped over the admission ticket to check the details. Then, his entire body stiffened. The date I started learning the congenital fetal breathing technique was June 20th, and now, 2 days? Only 2 days have passed? The examiner was completely stunned, his entire body frozen in place as if struck by lightning. Proctor, let's begin the acuity test. Shin Hong stepped off the testing machine. The examiner stared at Shin Hong with a look of disbelief, repeatedly glancing between him and his exam admission ticket, as if trying to confirm he wasn't seeing things. Is everything written here true? He asked in a low voice. Shin Hong nodded. Absolutely. I doubt anyone would dare falsify this, right? Faking an exam admission ticket carries severe penalties. Besides, such deception can fool people temporarily, but not forever. It's bound to be exposed eventually, making forgery pointless. Oh, the invigilator appeared utterly dumbfounded, having been shocked beyond comprehension. After collecting himself, he finally uttered, "Very well, let's begin the sensitivity test." Acknowledged. Shin Hong proceeded toward another machine. The examination robot's frequency is fixed, with only 2 possible outcomes, pass or fail. Otherwise, he'd like to try increasing its frequency. The second examination began. The robotic arm launched an attack toward him. Shin Hong handled it with ease, slippery as a loach, impossible to even lay a finger on him. Shortly after, the assistant examiner announced, 0 hits taken, excellent. The chief examiner returned the admission ticket to Shin Hong, a smile spreading across his face. No longer offering formulaic congratulations, he spoke from the heart. Shin Hong, congratulations on setting a new record, passing the assessment with outstanding results. I also wish for you to become a formidable warrior in the future, fighting for humanity. Yes, thank you, sir. I'll keep striving, Shin Hong replied solemnly. Holding his admission ticket, Shin Hong walked towards the long table to fill out his application form. Su Kuang, who had just passed the assessment, was still in the middle of completing his form. Filling out the application should have been a quick process, but since the 4 major martial arts schools would inevitably try to woo certain geniuses, the exchange of meaningful glances was unavoidable. Even Guoyusen had already finished and left, yet Su Kuang remained seated, trading silent signals with recruiters from several martial arts schools. Have you made your choice yet? Shin Hong sat down and asked Su Kuang. Su Kuang grinned slyly. Judging by the admissions tutor's gestures, Warrior God Dojo offered me 6,000 a month while Heavenly Path Dojo offered 7,000. I think I'll go with Heavenly Path. Not bad. You can live a life of luxury now, Shin Hong said. With a monthly salary of 7,000, even if spending lavishly every month, one could still save a considerable amount. Su Kuang grinned and said, still not as good as you though. Pretty boy like you, life's really been kind, no use me being jealous. Can't help it, I've got someone to take care of me. Shin Hong laughed. In the past, when Su Kuang called him pretty boy, there'd been a sour, mocking tone to it that made you want to punch him. But now, the words carried a hint of reluctant admiration, far more sincere and less grating. Shin Hong held the pen, not rushing to put it down. Once the application was filled out, there would be no room for negotiation. He still wanted to negotiate for better salary conditions. The facts proved that gold would always attract eager buyers. Before his seat could even warm up, the recruitment mentors from the 4 major martial arts halls nearby were dismissed, replaced by 4 higher-ranking and more authoritative executives. Old Man Wang Jianming and the other 3 supervisors appeared not far away, gesturing towards Shin Hong. Examination halls have rules. Personnel from the 4 major martial arts academies cannot directly enter the testing area. However, covertly influencing candidates during enrollment registration is an unspoken rule. Making gestures from a distance isn't prohibited by the authorities. The supervisors from the 4 major academies gestured from 20 meters away, conveying their intentions either through written messages or hand signals. At this moment, the heads of the 4 martial arts schools arrived and began bidding for Shin Hong. The Celestial Path Martial School, with ample financial resources, was the first to make an offer. Zhong Wanshan, the bearded man from Celestial Path Martial School, somehow obtained a sign and wrote a string of numbers on it, 20,000 yuan per month. Chapter 015, The Bidding for Shin Hong. Seeing this figure, Shin Hong's eyelids twitched, thinking to himself, damn, that's outrageously generous. But then again, that genius who tested at over 800 kilograms last year was offered 20,000 a month. Now that he's surpassed that by 128 kilograms and broken the city record, offering him the same 20,000 would be kind of disrespectful, wouldn't it? Sure enough, the other martial arts schools thought the same. The 20,000 monthly salary last year was the final settlement price, meaning the other schools either couldn't compete or didn't want to compete. But this time, Shin Hong's value is even higher than last year's Han Liang. They're determined to compete. Shin Biqing, the female executive of Dragon God Martial Arts, directly wrote down a monthly salary of 25,000 on a card, And this is the offer from none other than the legendary porous dragon god martial arts. Hero Martial Arts refused to be outdone. Their representative, Huo Wen, held up 3 fingers, indicating a willingness to offer a monthly salary of 30,000. Qin Heng's heart was stirred. A monthly salary of 30,000 yuan, this was no joke. If he really got it, he could immediately move his parents in Fangling to rent a place in the new district. After saving for a few months, he might even afford to buy his own place. You should know, even for genuine martial artists, the earnings from a single hunting expedition in the wilderness district typically range only between 30 to 50,000. Moreover, each trip to the wilderness district takes at least half a month round trip, not to mention the danger factor, plus there are battle losses, medical expenses, and equipment costs to account for. The conditions offered by the Hero Martial Arts Hall would make even many martial artists envious. But that's not all. The Heavenly Path Martial Arts School has deep pockets. How could they possibly back down so easily? The initial 20,000 was just the opening move. Seeing the Hero Martial Arts School raise the stakes, Zhong Wanshan, the bearded man, didn't hesitate. He wiped out the first number and replaced it with 40,000 yuan per month. Qin Heng's heart began to pound uncontrollably. Su Kuang, sitting beside him, was dumbfounded. Holy cow, 40,000 a month, are you out of your mind? Qin Heng whispered softly, I've gone mad. He had no idea how to spend so much money. But this wasn't the end of it. Shin Biqing, a female executive from the Dragon God Martial Arts Hall, silently displayed a figure of 45,000. Even the impoverished Dragon God Martial Arts Academy has its moments of splurging. The bearded man widened his eyes and said to Shin Biqing, Sister Shin, didn't you say you were broke? How come you're suddenly so generous? Shin Biqing replied, such a rare talent is worth taking, and even if we have to take out a loan, if we don't act, the master will curse me to the point of drenching me in dog's blood. Huo Wen from the Hero Martial Arts Academy chimed in, exactly. This time, your Heavenly Dao Martial Arts Academy shouldn't pretend to be flush with cash. When it comes to genuine talent, our financial resources are no less than yours. The bidding starts again. Hero Martial Arts Hall, 46,000. Heavenly Path Martial Arts Hall, 48,000. Dragon God Martial Arts Hall, 50,000. Hero Martial Arts Hall, 51,000. Heavenly Dao Martial Arts Hall, 55,000. The 3 martial arts halls went wild, frantically driving up the prices. Qin Heng and Su Kuang stared in stunned silence, just like the surrounding crowd, their faces filled with undisguised envy. Chen Yuan had somehow completed his assessment and arrived near the two of them to fill out his application. Watching the continuously rising numbers, Chen Yuan asked in confusion, what are they doing? What do these numbers mean? Could it be annual salary? Su Kuang retorted, annual salary? Can't you aim a little higher, kid? Hiss, could it be quarterly salary then? Chen Yuan widened his eyes in astonishment. Country bumpkin. Su Kuang gave him a look of utter disdain. The bidding war among the 3 martial arts schools had already reached 65,000, and they seemed about to come to blows. Bearded Zhong Wanshan glared fiercely as he wrote down an astronomical monthly salary of 80,000. Declaring to his competitors, stop bidding now any higher and you'll go bankrupt. Are you serious? Huo Wen from Hero Martial Arts Gym saw how aggressively the other party increased their offer and immediately made a big move, crossing 2 fingers to form a 10, meaning a monthly salary of 100,000. Qin Heng's mouth went dry. Zhong Wanshan erased the paper with a rubber and wrote a new number, 120,000. Shin Biqing of the Dragon God Martial Arts Academy was barely holding on. She cast a pleading glance at Wang Jianming of the War God Martial Arts Academy and whispered, Senior Wang, perhaps you should step in? We can't let the Heavenly Dao Martial Arts Academy absorb all the talented individuals. If things continue like this, they'll monopolize everything. Wang Jianming hadn't shown any reaction from beginning to end. It wasn't that he didn't care about geniuses, but as a grandmaster, he wouldn't engage in bidding wars like the other 3 directors. As a true powerhouse, one either doesn't act at all, or makes a decisive move to settle the outcome in a single strike. Wang Jianming saw that the bidding between the 3 parties was nearing its end and calmly spoke, You, nephew. At that moment, Wang Peng walked over. Xiaoping, what brings you here? Wang Jianming asked, turning to look at him. Wang Peng glanced at the other 3 managers, then turned his gaze to Qin Heng and murmured, I know this Qin Heng. He was never anything special in terms of strength before, but recently his abilities have improved by leaps and bounds. It doesn't make sense. I suspect he might have taken some miracle drug. Divine elixir? How could a kid from the slums possibly have a divine elixir? The 4 department heads furrowed their brows in disbelief. Wang Peng, what else could it be? Haven't you seen his records? He only started practicing the innate fetal breathing technique 2 days ago. How could his strength suddenly jump from around 500 kilograms to 928 kilograms? This, Wang Jianming wore a contemplative expression. When cultivating the congenital fetal breathing technique, the effects during the first week are usually very noticeable, typically increasing one's punching power by 20 to 50 kilograms. After that, the effects gradually diminish, reducing to about 0.5 to 1 kilogram of improvement per day. A rare few geniuses can achieve rapid improvements of 100 kilograms or even 150 kilograms in the first week. But Qin Heng's situation is unprecedented. It can truly be called unprecedented, the first case ever heard of in history. Shen Biqing murmured thoughtfully, it is indeed rather exaggerated. If I recall correctly, the record for the innate fetal breathing technique was a 66 kilogram increase during the first cultivation session, reaching 845 kilograms after 1 week of practice. Correct. That person is none other than the current record holder for breakthrough speed, Grandmaster Chen Yao of Kyoto. Wen nodded in agreement. The innate fetal breathing technique is a cultivation method that was only developed and perfected over the past 15 years. Such a technique never existed before. Therefore, among those who cultivate it, the strongest currently are only grandmasters, and no martial gods have emerged yet. Wang Peng continued, although people in the slums have little chance of encountering divine herbs, nothing is absolute. What if a natural divine herb just happened to appear near Qin Heng's residence? Wang Jianming nodded and said, that is indeed possible. 30 years ago, it was precisely because of a natural divine herb that I managed to break through to the Grandmaster realm, otherwise, I would have already perished in the beast tide. At this point, all three of the main officials began to waver. Divine elixirs are remarkable substances that can exponentially enhance one's strength, transforming an ordinary person into a martial artist in an extremely short time. Yet, divine elixirs also have drawbacks. A person can only consume divine elixir once in their lifetime. After ingestion, their potential becomes exhausted, making further progress difficult. If taken a second time, it can trigger organ failure, severely diminishing strength or even causing rapid death. For this reason, the four great martial halls strictly prohibit their disciples from consuming divine elixirs before fully tapping into their innate potential. Only by cultivating until one can advance no further, completely exhausting all potential, and then seeking divine herbs to break through the shackles, can one maximize the benefits. As for Qin Heng, if one truly became a genius by relying on divine pills, their worth would be far too insignificant, even less than those who barely passed the mark. Little brother, how confident are you in saying this? The bearded man asked Wang Peng, still somewhat doubtful. Wang Peng thumped his chest and said, I wouldn't dare say 100%, but I'm about 80% confident. Wang Jianming thought for a moment and replied, I trust my great-nephew. This kid grew up in slum number 7 and knows this Qin Heng well. With that, the grandfather and grandson left together. The three leaders looked at each other uncertainly, hesitant about what to do next. Chapter 016, A Temporary High Salary. At the long table, Qin Heng's expression began to darken. He couldn't hear what Wang Peng was telling the four department heads, but he could imagine it was nothing good, given how the department heads' attitudes had become hesitant. Qin Heng, what's happening now? Chen Yuan asked in a hushed voice. I don't know, let's wait and see. Qin Heng replied, his eyes fixed intently on Wang Peng. As Wang Peng followed Great Master Wang Jianming into the distance, he happened to turn back just then and flashed Qin Heng a sneering smile, his face full of mockery. Damn it! Qin Heng punched the long table. Though he held back his strength, the blow still made the table shudder and nearly split. That bastard definitely just threw dirt on you, Su Long said coldly. Although he somewhat envied Qin Heng, he found Wang Peng's petty and disgusting behavior even more repulsive. The three responsible parties were still discussing. Shen Biqing of the Dragon God Martial Arts Center remarked, if he's taken divine medicine before, even a monthly salary of 3,000 would be a waste, let alone 100,000. Huowen of the Hero Martial Arts Hall hesitated, but we can't determine the outcome based solely on someone else's word. Shen Biqing, what else? With current medical equipment, divine medicine can't be detected. There's simply no way for us to determine whether he took it or not. But what if he really is a genius? Giving up now would be a huge loss for us. Both of them held their own opinions. They were unwilling to waste money, yet equally reluctant to let a promising talent slip away. Zhong Wanshan from Tiandao Martial Arts Hall didn't speak to them, frowning as he pondered. After a while, he picked up a pen, wrote a sentence on paper, and raised it up. Qin Heng, come to my Tiandao Martial Arts Hall. First year monthly salary 120,000, subsequent terms based on performance. Brother Zhong, you've gone mad. Shen Biqing's eyes widened in shock. Huowen also found it unbelievable. This is gambling with high stakes, what if you lose the bet? Zhong Wanshan responded, the first year's monthly salary is 120,000. The following year will depend on his performance. If he proves useless, he can be demoted to standard trainee pay. But if he's a prodigy, then increasing his wages further isn't an issue. If we lose the bet, at worst, we're out a little over $1 million. Even if the martial arts school won't cover it, I can personally step in to make up the difference. Both of them were stunned by his approach. 1.44 million a year was no small sum. And this was just for recruiting students, not taking disciples. Even if the gamble paid off, it would only mean discovering a talent for the martial arts school, bringing no direct benefit to Zhong Wanshan himself. Alright, the Heavenly Tao Martial Arts School really lives up to its reputation of being wealthy and powerful. This time I'm genuinely convinced. Shin Biqing shook her head and gave up the competition. Same here. Old Zhong, you're really something. Actually thinking of adjusting the salary again next year. Huo Wen also stopped bidding. At the long table, Jin Hung finally let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, that bearded manager still had good judgment and wasn't swayed by Wang Peng's words. A monthly salary of 120,000. This amount would allow him to buy a nice apartment in the new district within 2 months. His parents would finally no longer have to stay cooped up at home every day and could take the elevator downstairs to bask in the sun. As for Ling Shui, she could finally quit her job and live a comfortable life. Jin Hung picked up the pen and wrote his first choice on the back of the exam admission slip. Heavenly Path Martial Arts Academy. The second choice was left completely blank, unfilled. After finishing, he nodded at the bearded man, exchanged a meaningful glance, and then stood up to walk toward the nearby rest area. Jin Hung, you're too awesome, you're definitely treating us to dinner today. Shen Yuan and Su Kuang accompanied him to the rest area, waiting for the other trainees to complete their assessments. Jin Hung said with a smile, I'm broke right now. Once I get the money, I'll invite you all to eat something expensive in the city. Su Kuang puckered his lips and remarked, I thought my monthly salary of 7,000 was pretty nice, but yours is over 10 times higher. Shen Yuan sighed, yeah, 120,000. Good heavens, even as an annual salary that'd be terrifying. But it's actually your monthly income. The rest area was bustling with other trainees, who all greeted Jin Hung and tried to curry favor when they saw him approach. A preliminary exam result of 928 kilograms was downright shocking. Now everyone in the Martial Deity Plaza knew that testing site number 3 had produced a monster. Jin Hung became the center of attention, surrounded by a crowd in the lounge with countless people approaching to strike up conversations. The examination continued, and the repeat examinees from Slum District 7 stepped forward one by one, throwing punches to leave their marks. The passing rate for retakers was almost 100%, as most had practiced the congenital fetal breathing technique, making their strength far beyond what it was the previous year. Zhou Yan and the others came to the rest area after finishing their exams. Upon hearing that the Heavenly Tao Martial Arts Academy had offered Jin Hung a monthly salary of 120,000 yuan, they were so shocked they couldn't speak. Zhou Yan murmured, good gracious, even if I worked all night without rest at the Purple Light Club, I'd only make about 200 yuan, 12,000 a month. Even if I grew 10 kidneys, I still couldn't match that. Jin Hung couldn't help but laugh. As a quasi-martial artist, it's better to stay clean. Otherwise, you might end up on TV and get recognized as someone who sells themselves, he said. Zhou Yan shrugged it off. That's no big deal, who doesn't have some shady past? You used to be a kept man, after all, he retorted. Jin Hung, this joke just won't die. Though it's true, you can't keep bringing it up all the time. Besides, he and Fang Lingxue were genuinely in love. It was a proper romantic relationship, not some situation where he was selling his looks to please a rich woman. It wasn't being a gigolo at all. At most you could say, he was living off her generosity. There were only 26 candidates from Slum Zone 7, and they were all examined very quickly. After gathering in the rest area, Coach Yang walked over and said, let me congratulate Qin Hang and Su Kuang. Both of you have caught the attention of the Heavenly Tao Martial Arts Academy. With such generous salaries offered, your futures are limitless. Qin Hang replied earnestly, we owe it all to your guidance, Coach Yang. Without you, we wouldn't be where we are today. Su Kuang added, exactly, Coach Yang. To show our gratitude, we'd like to treat you to lunch at noon. Right, and us too. Though our results aren't as good as Qin Hang and Su Kuang's, we at least passed. We must thank you. Chen Yuan also chimed in. Yan Huayan looked at Qin Hang and the others' grateful expressions and said with satisfaction, your gratitude is enough. Treating me can wait. You can thank me properly when you've made something of yourselves. Some students didn't pass the assessment today, so if you want to celebrate, do it privately. No need to rub salt in anyone's wounds. Oh, alright. Today was destined to bring both joy and sorrow. Qin Hang patted the shoulders of his two peers who hadn't passed and reassured them, don't worry. Taking the exam again next year is just as good. Look at senior Zhou Yan, he earns money while training, and he even gained some weight. Jiang Rulong, who had failed the assessment, said gloomily, are you suggesting they should sell themselves like him? Qin Hung scratched his head. Well, the crowd burst into laughter. Let's go, we should head back first. Coach Yong called out. Everyone left the examination hall together. As they were leaving, a staff member from the examination center said, the results of voluntary selections will be delivered to your respective training martial arts halls within 3 days. After receiving the admission notice, please report to your designated martial arts hall within the stipulated time, when a unified physical examination will also be arranged. Chapter 017, Heading to the Border. The quasi-martial artist assessment consists of 3 procedures: fist strength test, background investigation, and physical fitness examination. Generally speaking, once you pass the first hurdle, the rest aren't too difficult. But nothing is absolute. Occasionally, exceptional cases still arise, such as discovering terminal illnesses during medical exams or family ties to rebel factions. Today is June 22nd. The martial arts school's opening day is July 1st, leaving these few days in between for government and the 4 major martial schools to investigate students' family backgrounds and conduct standardized physical examinations. Shin Hong and the others boarded the dilapidated bus, swaying unsteadily as they left Wushan Square. Old Wang, take the alternate route back. Go through Disaster Avenue and head to the border wall to give the kids a proper view, Coach Yang instructed. Driver Wang responded, "Got it." The group immediately grew curious. The border wall? You mean that 100-meter-high wall beyond the slums, past the agricultural zone? Beyond the wall lies the wilderness, where monsters roam unchecked, bones litter the ground, and even the plants can steal a man's life. That is the battlefield of martial artists, forbidden to ordinary people. Including Qin Hong, everyone was brimming with intense curiosity. The border wall is the safeguard of the base city's security. Inside and outside the walls are 2 different worlds. Out there lies a perilous wilderness beyond ordinary imagination, visible only through television screens. Under normal circumstances, civilians are strictly forbidden from ascending the border walls. Heavy artillery is heavily stationed atop the walls, and any negligent contact or accidental discharge by civilians could incur significant losses. But today is different. The government has exceptionally permitted martial arts trainees participating in the assessment to visit the border walls and glimpse the wilderness scenery beyond. The intention is to use the sight of the wilderness to motivate the trainees and stimulate their ambition. Of course, you don't have to go if you don't want to. It's not mandatory. Coach Yang said, Nasha Base City has been established for 48 years now. Almost all of you, as well as your parents, were born and raised here. But beyond these walls lies the land of our ancestors, where they once lived in peace and prosperity. Now, however, it has become a wasteland, overrun by wild beasts. Shin Hong nodded slightly. His parents were both born in the early days of the base city's establishment. At that time, their own parents were refugees who fled here with displaced groups. Under government assignments, they participated in tasks like wall construction and reclaiming wastelands. The house in the slums was left behind by his grandfather during those times. Though the space was merely 18 square meters, it sheltered 2 generations as they grew. His father was raised there, got married there, and Shin Hong was born there. Shin Hong grew up there, becoming stronger until now. The world beyond the wall, he had only seen on television. But today, he would finally behold it with his own eyes. The old bus couldn't drive fast, taking nearly 2 hours to reach the vicinity of the border wall. Along the way, Shin Hong and the others saw numerous buildings and urban plots. The base city wasn't entirely filled with skyscrapers either. There were also farmlands, airports, factories, training grounds, rivers, and lakes. The entire city was a self-contained, self-sufficient homeland capable of producing everything from food to weaponry. Other base cities were located far away, requiring air travel to reach them. Flying is far too dangerous, with numerous fierce raptors in the sky that can deliver deadly strikes to aircraft. Under normal circumstances, no one would choose to casually visit other base cities. Only government officials or high-ranking martial arts instructors occasionally travel for official business. We're almost there, that's the border wall up ahead. Coach Yang pointed toward a dark line in the distance. Shin Hong and the others leaned toward the car windows to get a better look. Outside stretched 10,000 acres of farmland, a vast expanse of green and gold, during the time when southern rice paddies were sprouting and filling with grain. In just a little while, it would be harvest time. The border wall stood at the edge of the protective fields, soaring 200 meters high and over 80 meters thick. Built from layers of rock, concrete, and steel reinforcement, it was so solid that even a nuclear bomb couldn't destroy it entirely, only blast away small sections. From afar, it looked like a mountain, or perhaps a mountain range, stretching endlessly for miles with no end in sight. The entire Nansha base city was completely encircled by it. It is said that the construction of the border wall spanned 4 distinct periods, mobilizing over 30 million workers and countless pieces of machinery and materials before it was finally sealed, taking on its current form. It stands as a marvel in the history of human architecture unimaginable during the peaceful eras of the past. But in this epoch, people needed it, and so it came to be. It looks like a giant python, Shen Yuan remarked, pressing his face against the car window. Shin Hong said, according to the records, this giant serpentine wall stretches a total of 690.8 kilometers from head to tail. Our ancestors moved heaven and earth to build it, diverting rivers, shifting mountains, cutting through valleys, creating this defensive barrier that separates inside from out. This is the fortress wall upon which we now depend for survival. It's not a python, but a dragon, an eastern divine dragon. Su Kuang's eyes gleamed with admiration as he gazed at the border wall. Are those dark protrusions over there some kind of border defense weapons? Zhang Rulong asked, pointing to a spot. Coach Yang glanced over and nodded. That's an anti-aircraft gun, used for air defense. Any aggressive birds of prey that get too close will be shot down. The raptors in the wilderness zone are extremely dangerous to cities, especially high-rise buildings, which could collapse from a single wingbeat of a top-tier raptor, leading to major disasters. With these anti-aircraft guns in place, the raptors won't be able to approach. Even if they could survive the bombardment, they'd still be deterred. Knowing the territory ahead belongs to humans, they'd retreat. Because there's more than just artillery fire here, there are human warriors too. Shin Hong couldn't help but marvel. Humans truly are a race capable of creating miracles. The vehicle began to slow down. The border wall doesn't permit civilian visitation, so ordinary vehicles must stop here for inspection upon arrival. The martial arts school's vehicle arrived at the checkpoint gate, where Coach Yang presented his credentials and passed through smoothly. Before and after them, several other buses were also transporting prospective martial arts trainees for the tour. Beyond the checkpoint, the border wall was still 2 kilometers away. The road sloped upward, with farmlands still visible beyond the guardrails on either side. What vast fields, what magnificent walls, this place is absolutely spectacular. The new recruits on the bus exclaimed incessantly along the way, having never seen such a breathtaking sight. Even the returning trainees, who had been here once before, couldn't tear their eyes away from the view outside the windows. 2 kilometers wasn't far, and soon the vehicle arrived at the border wall. Calling it a wall might be an understatement, it was more like a fortress. Though to be precise, it was an exceptionally long one, stretching hundreds of kilometers. Prospective martial artists here for observation, welcome to our outpost. The border guard troops immediately came forward to greet them, with one soldier speaking up. The vehicle came to a stop, and Coach Yang said, "Let's disembark. It's time to broaden your horizons. Come on, let's go. I can't wait any longer." Su Kwang was the first to jump out of the vehicle. Chapter 018, The Fortress Protecting Hope. There were already many prospective martial trainees like them on the border wall. A border guard in military uniform approached the group from slum area number 7 and said, "Students, I'm Su Yue, a soldier from the 4th Army Group of Nansha Base City's Border Defense Force. I'll be briefing you on the border wall situation today." Coach Yang responded, "Thank you for your trouble." Su Yue replied, "No need for formalities. It's my honor to meet these future pillars of our nation." Coach Yang looked at Shin Hong and the others with expectation in his eyes, saying, "I hope they can truly become the pillars of our nation." Su Yue stepped aside and said, "This way, please." The group followed him. The border wall was wide enough to accommodate a road for vehicles, but the visiting team chose to proceed on foot. Beyond the border wall lies the protective farmland, yielding 2 harvests of rice and 1 of sweet potatoes each year. Some years the harvest is bountiful, while other times it suffers heavily from large-scale beast attacks or artillery fire. Su Yue led them while explaining along the way. Zhou Yen remarked, "When we visited last year, we encountered poor harvests. The fields weren't nearly as beautiful as they are now." Su Yue sighed, "Indeed. Around this time last year, we faced a horde of beasts. Though we prevailed, 38,351 soldiers were lost and much of our equipment destroyed. It was only due to Elder Wang Jianming's timely intervention that we managed to drive those monsters back." "That old man is that powerful?" Zhou Yen exclaimed in surprise. Because of Wang Pang, he didn't quite like Wang Jianming. Su Yue frowned slightly upon hearing this and said, "Old Master Wang is a hero of our base city. With the strength of a grandmaster, he has been a crucial cornerstone of Nansha since the very founding of our base city. Student, please show some respect in your tone." "Oh, sorry." Zhou Yen quickly apologized. Shin Hong sighed inwardly. Wang Jianming was a hero, he didn't deny that, and genuinely admired the old man. But Wang Pang, that guy had tried to trip him up today, and who knows what nonsense he'd spouted to nearly convince the 4 great martial schools to abandon him. Such behavior, coupled with past grievances, has already amounted to a deep-seated hatred that must be avenged. However, with Wang Jianming in the picture, getting revenge might not be so easy. The tour group followed Su Yue to the outer side of the fortress walls. Su Yue, beyond the border wall is the wilderness zone, where monsters approach every day, month, and year. The bones below are the accumulated remains from decades. Bones. Shin Hong and the others looked down to see the plain below painted in shades of black, white, and gray, with traces of fire. But what dominated the scene was bones scattered everywhere. "So many," Chen Yuan gasped in shock. Su Yue explained, "Not really that many. Most were killed by heavy weaponry. The bodies contained shrapnel, metal fragments, and toxic residue, too troublesome to process into food supplies. That's why they were cremated on the spot." Shin Hang exclaimed in surprise, "So you mean all those edible ones were transported back to the base city to be eaten?" Su Yue nodded, "Exactly. In these times, food is scarce. Monster meat is rich in energy and considered premium ingredients. Transported back to the city, it can fetch a good price. It's one of our sources to supplement military funding." Su Kwang said with great interest, "Once the martial arts hall pays me, I must buy some to try." Su Yue smiled, "No need to wait. There's some today. Our troop has prepared lunch for you, which includes dishes made from monster meat. Wow, that's amazing! Everyone exclaimed in delight upon hearing this. Coach Yan retorted impatiently, what's with all the wow? Once you become martial artists, we'll throw you into the wilderness zone. You'll be eating monster meat every day until you're sick of it. The only things you'll fantasize about then are plain rice and stir-fried greens from the base city. That's a problem for the future. Right now, all we want is meat. For kids from the slums, eating meat was already a luxury, let alone monster meat. Speaking of the wilderness, Shin Hang asked, there must be an exit along this border wall, right? Otherwise, how would our vehicles enter the wilderness zone? Su Yue nodded and pointed in a direction, saying, look over there, that slope is the exit point. There are heavily guarded checkpoints nearby, with grandmasters stationed there. Getting out is easy, but coming back requires thorough inspections to prevent monster infiltrations. Everyone looked over and saw, 3 kilometers away, a slope extending outward from the border wall, surrounded by noticeably more heavy weaponry than elsewhere. How do monsters infiltrate? Their bodies are all very large, wouldn't they be spotted immediately? Someone asked. Su Yue shook his head. Not necessarily. There are some monsters in the wilderness with small bodies but terrifying strength. Those types are difficult to capture, and if they slip into the base city, they could cause massive casualties. Additionally, there are extremely powerful monsters that can corrupt a martial artist's mind, controlling their consciousness and sending them back to the base city to sabotage. That kind is even more dangerous. Mind control? That's possible? Shin Hang and the others felt a chill of fear. Coach Yang said, the monsters in the wilderness are far more terrifying and vicious than what you've seen on TV or in textbooks. Previously, we kept this information from you to maintain social stability and prevent panic. Now that you're entering the world of warriors, it's time you learned more. Remember, don't go spreading this to those around you, you're different from them. Yes, we'll remember, Shin Hang and the others replied immediately. Some among them felt their hearts grow heavy, while others felt a surge of excitement. Su Kuang asked, can we go outside and take a look? To encounter live monsters in person? Su Yue shook his head decisively. No, it's too dangerous. Your activity range is limited to this kilometer-long wall and our canteen. Su Kuang instantly wilted. The group wandered along the wall for a while, admiring the scenery on both sides. Truth be told, the scenery here wasn't anything special, just plains, forests, wilderness, without even wild animals in sight. But for children from the slums who live in cramped spaces year-round, that vast landscape of mountains, rivers, and sky is a rare and magnificent sight. Brother Su, do you all live here every day? Shin Hang asked. Su Yue, most of the time, yes. But we do get holidays, sometimes we can go home for a few days to rest. Shin Hang, how many warriors are here in total? Are they all martial artists? Su Yue replied, I'm not sure about the exact numbers. The entire border wall has 12 checkpoints, with 4 army groups taking turns guarding each one. Each army group consists of roughly 100,000 to 150,000 soldiers. Of course, not all of us are martial artists. Martial artists are humanity's most precious resource and are extremely rare. We're just ordinary soldiers. As long as you know how to use firearms and aren't afraid of bloodshed, you can enlist. In terms of strength, take me for example, when I was tested at 18, my fist strength was only a little over 300 kilograms. Chapter 019, 8 Million Girls Dream. Shin Hang and the others fell silent upon hearing this. 48 army groups, millions of soldiers. They may not be exceptionally powerful martial artists, but at this moment they are all fighting to defend the base city. Last year during a beast tide, 38,351 warriors died. This isn't just a number, these were 38,351 living, breathing people. Every single one of them had families and loved ones. Each sacrifice deals an incredibly heavy blow to their families. When we become powerful martial artists, we'll definitely charge into the wilderness and wipe out all the monsters. Su Kuang clenched his fists, brimming with fighting spirit. Su Yue cracked a rare smile on his usually stern face and said, with that kind of determination, we're comrades in arms now. Come on, let me take you to try our military rations. Today's meal is pretty good. Great, let's go eat some meat. The group enthusiastically responded. Before long, the group arrived at the cafeteria on Border Wall's underground level 2. Inside the border wall fortress, many spaces were hollow. The top constituted level 1 with sparse structures, while descending led to underground levels -1, -2, and -3, each serving diverse functions. This was where the soldiers lived their daily lives, storing both their weapons and ammunition depots. The underground level 2 cafeteria was situated near the fortress's inner side, with windows offering direct views of the vast protective fields outside and the faint outline of the city's distant edges. And this place, it's enormous. It's so big. There are way too many people here. So fragrant. Wow, what is that smell? I've never smelled anything like it. It's making my mouth water. Shin Hang and his companions felt like country bumpkins entering the city when they stepped into the military cafeteria for the first time. At this moment, there were at least several thousand people moving about and eating in the cafeteria, yet it didn't feel crowded at all. Instead, the space seemed quite sparse. Su Yue said, the border wall is too long, so there's more than one place to eat. In the area where our army group is stationed, there are 8 such canteens in total. Wow. That's a lot. How much rice do you eat in a single day? Chen Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment. Su Kuang smacked him. Is that the point? The point is, why do we need so many warriors guarding the front lines? If you were strong enough to wipe out all monstrosities, they wouldn't be needed here at all. Every single one could go home and hold their babies. Shen Yuan, Xin Hong glanced at Su Kuang, surprised that this usually ill-tempered guy could be so earnest at heart. Come on, let's go get meals over there. Su Yue led everyone toward the food service windows. At this army group-level cafeteria, there were easily over 100 serving windows alone. When they reached one particular window, Xin Hong and the others couldn't help but widen their eyes. So extravagant! Look at all these dishes! Through the glass window, one could see all sorts of dishes inside, half meat dishes, half vegetarian, with plenty of fresh fruits as well. Su Yue said, serve yourself whatever you want to eat. There are just 2 rules for meals in the border area. First, eat your fill, and second, don't waste. Whoa, we can choose anything? Can I go all meat then? Of course, as long as you can finish it all. Wow, the military treatment is so good. I might as well enlist here. The whole group was thoroughly enjoying the way they were digging into the food here. Not far away, other trainees from the new urban district saw this scene and couldn't help but sneer. What a bunch of uncultured country bumpkins. Xin Hong and the others didn't take offense either. With so much meat right in front of them, they couldn't be bothered with those people. I want this big chicken drumstick, and this piece of beef, and this. What is this? Whatever. I'll take it. Zhou Yan, standing first in line, made such a fuss while getting his food that it seemed like he hadn't eaten in months. The dazzling array of meat varieties truly opened everyone's eyes, giving them all a serious case of decision paralysis. Xin Hong wasn't much better. While getting his meal, he quietly asked, "Can I get this to go?" making the kitchen staff laugh before they sternly replied, "No." Then they added, "But you can pocket whatever you can't finish and take it with you." Got it. Xin Hong cheerfully grabbed an extra steak larger than his palm. Su Kuang couldn't help but scoff. A guy making 120K a month mooching meat here? Xin Hang glanced at Su Kuang's plate piled high with meat and retorted, "Can you even finish all that?" Su Kuang turned his head away. None of your business. After sitting down, neither of them could resist laughing. Although their future salaries would be high and they could live a good life, but that was still the future. Seeing so much unlimited delicious food before them, they naturally couldn't wait to take some back to share with their families. This meal was even more luxurious than the lavish one coach treated me to yesterday, absolutely satisfying. Midway through our meal, a sudden commotion arose at the cafeteria entrance. It seemed some VIP had arrived. The clamor of voices drifted over. Xiao Yang is here. He actually came to visit the same border wall as us? That guy is ridiculously handsome. No wonder he's called the dream of 8 million girls. Xin Hang and the others were confused. What's going on here? Looking towards the cafeteria entrance, a strikingly handsome young man dressed in martial arts attire entered, surrounded by a crowd. Does anyone know him? Asked Chen Yuan. Everyone from Slum Zone 7 shook their heads. It was Coach Yang who spoke up. His name is Xiao Yang. He's the one who caused a stir just slightly earlier than Xin Hang this morning, measuring an 802 kilograms punch force. My mentor mentioned him to me, saying he's the most outstanding young talent from Nansha Base City in recent years. He's achieved such results after cultivating for less than half a month. But now with Xin Hong here, he can only take second place. So he's the one who lifted 802 kilograms. Xin Hong suddenly realized. Xiao Yang, if nothing else, was genuinely handsome, with sharply arched eyebrows, well-defined facial features, and a gaze tinged with melancholy. He carried an unreal air, like a manga character stepping into reality, so striking that even Xin Hong and the other male students couldn't help but steal extra glances. Just as Xin Hong looked toward the entrance, someone beside Xiao Yang whispered something in his ear and pointed in Xin Hang's direction. Then Xiao Yang walked towards Xin Hang. "Are you Xin Hong, the genius who broke the record with 928 kilograms? He asked. Xin Hong put down his chopsticks and replied, "I wouldn't dare call myself a genius, but yes, I am Xin Hang. What can I do for you?" Xiao Yang was surrounded by trainees, including both male and female students following him. These female trainees are all from the new district, coming from relatively well-off families. Women are naturally weaker in physique, so starting training can be quite challenging. However, without the pressure of survival, many still manage to reach the threshold of a quasi-martial artist. This group seemed to be fans of Xiao Yang, and they harbored some hostility toward Xin Hong, who surpassed Xiao Yang and was even more outstanding. Under everyone's gaze, Xiao Yang said, "I chose the Hero Martial Arts School." "You're with the Heavenly Path Martial Arts School?" "Yes," Xin Hong nodded. "Xiao Yang, 3 months from now, the 4 major martial arts schools will hold an exchange event. Even new students can participate. I hope you'll be there by then." Chapter 020, Young Passion. A faint smirk crossed Xin Hang's lips. This guy was here to issue a challenge. It seems that today's punching force test of 928 kilograms which snatched away the title of top talent, dealt him quite a blow. Alright, I'll be there. Shin Hong accepted the invitation. Xiao Yang nodded and turned to leave. He didn't say much himself, but those around him had plenty to say, the incessant chatter clearly audible to all. A girl said, Xiao Yang, don't mind him. This guy isn't as handsome as you, his family background isn't as good as yours, he must be inferior to you in every way. Others chimed in, I heard Shin Hong only became powerful after taking some divine elixir. He's actually useless. Someone else muttered under their breath, the whole table is full of meat dishes, they don't even understand nutritional balance. That group looks like paupers, they'll probably get sick from eating like that sooner or later. Shin Hong paid no mind to these petty remarks. Coach Yang Huayan smiled and asked Shin Hong, having an opponent now, how does that feel? Shin Hong shook his head. Didn't feel anything. Xiao Yang might be a genius, but Shin Hong didn't see why he needed to measure himself against others. Someone issued a challenge fine. Whether he won or lost, it made no difference either way. In comparison, that ruffian Wang Peng was the one he despised the most, wishing nothing more than to eliminate him. Yang Huayan nodded approvingly. That's the right attitude. Competition among martial artists can spur mutual growth, but remember not to let grudges cloud your judgment. Otherwise, you'll only trap yourself and hinder your progress. Thank you for your guidance, coach. Shin Hong committed these words to heart. The group continued their meal. The meal was thoroughly enjoyed until everyone felt stuffed to the brim, incapable of swallowing another grain of rice, before contentedly setting down their chopsticks. After the meal, Shin Hong and the others didn't linger long before they were escorted out of the camp area. The 20-odd individuals returned to the dilapidated bus, carefully carrying the cooked meat they'd secretly wrapped up from the cafeteria. Among their fellow trainees from other regions, several had also pocketed portions of cooked meat. No one mocked them for it. In this world, the poor still make up the majority, and everyone understands each other's desires. Old one, let's head home. Coach Yang gave the order, and the vehicle started up, retracing its path along the road they had come from. Compared to when they had arrived, Shin Hong and the others' moods had now shifted somewhat. Looking back at the direction of the border wall, that colossal fortress-like structure resembling a giant dragon seemed even more magnificent. The dark figures standing atop it also appeared exceptionally imposing. Zhang Rulong, who had failed the assessment, asked, Coach, do you think if I stop training and enlist in the military, it might be better than trying to train while working odd jobs? Yang Huayan replied, that's your choice to make. The military does have martial arts training programs, though the conditions aren't as good as martial arts schools. Then I'll enlist in a few days. Zhang Rulong nodded, making his decision just like that. Yang Huayan wasn't surprised and smiled. Every year there are always a few passionate young lads like this. Zhou Yan also laughed. Last year it was the same. Zhou Lixia and Wang Lan packed their bags and went straight to military headquarters as soon as they got home. Heard they're doing quite well now. Martial artists are elite combat forces. Pre-level martial artists who join the military are guaranteed decent treatment. Many people were visibly tempted, especially those who failed the assessment and would have to pay membership fees starting next academic year. Shin Hong, however, had no such thoughts. It wasn't that he lacked the resolve to serve on the frontier and fight for humanity. Rather, he knew his natural aptitude was high, and training at the martial arts academy remained the superior path for his growth. Once he became a top-tier warrior, he would be capable of far greater deeds, able to create far more substantial value. The car rocked and rolled along for over 2 hours before finally arriving back at the slums. It was already past 3 in the afternoon. Shin Hong got off the car at the street corner, intending to find Fong Lingxue. When we got to the small shop in Frost Snow City, Fong Lingxue was nowhere to be seen. Lingling Jie, where's Lingxue? Shin Hong asked. Yu Lingling replied with a hint of reproach. Lingxue didn't come today. Haven't seen her all day, she didn't even ask for leave. Who knows what she's been busy with. The shop wasn't supposed to close until the end of the month, so by all accounts, they should still be on duty these days. Shin Hong frowned slightly. She rarely takes leave. Could she be sick or feeling unwell? I'll go check on her at her place. With that, he immediately set off, borrowing a bicycle from a fellow martial arts school student, and rode toward the other side of the slums. Fan Lingxue lived quite far, near the opposite exit of the slum district. Slum Zone Number 7 was located in the southeast corner of the base city, bordering Slum Zone Number 6 and an armament factory, with the vast buffer farmland stretching beyond. Fan Lingxue lived on the compound of the munitions factory. She once mentioned that her parents had worked as laborers there before perishing in an explosion accident, leaving her all alone in this world. Shin Hong regarded her as both benefactor and beloved, while she saw him as her only family. If not for Qin Heng's home being truly too small, she might have moved in with him long ago. The bicycle wobbled along the cracked and potholed cement road of the old district. After about 20 minutes, Shin Hong arrived at the base of a 13-story old apartment building. Well, if it isn't little Qin, here to see Xiao Shui? A wiry old man downstairs greeted him. Yeah, Uncle Lee, taking some fresh air downstairs? Haven't seen Brother Lee keeping you company today? Shin Hong replied. He and Fong Lingxue visited each other so often that both were thoroughly acquainted with each other's neighbors. Old Man Lee chuckled and said, the eldest grandson has gone to work. They just opened up a janitorial position at the munitions factory, and he happened to be the one selected. That's quite good. The pay at munitions factories is high. Why are you here at this hour? Xiaoxue doesn't seem to be back yet, Grandpa Lee asked. He hasn't come back? Where did she go? She didn't go to work today either. Shin Hong wondered. Old Man Lee said, this morning I saw a very expensive car come downstairs from my window and take her away. It's been almost a whole day already. A very expensive car? Shin Hong frowned. Old Man Lee, yeah, it was pitch black, as tall as a one-story building, and really long too. It took ages just to back it out of there. Shin Hong instantly felt a sense of foreboding. Though the buildings in the slums were low, each floor still measured about 2 meters in height. A 2-meter-tall vehicle, and a long one at that. It had to be either some luxury car or a wilderness combat vehicle. Could it be that martial arts shop owner we saw yesterday? But Frost Snow City is about to close its gates. Why would she still be contacting the shop owner? That girl, I hope nothing happens to her. Shin Heng's heart instantly tightened as several troubling possibilities flashed through his mind. He ran upstairs once, wondering if the old man might have been mistaken. But when he reached the 7th floor, the door was locked. Fong Lingxue really wasn't home. I'll wait here until she returns. Unable to relax, Shin Hong didn't leave. Instead, he went downstairs to the alley entrance and sat with Old Man Lee, waiting for Fong Lingxue to come back. Chapter 021 Grandmaster Yi. Time flowed slowly by. Before he knew it, 2 hours had passed. It was already past 5 in the evening. Why isn't she back yet? As Shin Hong waited longer, his worry grew deeper, and an increasingly unpleasant feeling gnawed at him. In his heart, he had long regarded Fong Lingxue as his lifelong partner. If anything were to happen to her, if she were harmed or bullied, he couldn't even begin to imagine how he would react. With no sign of her after endless waiting, Shin Heng's anxiety became unbearable. He paced restlessly back and forth in the narrow alley, constantly glancing toward the direction of the main road. Finally, at 5:33 a.m., a black elongated tactical off-road vehicle appeared at the far end of the road. Old Man Lee, that's the one. That's the one. It was that vehicle that took Xiaoxue away this morning. Shin Hong stared unblinkingly, completely unaware that he had already clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Under his watchful gaze, the black vehicle slowly approached the alley entrance and came to a stop. The car door opened, and a young girl's figure hopped out, walking briskly toward the alley. Ling Shui. Shin Hong couldn't hold back and called out as he hurried forward to meet her. Shin Hong? Fong Lingxue finally noticed his presence and exclaimed in surprise, I thought you went for the pre-warrior assessment today? When did you get back? Shin Hong couldn't even spare a moment to answer her. Gripping her wrist urgently, he demanded, where were you today? Whose car is this? Although this was also an off-road combat vehicle, it clearly wasn't the same model as the one her boss had driven yesterday. Fong Lingxue glanced back at the black armored vehicle and explained, this car belongs to one of my parents' childhood friends. He hadn't seen them in years and came looking for them. When he found out my parents were gone, he tracked me down and took me into the city for the day. Is that all? Shin Hong furrowed his brows deeply, sensing she wasn't telling the whole truth. Of course, what did you think? But, Shin Hong hesitated, wanting to voice his concerns but afraid saying so would upset Fong Lingxue. Oh, I get it now. You must be thinking something dirty. Fong Lingxue seemed to understand something from his gaze, a teasing glint flashing across her face as she pouted coquettishly, you big dummy, did you think some villain had kidnapped me to do bad things? Shin Hong, she's really perceptive. Shin Hong muttered, well, who told you to disappear for a whole day without saying anything? With me recently having conflicts with Wang Peng, when you vanished, I thought he'd sent people to abduct you. Fong Lingxue couldn't help but chuckle at his aggrieved expression. Alright, I was wrong to doubt you. Come on, let's go upstairs. I'll tell you what happened today so you won't keep dwelling on it. Alright, sounds good. Shin Hong finally felt a bit more at ease. However, that car still seems a bit off. He turned his head to look. The black armored vehicle struggled to make a U-turn at the alley's entrance. Once it had turned around, it drove off without hesitation. From start to finish, the window never rolled down, nor did anyone greet Fong Lingxue. Shin Hong and Fong Lingxue went upstairs together. Fong Lingxue tossed her keys onto the table, kicking off her shoes while muttering, my feet are killing me after a whole day of shopping. If I'd known, I wouldn't have been so reserved. I should have just taken Uncle Yi's money directly. Shin Hong looked puzzled. What do you mean? Fong Lingxue, Uncle Yi noticed I wasn't doing well and offered to take me in. I said it wouldn't be appropriate, so then he insisted on giving me money. But since we're not close, I felt awkward accepting it and just asked him to treat me to a meal instead. Then he suddenly clapped his hands excitedly and insisted the New Era Hotel in the new downtown district had the best food, dragged me straight into the city without another word. That lunch alone cost over 4,000 yuan. Afterward, he took me shopping and kept trying to buy me everything he saw. I kept refusing out of embarrassment, and by the end, he was practically annoyed. I see, so this Uncle Yi is quite a generous elder. But why did he leave without a word downstairs just now? Xin Hong asked. Fong Lingxue smiled. The one driving earlier wasn't Uncle Yi, but one of his subordinates. Uncle Yi is really powerful, he's something like a Grand Martial Master. Back in the city, he got a call about an urgent matter and had to leave, so he sent his subordinate to drive me back. So that's how it is. A Grand Martial Master. That's truly impressive. The strongest first-tier martial artist in Nansha Bay City is the Grandmaster, followed by the Master, and then the Great Warrior. Grandmasters and Masters are rare in number, all top figures within major organizations, whether overseeing martial arts schools or guarding border fortresses. Normally, the strongest individuals one encounters are at the Great Warrior level. I never imagined your parents had such an impressive friend. Does this mean we've gained an invisible ally from now on? Xin Hang smiled faintly, finally able to set aside his worries. Fong Lingshue's lips curved into a smirk. Right? Uncle Yi said my parents treated him very well back then, and he wants to repay their kindness. He told me to call him anytime I need help. Oh yeah, this is what he gave me. I tried refusing again, but he wouldn't take no for an answer and practically forced it into my hands. He pulled out something the size of a palm. Is this a mobile phone? Xin Hong was utterly astonished. This was a rare treasure indeed. The chaotic decades from several years ago caused humanity to lose the majority of its territory, resulting in devastating losses to many highly advanced technological achievements. Communication technology was one of the severely impacted sectors, with the internet and communication networks nearly collapsing. After rebuilding their homes, the city governments of various bases managed to restore portions of the communication network, but these were primarily allocated for military and martial artists' use. Civilians could only rely on community public phones, and very few could afford personal mobile devices. Xin Hong had once overheard people discussing in private that the current technological capabilities of the base cities could realistically support universal mobile phone access, at least one device per household without issue. However, to maintain social stability, this technology was deliberately locked away. He thought he wouldn't have a chance to see a mobile phone until he became a real martial artist, yet here one was today, and from Fong Lingshue's hands. Yes, lovely isn't it? Fong Lingxue happily showed off her newly acquired treasure. Opening the camera function, she said, it has so many features. Come on, let's take a selfie for our wallpaper. Xin Hong cooperated with her, their heads leaning together as they snapped several photos in a row. Unfortunately, the dim lighting in the room during the evening made the results less than ideal. After taking the photos, Fong Lingxue seemed somewhat dissatisfied and said, let's try again during the day. It's too dark now to see clearly. Alright, let's go to my place for dinner first, and I'll bring you back later. Seeing that she was fine, Xin Hong also felt relieved. Remembering that his parents were still waiting for him at home, he suggested. Fong Lingxue readily agreed, sure, it's been a while since I last visited your parents. Then let's go. Xin Hong held her hand as they walked downstairs together. Chapter 022, We're All Family. Xin Hong rode his bicycle. Fong Lingxue sat on the back, wrapping her arms around his waist, her head lightly resting against his back. As the wind blew, the girl's jet black hair fluttered gracefully, painting a poetic picture. On the road, Fong Lingxue asked Xin Hong, we were so caught up talking about my affairs earlier that I didn't get to ask, how did your assessment go today? Mentioning this, Xin Hong couldn't help feeling a little proud. Of course it went smoothly. Your boyfriend is amazing, I broke the city's historical record. What? Really? Fong Lingxue sounded astonished. Of course it's true. Wait until we get home, and I'll tell you even bigger good news. Xin Hong planned to share the news about his recruitment by Heavenly Dao Martial Arts Academy with a monthly salary of 120,000 when they got home. Otherwise, if someone hears us in this alley, it won't look good. Amazing. I knew the man I chose wouldn't disappoint. Fong Lingxue happily wrapped her arms around his waist, nuzzling her little head against his back as if clinging to a beloved stuffed animal. Before long, the two arrived at the building where they lived. The building had 12 floors in total, and his family lived on the 8th. Without an elevator and with only 2 narrow staircases for access, his wheelchair-bound parents rarely had the chance to come downstairs for fresh air. Returning home, Xin Hong pushed open the door. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Both his parents sat in wheelchairs, the dim living room unlit, yet their gazes had long been fixed on the doorway, waiting for who knows how long. The moment she spotted them, his mother Shang Yuhan immediately cheered. Hanger's back, Schwer is here too, come in quickly. His father Qin Ziming cut straight to the point. Son, did the assessment go well? They had difficulty moving around and couldn't even go downstairs, making it hard to inquire about news. They could only wait anxiously at home. From the moment Xin Hong left in the morning until now, the anxiety they felt was something only they could truly understand. Dad, Mom. Looking at the hopeful yet nervous expressions on his parents' faces, Shin Hong could barely contain his joy. He proudly announced to his family, "Today, I passed the assessment with a punch force of 928 kilograms, setting a new record for the Nansha-based city's initial exam. That's the first piece of good news." Wow, 928 kilograms, a new record. "Son, are you serious?" Both parents were stunned, their eyes wide open, faces brimming with joy. Fong Lingxue smiled and said, "It's true." People were already congratulating Shin Hong on the way here. "In a few days, the whole city might know. My goodness, this is unbelievable." Shan Yuhan was completely stunned, unable to believe that her son had actually achieved such remarkable success, not only passing the assessment but also breaking the citywide record. "By the way, Xiaohong, you just mentioned this is the first piece of good news? Does that mean there's a second one?" Dad Shin Ziming noticed the key point and quickly asked. Shin Hong chuckled mischievously. He deliberately kept them in suspense, sitting down to take a sip of water and moisten his throat. Then he cleared his throat, put on a formal expression, and said, "Yes, there's a second piece of good news. Stop dragging it out and tell us already." Fong Lingxue gave him an exasperated smack. His parents were also brimming with curiosity, staring intently without blinking and pricking up their ears to listen. Under the trio's expectant gazes, Shin Hong grinned and declared, "The second piece of good news is I've been hired by the Heavenly Dao Martial Arts Academy with a monthly salary of 120,000 yuan. He spoke each word with measured rhythm, his voice rising and falling, utterly pleased with himself. The three of them froze upon hearing this. How much? Shin Ziming's face went blank. Shang Yuhu murmured in astonishment, "Son, you didn't misspeak, did you? Did you confuse annual salary with monthly salary?" An annual salary of 120,000, given their circumstances, though it would be a pleasant surprise. Considering the esteemed status of a martial artist, it was still within acceptable bounds. "But, this is a monthly salary. That's just insane." Shin Hong confirmed, "Not an annual salary, a monthly one. Dad, Mom, their senior manager personally signaled this to me in front of everyone, there's no way it could be fake. In 2 days at most, the admission letter will be delivered to our district's martial arts school. I'll bring it back for you to see then." Is this for real? Mom and Dad still couldn't quite believe it. A monthly salary of 120,000 yuan. This is absolutely unbelievable. Such an astronomical sum can no longer be described as just a high salary, it's practically a windfall from the heavens. Shin Hong, hit me, let me see if it hurts." "Am I dreaming?" Fong Lingxue wore an utterly stunned expression, looking absolutely adorable. Shin Hong pinched her cheeks playfully. "It's real, not a dream." "Wow, 120,000 monthly salary." The girl exclaimed in excitement. "That much money, I couldn't earn it in 10 years of working." Shin Hong grasped her soft little hand. "From now on, you won't have to work so hard anymore. I can take care of you, support our parents, and give everyone a peaceful and comfortable life. Before long, we'll be able to buy a big house, move to the city, and live in a sunlit home with spacious rooms, a huge bed, and a balcony where you can grow all the flowers and greenery you love. Didn't you always adore green plants? You'll be able to grow as many as you want." Shin Hong. Fong Lingxue was overjoyed. After waiting for so long, she had finally gotten her wish fulfilled. That happiness was beyond words, and her eyes involuntarily grew moist. Shin Heng's parents were also moved to tears. "Wonderful, absolutely wonderful. My son has really made it big. Old Shin, did you hear that? Our son wants to take us to live in a big city house, the kind with a balcony where we can sunbathe." Yes, I heard you. Now don't start crying. What's with the tears during such happy news? Look who's talking. Why don't you check the mirror yourself? You've got snot bubbles coming out." I'm just happy. Shin Ziming wiped away his tears with a silly grin, happier than Shin Hong himself. Seeing his parents like this, Shin Heng's nose tingled with sadness, and tears began to stream down his face. "It's been a long time since I last saw them this happy after Mom and Dad got injured. For the past 4 years, Mom and Dad had been confined to this cramped living room of less than 8 square meters every day, unable to see sunlight, feel the breeze, or even behold the sky except for a tiny sliver at the window's edge. Shin Hong was busy with training during the day and rarely had time to accompany them. Sometimes over a month would pass without him taking them downstairs for fresh air. Their only social interactions were when idle neighbors occasionally dropped by for visits. Thankfully, such days were finally coming to an end. A monthly salary of 120,000 yuan, enough to change their destiny. In just 1 or 2 months, Shin Han will have enough money to buy a house. By then, their 18-square-meter home will no longer be the entire scope of his parents' activities, nor will the 4-leaf clovers on the windowsill be the only greenery they see. They'll be free to move around, get fresh air whenever they want, bask in the sun whenever they please, free to do whatever their hearts desire. This is the meaning of hard work, Shin Hong thought to himself. All the sweat he poured out at the martial arts school over the past 3 years, none of it was wasted. And another thing, Ling Xue. Shin Hong took Fong Lingshue's hand and gazed into her eyes. I owe everything I've achieved today to you. Yes, yes, his parents chimed in immediately. Xiao Hong owes all his current success to Shui. Her contributions are unparalleled. You brat, you'd better think of how to repay Xiao Shui properly. Fang Lingxue smiled tenderly. You've said it so many times, we're family. No need for constant thanks between us. Xin Hong nodded. At this moment, he badly wanted to kiss Fang Lingxue, but with his parents nearby, they both felt a bit shy, so they just gazed at each other, their eyes so tender it seemed they could melt one another. The two parents, seeing the loving gazes exchanged between them, couldn't stop smiling through their still damp tear marks, joy blooming on their faces. The family sat together, savoring the rare moment of joy, filled with harmony and happiness. Chapter 023, Fang Lingxue's backing. After a while, a rumbling sound broke the silence. Dad Qin Ziming laughed heartily. Time to eat, time to eat. Xiao Hong, go buy some meat. Today is doubly auspicious, we'll have a good meal. I already brought some back. Xin Hong took out the leftover steak he had packed at noon. The steak was quite large, bigger than the palm of his hand and nearly 2 centimeters thick. A single piece could fill up an average adult. Although sharing it among the family meant smaller portions, adding some side dishes and stir-frying the sliced pieces would still make for a pretty satisfying dinner. Huh, what kind of meat is this? Why is it purple? Fang Lingxue looked at the steak with a curious expression. Xin Hong replied, this was brought back from the military canteen at the border wall. According to the officer there, it's meat from wilderness monsters, much more nutritious than the pork and chicken we buy at the market here. After eating, your whole body feels full of energy. Monster meat? I've never tried that before. Is it really that amazing? Qin Ziming's eyes widened in amazement. Definitely. I had some at noon and it felt great. Today you'll get to try it for yourselves. If we get the chance, we can have it every day. Xin Hong said with a laugh, carrying the meat cutlets into the kitchen. Fang Lingxue went into the kitchen to help. The two of them worked together seamlessly, one washing vegetables, the other slicing meat, one lighting the stove, the other seasoning, a perfect coordination. The two parents watched from outside the door, their lips curling into unstoppable smiles, their eyes brimming with satisfaction. That look, it seemed like they were already dreaming of holding a grandchild. After a while, dinner was ready. The whole family sat together, enjoying the meal in happiness. Xin Hong chatted with them about today's assessment. However, he didn't mention a single word about what he'd seen and heard at the border wall, not wanting his civilian family to know the horrors of the wilderness beyond. After dinner, the young couple washed dishes together. After finishing the kitchen chores, Xin Hong came out holding a trash bag and said, Dad, Mom, you watch some TV? I'll take Lingxue home and be right back. It's fine if you don't come back. Dad chuckled. Exactly. You're almost at the age to get a marriage certificate. Living together is perfectly normal. Mom voiced her agreement. Xin Hong glanced at Fang Lingxue. Fang Lingxue's face flushed red as she turned her head away, pretending not to hear. Ahem. Xin Hong felt slightly embarrassed. The two walked downstairs together. After disposing of the kitchen trash, Xin Hong once again mounted his bicycle and rode off with Fang Lingxue towards her residence. The slums were lively at night, some were beating their children, others scolding their husbands, while a few were drunk and causing a scene. Xin Hong and Fang Lingxue chatted idly as they walked through the noisy streets, carried by the cool night breeze, enveloped in a tranquil atmosphere. Soon, they arrived. I'll walk you up, Xin Hong said. Fang Lingxue looked up at his face and whispered softly, would you like to stay overnight at my place? Xin Hong thought to himself, isn't she asking the obvious? Of course I do, but will you let me stay? He asked in return. Seeing the eager look on his face, Fang Lingxue's lips curled into a faint smile as she lightly laughed. No. Ha, why? Xin Hong was puzzled. If she really didn't want to, she definitely wouldn't have brought this up. Since she mentioned it, deep down she must have some expectations about it. This refusal was most likely just playing hard to get. Xin Hong thought to himself. Fang Lingxue wore a mischievous expression as she rapped her knuckles lightly against his forehead. Because you've only just started cultivating the innate fetal breathing technique, she said. I asked Uncle Yi about it, and he said the first week of training yields the best results. The most important thing for you now is to seize the moment and improve yourself, not indulge in lewd thoughts. As for me, I'm not going anywhere. I'll be yours sooner or later. Xin Hong. He had considered countless possibilities, but this was the one response he never saw coming. Going up for just a little while won't delay cultivation, he muttered. Fang Lingxue blinked. You can only last a little while? Me. Upon hearing this, Xin Hong instantly felt provoked. He was itching to prove himself, but Fang Lingxue didn't give him the chance, laughing lightly. Hurry back to practice. I'm waiting for you to amaze everyone and become the strongest martial artist in the world. With that, she stood on tiptoe, quickly planted a kiss on Xin Hong's lips, then turned and fled. A delicate fragrance lingered around him, and the image of the girl's light-footed escape was imprinted in his mind. Xin Hong pursed his lips. Teasing me on purpose, that's really unfair. Never mind, cultivation is what matters now. Passing the assessment was just the beginning. To become a powerful martial artist and earn big money, he still needed to keep striving without stopping. Shin Hong got on his bicycle and rode back the long way. Upstairs, Fang Lingxue watched his figure disappear into the alley from the window, a faint, contented smile playing at the corners of her lips. Buzz. At this moment, a vibrating movement came. The phone rang. She picked it up to take a look. The screen lit up, displaying a line of text. Uncle Yi, Shin Heng's name isn't on this year's elite list of Heavenly Dao Martial Arts Academy. Rumor has it he took divine drugs, and this rumor is spreading rapidly. Many people already believe it. Fang Lingxue frowned. What's this about? With Shin Heng's background, how could he possibly be involved with divine drugs? She replied to the message, is someone deliberately spreading rumors to frame him? Uncle Yi replied, yes, it must be Wang Peng, the nephew of Wang Jianming, who's behind this. Wang Peng again. Fang Lingxue clenched her fingers, her teeth gritted in anger. She quickly replied, ignore him. True gold fears no fire. The people at Tiandao Martial Arts Hall aren't fools, they'll soon see just how powerful Shin Heng is. Uncle Yi didn't continue the discussion on this topic. After a while, he sent another message asking, Miss, when are you coming home? The boss has already severely punished the young master. After all these years, shouldn't your anger have subsided by now? Fang Lingxue frowned and quickly replied, this isn't anger, it's a blood feud. Don't mention them to me again, or I won't acknowledge you either. Uncle Yi remained silent for a long time. It wasn't until more than 10 minutes later that he sent another message. There are some things I can't help you with, but if you ever need anything in life, you must tell me. Uncle will always be your support. Thank you. Fang Lingxue replied with just 2 words. Then she put down her phone, gazing at the small patch of starry sky outside the window, lost in memories. The night in the slums was rather noisy, but she seemed unable to hear any of it, her world feeling utterly silent. Mom, I miss you so much. Your daughter is useless, unable to avenge you, but I've found someone to rely on now. He's exceptional, so you needn't worry about me anymore. If Shin Heng ever becomes a martial god someday, I'll ask him to kill all those despicable people. If he cannot, then please forgive your daughter for being unfilial. After all, Shin Heng is just one person. I don't want to drag him into this. In the small room, the young girl murmured silently, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Chapter 024, Acceptance Letter. Morning, Trial Martial Arts School. Shin Heng returned the bicycle key to his classmate and headed straight for the small training room. After his third cultivation session, he felt his power growing increasingly formidable, and his physique continued to grow taller as well. Arriving at the small training room, he first measured his height, 178 centimeters, weighing in again, 81 kilograms. Next, testing strength with the barbell, left arm 195 kilograms, right arm 200 kilograms. According to the 5:1 conversion rate, my punching power should now have reached 1,000 kilograms, the same as Wang Peng's result during yesterday's assessment. Shin Heng's heart was racing with excitement. The rapid growth period of innate fetal breathing technique is about 1 week. And now it's only been 3 days yet already so remarkable. What about after 1 week, 1 month, 1 year? He dared not imagine how powerful he would become in the future. He only knew that he was no longer ordinary, and his future would be extraordinarily bright. Shin Heng, here so early? Shouldn't you be celebrating at home since you've passed the assessment? Zhang Jun arrived at the martial arts hall and greeted Shin Heng when he spotted him. Shin Heng, celebrations are celebrations, but training can't slack off. Hey Jun, what did your parents say? Will you keep training after failing the assessment or do something else? Zhang Jun had also taken the assessment yesterday, but his punching strength only reached 486 kilograms, falling short of passing. He replied, my parents said I could train for another year, and they'd cover the 300 membership fee. But after giving it some thought, seeing how hard they work at odd jobs to earn money, having them pay for my membership and nutritional meals would put too much pressure on them. So I'm planning to enlist in the military with Jiang Rulong. Shin Heng nodded slightly. The army isn't bad either. While defending the borders, you can keep training. I'm sure you'll achieve great things. Zhang Jun smiled. Of course I can't compare to you, but my parents are already quite satisfied. I came to inform the coach I'll be leaving this afternoon. Go for it. Yeah, same to you. After chatting for a few more sentences, Zhang Jun went to see the coach while Shin Heng continued his training. A short while later, the other trainees also arrived at the martial arts school. Senior brother Shin Heng, congratulations. Senior brother Shin Heng, you're truly amazing. Still training so hard after passing the assessment. Truly worthy of being called this city's top genius. Many disciples came to offer their congratulations. Seeing Shin Heng training drenched in sweat, countless voices expressed admiration, but some were whispering privately among themselves. Did you guys read the papers? They're saying Senior Shin Heng took some miracle drug to make such rapid progress. Several media outlets reported that the 4 major martial arts schools have doubts about Senior Shin Heng's record-breaking achievements. If he were truly a peerless genius who broke records, the TV station would have reported it immediately. Since there's been no news, the rumors are probably true. Shin Hong felt slightly uncomfortable hearing this, but didn't show it. Chen Yuan, who was training with him, couldn't hold back. What's wrong with these media outlets? How can they publish baseless rumors? Su Kuang nearby sneered. What else? Wang Peng must have bribed them to amplify these rumors and tarnish Qin Heng's reputation. Shen Yuan, that's possible. By the way, Su Kuang, didn't you dislike Qin Heng before? Why does it seem your opinion has changed these past couple of days? Did I? Su Kuang denied. You did, Shen Yuan insisted. I still dislike that pretty boy, Su Kuang scoffed, then added. But his strength is genuinely impressive. I have to admit that. Qin Heng smiled at the words. Barring any surprises, all three of us should be admitted to the Heavenly Dao Martial Arts Academy. The three elite of the entrance exams will look out for each other from now on. Though Su Kuang often speaks harshly, his nature isn't bad at all, far better than scoundrels like Wang Peng. Chen Yuan said happily, great. Then you'll have to give us a leg up when the time comes, you big shot with a 120,000 monthly salary. Su Kuang nodded gravely. I hear the infighting among trainees inside the academy is fierce. When the time comes, we'll stick together and present a united front against outsiders, so we don't get bullied. Besides those three, Guisin, who also passed the preliminary exam, apply to the Tiandao Martial Arts Academy. We just don't know if he'll be selected. Training while chatting idly, before they knew it, the time had already reached 10 a.m. Just then, a voice sounded from outside. Senior brother Qin Heng, good news, your acceptance letter has arrived. Admission letter? So fast? Qin Heng immediately halted his training and looked toward the door. A young trainee exclaimed excitedly, someone from the Celestial Dao Martial Arts School is here. They said it's the first admission notice in the entire city and insisted on handing it to you personally. They're waiting in the coach's office right now, the first one in the entire city. This is quite the gimmick. Su Kuang frowned upon hearing this and said, on one hand, they refuse to celebrate the record-breaking achievement in newspapers or on TV, yet on the other hand, they're using the city's first admission letter to win over students. What kind of game are these higher-ups playing? Being the first to receive the city's admission letter holds extraordinary significance. Out of roughly 10,000 candidates who passed the assessment citywide, government authorities will quickly investigate each applicant's family background before issuing the official letters. The notification letters will be delivered to the trainees within approximately 72 hours from the end of the assessment. The first notification carries symbolic significance and will inevitably be issued in advance as a representation. The recipient of the first admission letter is undoubtedly the most outstanding trainee of the year. Upon entering the martial arts school, they will receive special attention, with regular updates on their progress broadcasted to the public. Take last year's Han Liang, for example, who appeared in the news multiple times. Reports stated, new trainee Han Liang and others have made rapid progress recently, achieving a tested punching power of XXX kilograms, or new trainee Han Liang and others performed exceptionally well, receiving the XX award from the Martial Arts Alliance, and so on. But such an identity confirmation, appearing simultaneously with the overwhelming rumors of taking divine medicine, seemed extremely strange. The outside world would be puzzled. Was Qin Heng a genius or a washout? Did he truly take divine medicine? Could he ever become a real martial artist? This contradiction wouldn't cease until Qin Heng became a martial artist. However, Qin Heng himself didn't seem to particularly care. What others say is their business, it's not like he'll lose a piece of flesh over it. Besides, with his current strength, it shouldn't be long before he can take the preliminary martial artist assessment. Once that happens, he'll be a genuine martial artist, and the rumors will collapse on their own. I'm going to check the office. He paused his training and walked towards Coach Yang's office. Su Kuang and Shen Yuan were curious about what the notification looked like, so they followed him. Before long, the three of them arrived at the office door. Coach Yang, I'm here. Qin Heng knocked on the door. The door was ajar, where Coach Yang Huayan was sitting having tea with a middle-aged man sporting a thick beard. That bearded man turned out to be none other than the Tiandao Martial Arts Academy official who had approached Qin Heng with an offer the previous day. Come in, Coach Yang waved him inside. Qin Heng stepped into the room. Coach Yang introduced to the bearded man, Senior Brother Zhong, this is Qin Heng, whom you met yesterday. The boy just turned 18 this year and has been practicing the innate fetal breathing technique for a short time. His potential is limitless, so you must nurture him well. Zhong Wanshan nodded cheerfully, as long as he hasn't been enhanced by divine elixirs, we'll spare no effort in cultivating him as a potential future martial god. Chapter 025, Elite Class. Then, Yang Huayan introduced to Qin Heng and the other two, this is Senior Martial Master Zhong Wanshan, a senior martial arts professor at the Heavenly Dao Martial Arts Academy. You may address him as Teacher Zhong. Professor Zhong, the three greeted in unison. Zhong Wanshan looked at them with evident satisfaction. His gaze settled on Qin Heng as he said, Qin Heng, regarding the matter of the divine medicine, do you have anything to say? Qin Heng responded resolutely, a straight foot is not afraid of a crooked shoe. Good. Zhong Wanshan was extremely satisfied. As a martial artist, don't fear questioning or slander. With sufficient strength, all voices will eventually turn to praise, just like our great Valkyrie. Valkyrie. Qin Hang's mind momentarily drifted. To be compared to the Valkyrie, what an extraordinary honor this was. In those chaotic times, the female martial goddess Apocalypse also suffered from a terrible reputation once. Some accused her of wantonly slaughtering innocents, others claimed she was domineering and tyrannical, while some even questioned whether she was human at all, suspecting she was a monster in disguise. But as new base cities rose under her direction, providing people with fresh homes, and after televised broadcasts showed her personally slaying 3 beast gods, all those skeptical voices quickly faded away. Today, she has become a mythical existence, a national idol worshipped as the savior of the new era. Qin Hang said, I'll work hard to shake off those rumors as soon as possible, to clear my name and uphold the honor of Heavenly Path Martial Arts Academy. MHM. Zhong Wanshan nodded and took out a sealed document, handing it to him. This is your admission notice, jointly stamped by the mayor and the martial hallmaster. The only one issued this year. Qin Hang accepted it with both hands. Typically, an admission notice only requires the martial hall seal, but this first copy would be photographed by the media for records, and the mayor of the base city would also leave his seal on it as a commemorative gesture. Open it and have a look, Zhong Wanshan said. MHM. Qin Hang tore open the envelope. The admission notice was made of thick cardboard with ornate pattern designs on the back. Opening it, he saw a single line of text. Student Qin Hang, after joint assessment by the base city government and the Heavenly Dao Martial Arts School, we have decided to admit you as part of our 2088 cohort. Please report to the Heavenly Dao Martial Arts School before July 1st for enrollment. Below are 2 signatures and seals. Mayor, Zhou Xiping. Hallmaster, Wang Daoi. Apart from these, there was also a small card and a thin booklet inside the document folder. What's this? Qin Hang took it out and glanced at it. Zhong Wanshan explained, the new student handbook introduces our martial arts school's organizational structure and some key points for newcomers. Just take a look when you have time. This card is a bank card for your future salary payments. The initial password is 123,456, keep it safe. A salary card. Qin Hang's eyes lit up. This is where his future monthly salary of 120,000 yuan will be deposited. Thank you, Master Zhong, Qin Hang said. Zhong Wanshan smiled faintly. I heard from junior brother Yang that your family is struggling, so I deposited 10,000 yuan into your card in advance. It'll be deducted from next month's salary. This? Qin Hang was instantly overjoyed. He thought he wouldn't receive his first paycheck until August, but to his surprise, Zhong Wanshan directly handed him 10,000 yuan today. That's 10,000 yuan. Even if he ate meat every day, it would last him a whole year. At this moment, Yang Huayan said, Qin Hang, even after you have money, don't forget your roots. Remember why you started practicing martial arts. Yes, coach, I promise I won't forget my original intention. Qin Hang replied with a joyful expression. His original intention was to ensure his parents and Ling Shui could live a good life. This will never change. Beyond that, he had a second dream, to hunt beasts, just like those great heroes and martial gods he'd read about in books, fighting to protect humanity's home. Speaking of which, Zhong Wanshan said, Qin Hang, Elder Wang's grandnephew claimed you've taken some divine elixir, tarnishing your reputation. This must be personal, right? Qin Hang nodded. We've had a grudge since long ago. Back when we fought, it was always a draw. Now that his status has changed, he wants payback. Zhong Wanshan frowned slightly. That's troublesome indeed. If it were anyone else, the Heavenly Path Martial School could stand up for you. But Elder Wang is a grandmaster, unmarried and childless. This Wang Peng is extremely important to him. After all, Wang Jianming was a grandmaster. In the entire Nansha base city, there were only 30 to 40 experts of such caliber. As his only family, Qin Hang wouldn't allow anyone to criticize Wang Peng, even if he was in the wrong. Qin Hang understood this too and replied, I'll settle my own grudges. I won't trouble the Heavenly Dao Martial Arts School. As long as I'm strong enough, he won't dare cause me trouble again. Zhong Wanshan said, neither arrogant nor humble, very good. Then he added, but if he really hires experts against you, threatening your life, don't shoulder it alone. Our Heavenly Dao Martial Arts School fears no power, even if it's a martial god. This statement was said with exceptional confidence. Heaven's Path Martial Arts Hall, fearless even against martial gods, because their chief instructor is one of the most powerful martial gods on earth today. Qin Hang felt a surge of inspiration within him. I understand. Thank you, Teacher Zhong. With the Tian Dao Martial Arts School backing him up, Wang Peng wasn't worth fearing. Oh, there's one more thing. Zhong Wanshan's tone shifted. Please go ahead, Master Zhong. Qin Hong listened attentively. Zhong Wanshan, 3 months from now, the 4 major martial arts schools will hold a martial arts tournament. You must participate, prepare yourself in advance. The martial arts tournament? The one Xiao Yang mentioned? Xin Hong asked. Zhong Wanshan was slightly surprised. When did you meet Xiao Yang? We just met once yesterday at the Border Walls military canteen, and he challenged me to a duel, Xin Hong replied truthfully. Zhong Wanshan chuckled upon hearing this. That's great. A genius against a genius, this fight is truly something to look forward to. Teacher Zhong, are you giving me some instructions by having me compete? Xin Hong asked him. Zhong Wanshan explained, here's the situation. Because of the rumors about the miracle drug, our deputy administrative hallmaster specifically requested that you be temporarily removed from the elite class roster. Only by proving through action that you never took the drug and showing steady growth in your strength can you reclaim your spot. Elite class? What's that? Xin Hong, Su Quan, and Chen Yuan all looked puzzled. Zhong Wanshan said, all 4 major martial arts halls have elite classes designed to nurture talented students with potential to become grandmasters. The learning resources are much richer than those for regular students. The elite class doesn't differentiate by grade level, regardless of when they join the hall. All elite students are in the same class. Currently, Tiandao Martial Arts Hall's elite class has 12 students. If you can demonstrate significantly stronger abilities at the martial arts tournament 3 months from now compared to yesterday's test, you could become the 13th member. Xin's eyes lit up. This elite class seems incredibly powerful. The entire Tiandao Martial Arts School has only 12 students, each being a top-tier genius with the potential to become grandmasters or even supreme grandmasters. If one could join this special class, the resources available would far exceed imagination. Teacher Zhong, I will definitely prove myself, Xin Hong declared with unwavering confidence. At his current rate of progress, in 3 months he would undoubtedly become an entry-level martial artist, with a punching force of at least 1,200 kilograms. With such strength, it should be enough to clear the rumors, defeat Xiao Yang, and secure a spot in the elite class. Zhong Wanshan, keep working hard. Xiao Yang also has remarkable potential. Born into a martial arts family and trained since childhood, his combat skills are outstanding. Beating him won't be easy for you. Understood. Xin Hong nodded. Shortly after, he left together with Su Quan and Chen Yuan. Zhong Wanshan watched his retreating figure with a satisfied smile, but after a while, he suddenly let out a sigh. Coach Yang asked, Brother Zhong, why the sigh? Zhong Wanshan replied, I quite like this Qin Hang, but he's so young and has already made enemies with a grandmaster like Wang Jianming. The road ahead will surely be difficult for him. Yang Huaiyan wasn't worried and said with a smile, gold will always shine through, true talent can never stay buried. Though this youngster is immature and living off a woman's money, I can see he has inner resilience and cleverness about him. He's not destined for an early grave. Zhong Wanshan, oh, that's good then. Wait, what? Living off a woman's money? Chapter 026 The Power of Rumors. The news of the first acceptance letter quickly spread throughout the martial arts school, and soon after, word of mouth among the students carried it to the entire number 7 slum district. In just a few days, all the villagers learned of Qin Hang's news, rejoicing for him and offering their congratulations. But the power of rumors should not be underestimated either. Xin Hong heard nothing but congratulations in his ears, yet he knew full well that many were secretly pointing fingers at him, whispering that he was a fraud, posing as a prodigy to swindle high wages. On the internet and television, skeptical voices are overwhelming. Some TV stations even launched special programs, hiring experts to analyze the feasibility of the topic, achieving a fist strength of 928 kilograms in just 2 days of training to determine its plausibility. After much deliberation, the experts concluded this was absolutely impossible. Even Chen Yao, the genius cultivator who held the record for fastest breakthrough to Grandmaster realm, had never achieved anything so outrageous in his day. Some even compared Qin Hong to the Valkyrie Jia, claiming his performance was even more outrageous than hers and absolutely impossible. Originally a genuine genius, Qin Hong was utterly torn apart by these unfounded rumors. Without a doubt, Wang Peng was behind all this, manipulating events to ruin Qin Hang's reputation. If Qin Hong were fragile-minded, such nationwide skepticism and media violence might have crushed him, leaving him depressed, agitated, and stripped of his fighting spirit, driven to madness. Fortunately, Qin Hong possessed a resolute mind. No matter how much others slandered or doubted him, he persisted in his ways, showing up at the martial arts hall for training every day on schedule and returning home punctually. He didn't care about the rumors as long as Fong Lingxue believed in him. As long as his parents believed in him, that was enough. However, this mindset, quietly shifted after a minor incident occurred. June 26th. That evening, Qin Hong finished his training and arrived at Frost Snow City Milk Tea Shop. A notice of transfer was posted at the entrance, with only a few days left until closing. Perhaps because it was about to shut down and people wouldn't be able to get fresh fruit tea anymore, there were noticeably more customers than usual recently. Qin Hong arrived while Fong Lingxue and Yu Lingling were bustling with activity. Lingxue, 2 orange juices, 1 for each of us, he said as he approached the counter, paying 1 yuan. Fan Lingshue's face immediately lit up with a radiant smile at the sight of him. You're all sweaty and haven't even wiped off. I'll make yours unchilled. You shouldn't drink cold beverages right after training. Alright, I'll listen to you, Shin Hong replied cheerfully, finding a seat to settle into. Watching his girlfriend skillfully prepare the fruit tea filled his heart with tranquility. At that moment, Shin Hong overheard some voices. From the adjacent seat came hushed whispers in lowered tones. That's Shin Hong, ranked first in this year's citywide quasi-martial artist examination. He looks pretty honest. How could he cheat people? What do you know? That job paid 120,000 a month, enough money to buy beef and bury you in it. Even the most honest person would change when faced with that kind of temptation. That's true, damn. 120k. How long would we have to work to earn that? Though they were trying to keep their voices down, Shin Hong could hear every word clearly. He'd been hearing such comments daily lately and paid them no mind, his eyes only for Fan Lingxue. But then, the crowd's topic shifted again. That kid seems to be the fruit tea girl's boyfriend. Exactly, I heard he's even sponging off fruit tea girl. What a shameless man. No way, seriously? Scamming people while living off a woman? How disgusting can someone be? Let me tell you something, the more shameless people are, the better they tend to live. We're just too decent, otherwise how could we not be better than this guy? Ah, what a pity. Fruit tea girl is such a pretty and sweet girl. Shin Hong felt somewhat uncomfortable upon hearing these words. If it were just about him, he wouldn't care, his conscience was clear anyway. But when it involved Fan Lingxue, subjecting her to undeserved disdain, he couldn't simply turn a deaf ear. Shin Hong turned his head and shot those people a warning glance. His sharp glare instantly silenced those people. He heard us. Let's go, quickly. Better not mess with him. Let's get out of here. These people were just ordinary townsfolk, and they knew their place when facing a quasi-martial artist like Qin Hang. They immediately got up and scampered away. Fan Lingxue brought him freshly made orange juice and noticed half the guests had left. Seeing Shin Hong looked upset, she asked, "What's wrong? Did someone say something nasty about you?" Shin Hong, seems you've heard quite a bit too. Fan Lingxue, but I know those are all just rumors. Don't mind them, let them talk. It won't change the fact that you've been accepted by the Heavenly Dao Martial Arts Academy anyway. Even so, but... Shin Hong let out a slight sigh. Stop overthinking it, drink your orange juice. I'm getting off work soon too. We'll have dinner at your place tonight. Fan Lingxue said with a soft smile. The girl's innocent smile was quite infectious, and Qin Hang's mood immediately improved noticeably. After staying in the shop for a while, the number of customers gradually dwindled. Fan Lingxue packed up her things after work and went home with Qin Hong. On their way home, Qin Hong overheard some unpleasant remarks again, and this time, it happened right at their doorstep. He and Fan Lingxue climbed up the stairwell, and as they neared home, they heard voices coming from inside. Their elderly neighbor, Grandpa Xiao, was speaking earnestly to his parents. Zimming, you need to talk to your Hang. If he really took divine medicine, he should confess to the Heavenly Dao Martial Arts School. They're a big institution with deep roots, they'll forgive him. And taking divine medicine isn't something shameful. Everyone wishes they could get their hands on it. Anyway, at the very least, the boost in strength is real. His father, Qin Zimming, sounded reluctant to engage. Yeah, I'll talk to him when he gets back. Uncle Xiao, aren't you hungry? Why not stay for dinner? Hong should be back any minute now. Grandpa Xiao declined immediately. No thanks, I've got to go cook for my grandson. I'll drop by another time. Take care on your way back, we won't see you out. Then came the sound of a door opening. Old Xiao headed upstairs. Qin Hong and Fan Lingxue came downstairs, arriving home almost immediately after Mr. Xiao had left. Mom, Dad. Qin Hong looked at his parents and saw their expressions were grim. Xiao Hong, did you hear all that? Qin Zimming quickly said when he saw his son return. Old man Xiao is spouting nonsense after watching too much TV. Just ignore him. Shun Yuhan chimed in. Exactly. These people simply can't stand seeing our child excel. The moment someone spreads rumors to slander you, they eagerly believe it. Deep down, they all know how truly capable you are, they just can't accept it. Qin Hong said nothing more, keeping his gaze fixed on his parents. He suddenly realized a problem. He could go out to train every day and come home in the evening, interacting with many people and doing various things to adjust his mood and maintain confidence. But his parents were different. They couldn't go out and could only stay at home watching TV. The television is now filled with negative reports about him, and even the neighbors who occasionally drop by are saying harsh things. For the parents, this is undoubtedly an extremely painful experience. They had been overjoyed when their son was recruited by Tiandao Martial Arts Academy with a high salary. Yet, just days later, the smiles on their faces have faded, replaced instead by worry. Gossip is a fearful thing even when you know it's all lies. Hearing it too often still hurts. Qin Hong went into the kitchen to cook. Soon, a sumptuous dinner was ready. Meet again today? Eating so well every day, your mother and I are both putting on weight, Qin Zimming said with a laugh. Fan Lingxue explained on Qin Heng's behalf, if you make money, of course you should improve your life. In the future, we'll have even better meals. You old man really have no sense, being able to eat heartily is a blessing. Shouldn't you be happy with such a filial son and daughter-in-law? If you won't eat, I will. Hey, I never said I wasn't eating. Save a piece for me. Ha ha ha. The in-laws and daughter-in-law chatted and laughed together, enjoying a harmonious atmosphere. Xin Hong didn't say a single word throughout the entire meal. Chapter 027, First, Become a Martial Artist. After dinner, Xin Hong walked Fan Lingxue back home. On the way, Fan Lingxue asked him, "Are you angry? You didn't make a sound earlier, you looked kinda scary." Qin Heng replied, "I am a bit angry, but not at you. I know it's not at us, but it's the same with others. The neighbors are all ordinary people. As a potential martial artist, if you resort to violence for revenge, you might risk getting expelled from the martial arts school." Fan Lingxue was a little worried, afraid that he might act out in anger and resort to violence. Xin Hong chuckled. "What are you thinking? Do I seem like that kind of person?" Fan Lingxue, "Then what are you thinking about?" Xin Hong, "Every grievance has its perpetrator. Even if I seek revenge, I'd go after Wang Pang. But that guy has a grandmaster backing him, so there doesn't seem to be any immediate opportunity." Upon hearing the words grandmaster, Fan Lingxue let out a faint sigh. Then she comforted him. "Focus on your training for now, and don't overthink it. Once we have enough money, we'll move to the new district, and your parents won't have to deal with the neighbors' harassment anymore." Xin Hong said no more. Yet a plan had already taken shape in his mind. After seeing Fan Lingxue at home, he took out his phone from his pocket and made a call on his way back. The phone was a recent purchase, costing 3,000 yuan. He wasn't the only one with a phone, there was also one at home, meant for keeping in touch with his family when he couldn't return home after joining the Heavenly Dao Martial Arts School. Beep. The call went through, displaying Zhong Wanshan's profile picture and name. The call connected quickly. "Xin Hong, Teacher Zhong, I wanted to ask you something." "What is it?" "Let's hear it," came Zhong Wanshan's lazy voice over the phone, accompanied by some background noise as if he was drinking with others. Xin Hong got straight to the point, saying, "My punching power has now exceeded 1,000 kilograms. Can I directly apply to register as a martial artist household?" "What? 1,000 kilograms?" Upon hearing this, a snap sound came from Zhong Wanshan's side, as if a wine glass had been crushed in his grip. Zhong Wanshan's voice was filled with astonishment. "You're not joking, are you? Just a few days ago during the assessment it was 928 kilograms. How could this happen in such a short time?" Xin Hong said with certainty, "I'm absolutely confident, this is no exaggeration at all." Today marked the 7th day of his cultivation of the innate fetal breath technique. Over these 7 days, every morning when he concluded his training, he could clearly feel his physique improving, with his height visibly increasing as well. By now, he stood a full 10 centimeters taller than a week ago. Though he hadn't yet tested his strength, his punching power undoubtedly exceeded 1,000 kilograms, and by no small margin either. A brief silence came from Zhong Wanshan's end. After a moment, he muttered to himself, "I just passed the quasi-martial artist evaluation, and now I'm about to register as a full martial artist. Isn't this a bit too outrageous?" Xin Hong said, "Teacher Zhong, I've looked into the details. The official martial artist assessment is held monthly, always at the end of the month. If I sign up now, I can still make it." This was the result of careful consideration. His goal was to vindicate himself by obtaining the status of an official martial artist. The martial arts tournament won't happen for another 3 months, that's far too long to wait. He could disregard it himself, but seeing his parents and Ling Shui constantly being gossiped about daily made him feel guilty. As everyone knows, the enhancement from divine medicine is a one-time effect. After reaching a certain level, there won't be further improvement, and one's capacity for growth is permanently capped. A few days ago, during the assessment when he achieved 928 kilograms, rumors spread that he had relied on divine medicine. Now, he's going for the official martial artist qualification exam. As long as he passes the test of at least 1,000 kilograms in punching force and the wilderness hunting trial, the rumors will be dispelled without a fight. Zhong Wanshan said, "Exactly. Every month from the 20th to the 26th is the registration period for martial artist assessments. On the 27th, all registered candidates gather and travel to the Wilderness and the Warrior Alliance's off-road combat vehicles to complete missions. As long as they successfully finish the practical mission, they receive martial artist household registration and gain numerous privileges." "Then can I go register? Will it affect my admission?" Xin Hong asked him. Zhong Wanshan replied, "It won't have any impact. This kind of situation has happened a few times before, all involving retaking candidates. Our martial arts academy has 3 different types of trainee classes: probationary martial artists, and elite classes. If you pass the martial artist assessment, you'll be directly assigned to the martial artist class. As for the elite class, I'm not entirely sure, this matter is beyond my authority to decide." Xin Heng's expression visibly relaxed. "Getting into the elite class isn't urgent. Teacher Zhong, I'll go register now, it'll be too late if I delay. Today happens to be the 26th, the final day for registration. Zhong Wanchan chuckled. Since you've made up your mind, go ahead. By the way, the martial artist exam requires hunting designated monsters in the wilderness. The wilderness is dangerous every month. People die or become disabled during the martial artist assessments. You must protect yourself. I can accept if you fail the exam, but you absolutely must not get injured or disabled. Otherwise, forget about the 120,000 monthly salary. You wouldn't even get $12. I understand. Thank you for the reminder, Master Zhong. Xin Hong ended the call, his eyes burning with fiery determination. Martial artist. He clenched his fists, feeling slightly excited. Once, he had regarded becoming a martial artist as his greatest goal, imagining himself pushing hard to pass the probationary martial artist exam. He envisioned joining one of the 4 great martial arts schools, training there for a few years, and finally becoming an official martial artist. With his household registration upgraded to martial artist status, he could change his family's destiny, ensuring a better life for his parents and Ling Shui. Yet, in just these few short days, mere moments after passing the probationary exam, he had already attained the strength of a primary-level martial artist. This experience forced him to re-evaluate his future, shifting martial artist from a lofty goal to just a starting point. Nowadays, Xin Hong overflows with confidence. Enroll now, then go out for the practical combat exam. The whole trip should take at most 3 or 4 days. In 3 or 4 days, I'll become a martial artist, one of the globe's 3 million extraordinary individuals. Mom, Dad, and Ling Shui will also become family members of martial artists, protected under the Martial Artists' Rights Protection Act. This task must succeed. Failure is not an option. Xin Hong looked up the phone number for the martial artist examination registration office. 2 minutes later, he dialed the number again. Hello, I'd like to register for the Novice Warrior Certification Test. Xin Hong, male, 18 years old, ID number 1084032070090811079. Yes, that's me. I just passed the probationary warrior test a few days ago. The registration staff member seemed quite surprised upon hearing his name and asked further, Cadet Xin Hong, are you certain you possess novice warrior capabilities? Xin Hong said firmly, I'm absolutely certain. Please register me for this month's assessment. After a long pause, the staff member replied, understood. You've been added to the roster. Please report to the Martial Alliance headquarters tomorrow morning, June 27th at 9 a.m. for the strength test. If you pass, you'll take a special vehicle that afternoon to the wilderness for the 3-day practical combat assessment. I'll definitely be there. Xin Hong hung up the phone. Chapter 028. What a coincidence. 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. That's really soon. There's no time for delay. Xin Hong quickly returned home, rushed to the rooftop, and began his 7th cultivation session of the congenital fetal breathing technique. After the previous 6 cultivation sessions, he'd already gained thorough understanding of his own condition. Xin Hong understood that the main reason for his rapid improvement lay in the abnormality of his meridians. After consulting numerous sources recently, he confirmed that most martial artists' meridians were blocked and needed to be gradually opened through rigorous training and cultivation. By the time all meridians were fully unblocked, most would have already reached the level of a martial master. Cases like his, where all meridians were unblocked from the start, weren't unheard of in the world, just exceedingly rare. This kind of person is called a martial arts prodigy, appearing roughly once in every 1,000 martial artists, with an estimated global count of over 3,000. This year, Nansha-based city's other quasi-martial arts genius, Xiaoyang, likely falls into this category as well. However, Xin Hong felt he might still differ somewhat from those so-called martial arts prodigies, because even the most well-documented martial arts geniuses in history never cultivated at such an astonishing pace. During the first week's rapid growth period, reaching 750 kilograms of punching power was considered impressive, while those exceeding 800 were freaks who would receive focused training from major martial arts schools. Yet he had already far surpassed 1,000 kilograms in punching power. The bright moon hung high, illuminating the martial arts skybridge with a radiant glow that cast invisible strands of energy. Xin Hong's body quietly absorbed this energy, each heartbeat growing more powerful than the last. Unconsciously, a whole night had passed. Xin Hong opened his eyes. The time was 6:30 in the morning. I haven't measured my punching power for days. Today, I'll visit the Martial Alliance to see just how much I've improved this week. He stood up, his bones cracking as if popping all over. Clenching his fist, his sense of power felt extraordinarily full, as if he could easily shatter a wall with ease. Looking down, he noticed his pants seemed smaller, the legs now stopped far above his ankles, turning into cropped trousers, and the waistband felt uncomfortably tight. I really am such a country bumpkin, Xin Hong chuckled at his own appearance. Returning home, his parents had just gotten up. After preparing breakfast, Xin Hong said to them, Dad, Mom, I need to be away for a few days, probably 3 or 4. Take care of yourselves while I'm gone. If you need anything, you can call Ling Shui. What are you going out for? His parents asked simultaneously. Xin Hong didn't elaborate, simply replying, it's something related to the martial arts school. The wilderness combat exam was somewhat dangerous, and he didn't want to say it outright because he feared his parents would worry. I see, then go ahead, don't worry about things at home. Yes. Regarding martial arts school matters, his parents never inquired too much, only encouraging him to strive for progress. After breakfast, Shin Hung set off. This time, he didn't go to the trial martial arts school. Instead, he took a taxi alone and headed straight for the Martial Artists Alliance headquarters. The Martial Artists League is a global organization where all martial artists on Earth are members. Its existence is akin to that of a government, meant to lead and serve the masses, though its target population is specifically martial artists. The league's headquarters is located in the downtown area, requiring nearly a 2-hour taxi ride to reach. By the time Shin Hung arrived, it was already 8:50. He had assumed the monthly entry-level martial artist exam would be packed with people, but when he arrived at the location, it turned out to be surprisingly quiet. The Warrior Alliance headquarters was incredibly majestic, an 8-story white building that resembled a shield from an aerial view and a broadsword thrust into the ground when seen from the front below. Outside the main station was a plaza, with a few parked vehicles, but it wasn't congested. Shin Hung noticed figures of young people streaming inside in 2s and 3s. He followed the crowd inside and, guided by the signs, arrived at the waiting hall for the primary martial artist certification exam. The hall was quite spacious, with fewer than 200 people waiting inside. As soon as Shin Hung sat down, someone greeted him. "Little brother, are you here to take the exam too? Which organization are you from? You look quite young." Turning toward the voice, he saw a young man who appeared to be in his late 20s, standing with a companion around the same age. "I suppose I belong to the Heavenly Tao Martial Arts School," Shin Hung replied. The young man laughed heartily. "So you're one of those genius trainees from the martial arts school. No wonder you're so young. What should I call you, brother? And which organization do you belong to?" Shin Hung asked in return. "I'm Huang Jiancheng from MS Group," the young man said. "This is my companion, Jin Wenshin." MS Group, also known as Monster Materials Group, specializes in new materials and excels at extracting special components from wilderness monsters to synthesize high-strength materials for manufacturing weapons or combat suits. Currently, 60% of the new materials on Earth are produced by this group. They maintain close cooperative relationships with the municipal governments of major base cities and rank securely among the global top 10 in terms of financial strength. Jin Wenshin asked Shin Hung, "Kid, how much longer until you graduate from the martial arts school? Any plans after graduation?" Shin Hung replied, "Graduation, still a long way off. He hasn't even enrolled yet. How could he graduate so quickly?" The 4 major martial arts schools are like academies, serving as incubators for prospective martial artists. But after graduation, most people don't stay at the martial arts schools due to limited job positions. They're forced to leave and join other organizations or government military forces. MS Group is considered a major destination, signing numerous martial artists every year to help them collect monster materials. Even without signing a contract, many freelance martial artists sell the monster materials they harvest in the wilderness to the MS Group to earn profits. Huang Jiancheng said, "With your age, your future achievements will surely be great. The MS Group welcomes your joining at any time. For those taking the Junior Martial Artist certification, the younger the age, the higher the talent. This is a consensus shared by everyone." After chatting for a while, the time reached 58 minutes, and the appointed time was about to arrive. Footsteps echoed at the door. A group of 6 or 7 people swaggered in. "It's people from War God Martial Arts Academy. They're all so young, must be genius martial artists. The quality of this month's candidates is truly impressive." The prospective warriors nearby were all drawn to look. Shin Hung also turned his gaze toward the entrance. One glance, and he couldn't help but frown slightly. It's Wang Peng. The leader of the War God martial arts team was none other than Wang Peng, the very culprit who had spread vicious rumors to slander him. "Well, if it isn't Shin Hung, what are you doing here?" Wang Peng also spotted Shin Hung, his face registering surprise. Shin Hung retorted, "What are you doing here? Wang Peng, what else would I be here for? To take the Junior Martial Artist Certification exam, of course. Wait, that can't be right. Didn't you just have 900 kilograms of punching power? Why would you be here to sign up?" He furrowed his brow, finding Shin Hung's presence illogical. Without explaining, Shin Hung simply replied curtly, "None of your business." Oof. Wang Peng's eyes instantly turned frosty, a chilling glint flashing in their depths. He found a seat and sat down, as several quasi-martial artists from the War God Dojo gathered around him, their heads together in quiet discussion. Witnessing this, Shin Hung frowned deeply. It seems this wilderness excursion is going to bring some extra trouble. However, yet his mood eased after only a brief moment of annoyance. In fact, a flicker of delight even crossed his mind. The wilderness is lawless land. Wang Peng bore him animosity, and was he any different? This man had been incessantly clashing with him for years, and recently even stirred up such a major rumor storm. Not striking back would be unworthy of being a man. Within the base city, with Grandmaster Wang Jianming present, Qin Heng couldn't do anything about Wang Peng, but in the wilderness, that would be a different story. Chapter 029 Holding Back. It was 9 o'clock. A staff member entered the waiting area, clapping to get everyone's attention before announcing clearly, "Welcome all to participate in June's primary warrior strength certification. Please follow me now for the first round of punching power testing." A punching force of 1,000 kilograms is the mandatory requirement for primary warriors. One must achieve this threshold to qualify for the wilderness combat assessment. The hall's 100 or so people stood up in unison and followed the staff toward the punching power testing area. Everyone form an orderly line and proceed one by one for testing. Those who pass should exit directly through the back door, proceed to the armory to collect weapons, and wait for departure. Those who don't pass can try again next time, the staff member announced. Compared to the probationary warrior assessment, the primary warrior examination was clearly much more lenient, offered 12 times a year. Failing it wasn't particularly significant. The first examinee quickly stepped up to the testing machine and delivered a powerful punch. Bang! 1049 kilograms, passing mark. One punch was sufficient to qualify directly without needing a second attempt. Be it 1,000 kilograms or 2,000 kilograms, all counted as passing scores with no practical difference between higher or lower figures. The second, the third. Each tester stepped forward in turn, passing smoothly without a single failure. Those who dared to sign up for the Junior Warrior Qualification exam undoubtedly possessed sufficient capability, as it wasn't merely a test of strength. With life and death battles waiting ahead, no one would take their own life lightly. Before long, the testing queue reached Wang Peng's turn. Wang Peng stepped forward and threw a punch, registering 1031 kilograms, a slight improvement from a few days prior, though the gain was minimal. Right after, his companion stepped forward for the test. With a dull thud, the machine displayed a red number, 1,398 kilograms. Damn, that's insane. The surrounding crowd was utterly shocked. Huang Jiancheng in front of Qin Heng muttered under his breath, "This guy is outrageous." He came to take the test only after his punching power nearly hit 1,400 kilograms. What was he doing all this time? Jin Wenxian said, "He's a student from the War God Martial Arts Academy. Probably been training non-stop." Someone behind Qin Heng chimed in, "Exactly. His name is Qin Feilong, a member of the elite class at War God Martial Arts Academy. He only passed the quasi-martial artist assessment last year, but his aptitude is outstanding." Qin Heng turned to see a young man in his early 20s speaking. "Do you know him?" Qin Heng asked. The young man smiled. "You could say that. We live in the same neighborhood." He got admitted to War God Martial Arts Academy, while I made it into Heavenly Path Martial Arts Academy. Of course, my talent can't compare to his. It's been 3 years since enrollment, and I've only just reached 1,000 kilograms of force. "You're from Heavenly Path Martial Arts Academy?" Qin Heng exclaimed in surprise. "That's right, all of us are," the young man said, pointing to his companions behind him. "Little brother, are you too?" Qin Heng grinned. "Yes, but I haven't enrolled yet." "Not enrolled yet?" At these words, everyone from the Heavenly Dao Martial Arts Academy was stunned. To take the preliminary martial artist exam without even being enrolled, what kind of monster is this? Even for repeat examinees, this is utterly outrageous. The young man's eyes darted as he immediately suggested, "Since we're fellow disciples from the same martial arts school, how about teaming up during the assessment?" "Sounds good," Qin Heng readily agreed. More companions meant more support. Wang Peng undoubtedly harbored murderous intent toward him. In the wilderness, killing wasn't against the law, making it perilous when traveling alone, especially with an expert like Qin Feilong on the opposing team. With fellow students from the Heavenly Dao Martial Arts School present, at least the other side would think twice before making a move. If handled properly, perhaps we could even leverage the help of these fellow disciples to pull off something big. "My name is Zhao Dongxing. What's yours?" "Qin Heng." "Qin. Hey, that name sounds familiar. Could you be this year's citywide top scorer?" "Yes, that's me." Hiss. The two exchanged names. Upon learning Qin Heng's identity, Zhao Dongxing was so shocked he gasped, "That can't be possible. Are you kidding me? You hit 928 kilograms of force just a few days ago, and now you're taking the entry-level martial artist exam?" His fellow Tiandao Martial Arts Academy students were equally startled. "Bro, are you serious? Wilderness combat missions can be lethal. You shouldn't mess around if you're not strong enough." Qin Heng sighed helplessly. He wanted to keep a low profile and avoid drawing attention, but how could he make friends with a fake name? This was a martial arts examination. It would affect his future household registration. If he told the truth, the other party would surely make a fuss. There was nothing he could do about it. Hearing Qin Heng's name, Huang Jiancheng ahead also gasped in surprise. "Little brother, so you're Qin Heng. Everyone's saying nowadays that you became so powerful because you took some divine medicine, is that true?" Jin Wenxin, "Damn, would you look at that? We've run into a celebrity. Brother Qin Heng, let's stick together. The two of us will join forces with you." Qin Heng's celebrity effect was instantly at work. The two parties hit it off immediately and thus formed a temporary team. The testing continued, and soon it was Huang Jiancheng's turn. Huang Jiancheng stepped up and threw a punch, delivering a force of 1,080 kilograms. Next was Jin Wenqin, with 1,055 kilograms. When it came to Qin Hong, he had originally intended to unleash his full strength to test the limits of his abilities. But with his sharp eyes, he noticed that one of Wang Peng's companions was still waiting ahead, refusing to leave. Clearly, the other party wanted to see if he could pass the test. This wilderness journey is unpredictable, with people's intentions hard to fathom. Better to conceal some skills and keep a trump card up my sleeve, Qin Hong thought to himself. After all, passing the assessment only requires striking over 1,000 kilograms, there's no need to go all out. By appearing weaker, he could lower his opponent's guard. If a fight broke out later, he could catch them off balance. With this in mind, Qin Hong held back part of his strength during the test, using only about 70 to 80% of his power. Bang! His fist struck, and the testing machine displayed the numerical result. Punching power, 1,022 kilograms. Qualified, the staff member announced the result. Junior brother Qin Hong is amazing. Zhao Dongxing, standing behind, was utterly astonished. This result is nearly 100 kilograms higher than the quasi-martial artist assessment from just a few days ago, which is truly astonishing. None of them knew that this wasn't even Qin Hang's full strength. If he were to unleash his full power, a single punch could likely deliver 1,300 kilograms or even more force. When Zhao Dongxing stepped forward for his test, the result was 1,048 kilograms. After a while, everyone finished the strength test. Qin Hong and the others exited through the back door of the testing area and arrived at a warehouse. The warehouse wasn't particularly large, but it was packed with items. Shelves were filled with all kinds of cold weapons, swords, spears, halberds, everything was there, with blades being the most abundant. Their sizes varied from long to short, wide to narrow, heavy to light, every possible type was available. There were staff members on duty here as well. When they saw Qin Hong and the others enter, one of them said, "The weapons are on the racks, and the combat suits are in the boxes. Take what you need, but you can only carry a maximum of 2 weapons. If you've brought any personal weapons with you, please hand them over to me for safekeeping first. Private items are not allowed during the assessment." The rules of the martial artist assessment were fairly well known to everyone. All equipment had to be provided by the Alliance headquarters, so no personal preparations were necessary. If anyone possessed weapons such as superior personal arms or firearms more advanced than those provided for the exam, they would be prohibited from using them. After all, this was a test of skill, not a competition of personal wealth. Junior brother Qin Hong, what weapon are you accustomed to? Zhao Dongxing walked alongside Qin Hang. Qin Hong replied, "I've always trained with a Dao blade before, so I'll stick with the same style." The trial martial hall also had weapons training, though they were all practice swords made of molds, completely harmless. He picked up a single-handed Dao. Its blade was palm-wide, measuring 75 centimeters in length, while the full weapon stretched about 1 meter long. This type of blade has a pleasant name, Wind Cutter, and belongs to a series. It is forged from grade A alloy, weighs 24 Jin, approximately 12 kilograms, and is produced by MS Group. Its hardness is comparable to tungsten steel, but it boasts superior sharpness, making it the most commonly used weapon among martial artists. I also like the design of the Wind Cutter. Better take an extra one, just in case. Zhao Dongxing grabbed 2 identical combat blades in one go. A single person can carry 2 weapons. However, Qin Hang felt that carrying 2 identical knives was a bit cumbersome, so he walked around and stopped in front of the short weapons rack. He picked up a dagger. The dagger was more convenient to carry. If his battle knife were to slip from his grip, he could quickly draw it for emergencies. It made for an excellent backup weapon. As for the combat suit, there wasn't much to choose from. They were all of the same strength rating, with the only differences being the color and size. Based on his height and build, Qin Hong selected a combat suit woven in brown and green tones. This color scheme blended well with natural surroundings, allowing for better camouflage in the wilderness, making it a popular choice among many. Chapter 030, the monsters were terrifying, but humans were even more dreadful. Choose your equipment, everyone meet at the parking lot. A staff member from the Martial Artists Alliance loudly announced the rules for the practical exam. The sole objective of this combat assessment is to obtain at least 3 primary level monster left ears. You may set traps, hunt in groups, or venture alone. Any tactics are permitted. As long as you acquire monster ears, even if stumbling upon a corpse, it counts as passing. Otherwise, the assessment fails. The rules sound simple enough. Kill 3 primary level monsters with ears within 3 days, a challenge neither too easy nor too difficult. After announcing the rules, the staff continued, all martial artists, please board the vehicles. Each bus can seat 30 people. Your combat backpacks are already prepared with 3 days' worth of rations and medical supplies. The wilderness combat vehicle used for the examination resembles a coach bus in appearance, but its shell is far sturdier than an ordinary bus. Even a monster couldn't smash through it. Moreover, 2 23mm caliber machine guns are mounted on the roof, which can be activated to unleash a barrage of fire at monsters when danger arises. Shin Hang and the others boarded the vehicles one after another. A total of 7 vehicles were used, 6 for transporting the 174 probationary martial artists, plus 1 supervisor's vehicle. Once everyone was in position, the vehicles immediately started moving, leaving the parking lot and speeding straight down Central Avenue toward the border wall. On the vehicle, Shin Hung and the others each received a large backpack. Opening it revealed several metal boxes inside, military ration kits with quite a variety of flavors, each box constituting 1 meal. According to the labels on the boxes, aside from food, there were also matches, cotton swabs, insect repellent powder, disposable soap, and other items, making the supplies quite comprehensive. Feels like we're going on a trip, Zhao Dongxing chuckled. Huang Jiancheng chuckled darkly. Just wait until you see the monsters in the wildlands. You won't think that way anymore. Shin Hung asked, Brother Huang, have you been to the wildlands before? Huang Jiancheng shook his head. Our combat rating isn't high enough yet. We're not qualified to go to the wildlands. We just handle receiving warriors at the factory and processing monster materials. Are the monsters in the wildlands really scary? Everyone shared a mixture of anticipation and nervousness. Since childhood, television had repeatedly warned people that the wilderness was dangerous and that monsters were ferocious. During training, their coaches had also told them to strive to become martial artists, slay monsters, and protect their homeland. Now, this day had finally arrived, and everyone felt their emotions surging. Jin Wenshin glanced at the military rations in his backpack and suddenly muttered, The monsters are terrifying, but our own people are even more frightening. Zhao Dongxing asked, What do you mean by that? Jin Wenshin replied, Didn't you hear what the examiner just said? No matter what method you use, as long as you obtain a monster's left ear, you pass the test. With no rules restricting us, some among us might resort to stealing from each other or even killing. The trainees from Heavenly Path Martial Arts School all fell silent. The wilderness is lawless land. There are no surveillance cameras, no police, and crimes go unbridled. Humanity's dark side easily surfaces there. Especially since the martial artist qualification exam determines one's transformation in social status and future income. Many, driven by greed, might cast aside moral restraints to attack other examinees and steal their monster ears. Don't worry. We'll operate as a team. With 7 of us together, as long as we don't turn on each other, no one else would dare target us, said Huang Jiancheng. Right, there are 7 of us. Working together, we can hold our own even against an intermediate martial artist. Others would be too scared to mess with us, they wouldn't dare take us on, Zhao Dongxing agreed. The larger the team, the more beast ears they'd need to collect. When traveling in teams, the number of monsters encountered is roughly the same as when traveling alone. If the time runs out before gathering enough beast ears, infighting within the team becomes highly likely. That's why people usually form groups of 3 to 5, no one would bother with a team of more than 10. Of course, the size of the group isn't the deciding factor in conflicts. Differences in strength and personal grudges are also major triggers. For example, Shin Hung. At this moment, Shin Hung was secretly calculating in his heart the odds of success if a conflict were to arise between him and Wang Peng's team. Given his current strength, Wang Peng would no longer be a match for him and could be easily defeated. The only one who gave him slight hesitation was that Qian Feilong with his 1,400 kilograms punching force. At noon, the armored vehicle arrived at the border wall. After traveling a short distance along the broad fortress ramparts, they reached a heavily guarded checkpoint bristling with artillery. Shin Hung and the others looked out the window as the vehicle passed through the checkpoint and descended the slope, entering the wilderness zone. Ahead stretched thousands of miles of desolate plains, with dense forests and treacherous paths. Who knew what dangers awaited them there? The driver in the vehicle was also a martial artist and said to everyone on board, We expect to arrive at our destination, the Whooping Mountain Range, 220 kilometers from the base city, by 4 p.m. The terrain there is complex, with numerous monsters and demonic plants. If you encounter danger beyond your capability, you can use the signal flare in your backpack to call for help. However, I'd advise against using it unless absolutely necessary, because while it can summon rescue, it might also attract powerful monsters, potentially leading to a quicker death. Whooping Mountain Range. Shin Hung immediately recalled a passage from one of his textbooks. During cultural studies, his teacher had mentioned that the Whooping Mountain Range was once the largest natural herbal medicine base in southern China, stretching hundreds of kilometers and home to many rare medicinal herbs and wild animals. However, with the advent of the Martial Dao Sky Bridge and the dawn of a new era, those great mountains have transformed into an extremely perilous place. Medicinal herbs absorbed cosmic energy, turning into bloodthirsty demonic plants, while beasts gained heightened intelligence through cultivation. After decades of evolution, the current Whooping Mountain Range can almost be considered a monster beast kingdom. Located not far from the Nansha base city, it has always been a key defensive target for the city. Military satellites, radars, and elite warriors from the Martial Artists Alliance constantly monitor the movements of the monstrous kings within the mountain range. Of course, the number of monster kings is very few. The outer regions of Whooping Mountain Range have relatively less abundant cultivation energy, so one generally wouldn't encounter overly powerful monsters here. Thus, this area has become a training ground for novice martial artists. Whether one seeks to temper themselves or hunt monsters to sell materials, all can come here. The selected assessment area is a sector on the western side of Mount Whooping, where the number of monsters is relatively low, and warriors rarely come here. As the vehicle moved forward, the outline of Mount Whooping gradually became clearer. Shin Hong and the others enjoyed the scenery of the wilderness from the vehicle, with occasional birds or beasts passing by in the distance. Look, isn't that yellow monster a blade fonghound? Zhao Dongxing spotted a beast in the distance and said with some excitement. None of them had much experience with real mutated beasts, so seeing one in the wilderness for the first time felt incredibly novel. Huang Jiancheng, being more experienced, glanced into the distance and nodded. It's a newly mature blade-toothed hound, standing about 105 centimeters at the shoulder. Its canines are roughly 7 to 8 centimeters long, with a bite force exceeding 600 kilograms. Jin Wenxin added, this beast's pair of fangs is quite valuable. Ground into powder and alloyed with tungsten, iron, copper, and other metals in set proportions, they can produce a 2-grade alloy with exceptional hardness. They're worth around 4,000 yuan. Chapter 31 must come to an end. Votes please. 4,000 yuan. This price made many people on the bus visibly moved. They weren't martial artists yet, and as quasi-martial artists, 4,000 yuan was nearly equivalent to a month's wages. Hunting just one blade fonghound earns so much money. If I killed one every day, my monthly income would exceed 100,000, wouldn't it? Look over there. What kind of monster is that? At that moment, another warrior on the vehicle spotted something new. Everyone turned to look in unison. There stood a bird resembling an old hen, but as tall as a person, waddling through the bushes. Huang Jiancheng explained, that's a purple feather chicken, a low-level mutant beast. Though not very intelligent, its feathers are quite valuable, selling for around 4,500 yuan on the market. Such a plump chicken would taste absolutely delicious roasted, someone remarked, licking their lips. Everyone had tasted mutant beast meat before and knew just how flavorful it could be. This plump chicken looks incredibly delicious just thinking about it. However, the convoy was heading to Whooping Mountain Range for combat assessment drills and wouldn't stop for it. The vehicles continued onward, encountering numerous other monstrous creatures along the way. Huang Jiancheng and Jin Wenxin kept acting like two commentators, continuously explaining each creature's combat strength and material value to everyone. Shin Han listened with great interest while silently thinking to himself, the assessment target is monster ears, but creatures like birds and insects typically don't have ears. Therefore, my targets can only be beasts. This limits their hunting targets. Not every monster they encounter can be killed and counted as a valid achievement. The hours passed on the journey, spent in debates about the monstrous creatures. The convoy traversed the uninhabited wilderness and finally reached the outskirts of the Whooping Mountain Range. Let's get off here. The driver spoke up. Shin Hong and the others immediately sprang into action, shouldering their backpacks, grabbing their weapons, and filing out one after another. 7 wilderness combat vehicles stood parked neatly in the open space, with 174 trainees automatically forming into orderly lines. The actual combat assessment is about to begin. The chief commander of this wilderness assessment was a bald young man named Fu Yuntai, a great martial master from the Martial Artist Alliance. Addressing the crowd in a clear voice, he declared, all prospective martial artists, you have 3 days and nights to act freely. By 2 p.m. on June 30th, exactly 3 days from now, everyone must gather here. We will spend 1 hour evaluating your combat achievements before immediately returning to the base city. Anyone who fails to assemble here by then will be presumed dead. Understood? Understood, the crowd responded in unison. In the wilderness, you are responsible for your own survival. The wild shows no mercy, and no one is obligated to protect you. If you can't return within the stipulated time, even if you're not dead, you'll be abandoned in the wilderness, left to fend for yourself. So, the mission can fail, but the people must return. Good, now, move out. At the command of Chief Examiner Fu Yuntai, Shin Hong and over 170 others immediately shouldered their backpacks, armed themselves, and set off in small groups toward the Whooping Mountain Range. Shin Hong, Zhao Dongxing, follow me. I've heard some valuable information about Whooping Mountain Range from a senior, which will help us track down prey. Huang Jiancheng had been itching to go. The moment the operation was announced, he immediately called out to Shin Hong and the others. All right, let's move. The entire team followed Huang Jiancheng's lead. At this moment, a lazy voice sounded from nearby, hey, Shin Hang, Turning his head, Qin Hong saw Wang Peng. Wang Peng was accompanied by 6 students from the War God Martial Arts Hall, including Qian Filong, making exactly 7 people, the same number as Qin Heng's squad. With a mocking expression, like a cat toying with a mouse, he sneered, "The wilderness is dangerous. Be careful not to lose your life." To others' ears, these words sounded like the concern between friends, but Qin Hong knew very well Wang Peng was making threats, preparing to target him. "You too," Qin Hong responded, calm and composed, his tone even. The grudge between them had been brewing since their first encounter 3 years ago at the Trial Martial Arts Hall. Over the years, repeated conflicts and battles have made them as incompatible as fire and water, irreconcilable. Recently, Qin Heng's latent talent erupted, showing signs of a powerful rise, while Wang Peng gained considerable authority after being acknowledged by Wang Jianming. Both could sense the deadly threat emanating from the other. This wilderness operation must settle things once and for all. Otherwise I wouldn't be able to sleep or eat peacefully. Qin Hong and Wang Peng's gazes met midair, within seemingly calm expressions flickered in icy killing intent. "Let's go." With brief acknowledgements, Qin Hong and his teammates took their leave first. "Let's move out too." Wang Peng called out to his companions and approached the mountains from another nearby direction. "This isn't the place to start trouble, there are invigilators here. We'll wait until we're deeper in the forest before making our move." The dense jungle swallowed up over 170 aspiring martial artists as team after team gradually disappeared into the wilderness. Huang Jiancheng asked Qin Hong, "Young brother Hong, do you know that young Master Wang from the War God Martial Arts Hall?" Wang Peng's identity was actually quite well known among many. Qin Hong replied, "Yes, we have some past conflicts. We need to be careful of their ambushes these 3 days." "Ha?" Jin Wenxin hesitated a moment, saying, "I actually thought you two were friends. I was just about to ask why you weren't sticking together." Qin Hong chuckled, "Anybody could be my friend, but definitely not him. Someone who frequently harassed his girlfriend and spread rumors to slander him. If he could still be friends with such a person, then there must be something wrong with his head." Zhao Dongxing looked grave. The trainees at War God Martial Arts Gym aren't simple, especially that Qian Filong. "One-on-one, I doubt any of us stands a chance against him." Qin Hong remained calm. "No worries. If they dare to come, I'll handle him myself." Then he added, "By the way, if you're afraid of being implicated because of me, you can separate from me. I'll be fine on my own." He didn't want to force anyone. If the others were afraid of Wang Peng and didn't want to act together, then they could split up. After all, he was strong enough to survive in the wilderness alone. But Zhao Dongxing didn't care about that. "I just think they're pretty strong, so fighting them might be a bit troublesome. But I never said I'd abandon a teammate at the first sign of danger." "Qin Hong, you said you can handle Qian Filong. Do you have some kind of trump card?" Qin Hong nodded. "Thanks, I do have some tricks up my sleeve." He didn't have any killer moves, but he had been hiding some of his strength. In a real fight, his sheer power could catch opponents off guard. "Brother Huan, Brother Jin, what about you?" Qin Hong turned to Huang Jiancheng and Jin Wenxin. "Wei." The two men exchanged a glance. They'd been around in society longer and understand the trade-offs better than those like Zhao Dongxing who came from martial arts academies. Reason told them that avoiding trouble was better than inviting it, and staying away from Wang Peng would be safer. But after some thought, Huang Jiancheng said, "Little brother Qin Hong, you're the fierce one who broke the city's records. You're bound for great things in the future. If you're in trouble now, we brothers will help you. Just don't forget our loyalty when you rise to fame." Jin Wenxin chimed in, "We agreed to act together. If we run now, we'd be ridiculed all our lives by our alliance buddies." Qin Hong was genuinely moved. "Thank you all so much." Yet these were strangers he just met, willing to step forward and help, despite fully understanding how powerful their adversary was. Such kindness was worth remembering. Start of the month. Begging for votes. Only with your support can this new book thrive. On my knees with gratitude. Chapter 32 First Battle with the Beast. After walking for half an hour, Qin Hong and the others had entered the outskirts of the Whooping Mountain range. The distant howls of beasts echoed through the air, while the nearby forests remained eerily quiet, seemingly harmless. However, the wilderness was still the wilderness, where danger could emerge at any moment. The 7-member team stayed vigilant, each person cautiously scanning their assigned direction as they advanced, not daring to let their guard down for even a second. "Brother Huang, you mentioned before that you had a way to locate prey. Care to show us your skills?" Zhao Dongxing said to Huang Jiancheng. Huang Jiancheng chuckled and said, no problem. This method was taught to me by a senior from MS Group. He said if we mimic the mating calls of female beasts, many males will come out on their own." Can you actually mimic it?" The group exchanged odd looks. While everyone understood the natural rules of animal courtship, reproducing animal sounds wasn't something you could just pick up on command. Huang Jiancheng puffed out his chest and declared proudly, "This is my specialty, watch and learn." Then he nimbly climbed up a tree, cleared his throat, tilted his head back, and emitted a series of animal cries. "Ow, woof woof." Upon hearing this, Qin Hong and the others all wore expressions of bewilderment. "Wasn't that just a dog's bark?" "Brother Huang, are you sure this will attract wild beasts? Zhao Dongxing expressed doubt. Huang Jiancheng didn't answer, continuing to emit mating calls like a dog, howling loudly. Jin Wenxin explained on his behalf, the Wupiying mountain range was still human habitat decades ago, home to numerous domesticated animals and pets. After the new era began, humans perished or migrated, leaving these livestock and pets to roam the wilderness, gradually transforming into beasts. Dogs were one of the most popular pets humans kept back then, vast in numbers and naturally formidable in primitive combat. After decades of breeding, this species has now become one of the most common types of monsters in the wild. So that's how it is. Only then did Qin Hong and the others understand the significance behind imitating a dog's call. The razorfang hounds they encountered on the road earlier were one type of canine monster. As Huang Jiancheng's mimicking calls spread through the forest, answering howls from more canine monsters soon echoed in the distance. We've got responses. Delighted, Huang Jiancheng amplified his output, yelling at the top of his lungs with unrestrained howls. Woof, woof. The nearest sound seemed to be less than 200 meters away from them. Prepare for battle. Jin Wenxin gripped the hilt of her blade. Qin Hong and the others also remained vigilant, slowly unsheathing their combat knives while making as little noise as possible. Rustle. The sound of footsteps crushing autumn leaves rapidly approached, accompanied by the frantic howls of canine beasts in heat. He's coming. The first monster burst into view, a massive black hound, standing about 1.3 meters at the shoulder, its muscular body charging forward recklessly. It collided with a tree as thick as a man's thigh, shattering the trunk into splinters. Take it down. Clang! Zhao Dongxing and Qin Hong struck almost simultaneously, each wielding a wind cleaver sword as they slashed at the black dog from left and right. Jin Wenxin warned urgently, be careful, that's a giant black hound with a bite force exceeding 1,500 kilograms, extremely dangerous. As soon as the words were spoken, Qin Hang and Zhao Dongxing had already clashed with the colossal black hound. The monstrous black dog had come seeking a mate. Its actions were rash and irrational, blind to the potential dangers surrounding it. Swish! Two streaks of blade light descended, instantly leaving deep gashes on the giant black dog's body. Roar! The massive black hound let out a pained howl, blood gushing out as it rolled clumsily on the ground. Qin Hong grew alarmed rather than pleased. That strike carried at least 1,000 kilograms of force, combined with the razor sharpness of my A-grade alloy gale severing blade, yet it couldn't cleave the beast clean in two? Both his and Zhao Dongxing's wounds were nearly identical in depth, over half a meter long and about 7 centimeters deep. At such a depth, the wound isn't fatal for the massive black hound due to its enormous size. The two continued slashing with their blades, attempting to finish it off. Yet the giant hound reacted swiftly, rolling twice before immediately rising and charging straight at Qin Hang. Qin Hong, watch out. This beast has incredibly thick muscle layers, it won't die that easily. Jin Wenxin warned again, raising his blade to assist. The giant black dog's muscles were as hard as stone, even its most vulnerable neck was impervious to ordinary attack. With a lunge and snap, it collided squarely with Qin Hang's descending blade. Put! The wind-splitting sword cleaved down from the dog's muzzle, splitting its skull straight through with half a foot of steel plunged deep. At the same time, the brute force of the pounce delivered staggering momentum, knocking Qin Hong flat as the colossal black hound's body slammed into him. The beast's brute strength surpasses mine, Qin Hong assessed in his mind. The cleaver had split the giant black hound's skull but became lodged in bone, impossible to wrench free. Close quarters grappling with monsters was perilous business. Unwilling to risk injury, Qin Hong decisively abandoned the weapon, rolling sideways to create distance. Rising fluidly from his evasion, he drew the alloy dagger from his waist sheath. At this moment, Zhao Dongxing seized the opportunity and charged forward, thrusting his blade fiercely into the giant black dog's soft abdomen. Woo-woo! The enormous beast let out a pained whimper, its mouth jammed by the combat knife, unable to even let out a proper cry. Zhao Dongxing's thrust pierced straight through the giant dog's heart, severing its life force instantly. The massive canine writhed and howled on the ground, its strength visibly draining as blood soaked the dry branches and leaves. Soon, it ceased its struggles entirely. Good teamwork. Jin Wenxin gave a thumbs up, praising the two of them. Taking down a legitimate primary-level monster in their very first battle without either of them getting injured, such performance was already considered outstanding among reserve martial artists. Qin Hong drew his combat knife, sliced off the giant black dog's left ear, and tossed it to Zhao Dongxing. Senior brother Zhao, you landed the killing blow, this belongs to you. Zhao Dongxing threw it back at him with a smirk. You're the one who created this killing blow, it should be yours to take. Hey, since when did you two become so polite with each other? Huang Jiancheng teased from the tree, don't give it to me, I still want to finish my assessment mission quickly. The initial victory lifted everyone's spirits. Qin Hang smiled, sure, we're teammates after all. We'll finish this together in the end. Jin Wenxin, alright, put it away for now. Seems like more monsters are coming. The sound of monsters running echoed in the distance, the battle wasn't over yet. Got it. Qin Hang's expression turned serious again as he opened his backpack, took out a sealed bag, and carefully packed away the bloodied beast ears. Just as I packed the beast's ears into my backpack, my companion spotted the shadow of a second beast. No, to be precise, more than one. Wu Ruijie, another student from Heavenly Dao Martial Arts School whose strength was comparable to Zhao Dongxing's, pointed toward a nearby mountain hollow. There's one over there, another under the trees behind us, and one down the slope. The numbers aren't right. Huang Jiancheng, perched in the tree with a better vantage point, also caught sight of the creatures. 3 on the southern slope, 2 in the eastern grove, plus the ones to the north, at least 7 or 8 in total. The number of monsters was greater than they anticipated, and perhaps due to the keen sense of smell of canine monsters, the scent of blood here had already alerted them. Now, instead of rushing over frantically in search of the female dog, they were advancing cautiously with heightened vigilance. This formation clearly indicated that they had recognized the origins of Qin Heng's team and were joining forces to seek revenge for the giant black dog. Chapter 033, Reveling in Battle. The situation isn't looking too good. Jin Wenxin frowned deeply, gripping his combat saber tightly. Huang Jiancheng quickly analyzed the monster's combat strength: 2 yelpers, 2 black dogs, 3 mongrels, all beginner-level monsters. And one is, damn, it's a blood-claw direwolf. That bastard's tough to handle. A blood-claw direwolf? What's that? Qin Hong had never heard the name before. Huang Jiancheng explained, it's a mutated canine monster that can stand erect briefly and fight almost human-like. Its forelimbs have extended claws sharp enough to match at 2-grade weapons. Once fully grown, it's automatically a mid-tier monster. Intermediate. Zhao Dongxing and the others' expressions immediately changed. An intermediate-level monster is equivalent to a human intermediate-level martial artist, with an attack force that can reach 3,000 kilograms, far surpassing those like them who have just barely touched the threshold of being beginner-level martial artists. Fighting such monsters leaves almost no chance of survival. But fortunately, Huang Jiancheng quickly added, judging by the size of that blood-claw direwolf, it probably hasn't reached adulthood yet. Stay alert, everyone, we might actually stand a chance. The 8 beasts had already formed an encirclement and were slowly closing in. Clearly, this was an unavoidable battle. Then let's fight. Qin Heng's gaze fell upon the large dog walking upright on its hind legs, and his fighting spirit ignited within his chest. The blood-claw dire wolf stood 2.4 meters tall when upright, with powerful hind limbs, slender forelimbs, a arched back, and a narrow waist. It possessed a pair of 20-centimeter long blood-red claws and appeared far more intelligent and combat-capable than ordinary canine monsters. The distance between them closed to less than 70 meters. Back to back. Be careful, Zhao Dongxing shouted in a low voice. 8 monsters approached from 3 directions, making it impossible to cover all sides alone. They could only guard one front each, entrusting their backs to their comrades. Qin Hong, leave this side to me, I have more combat experience. Huang Jiancheng had already climbed down from the tree and wanted to switch positions with Qin Heng, because the monster directly facing Qin Heng at this moment was precisely that blood-claw direwolf. However, Qin Hong didn't exchange positions with him, replying, better let me handle this. Just stand ready to support if needed. His combat strength was the greatest among them, giving him better odds against the blood-claw direwolf. But, Huang Jiancheng wanted to say more, but the blood-claw demon wolf was cunning. Sensing their deliberation over tactics, it immediately let out an enraged howl and commanded its pack to attack. Roar! Woof! A pack of enormous dogs, larger than tigers from the olden days, charged forward with furious roars. Kill! Zhao Dongxing, Jin Wenxin, and the others roared in unison, raising their war blades as they charged forward. In an instant, 7 men and 8 beasts clashed in bloody combat. Qin Hong faced the blood-claw demon wolf, feeling a stark contrast to the battle with the giant black hound moments before. The beast moved with terrifying speed, lunging forward as if its legs were spring-loaded, instantly closing the distance to Qin Hong while slashing at his throat with razor-sharp claws. Qin Hong had anticipated this. He twisted aside to evade before countering with a sweeping horizontal slash. The blood-claw direwolf slapped away the combat blade with its sharp claws, producing a metallic clang, then immediately followed with another swipe. Put! The sharp claws whistled through the air with a piercing sound. Although Qin Hong wasn't hit directly, he still felt a slicing sensation across his chest as if a blade had grazed him. If not for his combat suit's exceptional durability, that strike would have surely drawn blood. This beast's speed and strength are both superior to mine. Looks like I can only stall it for now and slowly find an opening. The brief contact allowed Qin Hong to make a judgment in his heart. Back at the Trial Martial Arts Hall, he often sparred with Chen Yuan, Su Quan, and others, so his combat skills were still solid. However, a monster is still a monster. This was his first life-or-death battle of such intensity. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The blood-claw direwolf's claws flashed with terrifying speed, the razor-sharp talons slicing through the air with shrill howls, forcing Qin Hong to retreat step by step. The pressure's intense, yet I'm starting to feel exhilarated. Though struggling to keep up, Qin Hong felt no trace of panic or fear. Instead, his blood burned with excitement, coursing through him with an indescribable thrill. Combat. This is real combat. His eyes blazed with fiery intensity. Whoosh, swish, swish, swish. Claws clashed incessantly with battle blades, attacking and parrying in relentless alternation. Every clash was a thrilling experience for Qin Hang. He seemed to have found the meaning of training, the meaning of living. 3 years of sweat-drenched, arduous training, 3 years of rising early and toiling late, all for battles like this. The first-hand experience of life and death combat is utterly mesmerizing. Clang, shink. Sword clashed against claw again and again, each strike carrying the crushing force of over 1,000 kilograms, leaving both combatants' hands numb from the impact. Fantastic, fantastic, ha ha ha, again. Qin Hang grew more composed with each strike, his entire body surging with fiery passion as he began seeking opportunities to counterattack the blood-clawed demon wolf. Phew! The battle saber's blade swept past a pine tree, the 20-centimeter thick trunk was severed instantly, collapsing with a resounding crack. Whoosh! The blood-clawed demon wolf's razor-sharp claws sliced through another tree, leaving 3 deep gashes that cleaved clean through, snapping it in half on the spot. The attacks of both man and beast were terrifyingly fierce, each move carrying lethal intent, with no mercy shown. Qin Hang's arms were numb from the vibrations, yet his heart swelled with excitement and joy. Perhaps I can kill it. A thought flashed through Qin Hang's mind. Had this blood-clawed dire wolf been a fully grown adult, possessing the strength of an intermediate-level monster, he wouldn't have stood a chance in the slightest. But it was not. A subadult blood-clawed demon wolf with the strength of a primary-level monster, even with rich combat experience, sharp and fierce reflexes, and an intelligent mind, how could it compare to humans? Humans are the foremost of all creatures, the wisest and most dexterous beings, unrivaled within the same realm. Kill! Qin Hang had completely adapted to the blood-clawed demon wolf's combat patterns and began targeting its weak points. The beast's vulnerabilities lay in its flanks and rear. Its claws could only cover about a 120-degree frontal range, as its front limbs couldn't extend beyond 180 degrees like a human's. Moreover, the structure of its hind legs made it impossible for the creature to pivot swiftly in place as humans do. Qin Hang started circling, attempting to launch attacks from the side. The intelligent blood-clawed demon wolf recognized his tactics and maintained distance, fiercely protecting its vulnerable back. Qin Hang remained patient, repeatedly making attempts while ensuring his own safety. Though his arms grew somewhat numb and the fight was quite strenuous, fortunately he remained uninjured and his combat effectiveness was still intact. His companions were also engaged in equally fierce battles, especially Zhao Dongxing, who was currently surrounded by 2 monstrous beasts and found himself in a very perilous situation. "Someone help me, I can't hold on much longer," Zhao Dongxing shouted. He was already injured, his left forearm bitten by a large dog. His combat suit was torn, revealing a bloody mess beneath. "Hang in there, I'm coming," came the immediate response from Liang Yunkai, a student of the Heavenly Path martial arts school. This student had always been quiet and reserved, seldom speaking much, but his combat prowess was surprisingly formidable. Wielding a battle axe, he single-handedly fought against a large yellow-furred dog standing 1.4 meters tall at the shoulder, thoroughly dominating the encounter. Squelch! With a fierce swing of the sharp axe, the yellow-furred dog was instantly cleaved in half at the waist, letting out a piercing shriek as its entrails spilled across the ground in a gory mess. Liang Yunkai swiftly dispatched the monstrous beast without hesitation and immediately moved to support Zhao Dongxing, taking on one of the creatures. Zhao Dongxing exhaled deeply in relief and, enduring the excruciating pain in his left arm, continued to fight on. Huang Jiancheng shouted from his side, "We need to finish off these beasts quickly, or Qin Hang won't last much longer." "Holy crap! Are you serious? The ones who won't last are clearly us," Jin Wenxin couldn't help but retort. Apart from Liang Yunkai, the rest of them had all sustained some degree of injury. In contrast, Qin Hang was not only unharmed but was gradually gaining the upper hand, starting to overpower the blood-clawed direwolf. Huang Jiancheng never imagined that Qin Hang could pose any real combat threat. Upon hearing Jin Wenxin's words, he glanced sideways reflexively. At that very moment, Qin Hang successfully maneuvered to the side of the blood-clawed direwolf and thrust his combat blade forward with a fierce motion. Squelch! The side of the blood-clawed direwolf, left unprotected, had a hole instantly punched through its flank. Chapter 034, Qin Hang is truly powerful. I won! Qin Hang's heart leaped with joy. The blood-clawed demon wolf's size indeed had its limitations, its flank defenses were extremely vulnerable. Though not fatal, this successful strike instantly crippled the blood-clawed demon wolf, reducing its combat effectiveness by more than half. What was once tenfold strength now couldn't muster even 5. Roar! The monster roared in pain, wildly swinging its razor-sharp claws to drive Qin Hang back. Qin Hang drew his blade and dodged the frenzied strikes of the beast. With the obstruction of the blade removed, the blood-clawed direwolf's abdomen immediately gushed blood violently. "Qin Hang, you're just too damn strong," Huang Jiancheng couldn't help but shout. Originally, everyone thought the blood-clawed direwolf would be the toughest opponent, something the squad would need to defeat the other monsters first before taking it on together. To their astonishment, Shin Hong single-handedly took on the Bloodclaw Demon Wolf, not only unharmed but handling it with even greater ease than they had. At this moment, everyone looked at Shin Hong with newfound respect. This 18-year-old boy was no novice in combat, as they had assumed, but a formidable genius martial artist with extraordinary combat talent. Can't let my guard down yet. I'll finish this one first, then help everyone. Shin Hong didn't relax his vigilance, instead continuing to circle and attack the Bloodclaw Direwolf. The wounded Bloodclaw Direwolf had lost its agility, merely flailing its sharp claws wildly in a desperate attempt to scare Shin Hong away. Facing this opponent in its death throes, Shin Hong showed no mercy. Seizing an opening, he plunged his blade again, this time from the opposite side. Put! Blood gushed forth anew as the blade struck directly into the heart. The Bloodclaw Demon Wolf stiffened instantly, losing all strength as it collapsed slowly. A feeble whimper escaped its jaws. It had died quite unwillingly. Shin Hong twisted the hilt sharply, grinding the monster's heart into minced flesh before pulling the blade free. Glancing over the battlefield, he saw varying situations in everyone's fights against the monsters. Huang Jiancheng was evenly matched against a black dog, while Wu Weijie, Pang Jun, and Jin Wenqin were all outmatched by their beasts and losing ground. Liang Yunkai remained the most relaxed, and Zhao Dongxing gradually gained the upper hand after single-handedly fighting a monster. Shin Hong dashed toward the nearest Jin Wenqin. Seizing the moment when the wild dog monster was entangled with Jin Wenqin, he swung his blade in a swift strike. Thud! The massive dog's head thumped to the ground. Ha! Jin Wenqin breathed a sigh of relief, then gave a thumbs up. Shin Hong, you're the man. Help the others. Without saying another word, Shin Hong charged toward the next monster. Squelch! Squelch! 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes. Every strike he landed precisely targeted the monster's undefended spots, each blow dealing a lethal wound without any wasted movement. Though this opportunity only arose because the monster was being restrained by its companions, yet such clean and devastating kills still amazed everyone present. 1 minute later, the battle is completely over. That was really close. I almost got bitten in the neck just now. Phew, I'm exhausted. Even though the fight lasted less than 5 minutes, it felt more taxing than 2 hours of training. At least we won. For a moment there, I thought I wouldn't make it back alive. Everyone heaved a collective sigh of relief, gasping for air as they caught their breath. Senior brother Zhao, how are you holding up? Shin Hong approached the injured Zhao Dongxing, pulling medicinal supplies from his backpack. Zhao Dongxing replied, it's manageable, nothing broken, just flesh wounds. With some medicine, I'll recover in a few days. Gritting his teeth through the sharp pain of dressing his wounds, he turned to Shin Hong and asked, Junior brother Shin Hong, your combat capability seems unusual, doesn't it? Yeah, you're just too strong, aren't you? Everyone shared the same sentiment, looking at Shin Hong with expressions as if he were some kind of monster. If that Bloodclaw Direwolf had been left to them, none of them would have been confident of winning. Holding it off for even 3 minutes would have been a struggle, and the best outcome would have been escaping unharmed while waiting for reinforcements. But Shin Hong not only held it off, he actually killed the Bloodclaw Direwolf. What kind of madness is this? For students from Tiandao Martial Arts School with over 2 years of training, plus 2 rookies from MS Group, how could their actual combat skills be inferior to a rookie who just turned 18 and passed the quasi-martial artist exam a few days ago? Everyone found it hard to accept such a thing. Shin Hong, feeling a bit embarrassed under everyone's gaze, smiled sheepishly, just lucky, really. I happened to seize the monster's weak spot. That Bloodclaw Direwolf couldn't spread its arms wide, leaving its flank undefended. That's how I managed to stab it. Liang Yunkai muttered under his breath. Luck had nothing to do with it. That was pure combat instincts at work. Zhao Dongxing and the others nodded in agreement. A martial artist's combat effectiveness, aside from being influenced by basic strength and combat training, is largely determined by one crucial factor, combat awareness. Those with good combat awareness can remain calm during intense battles, accurately analyzing both their own and their opponent's strengths and weaknesses, allowing them to defeat their enemies. Conversely, those with poor combat awareness, no matter how excellent their usual training or how impressive their flashy moves, will immediately lose composure when real fighting breaks out. They'll swing wildly, wasting energy and potentially putting themselves in grave danger. Shin Hong's combat awareness was clearly exceptional, and coupled with his superior strength only slightly less than the Bloodclaw Direwolf's, he managed to secure victory. Had his strength been any weaker or his awareness slightly duller, he might have already been a corpse by now. Everyone kept praising Shin Hong, their attitude toward him growing increasingly favorable. Those who had harbored some doubts about Shin Hong's abilities earlier now completely abandoned their skepticism, fully recognizing him as a peerless genius. Alright, enough about me. Let's collect the ears and get out of this blood-soaked place. Shin Hong, nearly floating from all the praise, quickly spoke up to put an end to their compliments. 8 monsters, 8 ears, plus the previous one, that makes 9 in total, enough for 3 people to complete the assessment quota. Less than an hour into the wilderness, and already this sufficient. Shin Hong, you take 3 first. The remaining 6, we'll split them 1 each. Huang Jiancheng suggested. Passing the assessment is the main goal. 3 beastiers per person is enough. Any more would be useless. Still 12 more to go. 3 days should definitely be enough. Qin Heng carefully put away the beast ears, sealing them in airtight bags before stuffing them into his backpack. Huang Jiancheng added, "Don't forget to take whatever valuable parts these beasts have. Could fetch a decent price." The beast ears would be submitted to the examiners for evaluation, while the monster materials belonged to the hunter. For example, each claw from the blood-claw direwolf could fetch around 1,500 yuan on the market, meaning all 6 claws together could bring in around 9,000 yuan. Although it's just subadult, with claws that aren't of the best quality, possibly causing some depreciation, it can still fetch around 5,000 to 6,000 without issue. Qin Heng came from a poor family. During his toughest times, he used to pinch every penny until it screamed. Though his situation had improved somewhat now, waste was still unacceptable. Anything valuable had to be hauled back. The group immediately set about dissecting the monstrous carcass on the spot. Under Huang Jiancheng's guidance, Qin Heng broke off the blood-claw demon wolf's sharp claws and extracted its longest pair of fangs, storing them in his backpack. Normally, the monster's bones and flesh could fetch a decent price, but there was no way to carry everything, so they had to leave the rest behind. After packing up, Huang Jiancheng said, "We need to get moving. The scent of blood is too strong here and might attract even more powerful monsters, possibly even savage beasts. One of the cardinal rules of surviving the wilderness, never linger in one spot, especially not after a battle." The spoils were secured, and Qin Heng's group swiftly departed from the battlefield, continuing their advance deeper into the Whooping Mountain range. No sooner had they left than another team arrived at the very spot they had just occupied. Wang Peng, accompanied by Qian Feilong and others, climbed up the slope to survey the blood-soaked remains of monstrous carcasses scattered across the ground, his expression turning decidedly grim. 9 monsters, wiped out completely. Wang Peng found it hard to believe Qin Heng's team could have accomplished this. Qian Feilong stepped forward to inspect each one, finally stopping before the corpse of the blood-claw demon wolf, its deadly claws already removed. "Young Master Wang, this monster is a blood-claw demon wolf, one of the top predators among canine-type monsters. Judging by its size, it's subadult, with claw strength around 1,700 kilograms. Even I would need to exert some effort to take it down." Wang Peng immediately asked him, "Does Qin Heng's team have the capability to kill something like this?" Qian Feilong shook his head decisively. "The ordinary trainees from Heavenly Dao Martial Arts Academy definitely couldn't do it, and those 2 from MS Group probably don't have the strength either, otherwise, they wouldn't have waited until today to take the assessment." "So you mean," Qian Feilong speculated, "probably some expert happened to pass by and rescued them by coincidence." As for Qin Heng, he wasn't even a consideration. Someone who just passed the quasi-martial artist exam, even if their punching power barely reached 1,000 kilograms, couldn't possibly have the ability to take down a blood-claw direwolf. Wang Peng curled his lips and muttered in displeasure, "Damn it, guess he's lucky this time." Then he waved his hand and said, "Let's go, we'll follow them. A master won't stick with them for long. Once it gets dark, we'll find our chance to take them all out." Chapter 035, The Power of a Martial Master. Crossing over a mountain ridge, a river valley lay ahead, dotted with traces of human habitation from decades past. This was once a bustling town, densely packed with houses and crisscrossed by winding paths. But after decades of human absence, everything has changed. Now, all that remains are crumbling ruins and rampant greenery. Hardly a single intact building can be seen. "Let's find a house up ahead to rest for a while," Wu Weijie suggested. Having just endured a fierce battle, everyone needed time to recover and reflect. Huang Jiancheng nodded and said, "Yes, but we must stay vigilant for any monsters that might appear around us." The group followed the abandoned highway and soon came across a dilapidated house. The house had 3 floors. Half of it had collapsed, while the remaining half stood stubbornly upright, like a giant cake that had been neatly sliced away on one side by some unseen force. Qin Heng examined the fracture marks on the broken house and was somewhat surprised. The fracture is remarkably smooth. It must have been cut open by an extremely sharp weapon. Zhao Dongxing reached out with his uninjured right hand to touch the fractured edge, and a puff of dust clung to his fingertips. He said, "Judging by the marks, it must have happened many years ago. Whoever caused this level of destruction must have been at least a martial master." Qin Heng swung his combat knife experimentally, a look of yearning in his eyes. "I wonder how long it'll be before we possess that kind of strength." At present, they were merely novice martial artists, still far from reaching the level of a martial master. Zhao Dongxing shook his head. "A martial master? It's hard to say if any of us will ever reach that realm." But Qin Heng, You should have no problem, give it serious effort for 3 to 5 years, and you might just make it. Shin Hang smiled, if only that were truly the case. Martial masters are far more powerful than ordinary martial artists. In recent days, he'd frequently sought Coach Yang's guidance on such matters, learning the most crucial distinctions between different cultivation realms. The 3 tiers of martial artists merely represented incremental increases in raw strength. Fundamentally, all relied solely on brute muscular force. But becoming a martial master is different. To break through from an advanced martial artist to a master, brute strength alone isn't enough, one must master Qi. Qi is the foundation upon which elite warriors dominate the wilderness. Channeling it within the body enhances vitality, accelerating cellular evolution and growth, while also extending longevity. If Qi is projected outward, it can generate extremely formidable destructive power. For example, taking this building, if one were to rely solely on brute force to chop it down, no matter how great the strength, it would be impossible to cleave the entire structure in one strike. The length of any weapon is limited and cannot pierce through a building over 10 meters thick. But after mastering Qi, with a single swing of the blade, sword energy travels unrestrained. Wherever the blade's edge reaches, there the force arrives. For a martial artist, there is little difference between 1 meter and 10 meters. Within 1 meter, a single punch can unleash over 10 tons of destructive force. Beyond 10 meters, a punch through the air can deliver the same formidable impact of over 10 tons. This is the wondrous application of Qi. Shin Hang's previous goal was to become a true martial artist, and now this goal has essentially been achieved. The next phase's objective is to charge toward the martial master realm, striving to break through during his studies at Heavenly Path Martial Arts Academy. A martial master's earning potential is truly astonishing. With effort, making several million a year is easily within reach. By then, perhaps I can heal my parents' legs, let them walk on their own again, and free them from spending every day confined to a wheelchair. Take a rest first. I'll scope out the area to see if there are any beasts around. Huang Jiancheng, as the senior brother, took it upon himself to stand guard. With nimble movements, he swiftly climbed to the 3rd floor to keep watch. The group rested inside the half-collapsed house. Zhao Dongxing, injured and unwilling to move, sat quietly against the wall with his eyes closed to rest. The others also needed time to recuperate. Shin Hang took out his phone and glanced at it. He had originally wanted to chat with Feng Lingxue for a bit, to share his feelings about the wilderness battle, but there was no signal, so he had no choice but to put it away again. He sat beside Zhao Dongxing, closed his eyes, and replayed the earlier fight with the Bloodclaw Demon Wolf in his mind. During that fight just now, the feeling was incredible, as if every cell had its own thoughts, as if all my cells united in perfect harmony to resist the enemy. Shin Hang mused silently. This sensation was unprecedented. He realized after this battle that he was beginning to genuinely enjoy this feeling. Shin Hang had never been one to seek out fights, whether at home or in the martial arts gym. As long as others didn't provoke him first, he remained gentle and unassuming. But now, he felt as though he truly loved combat, was naturally suited for it, even reveled in it. Perhaps he was born to be a martial artist. After a while, Huang Jiancheng came downstairs and said to the group, "There are traces of monsters around this small town, but the numbers shouldn't be large. As long as we're careful, resting here for a while shouldn't be a problem. Finding a place in the wilderness completely free of monsters is difficult. As long as there aren't too many, it can be considered safe. After all, monsters aren't completely brainless." Seeing such a large gathering of human martial artists, they'd be even more nervous than the humans, not daring to come close and cause trouble. Shin Hang asked, "How long are we resting for?" Actually, he still wanted to keep fighting. "What do you all think?" Huang Jiancheng left the decision to the group. Everyone exchanged glances, silently sharing their thoughts. Finally, Zhao Dongxing spoke up. "We're making quick progress on our mission. There's no need to rush into hunting battles. Let's rest and train here tonight, then continue searching for prey tomorrow morning." Huang Jiancheng, "Alright, sounds good. Those of us who aren't injured will take shifts guarding. 4 hours per group. When Xin and I will take the first shift. Qin Hong and Lian Yunkai the second. Pang Jun and Wu Weijie the third." There was still some time before nightfall, but after the fierce battle earlier, everyone had developed a certain fear of the monsters and weren't too keen on immediately engaging in another round of combat. Alright, Qin Hong was the only one who craved battle, and hearing this, he felt slightly disappointed. But as a member of the team, he didn't want to go against the group either. "I'm going upstairs to train," he said, leaping up in a single bound to reach the 2nd floor. Then, using the broken wall as a springboard, he propelled himself to the 3rd level. The building had collapsed on one side, leaving the other half intact with exactly 2 rooms remaining, 6 rooms in total across 3 floors. Qin Hong occupied one of the rooms on the 3rd floor. Upon entering, he saw dried wild grass scattered on the ground along with cobwebs and dirt. After a quick sweep to clear a spot to sit, he settled down cross-legged and began practicing the innate embryonic breathing technique. After cultivating the innate embryonic breathing technique for a week, Qin Hong reaped immense benefits and had already grown deeply fond of this cultivation method. Sitting quietly while regulating his breath, strands of invisible energy seeped in through his pores, nourishing his body. The wilderness area was richer in cosmic energy than the slums, making cultivation feel exceptionally comfortable. A faintly warm breeze drifted in through the broken window and was also converted into energy, absorbed by Qin Hang. However, the cultivation state didn't last long. In less than half an hour, Qin Hang was jolted awake by a violent tremor. Bang! The entire building shook, as if struck by something massive. Qin Hang opened his eyes and heard a familiar voice from downstairs. Speak, where is Qin Hang? Dare to lie, and I'll kill you on the spot. Chapter 036, A Man of Passion, Honor Above All. It's Wang Peng. That bastard actually chased after them and even took the initiative to attack their squad. Qin Hang quickly stood up and peered through the broken door opening at the scene downstairs. The tremor just now was caused by Qian Feilong taking action. With a single kick, he sent Huang Jiancheng flying into the wall. At this moment, Huang Jiancheng clutched his chest as he fell to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. With difficulty, he uttered, You dare to openly assault a martial artist? This is a serious crime. Jin Wenxin stood to the side, gripping his knife tightly in nervous tension, adopting a defensive stance. Wang Peng's team consisted of 7 people. Qian Feilong and Wang Peng stood shoulder to shoulder at the front, while the remaining 5 positioned themselves behind them. Facing the injured Huang Jiancheng, Wang Peng spoke calmly. First, none of those present here have passed the certification yet. They aren't official martial artists, so neither the martial artist protection laws nor the management regulations for martial artists apply to them. Second, this is the wilderness. Here, no matter what you do, you won't be held legally accountable. He immediately raised his head, spotted Qin Hang on the 3rd floor, and grinned. Qin Hang, we meet again. Barring any surprises, this will be the last time we see each other. His murderous intent was now blatantly obvious. This time, he had only one goal, to kill Qin Hang. What bold words! Zhao Dongxing, Liang Yunkai, and the others were startled. One by one, they stepped out of their rundown restrooms, armed themselves, and leaped down to the lower floor. Qin Hang also came down from upstairs. 7 against 7, a perfectly matched confrontation. Seeing their stance, Wang Peng chuckled. You want to fight me? Don't you know who I am? Jin Wenxin snapped. I don't care who you are. If you want to touch Qin Hang, you'll have to get through me first. When Qin Hang had slain the Bloodclaw direwolf earlier, he was the first to lend a hand, saving him from danger. Jin Wenxin was grateful in his heart. Now someone wants to mess with Qin Hang, and of course, he won't stand for it. Wang Peng sneered without saying a word. Qian Feilong flexed his knuckles slightly and calmly said, I suggest you think carefully. Is it worth risking your life for a stranger you've known for less than a day? Enough talk. If you want to fight, bring it on. We're not afraid of you. Jin Wenxin fearlessly shot back. Zhao Dongxing took a step forward. Qian Feilong, as a talented student from the elite class of the War God Martial Arts Hall, how could you stoop to being a lapdog for some privileged cultivator's kid? Recognizing Zhao Dongxing, Qian Feilong retorted, Your words remain as foolish as ever. Do you even understand what circles mean? Young Master Wang and I are friends. He's not just some privileged kid, he's a genius no less talented than me. Cultivating the innate fetal breath technique for just a year, he became an entry-level martial artist and was already handpicked for the War God Martial Arts Hall's elite class. Genius my foot. His uncle's the deputy head of the War God Martial Arts Hall. Getting into the elite class is just a matter of saying the word. Zhao Dongxing snorted in disdain. Qian Feilong frowned. You know nothing about the elite class. Being admitted to the elite class was his proudest achievement, and being looked down upon like this filled him with growing anger. Zhao Dongxing wasted no more words. Then today I'll see what you've got. Qian Feilong, have you thought this through? If you strike, you won't leave here alive. With those words, he took half a step forward, radiating an astonishing aura. Elite class student of the War God Martial Arts School, their strength is beyond doubt. With just a single glance, Zhao Dongxing and the others already felt overwhelmed, as if Qian Feilong could strike them down in the next second. Ha! Wang Peng watched the scene with amusement and mocked. Qin Hang, you're really lucky. In just half a day, someone's willing to risk their life for you. Qin Hang snapped, enough useless talk. If you want to fight, then bring it on. Although Qian Feilong was formidable, Qin Hang was hardly some powerless pushover. He was itching for a battle. Now that someone had delivered themselves right to his doorstep, he'd seize this chance to fight to his heart's content. Gripping his blade, Qin Hang stepped to the forefront, utterly unflinching beneath the oppressive aura of Wang Peng's 7-man squad. Qin Hang, let's fight together. Jin Wenxin and Zhao Dongxing stepped forward on either side, both showing their loyalty. Wang Peng's expression remained calm and composed, as if victory was already in his grasp. His gaze swept over Huang Jiancheng, Liang Yunkai, and the others behind them before he asked coldly, What about you? Do you want to die with Qin Hang, or leave now while you still can? Huang Jiancheng got to his feet and chuckled dryly. What, trying to persuade us to step aside? Wait till you've dealt with Qin Hang and 1xin, then turn on us next? Wang Peng's eyebrows furrowed. That was precisely his intention. He hadn't expected to be seen through so easily. Huang Jiancheng continued, don't even dream about it. We're not fools. We're all martial artists, no need for underhanded schemes. If you want to fight, bring it on. Worst case, we'll go down fighting. Exactly. If you want to fight, then fight. Enough with the pointless chatter. None of the others showed any fear either. For passionate men, honor comes first. Qin Hong had fought alongside them and even assisted them in slaying monsters to resolve crises. Now that someone intended to move against Qin Hong, it was only natural they wouldn't stand idly by. Tensions ran high as 7 faced 7, neither side backing down. Before we begin, I'll give you one last chance to reconsider. If you value your lives, it's not too late to withdraw. Young Master Wang wouldn't bother with insignificant nobodies like you. Chen Feilong narrowed his eyes slightly, already preparing to strike. He then singled out Zhao Dongxing with a warning. Think about your parents, you're their only son. Do you really want them to endure the agony of losing their child in middle age? Zhao Dongxing's gaze momentarily darkened with complex emotions, but he quickly responded, you're talking much more trash than before, his eyes remaining resolute. Since you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit, don't blame me for what comes next. Qian Feilong's eyes turned ice cold, revealing undisguised murderous intent. Bring it on! Zhao Dongxing let out a low shout and struck first, launching an attack with his single-handed saber stance. Qian Feilong let out a cold snort, shifting his stance in a blink to intercept before the strike could land. Bang! Zhao Dongxing couldn't even see how he moved before being sent flying by a kick. The difference in their abilities was immediately apparent. Everyone be careful, leave him to me. Qin Hong instantly recognized Qian Feilong's formidable skills far beyond what Zhao Dongxing and the others could handle. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, prepared to personally test his mettle against this opponent. With just you? Qian Feilong didn't take Qin Hong seriously at all. Facing Qin Hong, he didn't even draw his weapon, merely darting forward and delivering a sweeping kick with one leg. But the consequence of this strike was beyond his expectations. Qin Hong wasn't Zhao Dongxing. He was far more powerful. With just one exchange, Chen Feilong realized his mistake. Qin Hong, who should have been sent flying with a kick, not only remained firmly grounded but also blocked the strike effortlessly, only to counter with a savage slash of his combat blade. Such raw power? Taken aback, Qian Feilong hastily retreated to avoid the onslaught. Nearby, Wang Peng chuckled, take it easy, Long don't kill him too fast, where's the fun in that? Little did they know that Qin Hong's strength was far beyond what they had imagined. Clang! Qian Feilong drew his sword. Qin Hong's power was overwhelming, matching him blow for blow. Without a weapon in hand, blood would be drawn within just a few moves. His reaction was swift. The moment he sensed something amiss, he cast aside his pride as a prodigy and unleashed his full prowess. Hey, seriously? You actually need to draw your sword against such a weakling? Wang Peng, still oblivious to the gravity of the situation, sneered from the side. Qin Hong, I've got your back. At that moment, Jin Wenqin also joined the fray. Facing two junior martial artists simultaneously, Chen Feilong felt the pressure immediately mounting. With no room left for pride, he shouted urgently, stop watching and attack together. Chapter 037, The Tide Turns Unfavorable. Young Master Wang, something's off. How is Qin Hong exchanging blows evenly with Brother Long? Wang Peng's allies finally began noticing the anomaly. Qin Hong moved swiftly with tremendous force. Though his techniques appeared somewhat crude, at least in terms of aura, he didn't lose out to Qian Feilong. With Jin Wenqin assisting from the side, the 2-against-1 even forced Qian Feilong into a defensive stance, unable to launch any attacks. How could this be? It's impossible. Wang Peng frowned deeply, unable to believe that Qin Hong could be this formidable. Long, stop going easy on him, finish this quick, he shouted. Damn it, I wasn't holding back. Qian Feilong fumed in frustration. This guy's punching strength is at least 1,400 kilograms, he's no weaker than me. Hurry up and gang up on him. Wang Peng. The situation exceeded his expectations and was beginning to spiral out of control, but Wang Peng remained unruffled as he waved his hand and commanded, all of you attack, ordering the others to strike together. Attack! Hold nothing back, kill if you can. They all moved at once. Wang Peng's team of 7, including himself, rushed into the battle one after another. Qin Hong's team members didn't stand idle either. Even the injured Zhao Dongxing and Huang Jiancheng joined in, every single one of them. Blades clashed with blades, fists met with kicks, the sharp ringing of steel clashes and thunderous impacts erupted continuously. Qin Hong was in the zone. Less than 20 seconds into the fight, he rediscovered that exhilarating sensation he'd felt when battling the Bloodclaw Direwolf. Facing Qian Feilong, an elite from the War God Dojo's advanced class, the pressure was immense, far greater than when he'd confronted the Bloodclaw Direwolf. His opponent moved with blinding speed, executed razor-sharp techniques, and attacked from bizarre angles. Wielding a slender rapier like a martial arts master from period dramas, each lightning-fast strike left no room for counterplay. But Qin Hong was no pushover either. Once combat mode activated, he settled into his own rhythm, dodging lethal blows while probing for openings. His strategy wasn't about aggression, but flawless defense. How can you be so strong? Qian Feilong couldn't help but ask during the battle. When their blades clashed, he clearly sensed Qin Heng's strength was no less than his own. Qin Heng chuckled, "I took some divine elixir." This remark was sarcastically mocking Wang Peng's slanderous accusations, but when it reached Qian Feilong's ears, it sounded no different from the truth. After all, apart from divine elixirs, how could someone possibly skyrocket their strength from 900 kilograms to 1,400 kilograms in just one short week? Even with the aid of divine elixirs, you're still doomed to die. Qian Feilong roared furiously, his chest burning with inexplicable rage. As a genius, what one likes and dislikes most is encountering other geniuses. When happy, other geniuses are good companions who push each other forward and strive together. When unhappy, they become enemies who steal one's spotlight. And now, Qin Heng is the enemy, the one he wants to eliminate. Kill! Qian Feilong's attacks grew increasingly fierce, forcing Qin Heng to retreat step by step. Boom! 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 During the fierce battle among the 14 combatants, many strikes landed on the pillars and walls of the 3-story building. The already dilapidated walls gained numerous new cracks and gaps, making the structure appear on the verge of collapse. This Qian Feilong must have mastered sophisticated combat skills. He's practically flawless. Fortunately, he's letting anger cloud his judgment. Impatience breeds openings. I still have a chance. Qin Heng focused his mind with razor-sharp intensity, assessing every variable of their perilous situation. Just then, Huang Jiancheng suddenly shouted, "Qin Heng, run! We can't hold them off any longer!" Arg! A scream pierced the air. Huang Jiancheng, already injured from earlier, couldn't hold out for long against the slightly stronger warrior from the Combat God Dojo. He was soon kicked flying, a slash across his chest splitting his combat suit open. Blood spilled out. "Brother Huang!" Qin Heng's heart lurched at the sight. The next instant, Zhao Dongxing was also repelled, crashing into a pile of rubble. Damn it! Even without Qian Feilong present, his injured companions were no match for Wang Peng's squad. Qin Heng's mind raced as he strategized. But how could he possibly come up with a solution in such short notice? This was a battle for survival, not some leisurely chess game. There was no time for hesitation. Still distracted in the midst of battle? Qian Feilong's voice rang in his ears. That brief moment of distraction created an opening in Qin Heng's defense, instantly adding a 10-centimeter gash to the outer side of his left arm. "Qin Heng, prepare to die. Ha ha ha." Seeing the advantage in the situation, Wang Peng immediately abandoned his current opponent, leaving him to others, and rushed forward with his weapon raised. Things aren't looking good. 1 against 2, I have no chance of winning. Wang Peng's target is me. If I can lure them away, my teammates still have a shot. A thought flashed through Qin Heng's mind. He immediately swung his blade in a sweeping arc to force Qian Feilong back, then turned and dashed toward the abandoned highway. Trying to run? After him, Wang Peng and Qian Feilong immediately gave chase without hesitation. Seeing this, the others stopped their ongoing battles. What should we do? The students from War God Martial Arts Academy were somewhat bewildered. "Let's chase them too," someone shouted. "Chase your ass. The fight's not over yet." The next second, the battle resumed. Jin Wenxin and the others understood Qin Heng's intention and naturally wouldn't let such a golden opportunity slip by. Earlier, 6 against 6, with their wounded teammates, they were no match for Wang Peng's squad. Now it's 6 against 5. If we still lose, wouldn't we be utterly useless? A group of people put their full strength into their assault, launching a frenzied offensive and persistent entanglement, leaving their opponent no chance to join the pursuit of Qin Heng. Huang Jiancheng gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain from the slash across his chest and roared, "First finish off these damned bastards, then we'll all go help brother Qin Heng together. Let's fight them with everything we've got." The Dao Heavenly Martial Arts School is the strongest. The melee was intense, and the outcome couldn't be determined anytime soon. Meanwhile, Qin Heng sprinted at full speed, heading straight for the woods outside the town. Wang Peng was dead set on killing him, and Qian Feilong feared Wang Peng might not be his match. Even knowing their teammates were now outnumbered 5 against 6, he couldn't turn back. What should I do? Alone against Qian Feilong, maybe I'd have a chance, but 1 against 2? My odds are slim. Qin Heng kept running as he thought. This is a life or death battle, not child's play. Even he was tense. The martial artist moved swiftly, and in no time, the figures of 3 men dashed out of the abandoned town. Ahead, a stretch of green wilderness sprawled, its horizon cluttered and indistinct. Let's see if we can lose them in the woods, Qin Heng thought as he plunged into the forest. Young Master Wang, never enter a forest in pursuit. Let's chase him another time, Qian Feilong advised. Without a second thought, young Master Wang cursed angrily, "No way, I must kill him today. If I can't have Fong Lingxue, I refuse to believe I can't even finish off some poor brat." But, Qian Feilong wanted to persuade him further, but Wang Peng had already charged in. The wilderness beyond the small town was covered in low shrubs, making movement highly cumbersome. Qin Heng's mind was intensely focused, yet his pace inevitably slowed. The pursuers behind him were closing the gap at their current speed, they would catch up in just a breath's time. Whoosh! Shin Hong dashed through a thicket of vines, leveraging his momentum to leap up and propel himself forward by pushing off the surrounding tree branches. Wang Peng and Chen Feilong passed the same spot merely a second later. Yet unexpectedly, a sudden anomaly occurred. The cluster of thick vines abruptly sprang to life. Rustle! The originally loose vines suddenly tightened as Chen Feilong and Wang Peng stepped in. No, to be precise, they had begun tightening when Shin Hong passed through, but his speed was such that he slipped right out before they could catch him. By the time Wang Peng and Chen Feilong arrived, they stepped right into the grasping vines and were caught in their clutches. Watch out, it's a blood-sucking vine. Chen Feilong recognized the vines instantly, his face paling dramatically as he hastily swung his sword to hack at them. What's a blood-sucking vine? Wang Peng's legs were entangled, throwing him off balance and sending him tumbling to the ground with a thud. Chen Feilong, they're demon vines. Once they latch on, they'll suck a person dry. Even intermediate-level martial artists struggle against them. Quickly cut them with sharp blades and get out. As he spoke, he desperately worked to free himself. What? This? Wang Peng's face turned pale as he frantically grabbed a knife to save himself, but the demonic plant gave him no chance. Tendrils of blood-sucking vines swiftly coiled around him, binding his hands tight. Even with his weapon in hand, he couldn't swing or slash. Wang Peng was terrified, his eyes wide with fear as he screamed for help. Along, come quick, help me. I can barely save myself. Chen Feilong fidgeted anxiously like an ant on a hot pan. Shin Hong, walking ahead, heard the commotion behind him and glanced back. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but laugh and exclaimed, "Heavens are truly on my side." Yet the very next second, his smile vanished, because he realized these terrifying vines were everywhere around him. Chapter 038, The Terrifying Vines. Ahead, behind, left, right. Blood-sucking vines carpeted the ground, coiled around trees, everywhere, impossible to count how many there were. Wang Peng and Chen Feilong's entrapment made all the surrounding vines suddenly come alive, creeping toward them from every direction as if wanting to share the feast and taste fresh blood. Shin Hong had seen this demonic plant featured in an educational program before, reportedly one of the 10 most dangerous plant species in the wilderness. Compared to other fiendish plants, its strength and intelligence aren't particularly high, barely qualifying it as an elementary-grade fiendish plant. But its ordinary appearance makes it easily confused with common vines, hard to identify. Combined with its rapid reproduction and vast numbers, once entangled, even intermediate martial artists would struggle to escape unscathed. So for civilians and ordinary martial artists, it's unquestionably a top-tier threat. Shin Hong felt relieved he hadn't been ensnared by the vines, otherwise the one screaming in agony would be him now. Wang Peng had his limbs tightly bound by the blood-sucking vines, utterly powerless to resist. Even with all his might twisting and thrashing, he could only stretch the vines without breaking free. Along, hurry over, I can't move. Wang Peng screamed for help. I'm completely pinned down myself, young Master Wang, Chen Feilong replied urgently, clearly panicked. This guy was indeed formidable, his sword flashed like wind, cleanly severing the blood-sucking vines entwined around his legs. Any creeping tendrils nearing him were likewise sliced away, preventing them from fully ensnaring him. But that was all he could manage. Escaping the reach of those vines appeared nearly impossible. More vines were gathering, they lacked intelligence, driven solely by their instinctual thirst for animal blood. Wang Peng's combat suit was pierced by the fine thorns on the vines, and needle-like spines pricked his skin, making him howl in pain. Shin Hong, help me. I know I was wrong, come save me. Seeing that Chen Feilong couldn't help, Wang Peng turned to Shin Hong desperately for rescue. Being entangled by blood-sucking vines is a terrifying experience. The surface of these vines is covered with numerous needle-like thorns, not only extremely sharp but also containing trace toxins that can numb the body and gradually weaken one's resistance. Of course, the most horrifying aspect is the blood-sucking. The vines are hollow, and once they pierce the skin, they rapidly drain blood from the body, sucking a person dry until they become a desiccated corpse. Faced with such a horrifying thing, Wang Peng could think of nothing else but surviving. Shin Hong couldn't help but smile upon seeing his enemy fall into such a plight. Young Master Wang, who would have thought that even you would one day admit defeat? Wang Peng harbored deep hatred for Shin Hong in his heart. If it weren't for him, he wouldn't have fallen into the vampire vine's trap. Yet he dared not voice it now, because Shin Hong was the only one who could rescue him. Forgive me, I truly know I was wrong. Please help me. I know you're a good person, it hurts so much. Save me, Wang Peng cried out, tears streaming down his face. The agony of being ensnared by vampire vines was 100 times worse than being slashed by a blade. Every single nerve ending throughout his body was being tortured. Moreover, after having his blood drained, his complexion and skin quickly turned pale, and his strength began to wane. A good person? Shin Hong chuckled, shook his head, and said, suffering oppression and then turning around to help the oppressor. That's not called being a good person, that's called being an idiot. You're on your own. I have no time to spare helping my enemies. His situation was much better than Wang Peng and Chen Feilong's, but around him, blood-sucking vines lurked all the same. Shin Hong's left arm bore a bleeding wound, its coppery scent luring the blood-drinking vines closer. Rustle, rustle. Tentative vines began creeping towards Qin Hang. He gripped his battle blade and slashed over a dozen times, cutting them down one by one. But demonic plants aren't like monsters. Cutting a few vines isn't fatal to them at all. For every vine severed, 2 more take its place, as if endless. Getting through this tangled vine zone would require considerable effort. Qin Hang, Elon, Wang Peng's wails echoed through the forest. Qin Hang paid no attention, concentrating fully on dealing with the blood-sucking vines surrounding him. I remember a science program saying blood-sucking vines have a main root. Each main root can produce 300 to 500 vines. As long as we destroy the main root, the remaining vines will temporarily lose mobility, requiring a long time to regrow a new main root. The stirring of memories gave Qin Hang some inspiration. The blood vine is extremely difficult to kill, with its main root being its only true weakness. But even if you destroy the main root, it won't die completely. As long as one of its hundreds of vines can still touch soil, it can revive within months and return to full strength within 3 years at most. To kill it permanently, you must burn both the main root and all hundreds of vines completely to ashes. Under the current conditions, achieving this was impossible. Qin Hang could only focus his vision to locate the main root of the blood-sucking vine. Ordinary vines are bluish-green, while their aged main roots are thick and purplish-green, typically as thick as an arm. For older vines, some can even reach the thickness of a thigh. The surrounding vines were all small, merely the thickness of a thumb, which didn't match the characteristics of a main root. While wielding his knife to fend off attacks, Qin Hang cautiously shifted his steps, searching for a way out of his predicament. Qin Hang, these blood-sucking vines are tough to handle. How about we team up? Otherwise, none of us will make it out alive. Qian Feilong shouted at him. The guy was barely holding on to. After relentless attacks from hundreds of vines, his legs were finally ensnared. As for Wang Peng, he couldn't even speak anymore. 3 vines had tightly wrapped around his mouth, leaving him only able to let out agonized moans. Qin Hang ignored Qian Feilong, but he did spare a glance at Wang Peng. Seeing this bastard in dire straits, he felt a flicker of delight even amid this crisis. Qin Hang, come help! Qian Feilong shouted again. The vines attacking him were 2 to 3 times more numerous than those confronting Qin Hang, making it incredibly difficult to handle. He tried to break free and escape, but every time he lifted a leg, dozens of vines would coil around him. Their tiny thorns pierced through his combat suit, injecting a mildly paralyzing toxin while simultaneously draining his blood. At this moment, Qian Feilong found himself gripped by despair. Qin Hang replied coldly, I have no habit of aiding enemies, especially those who tried to kill me just a minute ago. Just moments ago, these 2 were shouting threats to kill him. If he intervened to save them now, wouldn't that be equivalent to helping strangers eliminate himself? Qin Hang was neither a fool nor blindly kind. He wouldn't do anything harmful to himself. Qian Feilong anxiously pleaded, the situation's different now, we're all in danger. Only by working together can we survive. Wang Peng's beyond saving, and whatever feud you had with him has nothing to do with me. Just get us out of this alive, and you'll have a blood-sworn brother for life. Qin Hang, I don't have such cheap life and death brothers like you. Seems I've found a way out. As he spoke, he unexpectedly noticed that the northeast hillside had the least amount of vines, so he decisively sped up and dashed toward it. A few vines tried to intercept him, but with the combat knife in hand, the toughness of ordinary tendrils was negligible. They were effortlessly severed. Qin Hang, don't go! Qian Feilong shouted urgently, his voice thick with regret. Wang Peng let out muffled groans, his entire body wrapped in vines like a rice dumpling. His weapon had long fallen to the ground, his combat suit twisted out of shape. The half of his face visible through the gaps was filled with terror and despair. Don't blame me. You brought this upon yourselves by picking a fight first, Qin Hang said calmly, darting through the tangled vines in a few quick strides. Just then, Wang Peng's voice suddenly came through, hoarse and strained with pain as he shouted, Qin Hang, save me. I'll tell you a secret about Fang Lingxue. Chapter 039, Weaving Lies. Qin Hang turned around to see that the guy had actually bitten through the vine with his teeth, his gums split and his mouth full of blood. Judging by his ashen face, his internal organs were probably crushed, leaving him with only his last breath. Qin Hang frowned and said, what are you talking about? What secret about Lingxue? Fang Lingxue was his girlfriend and also his great benefactor. To him, she was more important in this world than his own parents. Qin Hang's deadly confrontation with Wang Peng was partly motivated by his feelings for Fang Lingxue. Wang Peng knew this was his weak spot, so he immediately went for the jugular. As his life hung by a thread, he rasped, she's no ordinary woman. Save me, and I'll tell you. Qin Hang said coldly, cut the nonsense here. Do you really think a few empty words from you can drive a wedge between me and Lingxue? Keep dreaming. Wang Peng, entangled by the blood-sucking vines, was in agony and nearing the end of his life. In a hoarse, pained voice, he gasped, it's true, I'm not lying to you. Fan Lingxue, her family background, it's not what you think. Still putting on airs when death is at your doorstep. Qin Hang's brows furrowed in rage. Were it not for the threat of the blood-sucking vines, he would have charged over and cleaved the man's head off with a single slash. Nearby, Shen Feilong was still struggling desperately, shouting, Qin Heng, help me, I beg you. I don't want to die, there are too many of these disgusting vines. Qin Heng utterly ignored him, acting as if he hadn't heard a thing. Qin Heng, save me. Wang Peng still wouldn't give up. The guy was barely breathing, completely wrapped up in vines like a mummy, looking even weaker than before, his body shriveled as if a size smaller. Having lost too much blood, his consciousness was already fading. He murmured, save me, save me. Still not dead? You're really tenacious. Qin Heng shook his head, watching as the opponent had his blood drained for 3 to 4 minutes. The man had withered away, yet he could still speak. Qin Heng couldn't help but marvel at the sheer resilience of human life. Wang Peng murmured as if in a dream, Fan Lingxue, mother, is he a janitor, everyone. Before he could finish speaking, his eyes closed, and his breath ceased. What nonsense is this? Qin Heng said with exasperation. He already knew that Fan Lingxue's parents were janitors at the military factory's outer facility, there was no need to hear it again. Wang Peng, facing certain death in desperation, babbled nonsense in hopes of rescue. What naive drivel. Qin Heng, help me, please. Shen Feilong wasn't faring much better either, his legs had been twisted out of shape by the blood-sucking vines, leaving him to struggle futilely in place. Qin Heng glanced at him but said nothing, carefully navigating through the thinnest patch of the blood-sucking vines and swiftly making his escape. Originally, he had intended to find the main root of the blood-sucking vine to destroy it, but now it seemed unnecessary. All that mattered was that he was unharmed and could leave alive. Qin Heng stood outside the woods for a while, watching Qian Feilong's figure being devoured by the blood-sucking vines and listening as his howls gradually weakened. He finally let his guard down. Human life is truly fragile beyond measure in the wildlands. Qin Heng couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Wang Peng, who had been troubling him earlier, was dead just like that, transformed from a lively young man into a shriveled, skeletal corpse in less than 5 minutes. The horror of demonic plants was indeed as terrifying as described in television programs. It was even more exaggerated than what they showed on TV. Qian Feilong, an elite-class student from one of the 4 major martial arts schools and a genius with the potential to reach grandmaster level, could only struggle helplessly against countless vines. Qin Heng was lucky enough to dodge into an area with fewer vines, avoiding becoming the main target of the blood-sucking vines. Otherwise, his fate wouldn't have been much better than the other two. After passing this assessment, I'll bury myself in training at Tiandao Martial Arts School. I need at least the strength of an advanced martial artist before venturing into the wilderness, Qin Heng thought to himself. He used to think martial artists were incredibly powerful, the guardians of human society and the sharpest weapons of the base cities. But now he understood, martial artists were human too, not much different from ordinary people. They could die just the same, and feel fear just the same. Yes, fear. Fighting against humans or monsters excited him. It felt thrilling, but facing the vampire vine's seemingly endless tendrils, Qin Heng couldn't help but feel a twinge of fear. Although such things are scarce in the wilderness, encountering one almost always means a life or death situation. One cannot always rely on luck to survive. Strength is the most crucial asset for roaming the wilderness. Let's go back and see how Huang and the others are doing. Qin Heng turned and left. I wonder if the fight among the companions has ended. Although 6 versus 5 gave them some advantage, both Huang Jianchang and Zhao Dongxing were injured, so it's hard to say who won. He followed the original path and returned to the abandoned town. Before long, he arrived beneath the dilapidated, crumbling house. Look, Qin Heng is back. Before he even arrived, Jin Wenxin's voice could already be heard. The brawl on this side had also concluded, with neither faction gaining clear advantage. All 11 participants bore injuries varying in severity as they now formed 2 separate groups, resting about 30 meters apart. Qin Heng, are you alright? What happened to those 2 guys? Zhao Dongxing asked. The most severely injured was Huang Jiancheng, who lay on the ground being tended to by others, seemingly with little strength left. Zhao Dongxing's injuries were also quite severe, but they didn't hinder his movement yet. Qin Heng glanced at the students from War God Martial Arts School and replied, we happened to run into the flesh-devouring bloodvine. They both died. I was faster and didn't get entangled, so I managed to escape with my life. What? Blood-sucking vines? The name sent a shiver through everyone present. This place actually has blood-sucking vines? Holy shit, that's terrifying. We need to get out of here immediately. No way we're spending the night here. Let's go, right now. Zhao Dongxing and the others scrambled to their feet in a flash. Even Huang Jiancheng, who had just been moaning, I can't go on, hurriedly stood up, terrified that moving too slowly might leave them at the mercy of the vampire vine, meeting a wretched fate. The 5 from War God Martial Arts were equally panicked. The vampire vine, Wang Peng, was dead, and so was Chen Feilong. These three pieces of information struck them like a bolt from the blue. Done for, utterly done for. Wang Peng is the only relative of Deputy Hall Master Wang Jianming of the War God Martial Arts Hall. Xian Feilong is an elite class disciple. Both of them are key members of the War God Martial Arts Hall. The 5 ordinary trainees, besides acting as sparring partners on this trip, also carried the implicit mission of protecting the 2 important individuals. Now that both of them have died, they'll surely face severe punishment once they return. What should we do? The 5 of them slumped to the ground, their faces pale with fear. Xin Hong, here's your bag. Let's hurry and leave. Find another place to hunt. Jin Wenxin held Xin Heng's backpack, not wanting to stay a moment longer. Huang Jiancheng, Zhao Dongxing, Wu Weijie, and the others all wore the same expression, desperate eagerness. Xin Hong took the backpack and was about to leave with the others. At that moment, Liang Yunkai, who had always been reticent, suddenly asked, Xin Hong, did you see the main root of the blood-sucking vine? Chapter 040, The Mystery of the Main Root. Couldn't find it. Why do you ask? Xin Hong replied. Liang Yunkai rubbed his nose and whispered, I heard the energy value of the blood-sucking vine is extremely high. The red rootlets beneath its main root are said to be comparable to low-grade divine herbs, and unlike divine herbs, they don't sap your potential. If we get the chance, we could try killing it and sharing the roots to boost our strength. Really? I didn't know that. Xin Hong exclaimed in surprise. The science programs he'd watched had never mentioned this. Even Huang Jiancheng, the well-traveled MS group member, looked astonished. Liang Yunkai, how do you know this? Is the information reliable? Liang Yunkai replied, Senior Chinyu, a warrior-level student from our elite class, told me. It's absolutely reliable. A martial master class expert, Shenyu, a member of the elite class of Heavenly Dao Martial Arts Academy. Such a person wouldn't lie about this. Everyone couldn't help feeling tempted. With effects akin to divine medicine, yet without affecting one's physical potential, this was absolutely a treasure no martial artist could resist. Can you be more specific? What exactly did Senior Sister Chen say? Zhao Dongxing pressed further. Xin Hong had never heard of Chen Yu's name, but to people like Zhao Dongxing from the Tiandao Martial Arts School, it was like thunder ringing in their ears, utterly renowned. This senior sister had entered the Tiandao Martial Arts School 6 years ago. Now 24 years old, she was the school's youngest martial arts instructor, her strength surpassing even that of many mentors in the preparatory warrior classes. Moreover, her master was the deputy head of the Tiandao Martial Arts School, a grandmaster on par with Wang Jianming, who had access to far more information and secret cultivation knowledge than ordinary people. Liang Yunkai said, Senior Sister Chen didn't say much, just explained that blood-sucking vines prey on the weak and fear the strong, pretending to be ordinary plants before strong cultivators while attacking the weak recklessly. The older the main root, the more valuable it is. Specimens under 10 years can save 3 months of cultivation, while those between 10 to 30 years can equal half a year's progress. As for roots over 30 years old, they're no longer called blood-sucking vines. They evolve into devil vines, feared even by martial masters, and are incredibly rare across the entire planet. The weakest still gives 3 months' worth of gains. Zhao Dongxing and the others' eyes gleamed with greed at the prospect. Xin Hong also felt a stirring of anticipation. This treasure is comparable to a low-grade divine medicine, yet it doesn't harm one's potential. You can consume it whenever encountered, with absolutely no side effects. His cultivation efficiency was already far superior to others. If he could obtain such a treasure and strengthen himself further, imagine what level of power he'd achieve by the time of Tiandao Martial Academy's enrollment. By then, the divine medicine rumor spread by Wang Peng would naturally collapse on its own. He wouldn't even need to wait for the 3-month martial arts tournament to directly enter the elite class. Then let's go search for it together. After obtaining the vampire vine's main root, we'll split it evenly among everyone, Xin Hong said. Blood-sucking vines are quite dangerous, are you sure? Huang Jiancheng furrowed his brow with concern. Liang Yunkai asked, Xin Hong, did you engage with the blood-sucking vines just now? How thick are its regular roots, and how many vines does it have? Xin Hong replied, about as thick as a thumb. As for the quantity, I'm not entirely sure, but there should be no fewer than 400 vines. Liang Yunkai nodded slightly, then it must be a young blood-sucking vine, less than 10 years old. So the threat isn't too high. There are 7 of us, let's wait for Brother Huang and Dongxing to recover a bit before we act. With all 7 working together, we should be able to eliminate all those vines. Although the blood-sucking vine is terrifying, as long as its location is known and precautions are taken in advance, advancing slowly and cutting them down one by one, its threat can be minimized. All demonic plants are assassins' ambush is their greatest strength. Without this advantage, they are merely a group of slightly more resilient green plants. At this thought, the fear in everyone's hearts diminished considerably. Good, let's rest and adjust first, then make our move at dawn tomorrow. Xin Hong agreed with Liang Yunkai's plan. Having just experienced a fierce battle, everyone needed time to recover. Now as the sun dipped westward and dusk approached, finding a secluded and safe place to spend the night became the top priority. Speaking of which, what about those people? At this moment, Jin Wenxin pointed toward the people from the War God Martial Arts Academy not far away. The group kept their voices low, so the distant War God Martial Arts Academy students didn't catch what they were saying. All those people knew was that there were blood-sucking vines nearby, which had already killed Wang Peng and Chen Filong. Feeling uneasy, they wanted to leave as quickly as possible. Xin Hong thought that these people might still be somewhat useful, so he said, "I'll go talk to them." Then, he walked alone toward the group from War God Martial Arts School. "Hey, what are you coming over for?" Seeing Xin Hong, the 5 disciples of War God Martial Arts School all tensed up. Xin Heng's combat prowess was undeniable. He'd held his own against Qian Filong in single combat, proving himself far beyond their league. Not to mention the 6 fighters backing him up. If they all rushed in together, they'd have these guys picking their teeth off the floor. Xin Hong sheathed his combat blade. "Relax, I'm not here for a fight." "Then you're here too." The 5 War God Dojo students relaxed slightly but remained somewhat guarded. Xin Hong said, "Do you want me to take you to see Wang Peng and Chen Feilong's bodies?" The 5 exchanged glances, murmuring amongst themselves, "That's the blood-sucking vines territory after all. Forget it. It's better not to go. The person's already dead. What's there to see? Is this guy planning to push us in to feed the blood-sucking vines too?" Then he decisively refused. "No need." Xin Hong chuckled and said, "Alright, forget it if you don't want to go. Actually, what I meant was for you to serve as my witnesses that Wang Peng and Chen Filong weren't killed by me. They barged into the blood-sucking vines' lair themselves and were drained dry by the demonic plants. That's their own bad luck. Even if Wang Jianming wants to pursue the matter, it has nothing to do with me." The crowd. They had considered countless possibilities, but telling them this was the last thing they expected from Xin Hong. "After we return, we will report truthfully to the deputy hall master," said one of the War God Dojo disciples. Currently, Xin Hong was the strongest here, and no one wanted to offend him. Besides, this was simply the truth. Xin Hong couldn't defeat Qian Filong and Wang Peng alone. Even if by some fluke he managed to win, he should still have been injured. Now he's returned unharmed while the other 2 are nowhere to be seen. They must have been killed by mutated beasts or demonic plants. "Alright, you can go. For the next few days, fend for yourselves." Xin Hong waved his hand, not bothering to give them a hard time, and let them pass without further ado. These few people are crucial witnesses. With them as witnesses, Wang Peng's death couldn't be blamed on Xin Hong. Even if Wang Jianming investigated thoroughly, Xin Hong wouldn't be the main culprit, just tangentially involved at most. Killing them would only invite trouble, raising suspicions of eliminating witnesses to destroy evidence. Facing an enraged grandmaster in that scenario would leave him utterly defenseless. It really was Wang Peng's own misfortune. Whatever the outcome of their personal feud with Xin Hong might have been, it would have given Xin Hong a colossal headache either way. If he didn't kill him, Xin Hong wouldn't feel satisfied. He'd always have that lingering disgust, that gnawing revulsion. Kill him. Wang Jianming is a grandmaster after all, someone we truly can't afford to provoke. This is the best outcome for Xin Hong right now. Thank you, farewell. The 5 warriors from War God Dojo quickly shouldered their packs and departed, terrified Xin Hong might change his mind and kill them. Xin Hong watched their figures disappear at the town's edge, his heart swelling with satisfaction. At this moment, he noticed that on the ground where those people had just been standing, there were still 2 backpacks left. They belonged to Qian Filong and Wang Peng. Chapter 041, Bonus Gains. Besides the military rations distributed for this combat assessment, the backpacks might also contain the spoils from Wang Peng's squad's earlier hunts. Xin Hong watched as the fighters from War God Dojo walked away without taking Wang Peng and Qian Feilong's backpacks, silently thinking to himself, "These guys are quite decent after all." No surprise, those 2 backpacks must contain the beast ears. Now that the person is dead, the spoils belong to Qin Heng's team. The people from the War God Dojo were afraid Xin Hong would make things difficult, so they didn't dare to take anything inside. Xin Hong stepped forward and opened one of the backpacks. Sure enough, inside the package, aside from food, there were 3 beast ears sealed in a bag, still stained with blood. An unexpected delight. Xin Hong grinned and waved to his teammates, "Come over and split the loot." Then he opened another bag, which also contained 3 beast ears. These guys hunt quite fast. Qian Feilong's strength was truly formidable. The moment he entered the wilderness, he began hunting monsters everywhere, completing the core team members' quotas first. Zhao Dongqing and the others approached Xin Hong, noticed the 6 beast ears, and exclaimed joyfully, "This saves us a lot of trouble. We'll all pass the assessment as long as everyone hunts 1 more monster." Originally, the squad already had 9 beast ears, 3 from Xin Hong and 1 each from the others. Now, with these 6 beast ears evenly distributed among them, they weren't far from completing their mission. There was still plenty of time before the assessment. "Does anyone want these military rations?" Xin Hong asked, dumping everything from his backpack. Jin Wenxin was the first to step forward, taking a box of rations. "It's all food, can't let it go to waste." "I don't mind eating a bit more." Huang Jiancheng, I'm injured, I should eat more too. Everyone cherished the food, quickly dividing it cleanly. Even if there were leftovers, they could be taken back and returned to the Martial Artists Alliance, better than leaving them here. Xin Heng thoroughly searched through the 2 backpacks, confirming there was nothing left behind before finally setting them down. He murmured regretfully, "Why didn't I find any phones?" The Wilderness Combat Assessment only prohibited students from bringing their own weapons. There were no restrictions on carrying mobile phones. Although regular phones have no signal in the wilderness, basic functions remain usable, such as the short-range transfer feature, which allows teammates to communicate and exchange text messages or photos for ambushing monsters. Wang Peng and Shen Filon didn't have their phones in their backpacks, indicating they were likely carrying them on their person and dropped them near the blood-sucking vines. Given the crushing and constricting force of blood-sucking vines, the phones were probably already smashed to pieces, making any data recovery impossible. What a shame, Xin Heng thought to himself. He originally wanted to check if Wang Peng's phone contained anything related to himself, to gather more information. But it doesn't matter anymore, the man's dead anyway. What he needed to confront next was the retaliation from Grandmaster Wang Jianming. Now it had little to do with Wang Peng himself. Let's go, find a place to rest. After all this commotion, it was getting late. There were still quite a few buildings in the abandoned town. Xin Heng and the others wandered around for a while and settled on a 6-story building as a temporary resting place. The reason they chose a high-rise was mainly for safety. There were monsters in this small town, not many, but they could be dangerous if they ambushed you. Up in the high-rises, as long as they took turns guarding the stairwells, they could keep the monsters at bay and cultivate or sleep in peace. Everyone moved upstairs to eat and rest. Opening the military ration boxes revealed small individually packaged portions inside. Different meal sets contained varying types of food items. Xin Heng unpacked a meal set consisting of fried rice with braised pork, which included a lime powder packet that could react with water to generate heat. Some companions unpacked the same meal set as him, while others got different flavors like biscuits or mixed congee. Though not as good as eating hot meals at home, it was more than enough to fill their stomachs. After dinner, everyone settled into quiet cultivation to regulate their bodies. Xin Heng volunteered for the first shift of lookout duty, teamed up with Jin Wenxin. Their watch started after dinner and would last until 10 p.m. As night fell, the atmosphere in the wildlands grew somewhat terrifying. The creatures' cries became more frequent than during the day. At least a dozen monsters were active within the town. Around 8 p.m., the pair sat by the stairwell entrance when they seemed to hear footsteps coming from below. Jin Wenxin whispered, "Seems like a monster got in. I wonder if it'll come upstairs." "Xin, if it comes, we'll kill it. As long as it's not an intermediate-level monster, the two of us can handle it easily together." With you here, I feel safe." After 2 battles during the day, Jin Wenxin already had complete faith in Xin Heng's strength. The two remained fully alert, listening intently for the monster's movements downstairs. The footsteps lingered downstairs for a while but soon departed without ascending. Xin Heng remarked, "Seems the monster really doesn't like climbing stairs." Jin Wenxin shook her head. "That might not be the reason." Xin Heng, "Oh, why is that?" Jin Wenxin, "Different monsters perceive their surroundings in different ways. Some have extremely sharp vision and night vision, others rely on thermal sensing to locate prey, while some depend on hearing or scent. With 7 of us here, that monster probably heard 7 sets of breathing and recognized the danger, so it retreated on its own." Xin Heng nodded slightly. "I see. So monsters actually fear death too." "Indeed. Remember this when traveling in the wilderness, never go alone. Only with company can you rest easy, unless you're a grandmaster capable of multitasking awareness while asleep." Jin Wenxin cautioned him. Xin Heng memorized these words. But who would accompany him to the wastelands in the future? That was the question. The current team members all lack his potential, and the gap will widen soon. They won't make long-term teammates. The same goes for Chen Yuan, Su Kuang, and others. They're suited as friends in daily life but not as wilderness battle companions. Perhaps once he joins the elite class of Heavenly Dao Martial Hall, he'll encounter talented peers like himself and forge friendships with a few kindred spirits, forming lifelong combat partnerships. Thinking of Qian Feilong's strength and Liang Yunkai's description of Chen Yu as the youngest martial master, Xin Heng couldn't help but feel eager anticipation for the elite class. At 10 p.m., Liang Yunkai and Pang Jun arrived punctually to take over their shift. "Both of you should rest well and recharge so you can continue fighting tomorrow," Pang Jun said. "All right, I'll leave the rest to you." Xin Heng and Jin Wenxin stepped aside. These two would keep watch until 2 a.m., after which Wu Weijie and Zhao Dongqing would take over until daybreak. Huang Jianchang was the most severely injured, so everyone agreed he shouldn't take a shift. Xin Heng returned to his restroom on the 6th floor. Jin Wenxin immediately lay down intending to sleep. Xin Heng said, "Not going to train for a while? The energy in the wildlands is richer, much better for cultivation than in the base city." Jin Wenxin shook her head. "Cultivation drains too much energy. I'm tired, I'll train after waking up." Xin Heng fell silent. "Training makes you weary." He had heard Su Kuang and Chen Yuan mention this before. It seemed everyone agreed that practicing the innate fetal breathing technique was arduous. During cultivation, there would be faint but persistent stinging sensations inside the body, which were quite uncomfortable. Coach Yang explained that this stinging resulted from absorbing cosmic energy as it scoured the meridians. As long as one gritted their teeth and persisted over the years, the pain would gradually weaken until all meridians were unblocked, allowing the cultivation of qi. But Qin Heng's meridians were naturally unobstructed from birth, so his cultivation process wasn't the slightest bit painful. Instead, he found it thoroughly enjoyable. This was precisely why he could persist in cultivating throughout entire nights, continuing to circulate the primordial breath technique even as he slept. In terms of cultivation, though Qin Heng appeared to have only practiced the primordial breath technique for a week, the actual cumulative time he'd spent in cultivation mode likely surpassed what other beginners achieved in an entire month. Jin Wenqin lay down flat, closed his eyes, and prepared to sleep. Qin Heng sat in silent meditation, regulating his breath as he entered a state of cultivation. Seeing him like this, Jin Wenqin couldn't help but sigh with admiration. True genius isn't born overnight. Even after exhausting himself all day, he still grits his teeth and perseveres in training. I truly concede that I can't match Qin Heng. Little did they know, Qin Heng didn't need to grit his teeth at all. He was perfectly comfortable. Chapter 42, Flames engulf the blood-sucking vines. The night was clear with a bright moon and sparse stars. Threads of cosmic energy, accompanied by moonlight and breeze, flowed into Qin Heng's body. While cultivating, he replayed the two battles from today in his mind. The fights against the Bloodclaw Direwolf and Qian Feilong were dissected into individual segments, analyzing the combat strategies anew. The Bloodclaw Direwolf's weakness was actually quite obvious. If I'd spotted its flaw earlier, the battle wouldn't have dragged on so long, and my companions wouldn't have suffered so much against that monster. Though Qian Feilong possesses superb combat skills, he initially looked down on me. I should have seized the initiative, startled him with consecutive broadsword slashes before swiftly switching to dagger attacks to take his life. Alternatively, I could have avoided Qian Feilong initially, taken down Wang Pang and the others first, then overwhelmed him 7 against 1, an easy victory. Had Qian Feilong not underestimated me from the start and fought seriously from the outset, I might have lost. If they had been more ruthless and killed Huang Jiancheng and the others before coming for me, without my companions, I probably would have died without leaving a complete corpse. Sigh, there are too many loopholes. The path of a martial artist is truly not so simple. I still have much to learn. Post-battle reflection is just as important as pre-battle training. Only after careful review did Qin Heng realize he had wandered through death's door more than once without even noticing. We need to plan carefully for dealing with the blood-sucking vines tomorrow. That thing has a limited reach. If only we had long-range explosive firearms. True, even without firearms, we can use fire attacks, no need to get close. Eliminating the enemy comes second. Safeguarding ourselves is the priority. Avoid getting into dangerous situations if possible. Unknowingly, the night passed. As the sky gradually brightened, all 7 members of the squad had finished resting. When Jin Wenqin woke up, he saw Qin Heng still sitting in place cultivating, which made his head buzz with disbelief. He tiptoed out of the room to regroup with the others. Has Qin Heng woken up yet? Zhao Dongxing asked him. Jin Wenqin wore a strange expression as he whispered, that guy is a freak. He's been cultivating non-stop since last night without moving an inch. Damn, that's insane. For real? No wonder he's so strong at such a young age. So this is how hard he trains. Could it be that you're mistaken because I practiced for an hour last night and another hour when I woke up this morning? The crowd murmured in hushed tones, all finding it rather unbelievable. Just as they were talking, Qin Heng finished his training and walked out. Has everyone rested enough? Brother Huang, how's your injury? Huang Jiancheng replied, much better. The innate fetal breathing technique has a good effect on healing internal injuries. I can move around without any problems now. I just can't engage in overly intense battles yet. That's good. Let's have some breakfast and get ready to deal with the blood-sucking vine. Qin Heng nodded. Everyone exchanged glances, as if they all had something to say. Noticing this, Qin Heng asked, what's wrong? Why are you all looking at me like that? Zhao Dongxing whispered, Qin Heng, did you not sleep last night? Qin Heng, I was sleeping. Zhao Dongxing, but Brother Jin said you were meditating all night. Qin Heng smiled, I'm used to sleeping sitting up. He had already realized his uniqueness. Practicing cultivation all night was somewhat unconventional and not something an entry-level martial artist could achieve, so he simply claimed he had been sleeping. As for the truth, no one knows it besides himself at the moment. Upon hearing Qin Heng's explanation, everyone burst into laughter. So that's how it is. I thought you were an absolute workaholic. How can you fall asleep sitting up? Doesn't your back hurt? How about lying down for a while now? It's still quite early. Qin Heng shook his head. No need. After 2 tough days in the wild, there'll be plenty of time to sleep like a log once we get home. You're right. Let's have breakfast and then set off. I've already figured out how to deal with those vampire vines. Oh, Brother Huang, what clever trick do you have up your sleeve? That's simple, just set the mountain on fire. The group chatted while they ate. Huang Jianqing's proposed idea aligned perfectly with Qin Heng's thoughts. Most plants fear fire, so using flames against demonic flora was undoubtedly the most effective method. However, the wilderness world is filled with monstrous beasts and demonic plants, so setting fires must be done with extreme caution. Otherwise, angering the collective could lead to a brutal and relentless pursuit. After deliberation, Qin Hong and the others quickly finalized their plan. A 10-year-old bloodsucking vine typically has a maximum radius of no more than 70 meters for its vines. By focusing on the spot where Wang Peng and Chen Feilong were strangled yesterday and clearing a 100-meter radius firebreak around it, we can target just the blood-sucking vines without burning down the entire mountain. The group quickly sprang into action. Qin Hong led them to the scene of yesterday's incident. From over 100 meters away, they could vaguely see two grotesque, withered corpses lying in the forest. Wang Peng and Chen Feilong had met utterly irreversible deaths, their bodies so distorted they barely resembled human forms, twisted almost into the shape of hemp ropes. Not just them, nearby lay the remains of other animals too, concealed beneath the decaying foliage and only noticeable upon closer inspection. Qin Hong said, "Let's split into 3 teams. Be careful not to get too close to the inner circle, and watch out for the vines around here. There might be more than one blood-sucking vine lurking." Creating a firebreak involves clearing combustible materials around the target area to contain the flames within a defined boundary and prevent further spread. With no strong winds today, the fire's outward radius won't expand too far. A 3-meter-wide cleared barrier should be sufficient. For novice martial artists, tasks like chopping trees and clearing weeds are almost effortless. The 7 people split into 3 groups, wielding swords and sharp axes, felling one tree after another as they swiftly cleared the surrounding vegetation. The felled trees and weeds were considerately thrown toward the blood-sucking vines, forming a thick layer to ensure the flames would burn even more fiercely. The entire process wasn't particularly exhausting, with minimal physical exertion. However, it was quite time-consuming. After all, clearing such a large perimeter spanning 600 to 700 meters meant each person had to handle approximately 100 by 3 meters of woodland, making it no small workload. It wasn't until after 3 p.m. that the group finally finished dealing with the fire lines. Throughout the process, some beasts spotted them from a distance but didn't attack. Qin Hong initially wondered why, given that his 7-person squad's actions essentially constituted destruction of the monster's habitat. The creatures should have been furious. Then it occurred to him that the monsters were intelligent too. They probably knew about the existence of the blood-sucking vine, feared it, and understood the squad's actions aimed to eradicate the menace, hence their choice to turn a blind eye. A little past 3, the 7 gathered together once more. "Let's begin." Liang Yunkai took out a match, his face full of anticipation. Among the rations, some meal sets were equipped with cigarettes and matches, 3 of each, but enough to light a fire. Jin Wenxin said, "Light multiple fires to prevent them from burning out prematurely. Fresh plants are troublesome to ignite, but the forest isn't short of dry branches and fallen leaves. A quick gathering suffices." The group set fires spot by spot, and soon roaring flames rose within the target circle, accompanied by thick, gray-black smoke that surged skyward. Qin Hong spotted the blood vine. Those twisting vines seemed to detect the fire's presence, beginning to squirm and climb in the opposite direction. "Let's go check over there." He led his teammates around the fire zone, chasing after the direction where the blood-sucking vine had fled. The fire spread at a moderate pace, but under Qin Hong and his team's deliberate stacking efforts, it burned with fierce intensity nonetheless. The already scorching summer became even more blistering with the fire's rising heat, accompanied by the crackling and popping sounds of burning trees. Following the path of the blood-sucking vine's movement, Qin Hong and the others arrived on the opposite side where the flames hadn't yet reached. Jin Wenxin took action, lighting 2 more fire sources to prepare a multi-pronged attack against the blood vine. At that moment, Liang Yunkai noticed the movement pattern of the blood vine. After a brief analysis, he pointed to a spot and said, "Its main root is there." Chapter 043, The Crimson Crystal Roots. The blood vine's movement seemed to revolve around a central point. Qin Hong followed the direction Liang Yunkai pointed and indeed spotted a dark crimson vine as thick as a water bottle concealed within the bushes, coiling like a lurking python. All the vines branched out from that main root, splitting into 10, then into 100, forming a sprawling web of tendrils that covered a radius of dozens of meters. The fire burned fiercely, leaving the blood-sucking vines no escape. Driven back by the raging flames, they curled inward, shrinking into themselves. The scattered green vines gradually contracted, like a spiderweb being crumpled into a ball. Zzz. The tips of some vines had caught fire. Even a demonic plant couldn't withstand the assault of flames. In the face of extreme heat, carbon-based life forms are fragile. Even martial gods and beast gods can only resist ordinary flames. When confronted with the tens of millions of degrees Celsius at the epicenter of a nuclear explosion, they too would perish. I wonder how much strength the main root of the blood vine will bring us. The squad members were all eager to see the results. However, the burning of the flames still required some more time. They waited beyond the fireline, first until 4 o'clock, then until past 5. The sun was nearly setting, yet the blood-sucking vine still hadn't been completely burned to death. Its body was already engulfed in flames, the entire vine burning, writhing like countless long worms struggling in vain. Segment by segment, the vines gradually charred and broke apart. What had once been a dense mass of creepers was now 90% destroyed. But it seemed impossible to burn them all completely. The flames slowly died out. The grass had long turned to ash, and the distant trees stood sparse and solitary, too far to spread the fire to the blood-sucking vines. When the blood-sucking vine's own green leaves and tendrils were completely burned away, there was nothing left to continue fueling the fire, and it naturally died out. Shin Hong couldn't help but sigh. Even that didn't kill it. The vitality of demonic plants is truly tenacious. Liang Yunkai chuckled. But that's all there is to it. We can easily handle the remaining few vines. Liang Yunkai had the highest expectations for the blood-sucking vine. He was the one who provided the information about it, knew the most, and was eager to personally experience the pseudo-divine herb that senior sister Chenyu had spoken of. Let's go. The blood-sucking vines were no longer much of a threat, with fewer than 5 tendrils remaining, each less than 20 meters long. The 7-member team could easily handle them. Move out. Shin Hong and Liang Yunkai were the first to act, advancing together toward the main root of the blood-sucking vine. Huang Jiancheng and the others followed closely behind, each wielding sharp blades, their murderous intent palpable. Whoosh! As if sensing Shin Hong and the others approaching, the blood-sucking vine suddenly stirred, launching a proactive attack. 3 forearm-thick crimson mane vines shot up like agile serpents, lashing fiercely toward Shin Hong and Liang Yunkai. Be careful, Liang Yunkai warned. Shin Hong remained silent, channeling all his strength into his hands as he delivered a fierce slash with his combat blade. Thud! The pale red vine snapped cleanly on impact, the severed end smooth and neat. He dashed forward, unleashing 3 consecutive slashes that hacked the bloodsucker vine's tendrils into segments littering the ground. Though the bloodsucker vine couldn't speak, the way it thrashed wildly suggested it must have been in excruciating pain. Liang Yunkai, don't give it a chance, sever its main root immediately. Shin Hong chuckled. In a way, I've avenged Wang Pang. Shouldn't Wang Jianming be thanking me when he finds out? With these words, he raised his blade and brought it down. Whack! All the vines of the blood-sucking ivy had been severed, leaving only a main root less than 2 meters long, as hard as steel. This demonic plant, which had hunted countless animals in the mountain forest, finally lost all its power to move and became an ordinary vine plant. The 7 of them gathered in a circle. Liang Yunkai said, pull it out and see how many red tendrils it has. The exposed main root wasn't actually a root, but rather the trunk. The true treasure lay in the underground tendrils. Shin Hong grabbed the thick, dark red vine with both hands and exerted all his strength. Yet, despite using every ounce of his power until both feet sank into the soil, he still couldn't wrench it free. Damn thing's rooted deep. Give me a hand here. Seeing that he couldn't manage it alone, Shin Hong didn't stubbornly persist and called his teammates to help. The 2-meter-long trunk was just enough for all 7 of them to grab hold. With the combined strength of 7, they gave a fierce pull. Whoosh! The blood-sucking vine was immediately yanked out half a foot, the soil crumbling away to reveal its tangled roots beneath. Seems there's quite a bit. Keep going. Liang Yunkai's face beamed with delight. 1, 2, 3, pull. 1, 2, 3. With concerted effort, the 7 of them heaved repeatedly and, after considerable exertion, finally wrenched the devilish creeping vine out by its roots. The vampire vine's roots were exceptionally lush, countless in number, densely packed like human hair. These roots could be divided into 3 types. The first were fine roots responsible for absorbing water and nutrients from the soil, slender as strands of hair, densely packed, most of which had been torn off and remained in the soil. The second type were thick anchoring roots that secured the plant's form, plunging deep into the earth, even sturdier than the main stem above ground. Lastly, there were the translucent crimson crystalline roots, storage sites for energy after absorbing animal blood and cosmic energy. This is the true value of the blood-sucking vine. Liang Yunkai squatted down for careful inspection, his expression growing increasingly delighted. 1, 2, 3. He counted them and after a while announced the number to the group. There are 9 crimson crystal roots, aged 9 years each. Shin Hong asked curiously, how much training time does a single crystal root save us? Liang Yunkai replied, that depends on one's absorption efficiency. Senior Sister Chen mentioned that for a martial artist with average to low talent, 1 crystal root can save about 3 weeks of hard work, increasing strength by 20 to 30 kilograms. But if someone with superior talent consumes it, they could gain 30 to 50 kilograms of strength instead. The higher the innate talent, the better the absorption effect. I see, Shin Hong said with sudden understanding. The energy contained in a single crystal root is fixed, but each person's absorption efficiency varies. Those with blocked meridians might only absorb 10% to 20% of the energy, while those with fully open meridians can reach 50% or more, even higher. As for 100% perfect absorption, that's impossible. There's always some waste in the energy conversion process. Even a martial god can't perfectly absorb the energy of an object. With 9 roots, how should we 7 divide them? At this moment, a problem arose. No matter how they tried to distribute it, there was no way to divide it equally. Moreover, the crystal root couldn't be split, it was a whole entity. Once broken, its energy would rapidly dissipate. It had to be consumed orally in its entirety. The group exchanged glances with one another. Soon, the results were out. Huang Jiancheng said, Xin Hong discovered the blood-sucking vine and contributed the most, so he deserves an extra share. Liang Yunkai understood the secret of the blood-sucking vine and shared the information with us, so he should also receive an additional one. Yes, I agree. I also agree. Let's split it this way. We just had to chop some wood and set a fire to earn a share, that's already pretty good. No one objected to this distribution method. While everyone coveted the strength and wished to take it all at once, they all knew full well that such an approach simply wouldn't work, otherwise, internal conflicts would become unbearable for anyone involved. An almost equal division was already the best possible outcome. Liang Yunkai carefully plucked the crystal roots one by one. These roots were only as thick as a straw, about 30 centimeters long, with a dark red button at the tip and energy filter from the blood-sucking vine. When plucked from this spot, its energy doesn't dissipate immediately and can be preserved for some time. The crystal roots were distributed among everyone, filling them with joy. When it came to Qin Heng's turn, Liang Yunkai specially reminded him, just take one portion for now, save the other for a couple days later. That way your body won't fail to absorb it and waste the energy. Got it. Thanks for the warning, Xin Hong replied with a smile. But deep down, he thought to himself that with his fully unblocked meridians, he probably wouldn't need to wait and could absorb the energy directly. Chapter 044, Power Increase. By the time they finished dividing the items, it was almost dark. Let's go back to yesterday's lodging. Tonight, we'll absorb the energy from the crystal root and start hunting tomorrow. There were still 2 days left for the combat assessment. They needed to hunt 6 more monsters with left ears to all pass. Carrying the spoils of their trip, the group returned together to that 6-story residential building. This time, it was Qin Heng's turn to guard the latter half of the night, so he could rest during the first half. He didn't waste any time. Upon returning to his room, he immediately swallowed the first red crystal root and began practicing the congenital fetal breathing technique. The red crystal roots were like soft candy, dissolving slowly in the stomach after being chewed and swallowed. Threads of cool, refreshing energy surged through his body with unbridled force, wild and untamed. Following the rhythm of fetal breathing in this meditative state, the rampaging energies gradually became absorbed by his meridians, dissolving into every limb and joint to nourish each fiber of flesh and bone. Xin Hong could distinctly feel himself growing stronger. The effects far surpassed his ordinary training sessions. After he had finished absorbing the energy from the crystal root, 3 hours had already passed. Opening his eyes, he saw that Jin Wenxin had also finished cultivating and had gone to sleep. My strength has indeed increased. Right now, I should be able to deliver a punch with around 1,500 kilograms of force. Feeling the raw power contained within his body, Qin Hong was in high spirits. He didn't waste any time and felt he could absorb more, so he swallowed the second crystal root. After another period of training, his strength grew even fiercer. At 2 a.m., Qin Hong opened his eyes and looked at the bright moon outside his broken window, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. If I encounter an opponent like Qin Feilong again, I'm at least 50% confident I can take them down within 50 moves, he murmured to himself. His cultivation speed was already astonishing to begin with. Every morning when he finished his training, he felt significantly stronger than the day before. Now, after consuming 2 crystal roots, that growth became even more pronounced. His current strength was at least 15% greater than when he had fought Qin Feilong. If he could consume 1 crystal root every day, he estimated it wouldn't take more than half a month before he could advance to the realm of an intermediate warrior. However, treasures like these were rare and couldn't be obtained just by wishing for them. After going back, my spot in the elite class should be secured, Qin Hong thought to himself. Qin Feilong had been an elite class student for a year now, but his skills were nothing special. If the Heaven's Path Martial Arts Academy couldn't recognize his current abilities and let him into the elite class, they must be blind. Training was over, now it was time for night watch. Qin Hong woke Jin Wenxin up and replaced Zhao Dongxing and Wu Weijie to stand guard at the staircase entrance. Having nothing better to do, the two began chatting quietly. Jin Wenxin, Qin Hong, how do you feel? After absorbing those crystal roots, roughly how much has your strength increased? Qin Hong, not exactly sure. Should be around 30 kilos at least. Jin Wenxin, wow, that intense? I feel like I only improved by about 20 kilograms, which is already considered exaggerated. Normally, cultivating for a day only increases strength by about 1 kilogram. Qin Hong, hee, I am a genius after all. Jin Wenxin, that's true. Come to think of it, It's really unbelievable. Someone as strong as you got accused of taking divine potions and was slandered for no reason. Those rumor-mongers truly deserve to die. Shin Hung, exactly, damn it, so he's already dead. As they chatted, the conversation turned to future plans again. Jin Wenqin asked, "What do you plan to do later? You can't stay at Heavenly Dao Martial Arts Academy forever, you'll have to graduate eventually. After graduation, do you want to work as a freelance martial artist or join an organization?" Shin Hung shook his head. "I haven't figured that out yet, haven't really thought that far ahead for now. Why don't you join our MS Alliance? With your talent, you'll definitely be nurtured as a key figure and rise to a high position. Soon you'll be earning tens of millions in annual salary, holding important resources. Even the mayor of the base city would have to treat you with respect. Let's talk about it later. What if my talent fades someday? Ugh, don't say that. We're counting on you to soar high and give us a boost so me and Jiancheng can live a good life too. If that day ever comes, I won't forget you guys." When it comes to the future, Shin Hung actually feels quite lost. He doesn't even know what the world's top martial arts organizations are. Having only been exposed to the martial arts world for just over a week, his understanding in every aspect remains shallow. He needs time to absorb it all. As for which organization to join later or what path to take, he'll just have to take it one step at a time. One thing is certain, no matter how high I climb in the future, I must never forget my original purpose. That is, to give my parents and Ling Shui a good life. That day won't be too far off. The next day, the group left the abandoned town and embarked on their final hunt. With the assistance of the crystal roots, everyone's strength had increased to varying degrees, making combat feel more effortless. Huang Jiancheng's injuries hadn't fully healed, making it inconvenient for him to fight, but his specialized skills still allowed him to play a crucial role. Lured by his mating call of a female beast, Shin Hung and the others quickly gathered enough monster ears with minimal effort, completing their mission in its entirety. "Let's go, it's time to head back." Around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, the group set off on their return journey. From departure to return, the entire trip had only taken 2 days and nights, and they could even rest for a day with the overseer's convoy upon returning. Everyone was in high spirits, eagerly anticipating their upcoming lives as certified martial artists and the high salaries that awaited them. Only Qin Heng's mood remained somewhat heavy. Although Wang Peng hadn't been killed by his own hands, he was still inextricably tied to the death. If Grandmaster Wang Jianming were to fly into a rage and directly seek to kill him in retaliation, Shin Han would likely find it impossible to escape. Even if Wang Jianming were to apologize afterwards, it wouldn't bring Qin Hong back to life. The 7 members of the team trekked over mountains and through valleys, taking just over 2 hours to return to the supervising convoy. Upon their return, Chief Examiner Fu Yuntai nodded approvingly. "Good pace. Show what you've gathered, let's see if it's up to standard." Understood. One by one, they unzipped their backpacks and handed over the severed left ears of the beasts, each secured in sealed bags, for the examiner's inspection. Fu Yuntai personally examined each sealed bag, accurately identifying the origin of every specimen as he picked them up. Giant Black Hound, Tier 1 Monster, approved. Mutated Golden Retriever, Tier 1 Monster, approved. Blood Claw Direwolf. Well now, you've got some skills to take down even this thing. Shin Heng's spoils of war made Fu Yuntai look at him with newfound respect. With his experienced eye, he could tell the slain Bloodclaw Demon Wolf wasn't a fully mature specimen, yet even a subadult would be beyond what an ordinary junior martial artist could handle. "So what's your name? Which organization do you belong to?" he inquired. "Shin Hung, trainee at Heavenly Path Martial Arts Academy, though I haven't officially enrolled yet," Shin Hung replied truthfully. "Huh? So you're Qin Han?" Fu Yuntai was even more astonished. The name Qin Hung now resounded like thunder. Not only did he shatter the city's preliminary exam record, but he was also accused of achieving his abilities through performance-enhancing drugs. Now he's at the center of a storm. Anyone who's even glanced at the news would recognize his name. Shin Hung nodded. "It's me. I didn't take any divine elixirs, I cultivated through my own efforts." Fu Yuntai looked at him with gleaming eyes. After a brief pause, he said, "I need to inform the Alliance representatives. We should recruit this promising talent." Chapter 045, The Troubles to Come. The entire base city is now buzzing with negative rumors about him. Even his neighbors and friends, whom he knew so well, believe the rumors must be true, unwilling to accept that he possesses such extraordinary talent. But experts like Fu Yuntai and Zhong Wanshan, each and every one of them, trust him completely opposite to the attitude of the general public. "Why don't you doubt me?" Shin Hung asked. Fu Yuntai smiled. "When it comes to genius, it's better to believe it exists than to deny it. Winning you over only requires an attitude and a few resources. If the investment succeeds, the returns you bring us will far outweigh the cost. Even if it fails, it's no big loss for us. Is that so? Shin Hong fell into deep thought. It seems Fu Yuntai and Zhong Wanshan share the same mindset. There's an element of gambling in their thinking. The miraculous medicine could not be tested, leaving Qin Heng's true potential to be revealed only with the passage of time. The initial exam results and current strength aren't enough to tell the whole story, because he could have held back during the initial exam, gradually revealing just enough now to gain others' trust. But given time, the truth will always come to light. The miraculous drug's effects have limits. It might make him an entry-level martial artist, perhaps even intermediate level, but nothing more. But the realms of advanced martial artist, martial master, grand martial master, these levels can't be crossed in one leap. If Qin Heng remains stagnant, then the rumors won't just be rumors, they'll become reality. On the other hand, if he keeps growing stronger and breaking through, the voices of doubt will naturally fade away. So, how do you plan to win me over? Shin Hong couldn't help but ask. Fu Yuntai did not immediately reply but instead responded, "This requires approval from higher-ups. My position only grants me the right to propose, not the authority to decide." With that, he took out his phone and made a call, stepping aside to seek instructions from the superiors of the Martial Artists Alliance. Shin Hong saw him making a call and asked in surprise, "Sir, isn't there no signal here?" "Fu Yuntai, who told you that? Satellite phones still work perfectly fine even in the wilderness. Not to mention, the Invigilator's vehicles are equipped with satellite transceivers. Within a 1,000-meter radius, regular mobile phones work just fine." Satellite phones were top-tier gadgets, far beyond the means of ordinary martial artists. But the inspection vehicle was actually equipped with a signal tower. What an unexpected delight. "Thank you, sir." Shin Hong was worried about being targeted by Wang Jianming upon his return, but now that the communication system was operational, he could send an early warning to prevent trouble before it arose. Shin Heng's assessment results were out, he passed. Upon returning, he would be awarded the Junior Martial Artist Certificate, his household registration would be upgraded to Martial Artist status, and he would enjoy the privileges of a martial artist. The other team members were still undergoing their assessments, but Shin Hong didn't wait for them and rushed straight to the vehicle. The air conditioning in the vehicle was running, making it pleasantly cool inside. Shin Hong took out his phone and dialed Zhong Wanshan's number. "Hello, Shin Hong, how's it going? Did you register for the Junior Martial Artist exam?" As soon as the call connected, Zhong Wanshan asked. Shin Hong, "Registered and passed already. I can go back tomorrow afternoon to change my status to martial artist." Zhong Wanshan exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, so soon?" "Yes, indeed. The moment we reached the wilderness." Shin Hong briefly recounted his experiences over the past 2 days. Then, shifting his tone, he said, "Teacher Zhong, there's something I'd like to ask for your help with." Zhong Wanshan smiled. "What help? Running out of money again?" Shin Hong replied gravely, "No, the money's fine, it'll last for now. I caused trouble. Indirectly got someone killed." "Oh, who died?" Zhong Wanshan's tone immediately turned serious upon hearing this. Shin Hong spoke up, "His name is Wang Peng. Before he could finish, Zhong Wanshan exclaimed in horror, "Holy shit, no way. You actually killed him? This is huge trouble." Zhong Wanshan had known about Wang Peng's identity since the day of the quasi-martial artist assessment. He was well aware of how much Grandmaster Wang Jianming cared for his grandnephew. Disastrous, absolutely disastrous. This is truly courting catastrophe, a calamity of monumental proportions. Zhong Wanshan murmured, his headache palpable just from the tone of his voice. "Teacher Zhong, this matter, can you resolve it?" Shin Hong asked hesitantly, his heart unsettled. Judging by Zhong Wanshan's tone, the consequences of this matter seemed even more severe than he had anticipated. Zhong Wanshan sighed helplessly, "Resolve my foot. I'm just a martial master. I don't even have the right to speak loudly in front of Elder Wang. What could I possibly do to resolve this?" Shin Heng's heart sank. Zhong Wanshan said, "Tell me carefully, what exactly happened?" "Well, it was like this." Shin Hong recounted the events of that day. Of course, he didn't mention Wang Peng calling for his help. He only said that he ran away immediately after discovering the presence of the blood-sucking vine, and when he went back later, both Wang Peng and Chen Feilong were already dead. Zhong Wanshan listened, then spoke in a low voice. "Though you didn't kill him with your own hands, your involvement runs too deep. Wang Jianming will never let this go easily. This matter, I'm afraid it truly won't be simple to resolve." Upon hearing this, Shin Hong could only say, "Teacher Zhong, my current punching power is no less than 1,400 kilograms. If the Heavenly Path Martial Arts School can help me through this crisis, I will surely repay them in the future." A grandmaster was beyond his ability to handle. Only by having the Heavenly Path Martial Arts School's top fighters intervene could this situation be settled. And the sole reason that might persuade top-tier fighters to step forward for him was his talent. Zhong Wanshan responded, "I understand your point, and your talent is truly astonishing. However, this matter is beyond my authority to decide. It can only be resolved after consulting the vice dean or the dean himself." Normally, hearing about 1,400 kilograms of force would have shocked Zhong Wanshan greatly. But the status of a grandmaster was too intimidating, especially someone like Wang Jianming. a senior grandmaster with not just formidable strength but also immense prestige and honors, adored by hundreds of millions across the entire base city. Such an overwhelming trouble crushed any trace of joy, leaving no room for happiness at all.
Wait for my message. Zhong Wanshan hung up the phone.
Shin Hong sat in the empty car, his emotions in turmoil. I hope this will work. Without the protection of a master, this ordeal would likely be extremely difficult to overcome. On one side was a grandmaster powerhouse, on the other a yet-to-rise genius. He truly didn't know how the experts of Heavenly Path Martial Pavilion would choose. Countless geniuses exist in this world, yet only a tiny fraction ultimately become true powerhouses. Presumably, the esteemed masters would weigh the odds and avoid clashing with Wang Jianming's overwhelming momentum. A suffocating gloom settled heavily in Xin Heng's heart. Acting on impulse feels great in the moment, but the aftermath is such a headache. If I were killed, what would happen to my parents? What about Ling Xue? He picked up his phone, wanting to talk to his family, but then he thought better of it, afraid of making them worry and grieve. After much deliberation, he ultimately didn't make the call, merely drafting a message telling them to take good care of themselves, scheduling it to be sent the morning after tomorrow. If he didn't die, the message would be revoked and unsent. If he really died, everything would be void, and he wouldn't need to worry about such matters anymore. After a while, Zhao Dongxing and the others had also completed their tests, all passing the assessment and returning to the bus. Huang Ji, I have a favor to ask of you. Qin Heng approached Huang Jianqing's side. Huang Jianqing beamed with delight. What's the matter? This time we've received considerable help from you. Just name it, and we'll definitely assist. Qin Heng opened his backpack and took out the sharp claws of the blood-claw demon wolf along with other materials he had harvested during this trip. Then he said, when I go back this time, Grandmaster Wang Jianming might cause me trouble. If I unfortunately die, please help me sell these things along with my phone and convert them into cash for my family. Chapter 46. The examiner's mentality shatters. Although these items aren't extremely precious treasures, they're still worth 3,000 to 5,000 yuan. Combined with the value of the phone, it amounts to several thousand yuan. His parents had raised him for over 10 years, and Fang Lingxue had supported him for 3 years. If he couldn't take care of their remaining years, then at the very least, he should give them everything he could at present. Otherwise, even in death, there would be no peace. As for the safety of his family, he wasn't overly concerned. Wang Jianming, as a grandmaster, still possessed some dignity. Even if he sought revenge, he would only kill Qin Heng alone. He wouldn't openly violate the martial artist protection law and management regulations and go on a rampage. Qin Heng, don't say things like that. It probably isn't that bad. Huang Jianqing quickly reassured him. Xin Heng's words sounded like he was preparing for the worst, casting a heavy gloom over the previously cheerful mood of the group. Xin Heng sighed helplessly. The future is unpredictable, we have to prepare in advance. Zhao Dongxing said indignantly, this whole mess was started by Wang Peng in the first place. He got what he deserved when the blood-sucking vine killed him. Even if he had a grandmaster backing him, they can't just ignore reason, can they? Jin Wenqin said quietly, but that grandmaster is reason, his word is law. What can ordinary martial artists do against that? Qin Heng let out a sigh. This was exactly what he wanted to say. There wasn't a single martial god in Nansha Base City. Grandmasters were the mightiest here. Such beings held such lofty status that they could even influence the decrees of an entire base city. Even the mayor had to show them respect. If Wang Jianming was determined to kill him, probably no one could protect him. The atmosphere in the car grew tense as Qin Heng kept staring at his phone, waiting for Zhong Wanshan's reply. Yet, the phone remained silent, never ringing with an incoming call. The sky gradually darkened, and in the distance, more prospective martial artists appeared, returning one after another to turn in their harvests. Occasionally, distress signal flares exploded in the air, prompting the supervising team's experts to rush out swiftly for rescue missions. Qin Heng remained in the vehicle, alternating between eating, resting, and quietly meditating to cultivate his strength. He forced himself to immerse completely in his training, leaving no room for idle thoughts or distractions. But the more this was the case, the more chaotic his mind became. By the next day, he couldn't even maintain his cultivation, his breathing was erratic, and he couldn't enter the state of innate fetal breathing. At this point, there were only 3 hours left until the end of the assessment. After lunch, the invigilation team began counting the participants. There were 174 people when we started, but only 113 have returned. It seems many have lost their lives in the wilderness. Anyone who hasn't returned within the next 3 hours will be considered killed in action. Fu Yuntai's expression darkened. An invigilator whispered in his ear, Sir, old Wang's grandnephew still hasn't returned. I know. This was precisely the source of Fu Yuntai's headache. 113 had returned. The casualty rate wasn't actually worse than usual considering past results, and the overall pass rate was quite decent. Yet, out of those who hadn't come back, the one missing happened to have the strongest connections and most influential background. If this person doesn't return, the Grandmaster's wrath alone could send tremors through the entire Martial Artists Alliance. As an administrator of the Martial Artists Alliance, Fu Yuntai fully understood the gravity of the situation, that's why his face had turned so grim. Time stretched on as the examination team kept staring into the distance, hoping to catch sight of the War God Dojo squad's return. Yet the people they were waiting for never came back. At last, the final half hour. In the distance, several figures appeared again, supporting each other as they struggled to return to the examination convoy at the last moment. These individuals were the 5-member team from War God Dojo. Why are there only a few of you? Where are the other 2? Fu Yuntai strode forward immediately, his brows furrowing deeply as he demanded sternly, "Sir, this." Han Yufeng, a member of the War God martial arts team, hung his head in silence, not daring to respond. "Talk, where is Wang Peng?" Fu Yuntai raised his voice sharply. Han Yufeng whispered, "During the assessment, we encountered Qin Heng's team and had some conflicts with them. Later, young Master Wang Peng and senior brother Qian Filong got entangled by blood-sucking vines while pursuing Qin Heng." Bang! At these words, Fu Yuntai felt his mind explode. Blood-sucking vines. Wang Peng is dead, and it's related to Qin Heng. Holy shit! Fu Yuntai couldn't help but blurt out a national curse, nearly losing his composure. "Say it again. What exactly happened? Explain it clearly." He glared furiously at Han Yufeng, the aura of a great martial master fully unleashed, pressing down on the 5 squad members so forcefully that they couldn't even remain standing, collapsing to the ground. Old Fu, old Fu. Another invigilator quickly stepped forward to help several injured students from the warrior martial arts school to their feet, then said gravely to Fu Yuntai, "Don't take your anger out on the kids. The situation's serious. Figure out how to explain this to Elder Wang first." Fu Yuntai's face turned red with rage. He never could have dreamed something like this would happen during his invigilation. "Tell me everything you know. And, Qin Heng, come here right now." Fu Yuntai roared in fury. Hearing the commotion, Qin Heng immediately got out of the car. What was bound to come would come. Compared to facing a grandmaster, this was relatively easier. He walked up to Fu Yuntai. At that moment, everyone's eyes were fixed in their direction, wondering what had happened to anger the supervising examiner so much. Fu Yuntai was angry, but not completely out of his mind. He said, "Follow me," and led Han Yufeng and Qin Heng to a more distant spot. "Speak," Fu Yuntai commanded Han Yufeng. Han Yufeng glanced at Qin Heng with evident apprehension. However, he still truthfully revealed everything he knew, including how Wang Peng searched for Qin Heng and how he wanted to kill Qin Heng. After listening, Fu Yuntai felt an unbearable headache and said to Qin Heng, "How did things between you escalate to this point?" Qin Heng replied, "The enmity between Wang Peng and me has existed for a long time. It didn't just happen recently. He, intoxicated by his own success, sought to bully me, and I obviously couldn't just wait there to die. He failed to catch me and was killed by the blood-sucking vines. How is that my fault?" Wang Peng was dead, and he was delighted. Although he didn't kill with his own hands, he still considered it a good deed. But the consequences were hard to shake off. "Why didn't you use the signal gun to call for help?" Fu Yuntai scolded Han Yufeng. Han Yufeng replied softly, "It happened suddenly, there was no time. By the time we found out, the person was already dead, so we didn't." "You're really a bunch of..." Fu Yuntai gritted his teeth. After catching his breath, he asked, "Where's the body?" "I don't know." Han Yufeng shook his head. Qin Heng said, "I know where it is, but there should be nothing left now except a pile of bones." "Just bones? Not even a mummified corpse?" Fu Yuntai grew even more exasperated. Qin Heng replied, "After our squad learned about the medicinal value of the blood-sucking vines, we set that entire area on fire." Fu Yuntai couldn't help but curse. "You're a fucking genius. Not only did you kill people, but you also destroyed the evidence. If Wang Jianming doesn't kill you, he'd be unworthy of being called a grandmaster." Encountering such a major incident, even the most composed person couldn't handle it. What was supposed to be a routine assignment had inexplicably turned into the crime scene where the grandmaster's only beloved relative met a tragic end. Fu Yuntai felt his career was utterly ruined. Though he probably wouldn't face the grandmaster's direct wrath, considering the Warrior Alliance's relationship with Wang Jianming, they would certainly take action, either firing him or transferring him out of Nansha Bay City. "Take me to the scene, now." Even though the consequences were almost predictable, Fu Yuntai still had no choice but to complete his duties. The remains of a grandmaster's kin must be brought back, even if they die in the wilderness. Chapter 047, The Grandmaster Blocks the Road. Qin Heng had nothing to say and immediately led the way, guiding Fu Yuntai to the scorched battlefield. Though he was leading, Qin Heng merely pointed the direction while Fu Yuntai hauled him by the arm at full speed throughout the journey. The grand martial artist's speed was terrifyingly fast, practically skimming the ground like flight itself. In no time at all, he arrived at the ash-strewn location. Qin Heng pointed to the position of Wang Peng's remains, right there. My god, completely reduced to ashes. Fu Yuntai nearly fainted. That particular spot had hosted the blood-sucking vines earlier, so Qin Heng and the others had piled an unusually large amount of firewood precisely there. The fire burned fiercely, reducing the 2 already desiccated corpses to ashes that mingled with the charcoal. making it nearly impossible to distinguish their original forms. At least bring back a handful to give old Wang some closure. Fu Yuntai sighed, stepped forward, and scooped up the uncertain mixture of what might be bone ash or charcoal powder from the ground, placing it into the empty backpack he'd specially brought. Qin Hong watched from the side. Though the situation was undeniably grave, for some reason, the sight of that pile of ashes struck him as almost comical. "Sir, how do you plan to handle this matter?" he asked. Fu Yuntai said irritably, "What authority do I have to handle it? I'm just an ordinary clerk. My only option is to immediately report it to my superiors." After a while, he added, "I was going to tell you that after I reported your qualifications to the higher-ups, they took it very seriously and were planning to appoint you as the city's overall youth martial arts representative, letting you get an early start with connections. But now, it seems whether you can even keep your life is in question." Qin Hong sighed helplessly. Maybe this is fate. Fu Yuntai collected a backpack of ashes, his anger almost dissipated, leaving only melancholy behind. He dusted off his hands and said to Qin Hong, "Young man, quickly contact everyone you can in your network. I must report to my superiors immediately. Once the convoy returns, Wang Jianming is bound to show up and will likely attack you on the spot. If you can't find someone strong enough to stop him, even with the most solid proof of self-defense, you won't live long enough to explain." This was heartfelt advice. Qin Hong felt grateful. "Thank you for the warning, sir." But it seemed he didn't really have anyone left to contact. Zhong Wanshan was the only upper-class person he knew, but after yesterday's call, there had been no response. Chances were slim. "Go back to your seat." Fu Yuntai took him along as they raced back, rejoining the convoy in no time. By then, the wilderness combat assessment had already concluded entirely. Fu Yuntai reviewed the assessment statistics and announced solemnly, "This month's total examinees, 174. Passed, 89. Failed, 19. Casualties, 66. Those who passed deserve congratulations, while those who fell in battle are deeply regrettable." As the captain of the supervision team, Fu Yuntai's mood was heavy. Without saying much more, he issued a command after the announcement. "Everyone board now, we're heading back." Afterward, the 108 surviving candidate warriors and new warriors gradually returned to the vehicles and set off toward the direction of the base city. As soon as Qin Hong boarded the vehicle, his teammates immediately crowded around him and asked, "Qin Hong, what did the chief examiner say to you?" Qin Hong shook his head, took a seat by the window without answering, and simply gazed at the distant mountain silhouettes lost in thought. The vehicle traversed the wasteland, gradually leaving the whooping mountain range behind. Many people on the bus were murmuring about him, but Qin Hong heard yet chose to ignore them. Huang Jiancheng and others took turns coming over to comfort and reassure him, but he barely responded to any of them. The return journey would take 3 hours. They should arrive back at the base city by dusk. Qin Hong didn't know whether he would receive the jointly issued martial artist ID card from the Martial Artists Alliance and the government, or be killed on the spot by Wang Jianming. After a bumpy journey, the vehicle continued moving at a steady pace. Qin Hong replayed over a decade's worth of memories in his mind. He thought of his impoverished yet fulfilling childhood days, of his parents' doting care and affection, then recalled their gaunt, weary appearances after they were injured. Naturally, he also reminisced about the little moments spent with Fan Lingxue, the countless small romantic gestures during their relationship. Thinking back, he truly couldn't bear to let go. It felt like a century had passed, yet also just a moment. The outline of the border wall appeared ahead. Night was falling. Qin Heng's heartbeat quickened involuntarily. Teacher Zhong still hasn't called, it seems. He checked his phone, no missed calls, no unread messages. Zhong Wanshan seemed to have vanished without a trace after going to report news, leaving not a single ripple behind. Alas! With a heavy sigh, Qin Hong thought about how his parents might have no one to care for them in the future, and how Fang Lingxue could be bullied without anyone to protect her. His heart ached bitterly. At this moment, the convoy suddenly began to slow down. The driver muttered, "Damn, the Grandmaster really is coming." Qin Heng's heart trembled. Following the car window's view toward the border wall, they could see high above it. Yes, in the sky. Skyward. A white-haired elder hovered motionless over 100 meters above the ground, majestic and unwavering like a deity. Yet, the aura radiating from him was even more dazzling than the sun, so overwhelming that it inspired both terror and awe in those who beheld it. It's Wang Jianming. Wang Jianming in his wrathful state. A single thought flashed through the minds of everyone in the convoy simultaneously. The Wang Jianming they had seen on television was amiable and kind, one of the guardian deities of Nansha Base City, having slain countless terrifying monsters and saved the city from peril time and again. But now, he was like an unsheathed sword, radiating an endless edge, thirsting for blood. This old hero, after suffering the devastating loss of his only beloved kin, had been driven beyond the bounds of rage.
Stop, everyone stop.
Fu Yuntai's voice came from ahead. The convoy was still 5 kilometers away from the border wall checkpoint. Fu Yuntai got out of the vehicle, holding the box containing Wang Peng's ashes in his hands. He took a few steps forward and shouted toward the sky above the border wall, "Elder Wang, this incident happened suddenly, and our alliance deeply apologizes.
But given your high position, countless eyes are watching you. In this very public moment, could you please remain calm for now and handle matters after returning?"
Though separated by several kilometers, the two parties communicated without any issues. Mid-air, Wang Jianming spoke tersely, his tone betraying neither anger nor joy. "Tell Qin Hong to come out." 3 hours earlier, Fu Yuntai had already reported everything he knew to the Martial Artists Alliance.
The Martial Artists Alliance didn't dare omit a single word and relayed everything to Wang Jianming. At this very moment, Wang Jianming knew everything.
He had come in person precisely to settle the matter. He couldn't even wait for the convoy to return inside the base city, intercepting them directly outside the border walls. Although his tone wasn't furious, Fu Yuntai understood that the moment Qin Hong stepped out of the vehicle, he would likely perish instantly. 5 kilometers was merely the blink of an eye for a grandmaster. Wang Jianming didn't even need to come in person. A mere flick of his finger from a distance could tear Qin Hong apart with sheer force.
This is the terror of a grandmaster. Senior Wang, this.
Fu Yuntai wanted to speak further, but Wang Jianming's eyes suddenly sharpened. Those aged eyes seemed to shoot out 2 sharp beams, piercing through the air into Fu Yuntai's consciousness, instantly immobilizing him and making him break out in cold sweat, unable to utter another word.
Qin Hong.
In the vehicle, everyone's gaze was fixed on Qin Hong. Some were worried, while others took pleasure in his misfortune. Qin Hong sighed and slowly rose to his feet. It seems there's no escape from this calamity.
Wang Jianming had personally intervened.
Judging by the situation, he had no intention of adhering to laws or regulations. He was determined to execute Qin Hong on the spot.
Facing a grandmaster, hiding in the vehicle would be meaningless.
Worse, it might implicate others and get them killed too. Qin Hong handed his phone and backpack to Huang Jiancheng, saying, "Remember what you promised me."
Chapter 48. The man closest to martial divinity. Then he strode openly toward the door. "Drive, open up."
The driver looked at Qin Hong with a peculiar gaze, somewhat admiring yet seemingly regretful. The doors parted as Qin Hong stepped down slowly before advancing several paces toward the border wall.
"Old Master Wang, is this grand display meant to personally judge me?"
Qin Hong spoke calmly. At this moment, he became composed instead. Since matters had reached this point, there was nothing left to fear. Life or death mattered little now. The least he could do was maintain his dignity before the end.
Wang Jianming scornfully rebuked from a distance, "Qin Hong, do you admit your crimes?" Qin Hong sneered. "What crime have I committed?" "Qin Hong."
Fu Yuntai quickly signaled to him with her eyes, urging him to swallow his pride, admit his mistake, and beg for a way out.
"Killing my grandnephew. What do you think your crime is?" Wang Jianming's voice boomed like thunder from the heavens, shaking people's eardrums with its force.
Qin Hong bore the brunt first, feeling intense discomfort as turbulent energy surged within him, as if he were being roasted over flames. But he gritted his teeth and held firm, saying coldly, "Your grandnephew has been targeting me relentlessly for 3 years, not just insulting and provoking me, but also stealing my food and bullying my girlfriend. Back then, his status and capabilities were similar to mine, so he couldn't do much harm. But after relying on your connections, he escalated his actions, not only spreading slander to tarnish my reputation and manipulating public opinion across the city to block my future, but this time in the wild combat trial, he even joined forces with several from your warrior god dojo to try and kill me. If not for some shred of skill I still possess, I'd already be a corpse in the wilderness."
Wang Jianming roared angrily, "Nonsense!
My grandnephew is upright and honorable, never engaging in even the slightest misconduct. How dare you slander him like this?"
Qin Hong chuckled softly. "How can you wake someone who's pretending to sleep?"
When an old man chooses to turn a blind eye himself, I've nothing more to say.
"You." This statement clearly angered Wang Jianming.
He genuinely had no idea what kind of misdeeds his grandnephew had committed. Previously, the search for his relatives had been handled by his subordinates. When they first found Wang Peng, they praised him to the skies, making him out to be the most outstanding young talent of his generation. At the time, Wang Jianming was so delighted that he casually awarded his subordinates several million in bonuses and took Wang Peng around to introduce him to high-ranking officials in the base city, brimming with pride. In the days that followed, Wang Peng behaved impeccably in front of others, never committing a single misdeed. Otherwise, during the assessment at Martial God Square, Wang Jianming wouldn't have believed Wang Peng's offhand remark completely and immediately gave up competing for Qin Hong, that prodigy. But all of this was just Wang Peng's act. Wang Peng had been advised that Wang Jianming was a principled and impartial old hero who despised nothing more than social parasites who committed inhuman acts. Therefore, before the family reunion, they conspired with the subordinate in charge of the search and leveraged various connections to thoroughly erase those dark past deeds. In the following months, there indeed weren't too many traces of misconduct. Even if he occasionally bullied men and molested women, raped and plundered, someone would always clean up his mess, preventing word from reaching Wang Jianming. Thus, until this very moment, Wang Jianming remained unaware of just how vile and beastly the only relative he had painstakingly found truly was. I see you refuse to admit the truth until faced with the coffin. Very well, let this old man send you on your final journey. Wang Jianming was convinced that Qin Hong was a villain who had cruelly murdered his kind-hearted grandnephew. Speaking these words before countless soldiers at the border wall, he now had ample reason to strike. The old man raised his hand and aimed a palm strike through the air, intending to obliterate Qin Hong in an instant. Just then, a voice carried over from the other side of the nearby border wall. Don't be so hasty, let the boy finish speaking. The voice sounded lazy, as if its owner had just woken up, yet the ensuing commotion was anything but negligible. Wang Jianming had already channeled his grandmaster strength, launching a palm strike through the air, but a streak of white light intercepted it effortlessly, dispersing his attack before it could land. Wang Jianming's white brows furrowed. Wang Daoyi, do you dare obstruct me? A figure emerged in the air hundreds of meters away. The arrival wore a Taoist robe, with long eyebrows reaching his cheeks, white hair yet youthful complexion, holding a horsetail whisk. In a languid voice, he replied, disciples of my heavenly Tao Martial Hall, even if they were to be sentenced to death, must first get my approval as the Hall Master. Besides, with the matter still unclear, your haste to kill doesn't quite match your reputation for impartial judgment, does it? This elderly Taoist priest was none other than Wang Daoyi, the chief master of the Nansha branch of the heavenly Tao Martial Hall. Qin Hong had seen this man on television before, and now spotting him from afar, he was overcome with ecstasy. We're saved this time. He had already prepared himself for death. Though he felt deeply aggrieved, there was nothing he could do about it. But Wang Daoyi had come. The Southern Xia branch master of the Heavenly Path Martial Arts Academy had personally stepped forward to back him up. This old Taoist is the strongest in Nansha Bay City, known as the closest to a martial god. With him here, even if facing another grandmaster, Qin Hong could be certain he wouldn't die. Absolutely wouldn't die. No one could kill anyone before Hall Master Wang, the man closest to a martial god, unless the opponent was a true martial god. Master Zhong truly possesses remarkable connections. To think he could even invite out Master Wang himself. They say this living legend hasn't made a public appearance in over a decade. Many even believed the venerable master had already passed into immortality. Qin Heng's emotions swirled with complexity, joy and excitement intermingled with lingering traces of bewilderment. With his level of influence, it shouldn't have warranted Wang Daoyi's personal attention, so how could this? In midair, the two grandmasters stood in confrontation. Wang Jianming snorted coldly. What's there to explain? Life for a life, that's only natural. Wang Daoyi raised a calming hand. Not necessarily. The law states that killing in self-defense isn't a crime. Qin Hong killed your grandnephew. I know you're furious, but we can't overlook the details. What if your grandnephew was vile scum? What if he provoked Qin Hong, who only defended himself out of necessity? Shut up. Wang Jianming had full confidence in his grandnephew and couldn't believe Wang Peng could be that sort of person. Hearing this, he was so furious he nearly came to blows on the spot. Wang Daoyi stroked his beard with a smile. All right, I won't state it so bluntly then. I'll save you some face in front of the border garrison troops. Then he turned to Qin Hong and said, boy, you speak up. Give a truthful account of exactly what happened. Before a grandmaster, you mustn't lie. Even this humble Taoist couldn't protect you if you did. Yes, Hall Master Wang. Qin Hong knew his opportunity had come and immediately began proving his innocence, recounting everything that had happened before, during, and after the wilderness assessment from start to finish. After listening, Wang Jianming refused to believe it. Wang Daoyi then said, doesn't your war god Jim have others who experienced this incident too? Call those boys out to speak. Thus, Han Yufeng was called down from the vehicle, and proceeded to repeat exactly what Qin Hong had just said. Han Yufeng's legs trembled at the sight of Wang Jianming. He desperately wanted to lie and say something that would paint Wang Peng in a favorable light. But Wang Daoyi was standing right beside them. The man known as the strongest beneath the martial god stood there. Though he appeared gentle and unassuming, the pressure radiating from him surpassed even Wang Jianming's imposing aura. Terrified into honesty, Han Yufeng confessed everything truthfully, his account matching Qin Heng's version word for word. Wang Jianming flew into a rage upon hearing this. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. My grandnephew has always been kind to others. How could he possibly provoke anyone first? Wang Daoyi sighed. Old Wang, for all your heroic stature, it's a pity you can't see through such illusions even now. Kind to others? You've been kept in the dark by your own people all this time, completely unaware of what a beast that boy truly is.
Wang Dawi, shut your mouth. Wang Jianming was on the verge of exploding. Wang Dawi, you don't believe me, do you? Fine. Then I'll show you a few video clips. As he spoke, he reached into his Taoist robe sleeve and pulled out a tablet. With 2 light taps, he brought up the file and gracefully floated it toward Wang Jianming. Chapter 049, Narrow Escape. Wang Jianming's white eyebrows furrowed deeply, unsure what trick the old man was pulling. When he saw the video playing on the tablet, he froze in shock. The footage was surveillance recording from a KTV, showing scene after scene of unspeakable acts, accompanied by the weeping of girls and the agonized screams of men. Moreover, the perpetrator was none other than his most beloved grandnephew, Wang Peng. This is fake. It has to be forged. Don't try to fool me with spliced footage. Wang Jianming still refused to believe it. Keep watching. Wang Dawi said nothing more, casually swiping to play the next video. The second clip was also surveillance footage, except the location had shifted to a bar. Wang Peng, accompanied by 7 or 8 subordinates, was engaged in equally unspeakable acts. This can't be real. Wang Jianming muttered in disbelief. Wang Dawi, my martial arts school exerted considerable effort to recover these deleted records. You may doubt other things, but what I present will never be fabricated. The tablet contained undeniable evidence of crimes, cataloging every wicked deed Wang Peng had committed throughout the past 6 months. Wang Dawi personally intervened precisely to demonstrate to Wang Jianming that these were established facts, not manufactured lies. As Wang Jianming reviewed each segment, his breathing grew erratic, his aged frame trembled uncontrollably, and he nearly suffocated from the overwhelming shock. Wang Dawi patted his shoulder and comforted him. Old Wang, anger hurts the body. It's normal for young people to make mistakes, they just die from them, so don't take it too hard. Get lost. Wang Jianming roared. As soon as the words fell, Wang Dawi didn't leave. Instead, Wang Jianming whipped his sleeve and stormed off, unable to bear the blow, vanishing into thin air in an instant. Hey! Wang Dawi watched as Wang Jianming's figure disappeared into the distance and couldn't help but laugh, looking every bit the mischievous old man. Then, in the span of a second, he regained his composed demeanor as an enlightened master and declared loudly, "This matter is settled, just a misunderstanding. Everyone, return to your affairs and disperse." With those words, he too vanished into thin air. Beyond the border wall, Xin Hong stood on the ground, his hanging heart finally settling completely. He hadn't even noticed that the back of his clothes was soaked through. He had broken out in a cold sweat moments ago. The pressure emanating from Grandmaster Wang Jianming was truly terrifying. Even Fu Yuntai, at the great martial artist level, dared not breathe too loudly beside him. Yet here was Qin Hung, nearly an entry-level martial artist, bearing the brunt of the overwhelming pressure alone. Thank goodness, Master Wang Dawi stepped in and resolved this crisis for him. Otherwise, it would have been certain death. Although Wang Jianming might not have let this matter go and could cause trouble again later, at least for now, the danger was temporarily avoided. Fu Yuntai walked over, relieved, and said, "Thankfully it didn't escalate to the worst possible outcome. Both of you, get back in the car. Xin Hung, keep a low profile from now on, and avoid going out unnecessarily for a while, lest any of old Wang's subordinates target you." "Yes, thank you for the reminder, sir." Xin Hung nodded solemnly. Although Wang Jianming had withdrawn this time, his subordinates, disciples, and fans were still no joke. Having narrowly escaped with his life, if he were to be killed by a bunch of lackeys, he truly wouldn't even have a place to cry his heart out. Xin Hong returned to the car, where Huang Jiancheng and others came to congratulate and comfort him. Xin Hong seemed as if all his bones had been drained of strength, lying limp and exhausted across the seat with his eyes closed, not wanting to utter a single word. Just then, his phone buzzed. He picked it up and saw a text message. "Zhong Wanshan, after a whole day's work, I managed not to be late. Surviving is good enough. Report on the 30th as scheduled, and bring your parents and your little girlfriend." Xin Hang felt a stir in his heart. Having busied himself all day, could it be? He quickly asked, "Teacher Zhong, were you helping to gather evidence of Wang Peng's crimes?" Although he didn't know the details, he could tell from the earlier conversation that Wang Jianming might not have understood Wang Peng's true character, which was why he had been so adamant about avenging his grandnephew. After Wang Dawi took out the tablet, Wang Jianming's attitude changed instantly, showing signs of shame and embarrassment, as if his pride couldn't bear it, which was why he hurriedly left the scene. From this, it's clear that the video files on that tablet must have been extremely compelling. Combined with Zhong Wanshan's text message, it wasn't hard to discern that this was the result of Zhong Wanshan's efforts throughout the entire day. Zhong Wanshan replied to the message without offering any explanation, simply saying, "No need to thank me. Just do more for the martial arts school in the future." Such a simple, understated sentence moved Qin Hong deeply. He hadn't even officially become a student of the Heavenly Path Martial Arts School yet,
but they were already going to such lengths to protect him. Even the legendary schoolmaster Wang Daoi had personally intervened. This martial arts school is not only flush with money, but also has the best attitude toward its students among the 4 major martial arts schools. No wonder it ranks as the top of the world's 4 major martial arts schools. This ranking is definitely not unfounded. The convoy started moving again, passing through the checkpoint and entering the border wall. The checkpoint inspections were extremely strict. Everyone had to get out of the vehicle to undergo machine scans and mental wave examinations by martial arts experts, preventing mutated beasts or those controlled by beasts from entering the base city. The same went for the vehicles. Every corner was meticulously scanned without daring to overlook the slightest detail. By the time Qin Hong and the others boarded the vehicle again and were on their way to the Martial Artist Alliance building, the sky had already darkened completely. Qin Hong, recovered yet? Huang Jiancheng patted Qin Heng's shoulder. Qin Hong now felt much better. He nodded and said, "Yes, the crisis is over. I feel much more comfortable." Huang Jiancheng, as the saying goes, one who survives a great disaster is destined for good fortune. Now that you've overcome this calamity, I reckon you're about to soar to new heights. If you're in no hurry to go back tonight, how about we have dinner together? Jin Wenqin immediately said, Right. Now that we're all martial artists, we'll probably be too busy to meet often. Having a meal and drinks together would be the perfect way to wrap up our journey together. I agree too. Zhao Dongxing and the others all expressed their agreement. Qin Hong thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "All right, this meal is on me." "Ha! We were waiting for you to say that." Everyone burst into laughter. Before long, the vehicle pulled into the parking lot of the Martial Artists Alliance building. Led by Fu Yuntai, the 89 people who had passed the assessment walked into a large hall. "Let's take a photo together as a keepsake." Every month a group of people would take part in the assessment, and the Martial Artists Alliance would photograph and document them, preserving the images in the Alliance's book of memories. Of course, before the group photo, the martial artist ID card will be presented first. This is a special credential. Once obtained, the old ID card will be destroyed, no longer an ordinary person from this moment on. At the moment they received their martial artist identification cards, the staff member said to Qin Hong and the others, "Congratulations on becoming martial artists from today onward, humanity's strongest weapons. You are the shield of the base city and the sharp blade in the hands of our species. When the time comes and our people need you, we hope you will stand fearless, march forward courageously, and fight for our kind. It is our solemn duty." Everyone responded in unison, their voices brimming with vigor and heroic passion. To fight for humanity is the shared mission of all martial artists. Humanity's current situation is dire. Our homeland is cramped, resources are scarce. It will take countless martial artists working together to reclaim the wild lands and slay the enemy beasts before we can gradually restore even a fraction of our former glory. This process will be incredibly lengthy. 60 years have passed, and our predecessors have completed some of it. Yet what remains unfinished is far greater, more difficult, more formidable. Perhaps they spent their entire lives achieving nothing more than becoming the weakest entry-level martial artists. But even if they were just a tiny screw, they still served an indispensable purpose. Whether one becomes a wilderness hunter, guards the border wall, or works behind the scenes in the base city in the future. In short, every martial artist must strive hard. Only by uniting as one can we revive our people. Chapter 050, The First Earnings. After taking the group photo, the crowd dispersed. Qin Hong and his teammates headed to a restaurant near the Martial Artist Alliance building. Upon arriving at the private room, the 7 of them held their new ID cards, their hearts filled with excitement. From now on, we're martial artists, no longer bound by ordinary laws. What are you talking about? The rigor of the Martial Artist Protection Act and management regulations is no less strict than ordinary laws. Exactly. In addition to the laws governing ordinary people, we're also required to act bravely for justice, making helping and rescuing others our duty. We can't use violence recklessly in urban areas. There are just as many rules, if not more. But there are also more privileges. They chatted idly. They were all intimately familiar with the legal provisions concerning martial artists. Every one of them had memorized the statutes by heart ever since qualifying as probationary warriors. What sets martial artists apart from ordinary people lies not just in their formidable strength, but also in their elevated social standing and accompanying civic responsibilities. As humanity's cutting-edge weapons, martial artists receive a monthly stipend of 1,000 yuan from the government as basic living allowance even if they don't lift a finger. Of course, no one has ever heard of anyone claiming such compensation, because even disabled martial artists can find highly lucrative jobs and would never lack for money. When martial artists commit crimes, regular police cannot detain them. They can only be handled by the Martial Artists Alliance or the government-run Martial Artists Administration Bureau. Generally, unless the offense is particularly severe, they receive lenient treatment. If a martial artist kills someone, even when at fault, the outcome is usually not execution. Instead, they're transferred to the field army to become wilderness fighters, atoning for their crimes by slaughtering hordes of monsters. This refers to martial artists' treatment of civilians. When a martial artist is involved with another martial artist, the case is treated more seriously because the victim is also a martial artist. Additionally, the Martial Artist Protection Law and Management Regulations include provisions for protecting the families of martial artists. If a martial artist's family member commits an offense, they may still receive lenient treatment. However, the martial artist in question will be given a disciplinary record and must hunt a certain number of monsters to atone for their family's wrongdoing, otherwise, their privileges will be restricted. Conversely, if a martial artist's family member is harmed by someone, regardless of whether the perpetrator is a civilian or another martial artist, the punishment will be severe. The various regulations generally bring more benefits than drawbacks. So many people strive to become martial artists, not only driven by the shared ideal of protecting their homeland but also partly for this superior status. Heroes, your dishes are here. Knowing that Qin Hang and his companions were martial artists, the tavern owner warmly welcomed them and personally served their dishes. Qin Hang and the others chatted while eating and drinking. It was Qin Hang's first time drinking alcohol, and he didn't find it particularly enjoyable, but caught up in the atmosphere, he didn't stop raising his glass. After several shots of liquor, he started feeling slightly tipsy. Huang Jianqing said, "Let's exchange phone numbers so we can keep in touch. Qin Hang, you're a real talent, you won't ignore our calls when we invite you out for drinks in the future, will you?" Qin Hang smiled and said, "The Heavenly Dao Martial Arts Academy has a semi-closed management system, just 2 days off each month. I genuinely might not be able to come out." Zhao Doxing said, no worries. We're also part of the Heavenly Dao Martial Arts School, so we can still hang out inside. As for Brother Huang and Brother Jin, we can just video call them and have a virtual toast." Everyone burst into laughter. A joyous mood makes one radiant, and this meal was eaten with great delight, spending 300 yuan in one go. Although Qin Hang felt a slight pang of regret, gaining several martial artist friends, 4 of whom were seniors from the Providence Martial Arts Hall, made it well worth it. After the meal, the group headed to MS Group Tower, not far from the Martial Artists Alliance building. The spoils acquired in the wild could be directly sold for cash. The MS Group's acquisition market operates 24/7, open for trading at any time. Led by their internal contacts Huang Jiancheng and Jin Wenxin, Qin Hang and his group arrived at the trading area. Hundreds of service windows were staffed by representatives. Simply approaching them with monster materials for sale would yield corresponding price quotations. Pricing was fully automated by an intelligence system. Any previously cataloged materials would receive accurate valuations, with staff having no authority to intervene, a feature that won deep trust among martial artists. Qin Hang arrived at a trading window and placed one of the materials he had collected on it. The smart system immediately scanned it and popped up a result. Item, giant blackhound canine teeth, 2 pieces. Rating, mature low-level monster. Condition, complete. Value, 500 yuan, out of 1,000 yuan. Then came the razor-sharp claws of the Bloodclaw Direwolf. Category, Bloodclaw Direwolf Claws, 6 pieces. Rating, subadult grade primary monster. Condition, slightly worn. Value, 3,800 yuan, complete set. These were the only 2 trophies Qin Hang obtained, but the outcome was decent, totaling 4,800 yuan. Not only had he earned back his dinner money, but he'd also made a tidy profit. "Mr. Warrior, are you certain about transferring these 2 sets of monster materials to our corporation?" the attendant at the counter inquired. Qin Hang nodded, "Yes, proceed with the transaction." The attendant replied, "Understood. Please provide your bank card details or insert your card into the slot on the left." Qin Hang didn't have his card with him, so he recited his account number instead. In less than 5 seconds, his phone vibrated with a notification alerting him to a change in his bank account balance. His current total balance, 8,300 yuan. Earlier, the Heavenly Dao Martial Arts School had advanced him 10,000 yuan in wages. He spent 6,000 on 2 phones and 200 on topping up the balance, leaving 3,800. Dinner cost exactly 300 when paid via mobile, and now another 4,800 was deposited, resulting in this figure. Got money again. Qin Hang was in high spirits. Lately, he's been spending quite a bit more money, a complete contrast to his previous habit of stretching every penny. But all the expenditures were necessary, so there's nothing to regret. Now that money is flowing in and there's promise of even more earnings ahead, the family's living conditions are bound to improve steadily. By the time he finished selling the materials, it was already past 9 p.m. Qin Hang bid farewell to the group. "It's getting late, I should head home. Let's catch up again when you gentlemen have time." Zhao Dongqing waved his hand. We'll be waiting for you at Heavenly Path Martial Arts Gym. Huang Jiancheng and Jin Wenxin laughed and said, we'll be waiting for you at MS Group. Next time you're selling materials, come find us, help us boost our performance. Absolutely. Xin Hong left with a hearty laugh, hailing a cab to leave the city behind. The taxi driver asked where he wanted to go, and Xin Hong originally intended to give his home address. But whether it was the alcohol talking or the impact of today's events, the person he most wanted to see right now wasn't his parents, it was Fang Lingxue, so he revealed the street where Fang Lingxue lived. The taxi roared and sped off toward the slums. Xin Hong held his martial artist ID card in his pocket, carrying both the joy of Wang Peng's death and eager anticipation in his heart as he watched the fleeting lights outside the car window. He couldn't wait to see the love of his life and share the good news with her. Along the way, he remembered Zhong Wanshan's text message. Teacher Zhong asked me to bring my parents and Ling Shui to register at the Heavenly Path Martial Arts Hall. Seems he's worried that Wang Jianming's subordinates might retaliate against my family. That's just as well. The whole family can live at the Heavenly Path Martial Arts Academy, and we'll see each other every day without having to wait for holidays. Chapter 051 Gentleness. An hour later, Xin Hong arrived beneath Fang Lingshue's building. He went upstairs alone without calling ahead. Arriving at the door, he saw light still seeping through the crack and knew Fang Lingxue hadn't gone to bed yet, so he reached out to knock. At that moment, a voice came from inside. Is Xin Hong alright? Where is he now? How is he doing? It was Fang Lingxue, speaking on the phone, and the subject was still Xin Hong. The person on the other end of the phone was saying something, but Xin Hong couldn't hear it. However, Fang Lingshue's next words were clear. She let out a sigh of relief and said, "You scared me to death. Couldn't you have led with something nice first? I thought. As she spoke, the sound of sobbing came through the line. Xin Hong understood immediately. She was probably on the phone with that Uncle Yi. Uncle Yi is a grand martial master, equal in strength to Zhong Wanshan and Fu Yuntai, all of them standouts among martial artists, holding considerable status within the base city. By this evening, news of Wang Jianming's appearance at the border wall to obstruct the assessment convoy had likely spread through elite martial artist circles, with many privy to the inside story. The media wouldn't dare report such matters publicly, but it's only natural for those in the know to discuss it privately. Uncle Yi knew Xin Hong was Fang Lingshue's boyfriend, so as soon as he got the news, he called her overnight to inform her. Hearing Fang Lingshue's sobs, Xin Hong felt a pang of guilt in his heart. Fortunately, he didn't die this time. He was saved by the legendary old master Wang, the gym owner. Otherwise, he couldn't imagine how devastated she would have been. Knock knock. Xin Hong knocked on the door. Who is it? Fang Lingxue asked, suppressing her sobs. It's me, Xin Hong replied. Xin Hong. The girl's voice immediately surged with delight. Dropping her phone call, she rushed to open the door. As the door swung open, the light fell on Xin Hong's handsome face. With reddened eyes, she cried out his name and threw herself into his arms, sobbing uncontrollably. You're back. You're back. Uncle Yi just told me you were cornered by a grandmaster. I thought something terrible had happened to you. Xin Hong held her close, gently patting her back as he said remorsefully, I'm sorry for making you worry. Fang Lingxue shook her head in his embrace. Don't say you're sorry, she murmured. Just come back safely. That's all that matters, just come back safely. Her small head nestled against him twice, her tears dampening his clothes. Feeling her worry and sorrow, Xin Hong's heart softened with tenderness. Ling Shui, woo-woo, don't put yourself in such dangerous situations again next time. I don't want to lose you, she cried out. Xin Hong immediately responded, alright, I promise this won't happen again, I swear. When someone encounters danger, often the greatest pain is not their own, but their families. He couldn't bear to imagine how devastated his parents and Fang Lingxue would be if something unexpected happened to him. Fang Lingxue hugged him tightly, unwilling to let go. Xin Hong guided her into the room with an arm around her and helped her sit down. Even while seated, Fang Lingxue clung desperately to Xin Hong's waist with both hands, pressing her head against him as if unwilling to release him for even a moment. Glancing at the phone on the bed, the call was still connected. Uncle Yi clearly displayed on the screen. Xiaoxue, is Xin Hong back? Came the voice through the phone. Xin Hong picked it up and replied, Uncle Yi, it's me, Xin Hong. I'm back safely. That's good. That's good, Uncle Yi said with relief. Then he continued, don't be angry. I didn't mean to deliberately share bad news with Xiaoxue. It was just during casual conversation when a friend nearby suddenly brought it up. She overheard it, so I had no choice but to explain. From the look of it, he was afraid Xin Hong would blame him for rashly reporting the news and making Fang Lingxue worry and upset. Xin Hong quickly responded, No, I'm fine. You've been so kind to Ling Shui, I couldn't be more grateful. Fang Lingxue had no family of her own. Though this uncle was not related to her by blood, he treated her genuinely well, even gifting her a phone, and could practically be considered half a relative to her. As a boyfriend, Xin Hong naturally had to show respect to Uncle Yi, treating him as the girl's family. Uncle Yi chatted with him briefly before hanging up the phone after a while, leaving the couple to their time together. Fan Lingxue had stayed silent ever since Qin Hong answered the call, simply staring at his profile. Qin Hong set down his phone and, seeing her dazed expression, couldn't help but chuckle softly. "What are you looking at?" Fan Lingxue replied, "At you. I've been looking at you for years now. What's left to see?" Qin Hong chuckled. "Just want to take a few more glances," she said, "in case you decide to hide from me one day." As she spoke, her lips puckered up, looking like she was about to burst into tears. Qin Hong quickly soothed her. All right, it's my fault, okay? Go ahead and punch me if you want. Just don't talk like that, it's making me nervous." Fan Lingxue gave a soft snort and punched him. "Hitting you is going easy on you. If I weren't so weak, I'd really beat you till you couldn't walk, that way you wouldn't go out and take risks." The tone of her voice couldn't have been more reproachful. Qin Hong was actually quite aggrieved himself. "I didn't know I'd run into Wang Peng on this trip. Besides, I took care of him, didn't I? We should be celebrating. Why are you still mad? You didn't even tell me you were going into the wilderness these past few days." Fan Lingxue punched him again. Her blows carried little strength, feeling more like playful scratches. Yet her anger was undeniably real. Qin Hong had only told 3 closest confidants this trip was gym-related, concealing his participation in the wilderness combat examination. "I had planned to surprise them when I got back, but who would have thought I'd run into Wang Peng halfway and nearly got finished off by Wang Jianming? I was wrong, I admit it. Punish me as you wish, my dear wife." This time he genuinely owned up to his mistake, lying still with utmost sincerity, ready to take whatever punishment without resistance. "Humph." Fan Lingxue gave him a few punches to vent her frustration. After a while, her heart softened, and she rested her head on his chest, whispering, "Were you hurt?" Uncle Yi mentioned Wang Peng had someone formidable by his side, far stronger than an average martial artist. Qin Hong grinned. "It's nothing, really not a single scratch on me. I'm perfectly fine." Ow! Before he could finish speaking, Fan Lingxue's small hand accidentally pressed against the wound on his left arm, making him yelp in pain. "What? You're bleeding? And you said you were fine." Seeing the improperly treated wound on his arm, Fan Lingxue scrambled up in a panic to rummage for the first aid kit. Qin Hong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The pressure from the past 2 days had been so intense that he'd completely forgotten about his injury. The knife wound on his arm had been inflicted by Qian Filon, neither too deep nor superficial. He'd applied some military ointment earlier, but it hadn't healed quickly. Drinking strong liquor that night had caused the wound to reopen carelessly. Fan Lingxue pulled him into the bathroom to rinse the wound, then helped apply medicine and bandage it. The whole process was tender yet mournful, her gaze so melting it could dissolve a person. Qin Hong felt a sweet warmth in his heart and couldn't resist saying, "Lingxue, it's so good to have you." In response, Fan Lingxue let out a soft hum and tightened the bandage a bit too fiercely. Ow, easy there, take it easy," Qin Hong exaggeratedly yelped. Fan Lingxue's heart softened, and she eased her movements, muttering, "Next time if you do this again, sneaking out and getting hurt without telling me, I won't help you. I'll make sure to report all my whereabouts to my dear wife from now on, and never act on my own again," Qin Hong promised with a perfectly honest expression. There. Fan Lingxue finished dressing the wound. She took a step back and scrutinized Qin Hong from head to toe, finally letting out a relieved sigh after confirming no other injuries were present. Then he added, "You should head back now. Your parents will be worried." Qin Hong was reluctant to let her go. "My parents don't know I went to the wilderness. It's fine. I'll just call them and say I'm back, then stay at your place tonight." Chapter 052, The Qin family's boy has made something of himself. "No." Fan Lingxue firmly refused, her face flushing as she muttered, "You reek of alcohol, and there's no way your mind is on anything decent right now. I'm not letting you stay." Qin Hong wore a hurt expression. He wasn't trying to do anything bad, he'd just gotten lost in her tenderness and didn't want to leave. "I could sleep on the floor, just talking, nothing else." He made a last attempt to bargain. Fan Lingxue, "That won't do either. You should go back and train. My great hero can't afford to lose himself in the lap of luxury." Qin Hong, wanting to grow closer to her really was a tough challenge. "Not even one night?" Qin Hong asked reluctantly. Fan Lingxue's expression was somewhat hesitant. Actually, she also wanted to spend more time with Qin Hong, to hold each other and feel each other's warmth. The sensation was very sweet and comforting. But, she leaned close to Qin Hong's ear and whispered, "I'm not feeling well these days." Qin Hong froze for a moment. Then he hurriedly explained, "I really wasn't thinking about that. Whether it's convenient for you or not doesn't matter to me." Fan Lingxue blushed and punched him. "It affects me. Having you here will make me overthink things. Get out of here now, or I might not let you leave." Qin Hong tilted his head, not quite understanding. By the time he figured it out, he was already locked outside the door. His mind filled with the image of Fan Lingxue blushing coyly yet flustered with embarrassment, he couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Do girls also get impulsive?" Behind the door, Fan Lingxue listened with gritted teeth, her fists clenched as if she wanted to punch someone. Of course, girls can act on impulse too, especially after immense worry, and then seeing him return safe and sound, she couldn't have been more thrilled. If it weren't for the inconvenience, she probably would have taken the initiative already.
Get lost. I can't stand hearing your voice. Fang Lingxue snapped from behind the door, her tone laced with irritation. Qin Hong knew she was feeling embarrassed and chuckled. Alright, I'm leaving now. I'll be back in a few days. Fang Lingxue, shameless jerk, humph. Qin Hong reluctantly went downstairs, heading in the direction of his home. Halfway there, I suddenly remembered I'd forgotten to tell Fang Lingxue about becoming a martial artist. So I took out my martial artist ID card, snapped a photo under the streetlight, and sent it to her with the caption, "From now on, you're officially a martial artist's family member, protected under the Martial Artist Protection Act and Management Regulations." Fang Lingxue replied dryly with 4 words, "Not married yet." Not even a punctuation mark, appearing utterly unmoved. Qin Hang felt a slight pang of disappointment. After a moment, she sent another message, "I still have 164 days until adulthood. Don't forget to marry me on time." Qin Hang suddenly felt a ripple of emotion in his heart. 164 days. She's about to turn 18, and I've already come of age. We'll be able to get married soon. Marriage. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Qin Hang couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth, unable to suppress his grin. His smile remained uncontained throughout his journey home, and even his footsteps were light with joy. He practically skipped along the way. As soon as he returned home, he promptly took out his new ID card and showed it to his parents. Xin Ziming and Shine Yuhan froze on the spot when they saw the completely different-looking martial artist ID card. "What is this? Why does it look so odd?" The elderly couple wore blank expressions of bewilderment, beneath which lay suppressed speculations and joy. Qin Hong said with a smile, "This is the martial artist ID card. Dad, Mom, your son is now a martial artist, a real one. The kind with privileges. The kind who can receive 1,000 yuan in monthly stipend without lifting a finger." His parents exchanged glances, showing no immediate reaction. A few minutes later, "Our son has become a martial artist. My son is a martial artist. A martial artist. My Hong has become an official martial artist. The privileged kind. The type that gets a 1,000 yuan monthly allowance without lifting a finger. Woohoo! My son is invincible. My son is #1 in the world. My son is the absolute best in the universe." Jubilant cheers pierced the night sky, startling the neighbors who were about to go to sleep. "What's going on? Who became a martial artist? Is it young Qin? Holy shit, what earth-shattering news. Let's head to old Qin's place right now." The nearby neighbors were all startled by the sudden cheers. Soon, neighbors came one after another to offer their congratulations. Some were adults alone, while others came with children and elders in tow. The threshold of the Qin family's humble home was nearly worn out from the constant stream of visitors, and the tiny house couldn't possibly hold so many people. The sounds of joy and celebration persisted from early evening until well past midnight without pause. That night, it was absolutely impossible to meditate or sleep peacefully. Yet, Qin Hong was truly happy as his parents were. His efforts had paid off in visible, tangible ways. His parents' smiles were more precious than any monetary or material reward, filling his heart with immense satisfaction. Seeing his parents laughing heartily before their neighbors, their faces glowing with joy, made him feel that even 10 times the hardship would be worth it. The night passed. The next morning, banquets were set up in the alley. In the slums, someone becoming a martial artist was a joyous occasion, far grander than passing the quasi-martial artist examination. Everyone would come to offer their congratulations. Qin Hong discussed with his parents and, knowing they couldn't be stingy with such joyous news, withdrew a full 4,500 yuan from his bank card to host a grand banquet, inviting all the nearby neighbors and villagers to celebrate. The neighbors all enthusiastically joined, and anyone who didn't have unavoidable work came to share in the excitement. Those who could help in the kitchen pitched in, while those who couldn't congratulated them with warm words. Everyone was sincere, genuinely happy for them. As for the earlier rumors about the miracle drug, no one brought them up again, as if they had never existed. The feast lasted the entire day. $4,500 was no small sum enough to buy thousands of pounds of rice, endless vegetables, and plenty of pork and chicken. By preparing the feast themselves with simple, hearty dishes, the cost wasn't too high, and they didn't have to pay for labor. A few thousand yuan was enough to set up 30 tables, serving everyone from morning till night, with every household coming by to enjoy the food. Qin Han watched his sister Lin from downstairs, struggling to make ends meet, happily ate while holding her child. It felt as if he had unintentionally lifted the burden of a day's meals from her family, and his heart swelled with joy. He also saw old lady Zhang from the neighboring building, her toothless mouth curling as she sipped fresh chicken soup, reminiscing with her husband about the prosperous days decades ago. He couldn't help but feel a wave of melancholy. When one achieves enlightenment, it may not elevate their pets to the heavens, but at least it brings joy to those around them, allowing everyone to share in the happiness. At noon, Su Kuang and Chen Yuan, along with other martial arts school classmates, also arrived. Su Kuang, scowling, punched Qin Heng the moment he arrived and snapped, "You punk. How did you become a martial artist without even saying a word?" Qin Hong shrugged. "What can I say? I'm just too exceptional. I couldn't wait for you guys, so I broke through on my own."
Su Kuang looked utterly exasperated and murmured gloomily, "This lifetime, I won't stand a chance of catching up to you."
Chen Yuan poked at his sore spot. "Not long ago, someone bragged to Qin Hong, 'Can you block this punch from me?' Wonder who that was." Su Kuang flushed crimson. "It must have been Zhou Yan who told you." "Zhou Yan? What? Not me. I don't know anything about this, don't accuse an honest man." Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. After laughing for a while, Qin Hong composed himself and said seriously, "Hey, when are you guys reporting to the Heavenly Path Martial Arts Academy?" Today was already June 30th, the last day of the month. The registration time for Tiandao Martial Arts Academy is actually today. Of course, you could go tomorrow as well, but it would be quite rushed. You'd have to hastily handle matters like class assignment, dorm check-in, and medical exams right after entering the academy gates, leaving no time to look around. Su Kuang replied, "We were just about to leave and wanted to invite you together. But when we heard at the alley entrance that you'd become a martial artist, we decided to mooch a meal first before heading out." Only then did Qin Hong notice the luggage behind them. With a laugh, he said, "Perfect timing then. Let's eat together and then go." However, 2 vehicles would need to be hired. He wasn't going alone, he had to bring his family along. Chapter 053, A Hasty Departure. Qin Hong called Fang Lingshui to inform her that his entire family would be going to the Tiandao Martial Arts School. Fang Lingshui looked somewhat surprised and asked, "Don't the 4 major martial arts halls prohibit outsiders from entering? I heard even family members aren't allowed to visit. How could?" Qin Hong replied, "I'm not sure either. It was Instructor Zhong who told me to do this. Perhaps Hall Master Wang is worried that Wang Jianming or his subordinates might cause trouble for us, so he wants us to move in directly for protection. It seems the Heaven's Path Martial Arts Hall places extraordinary importance on you." Fang Lingshui mused thoughtfully. "Indeed, I feel quite flattered by the special treatment." Yesterday, Qin Hong was too preoccupied with joy to think much about anything. Looking back now, from Principal Wang Daoi personally intervening to dissuade Wang Jianming for him, to Zhong Wanshan's text message, it's clear that the Heavenly Dao Martial Arts Academy treats him like their golden child. Though outwardly calm and composed without saying or showing much, given this level of importance, there might very well be martial arts masters from the Heavenly Dao Academy secretly guarding Qin Hong nearby, watching for Wang Jianming's men. Perhaps, this is what being in the elite class entails. The entire Celestial Path Martial Arts Academy has over 10,000 students, yet fewer than 20 are elite members, each one a potential future Grandmaster or Great Grandmaster. So it's only natural they receive special protection. Ordinary graduates typically lose close contact with the academy after completing their training, but elite class members might very well become high-ranking officials in the future. Fang Lingshui muttered, "I was actually thinking of finding another job. If I go to Celestial Path Martial Arts Academy, I'm not sure how they'll assign me. I can't just sit around doing nothing." Qin Hong quickly responded, "Why not? You've worked hard for so long, it's time for you to rest. From now on, I'll take care of you. My salary is quite high, 120,000 a month, and it's even tax-free. Who retires before they're even 18? Fang Lingshui disagreed. Qin Hong was speechless. "That's not the same as retiring. Don't overthink it, we'll figure it out when we get there." Fang Lingshui sighed, "Fine. When are we leaving?" Qin Hong replied, "I'd booked the 5 p.m. train." Fang Lingshui, "What? So soon? I'd better start packing right away." She hurriedly hung up the phone. Qin Hong wasn't idle either, having plenty of clothes and personal items to bring along as well. When it comes to luggage, you'd never realize how much there was until you start packing. By the time he finished packing, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. The neighbors, knowing that Qin Heng's family would soon be leaving for the Heavenly Path Martial Arts Academy, were all visibly reluctant to see them go. Seizing the moment before the farewell banquet ended, they kept toasting Qin Ziming and Shang Yuhan, alternating between congratulations and well wishes. Many old friends grew emotional, sighing with remarks like, "Who knows when we'll meet again after this." Qin Hong was equally occupied. Many trainees from the Proving Grounds Martial Arts School, having heard about his situation, came to visit him. By a little past 4 o'clock, even Coach Yang had personally come over. Upon seeing Coach Yang, Qin Hong hurriedly invited him to sit down and toasted him respectfully in gratitude. Yang Huayan, astonished yet pleased by Qin Heng's remarkable progress in such a short time, remarked, "Hard-working people are bound to be blessed by luck sooner or later. Keep up the effort. I look forward to the day you become a martial god." He then happily drank the toast Qin Hong offered. Not long after, it was time to depart. The schedule was tight, leaving little time to bid farewell to the neighbors. Qin Heng's parents rode in one car with Fang Lingshui, while he traveled in another with Su Kuang and Chen Yuan, departing the slums together for the Celestial Path Martial Arts Academy. The Celestial Path Martial Arts Academy was located in the northwest corner of the base city, directly opposite from South Summer Bay City. Despite having express ring roads for direct travel, the journey still took approximately 3 hours by car. Not a word was spoken along the way. At 8:20 p.m., the 2 vehicles finally arrived outside the gates of Tiandao Martial Arts Academy. Though late, the academy remained bustling with activity,
as many newly qualified aspiring martial artists continued to arrive in succession, completing their enrollment procedures.
What a massive martial arts academy! As soon as the group stepped out of the vehicle, Shen Yuan couldn't help but exclaim in amazement.
The Heavenly Path Martial Arts Academy was enormous, covering over 50,000 acres of land.
In the densely populated and expensive base city, it stood as one of the most expansive and magnificent organizational headquarters.
Among the 4 major martial arts academies, it boasted the largest number of students, the most widespread influence, and the strongest overall strength.
Of course, this isn't to say that War God Dojo, Dragon God Dojo, and Hero Dojo are inferior. Primarily, each major dojo has its own geographic stronghold.
Celestial Dojo is a native Chinese organization headquartered in Central Plains Base City, placing immense importance on its branches in both Central Plains and Southern Xiao Base cities.
As for Kyoto Base City, that's where Dragon God Dojo's influence shines brightest, ranking first in prominence while the other 3 dojos take secondary positions there.
In the 7 base cities overseas, the influence of the Heavenly Dao Martial Arts Academy and the Dragon God Martial Arts Academy is somewhat weaker, much like the Hero Martial Arts Academy and the War God Martial Arts Academy here in Nansha. Although they are still quite powerful, they fall slightly short in terms of both student numbers and overall strength. Qin Hong and the others were visiting the Heavenly Path Martial Arts Gym for the first time. They had only ever glimpsed its outline on television before now, but in person, even at night, it radiated brilliance, bright as daylight. Each training hall and towering structure stood with such grandeur that it inspired an overwhelming sense of awe. They couldn't help but feel a surge of pride, a conviction that they had truly come to the right place.
At that moment, a volunteer-clad student approached them and said, "Are you newly qualified martial artists?
I'm your senior brother Su Zhanfan.
Follow me to complete your enrollment procedures."
"Alright, thank you, senior brother," Qin Hong responded, pushing his parents along with Fang Lingxue to follow immediately, while Su Kuang and Chen Yuan also trailed behind with the luggage. Volunteer Su Zhifan, noticing Qin Hong had brought family members, chuckled and said, "Junior brother, our martial arts school usually doesn't allow family inside.
After you finish checking in, you'll need to send your parents home. Family members aren't permitted to visit trainees, that's the rule of Tiandao Martial Arts School. Only during the 2 designated monthly leave days can students return home to reunite. Even today, parents dropping off their children for enrollment can only go as far as the first building by the entrance, that administrative building.
After completing the registration procedures, they must leave immediately and are not allowed to follow their children inside for a casual stroll."
But Qin Heng's situation was different.
He explained, "Senior brother, it's teacher Zhong Wanshan who asked me to bring my family along, so..."
"Oh?" Su Zhifan showed a surprised expression upon hearing this and quickly asked, "You're Qin Heng?"
His voice suddenly rose several notches, drawing the attention of other new and senior trainees nearby.
"Qin Heng? So he's Qin Heng?
Not bad looking, but who knows if he's really taken divine medicine.
Those 2 in wheelchairs must be his parents. They look very poor.
A very pretty girl, is she his sister?" For a moment, Qin Hong and his family became the center of attention, with many eyes fixed upon them.
Qin Heng felt somewhat uneasy under the gaze and casually changed the subject, asking Su Zhifan, "Senior brother knows me?"
"Of course."
Su Zhifan laughed. "You're the record breaker on the preliminary martial artist exam. Everyone in the base city knows your name. Who would have thought I'd get to assist you? Wait here, I'll go inform Elder Yu immediately. He's been waiting all day just to personally escort your family."
With that, he left Qin Hong and the others behind, darting ahead urgently.
Chapter 054, Martial Artist, Senior Brother Qin Heng.
These words conveyed some information. Qin Hong looked at his parents and said, "It seems the martial arts school has made arrangements in advance." Qin Ziming chuckled, "No matter what the arrangements are, your mother and I are both very happy." The elderly couple still didn't know Qin Hong had offended a grandmaster. They thought he was taking them along simply because the martial arts school valued their talented son. Before long, Su Zhifan arrived before Qin Hong and the others, accompanied by an elderly man. Su Zhifan said, "Qin Hong, this is Elder Yu Xian, a master-level martial artist who has trained countless martial disciples. Though retired now, he is still highly respected." Elder Yu, Qin Hong and the others greeted respectfully. The old man, Yu Xian, wore a slightly exasperated expression. "You rascal! What took you so long? I've been waiting for you all day," he grumbled. Qin Hong felt awkward and hurriedly explained, "I just became a martial artist and was too excited. I celebrated with neighbors and friends, completely losing track of time." It was clear that Elder Yu must have received instructions from either Zhong Wanshan or Hall Master Wang yesterday, knowing Qin Heng would bring family members along, so he had been waiting here since early morning.
Yet after waiting all day without seeing anyone, they only appeared now. Became a martial artist?
The surrounding students were all stunned.
"What do you mean, become a martial artist?"
He must have misspoken clearly. He meant martial apprentice.
"Are you joking?"
Just days ago, his strength was only 928 kilograms. Now he's a martial artist? He shouldn't make up lies without even thinking. Exactly. This guy looks so honest, yet he's nothing but a liar. His sister, on the other hand, seems like a proper, well-behaved girl at first glance. I feel like what he's saying might be true. I'll check the list of new junior martial artists added this month later. Shin Hang's casual remark turned out to be big news for others, and many immediately took out their phones to look up the Martial Artists Alliance's latest updates. What followed was widespread shock. It's real. It's actually true. His name is on the list. Shin Hang's name is there. Holy shit. How is this even possible? Instantly, the surroundings erupted with shocked gasps and exclamations, everyone terrified by Shin Hang's terrifying growth rate. Olju, however, had already known about it beforehand, so he wasn't too surprised. Hearing this explanation, he found it somewhat understandable and suppressed his look of reproach, saying, "From now on, train hard at the martial arts hall. Your family will be arranged to live in Tianwei Garden. That place is exceptionally safe, with dedicated attendance for meals and daily needs, all for just a deduction of 20,000 from your monthly salary." Shin Hang and his entire family froze in shock. What kind of place is Tianwei Garden? Shin Hang asked. Olju, it's a property under our Tiandao Martial Arts School, less than 30 kilometers from here. Only members of our organization and their immediate family can live there. The Chin family exchanged glances. They had thought that after joining the Tiandao Martial Arts School, they could still live together. Never did they expect to be separated again. 30 kilometers wasn't far, but with the martial arts school having few holidays and family members barred from visiting, Shin Han would have little chance to spend time with his family. And what's this? 20,000 per month? Are you sure it's this expensive? Even if we hired 10 maids and feasted lavishly every day, the expense wouldn't reach 5 figures. Maybe we should just go back. It's the same at home, and we can even look after the neighbors too, Mother Shenjiohan said, her heart aching over the cost. Olju could tell at once they were worried about the cost, so he chuckled casually. Now that you're here, don't think too much. Once you see Tianwei Garden's environment for yourselves, you'll know it's absolutely worth every penny. Without giving Shin Hang and the others a chance to refuse, she waved her hand, and several young men and women rushed over, even driving a car up. They proceeded to load both Shin Hang's family and their luggage into the vehicle. Hey, wait, hold on, we haven't even finished talking about this. Shin Hang was utterly bewildered. What's all this fuss about? It's like they're holding his family hostage or something. Could it be that the Dao Martial Arts Academy fears he's not working hard enough and wants to take his family hostage to force him to be more diligent? Olju, if you have any questions, discuss them with your mentor yourself. This old man is just carrying out orders. It's getting late. You should go complete the procedures now. With that, he ushered Shin Hang's family into the vehicle. Fang Lingxue looked bewildered. Shin Hang, what's going on? Are we being separated? Shin Hang wasn't sure either and could only say, we'll call each other later. Fang Lingxue got in the car, gazing at him with eyes full of reluctance. She had been mentally preparing for this journey the whole way, thinking that after arriving here, she'd be able to live together with Shin Hang every day. She'd been absolutely thrilled by the idea. Never expected they'd still have to live separately again. Olju personally drove the car and took Shin Hang's family away. Volunteer Su Jifan said, don't worry, senior brother Shin Hang, your family will live comfortably. Tianwei Garden is truly a fine place. People literally scramble over each other just to secure a residence slot there. Shin Hang sighed, let's hope so. He wasn't actually worried about the Heavenly Dao Martial Arts School causing harm to his family. The main issue was that what had happened diverged from his expectations, requiring him to separate from his family, which left him feeling a sense of disappointment. Wait, what did you just call me? Shin Hang suddenly realized. Su Shifan, I called you senior brother. Ha, Shin Hang is now a martial artist, while I'm still a quasi-martial artist. By rights, I should address you as senior brother. Shin Hang, that doesn't seem quite right, does it? He hadn't even completed the enrollment procedures yet. Su Shifan, a senior student, was actually addressing him as senior brother, which was extremely peculiar. Su Jifan chuckled and said, in the martial arts school, strength commands respect. If you're stronger, you're the senior brother. If someone surpasses you someday, you'll have to obediently become the junior brother. After saying this, he added, let's go get the paperwork sorted out first. Alright. Shin Hang wore a strange expression. Chen Yuan walked beside him and teased, Shin Hang, from now on many people will call you senior brother, the youngest senior brother. Su Kuang added, the Heavenly Path Martial Arts Academy currently has 20,000 trainees, and fewer than 1 in 10 have become true martial artists. That means over 10,000 people will have to call you senior brother, including veteran trainees over 25 years old. Shin Hang was speechless. Put that way, I suddenly feel old. The looks from other trainees around were quite peculiar, as if they had many thoughts about this senior brother. The 4 major martial arts schools are essentially martial artist incubation bases, with the majority of trainees being aspiring martial artists. Official martial artists with a punching force exceeding 1,000 kilograms are rare, and usually, they graduate not long after reaching this level. Of course, there is also a martial artist class here, specifically designed for the more capable trainees. The difference between the warrior class and the probationary warrior class is significant. Probationary warriors don't earn high wages when they take on jobs. Receiving generous salaries while training at the martial arts hall is the most enjoyable phase, whereas actual warriors possess strong earning capabilities. Staying here for training is more about learning and advancing their skills. As they spoke, the trio followed Su Jifan to the registration office. Although the Heavenly Dao Martial Arts Hall is called a martial arts hall, it is actually still a school, but here they only teach martial arts and combat. The registration office is located in the lobby on the first floor of the administrative building. At this late hour, there are few people, so no queue is needed. Chen Yuan, Su Quan, you two go register your names for class assignment first, and then we'll arrange your accommodations, Su Jifan instructed them. What about me? Xin Hong asked. Su Jifan, you're different. I've already informed teacher Zhong Wanshan, and he'll be coming personally to fetch you later. Chen Yuan said with a tinge of envy. I knew it. Geniuses and ordinary people are never treated the same. Xin Hong was already a primary tier martial artist even if class assignments were made. There was no way he'd wind up in the same preparatory class as the rest of them. The elite class, that's where Xin Hong truly belonged. Chapter 055 Only a Hero. Zhong Wanshan hadn't arrived yet, so Chen Yuan and Su Quan went to register first. Please give me your admission notice and ID card, the female teacher in charge of registration said. Su Quan registered first, handing over the documents. The female instructor glanced at the screen, entered the trainee's identity information into the computer, then read the system's response aloud. Su Quan, Provisional Warrior Class 172, Trainee ID 20880784008844. Here's your trainee card. She handed Su Quan a brand new electronic ID card. Next came Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan, Provisional Warrior Class 174, Trainee ID 20880784002033. Here's your card, proceed to the rear for dormitory registration. The enrollment procedures for both were thus halfway completed, with only check-in remaining. Chen Yuan was momentarily stunned upon hearing his and Su Quan's class numbers. There are actually so many quasi-martial artist classes? Su Jifan replied, each class has 100 students, and with over 20,000 students in our martial arts academy altogether, isn't it normal to have so many classes? Oh, I guess you're right. The Heavenly Path Martial Arts Hall does not divide students by grade. Regardless of which enrollment year they belong to, as long as their strength is at the quasi-martial artist level, they are uniformly placed in the quasi-martial artist XX class. Conversely, once they become martial artists, they advance to the martial artist XX class. The combined total of classes exceeded 200. What about the elite class? Xin Hong suddenly asked. The elite class was what truly concerned him. Although he had encountered the term elite class many times, Xin Hong actually knew pitifully little about it. Su Jifan explained. The elite class is colloquially called the Grandmaster Reserve Camp. Those selected have a high probability of becoming Grandmaster level experts in the future, or even Supreme Grandmasters. For regular classes, graduating only requires becoming a junior or intermediate martial artist, but the elite class mandates reaching at least the senior martial master level before graduation. Moreover, graduates must return annually for strength evaluations. Only senior martial masters can graduate. Xin Hong couldn't help but click his tongue in astonishment. That's no ordinary martial artist anymore. A high-level martial artist's punch must exceed 10 tons of force, capable of tearing apart reinforced concrete buildings barehanded. As for martial masters, they not only possess greater strength but must also unblock all meridian channels in their bodies, comprehend the use of qi, and wield far more sophisticated techniques. Grandmaster martial artists advance even further, their qi flowing like mighty rivers, unending and overwhelming, capable of sweeping through armies with destructive power rivaling large-scale firearms. There are currently 3 million martial artists on Earth, with martial masters making up only about 5% of them, and grandmasters accounting for less than 2%. The graduation requirement for the elite class alone is reaching grandmaster level. Imagine how intense and difficult their training must be. Of course, it's not just the difficulty that's high, so are the benefits. Trainees at the 4 major martial arts academies receive salaries, with stronger trainees earning higher pay. The elite class undoubtedly earns significantly more than ordinary trainees. This money comes from government funding, sourced from the tax revenue of the base city. It can be understood as all of humanity collectively paying taxes to support the martial artists. Martial artists and the military are both crucial forces in safeguarding the base city. The salaries given to trainee martial artists and martial artist students can essentially be understood as military expenditures. After being assigned to their classes, the 3 of them walked together to another registration desk to sort out their accommodations. Teacher, the 3 of us are from the same old district. Could you assign us to the same dormitory? Chen Yuan stepped forward and asked. Su Jifan immediately said, the 2 of you can live together, while Qin Hong stays separate from you.
Qin Hong was stunned. What do you mean? Su Shifan was just about to explain.
At that moment, a rough voice came from outside.
Qin Hong, I've already prepared accommodations for you.
Turning his head, he saw a burly man with a full beard walking in.
It was none other than Zhong Wanshan. Teacher Zhong. Seeing Zhong Wanshan, Qin Hong was overjoyed.
Not only had this mentor secured him a generous salary of 120,000, but also persuaded Wang Daoi, the martial hallmaster, to intervene and defuse the life-threatening trap set by Wang Jianming. Although Zhong Wanshan wasn't the one who physically stepped in, Qin Hong remained deeply grateful to him.
Follow me. Zhong Wanshan entered without a single wasted word, immediately dragging Qin Hong away and leaving Su Kuang and Chen Yuan standing there. Ha, just like that?
Chen Yuan and Su Kuang were stunned. They knew Qin Hong had gone further than them, no longer running in the same race, but they never expected the gap had grown so vast that even the enrollment procedures differed.
Su Shifan understood what they were thinking and comforted them. Don't overthink it.
Work hard and don't compare yourselves to others at every turn.
Outdoing yourself is success. Chen Yuan and Su Kuang exchanged glances. A sigh. Outside, Qin Hong pulled his luggage, following behind Zhong Wanshan as they walked along the main road. Master Zhong, I'm truly grateful for what happened the day before yesterday. Without you, I really wouldn't have known what to do,
Qin Hong said sincerely.
Zhong Wanshan replied calmly, you've already thanked me.
There's no need to say more. Oh, Qin Hong sensed a certain indifference in him, as if he weren't quite the same as before, and for a moment didn't know what to say. After a while, Zhong Wanshan said, the gym master asked me to relay some words to you.
What is it? Go ahead.
Qin Hong perked up his ears to listen.
Zhong Wanshan seemed to sigh, or perhaps he didn't.
He said, you know Wang Jianming's identity, and you should be aware of his deeds as well.
Qin Hong nodded.
Yes, he is a venerable old hero worth respecting.
Setting aside Wang Pang, Wang Jianming is an impeccable heroic figure, that's a universally acknowledged fact.
Zhong Wanshan, now that you've provoked a blood feud with such a venerable hero, even if the fault does lie with you, the other party won't let this matter rest.
Qin Hong, I understand.
Even if Wang Jianming himself possesses the magnanimity of a grandmaster and doesn't hold it against me, the multitude of powerful disciples under him similarly won't let me off easily.
How do you plan to respond? Zhong Wanshan asked. Qin Hong shook his head, having no answer, and instead asked, does the hallmaster have any instructions on this matter?
Zhong Wanshan replied, the hallmaster naturally has instructions, but he also wants to hear your own thoughts.
Qin Hong pondered seriously for a while.
After a moment, he replied, to stand against heroes is to invite the scorn of all.
Right now, I lack strength and achievements.
If this matter spreads, it will bring great harm to both me and my family. So, I must grow stronger as quickly as possible.
And anything else?
I will become a hero, slaying monsters, defending the city, catching up to Wang Jianming, becoming Wang Jianming, and then surpassing Wang Jianming.
Zhong Wanshan nodded approvingly, his indifferent expression completely vanishing.
Good, very good.
The fact that you could think of this shows you still have some ambition. What made becoming enemies with Wang Jianming truly terrifying wasn't his strength as a grandmaster.
With the backing of Heavenly Dao Martial Arts Academy, coupled with Wang Ping being clearly in the wrong, Wang Jianming knew he had no legitimate grievance to pursue. Qin Hong was essentially safe now.
But what was truly terrifying was actually public opinion.
Imagine this, an old hero who has dedicated his entire life to the city-state and to all of humanity, fighting bloody battles thousands of times from youth to old age, time and again preventing the collapse of the world as they knew it, whose only remaining loved one was actually murdered. If such a thing were to spread, how would the outside world react? Even if Wang Pang had done wrong and was a scumbag, all his misdeeds would be overshadowed by Wang Jianming's glorious achievements. People would sympathize with Wang Jianming, saying the old hero was pitiable, having lost his family in his later years, a tragedy that tugged at the heartstrings. Even if his loved ones had faults, they should have been corrected and guided, not killed, leaving the old man to bear such a grievous blow.
Qin Hong already had a terrible reputation.
Many outside rumors claimed he'd risen to prominence by relying on miracle drugs and scamming his way into a high salary. If this matter were to be added, he might truly become a rat crossing the street, despised by all. Countless media outlets would condemn him, and even organizations friendly with Wang Jianming might step forward to pressure the Heavenly Way Martial Arts Hall, demanding Qin Hong's expulsion. Qin Hong couldn't afford to ignore these consequences. The reputation of the Heavenly Way Martial Arts Hall must be preserved, and his parents shouldn't have to endure baseless accusations from others. He had to uphold his own reputation at all costs. Only by becoming a hero can one be worthy of standing alongside heroes. Wang Jianming spent 30 years becoming a hero and another 30 consolidating that status, rising to become one of the revered grandmasters of Naxia Bay City. But Qin Hong didn't have that kind of time. He needed to be faster, stronger, and more ferocious. Strive to become a brilliant young hero in the shortest time and win the recognition of the outside world. Only by doing so can he break free from the shackles of reputation and gain the qualification to face Wang Jianming directly. Chapter 056 3 Goals. How does the head of the gym see it? Qin Hong asked Zhong Wanshan. Zhong Wanshan said, the hall master has set 3 mandatory objectives for you. Qin Hong, what are they? Zhong Wanshan, first, 3 months from now at the martial arts tournament, you'll skip the rookie division entirely and compete in the intermediate division. You must place within the top 4. The intermediate division of the martial arts tournament. Qin Hang felt a bit of pressure. He was familiar with the martial arts tournament. This was precisely the event Xiao Yang had challenged him to earlier. The competition had 3 divisions. One was the novice division for those with 0 to 1 years of experience, where participants were typically pre-warriors. The intermediate competition is participated in by veteran trainees with less than 5 years of experience. Without reaching the preliminary martial artist level, one cannot even advance past the qualifiers. To secure a top 3 position, intermediate martial artist strength is typically required. The advanced arena is truly formidable. All current students from the 4 major martial arts academies can participate, and those who pass the selection trials are almost all elite martial artists. Ultimately, the victor is certain to be a top-tier expert from one of the elite classes. Qin Hong is now a junior martial artist, but securing a top 4 position in the intermediate competition is still quite challenging. Fortunately, he had 3 months. Who knows what will happen 3 months later? What's your second goal? He asked. Zhong Wanshan replies, become an advanced martial artist within a year and break the city record again. Qin Hong, this difficulty is simply too exaggerated. Becoming an advanced warrior in 1 year. What kind of concept is that? The threshold for a quasi-warrior is 500 kilograms of punching force, while the threshold for an advanced warrior is 10,000 kilograms. For an average person, progressing from quasi-warrior to junior warrior alone takes over 3 years. Those with poor aptitude might not even meet the standard after a full decade. Even for those with outstanding aptitude, it takes about a year to become an entry-level martial artist, and then another 3 to 5 years to advance to intermediate level. Progressing from intermediate to advanced typically requires about 5 to 8 years. In total, it's almost impossible without at least a decade of training. Those who surpass even this standard are considered elite class members. But even among the elite class, no one was this monstrous, advancing to high-level martial artist in just 1 year. Qin Hong had studied the breakthrough speed records for each realm. Taking their city as an example, the record from quasi-martial artist to primary martial artist had recently been broken by him, taking 9 days, with 3 days delayed due to the assessment process. The fastest from primary to intermediate level was Lu Shuyan from the Hero Martial Arts Hall, taking 6 months, a record set 11 years ago. From intermediate to advanced level, the fastest person was Shui Chang, an active elite class trainee at Tiandao Martial Arts Academy, taking 21 months, with the record set 7 years ago. From advanced martial artist to master level, the fastest person was Chun Yu, also from Tiandao Martial Arts Academy's elite class, taking 52 months, a new record set just last year. Even if these records were combined for a single individual, progressing from apprentice martial artist to advanced level would still require at least 27 months. Now Headmaster Wang only gave him 1 year. It's utterly absurd. I can only do my best. Qin Hong didn't dare make any guarantees. Zhong Wanshan said lightly, already losing confidence? Qin Hong gave a bitter smile. I'm still unfamiliar with the martial artist cultivation process. Confidence is impossible to come by. Zhong Wanshan, that's true. You have so much to learn. Let me explain the significance of the gym owner setting this goal for you. Becoming a high-level martial artist within a year would break global records. The last record holder was Grandmaster Chun Yao from Kyoto. The gym owner wants you to aim for his level, to become one of the world's most prominent figures. Grandmaster Chen Yao, that legendary prodigy of cultivation. The primordial embryonic breathing technique was a cultivation method made available to the entire population in 2073. Born in 2061, Chen Yao became a quasi-martial artist at age 17 in 2078 and began practicing the primordial embryonic breathing technique. 9 years later, at the end of last year, he ascended to the realm of Grandmaster, astounding the entire world. This person was once hailed as the most promising successor to the goddess of war, the unparalleled genius with the greatest potential to inherit her legacy. Right from the start, Dojo Master Wang Daoi set Qin Hong the daunting goal of surpassing Chen Yao, placing impossibly high expectations upon him. Qin Hong lacked much confidence and could only repeat helplessly, I'll do my best. There's also a third goal. Zhong Wanshan uttered those words, then suddenly laughed. Teacher Zhong, what are you laughing at? Qin Hong asked him. He couldn't help but laugh again. The gym master's expectations for you are the highest I've ever seen in my life. His third goal for you is to match the Valkyrie to reach the martial god realm within 10 years. Qin Hong. The first 2 objectives just made him feel the difficulty was high, but with some effort, there was still a chance. But this third objective, can this even be called a goal? This is nothing but pure daydreaming. I wouldn't dare to dream so boldly. The Valkyrie burst onto the scene during the tumultuous 10th year of the Chaos Era, sweeping across the world with her martial deity prowess, shaking the entire globe. The primordial fetal breathing technique, now practiced by the entire population, is said to have been compiled by the 7 martial deities from the cultivation notes she left behind. The Valkyrie's journey is simply too legendary, almost like a mythical tale devoid of any rationality. She ascended directly to martial deity status upon emergence, and even after achieving this pinnacle, her progress never ceased, continuing to grow stronger with unfathomable depth. Apart from her, the other martial gods were all unparalleled prodigies, emerging as just 8 among billions of people. Yet even those 8 martial gods remained stuck at the Grandmaster realm for no less than 10 years. Wang Daoi's third goal for Qin Hong was almost equivalent to telling him, "Actually, there isn't a third goal, I'm just messing with you." Seeing the bewildered look on Qin Heng's face, Zhang Wanshan chuckled brightly, "Don't overthink it. Just complete the first 2 goals, then go slay some beasts in the wilderness and assist the military in expanding territory. It won't be long before the people recognize you, and Wang Jianming's prestige won't overshadow you anymore." Qin Heng muttered, "Then why did the gym owner set me a third goal in the first place?" Zhong Wanshan, I reckon he was just talking off the top of his head. But if you can actually pull it off, then everything on earth will be under your command from then on. Qin Heng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The old immortal really thinks highly of me. As they spoke, the two had already arrived at the foot of a dormitory building. Throughout the conversation, Qin Heng felt significantly increased pressure regarding his cultivation due to the 3 goals. Yet the psychological burden had vanished completely, leaving him utterly relaxed. At the Heavenly Dao Martial Arts Hall, safety wasn't a concern. With his parents and Fang Lingxue residing in Tianwei Garden under professional care, they were shielded from any malicious targeting. The aftermath of Wang Peng's incident has been temporarily resolved. Though there may still be risks of being attacked after leaving, that's a problem for the future. By then, he wouldn't be a defenseless rookie anymore. Now he could focus wholeheartedly on training, working toward the first 2 targets set by the gym's master to nip any potential public backlash in the bud. "Coach Zhong, have I already been assigned to the elite class?" Qin Heng asked. Zhong Wanshan nodded. "The gym's higher-ups changed their stance the moment they learned you became a junior martial artist. No need to wait for the tournament 3 months later, you're directly joining the elite class. However, since this was sudden, your new student ID hasn't been reissued yet. It'll be ready tomorrow. The building ahead will be your dorm from now on." Chapter 057, The Neighbor Senior Sister. The elite dormitory is separate from the living quarters of ordinary students. It stood alone at the outermost vacant lot of the martial arts school complex, with an outdoor training ground nearby and the perimeter wall further beyond. Beyond the wall stretches the endless protective fields of the northwestern border. Should the border wall ever come under attack, the martial instructors and elite warriors of the Heaven's Path Martial Arts Academy could immediately rush to reinforce the frontier defenses. Is this entire building just for the elite class? Qin Heng gazed at the 13-story structure with astonishment and couldn't help asking, "How many students are in our elite class now?" In his impression, the elite class shouldn't have more than 20 members. Why would they need such a massive building? Zhong Wanshan replied, "Including you, there are 13 in total. On average, we select 2 to 3 candidates each year. This year was bad though. Other martial arts schools poached our prospects, so you're the only new addition." Qin Heng blinked. 13 people in a 13-floor building, does that mean 1 floor per person? Zhong Wanshan, the first floor is a common area and doesn't count. Originally, there were just 12 people with 1 floor each. Since you're new, we can't give you a whole floor to yourself anymore, but each layer has 4 apartments to choose from, still quite peaceful. Qin Heng. So originally, this building had 48 apartments, but with so few elite class members, they ended up assigning each person an entire floor. Thinking back to the cramped, dilapidated tenement where he'd lived with his parents, over 100 households packed into a building with far less floor space than this dormitory, Qin Heng couldn't help feeling somewhat resentful. But then it occurred to him every graduate from the elite class became a top-tier martial artist capable of slaying hordes of monsters and making immense contributions to humanity's cities. Living in better conditions wasn't strange at all. "Teacher Zhong, you mentioned recruiting 2 to 3 elite students annually. Since we can stay here for up to 10 years, shouldn't there be 20 to 30 people? Why are there only 13? Qin Heng raised another question. Zhong Wanshan replied, "Some students graduate early after reaching the great martial artist realm, while others have to withdraw due to injuries sustained during wilderness training, and some even die. Although the elite class offers better benefits, the challenges they face are far greater than those in ordinary classes. You need to be mentally prepared." Qin Heng's brows furrowed slightly. This suggested that the elite class wasn't as easy as it seemed. The injury and fatality rates appeared alarmingly high. The meridians in a martial artist's body are extremely important. Once a limb is severed and disabled, or if the meridians in a certain part are destroyed by external force, the path of cultivation can hardly progress any further. This was exactly the case for Coach Yang Huayan, otherwise, he wouldn't have remained stuck at the intermediate martial artist level. Yet, Qin Hong showed no fear. On the contrary, he yearned for trials and challenges. The tougher it gets, the more one must rise to meet it. Only then can one become strong, gain greater power, and earn more money. Let's go, we're heading in. Zhong Wanshan led him through the gates of the elite dormitory building. The summer night air was still hot, but the moment he stepped through the entrance, a rush of cool air greeted him, instantly dispelling the heat. Hey, Old Lin, Zhong Wanshan greeted the dormitory caretaker. Old Lin was a thin elderly man who looked to be in his 60s, sitting with a plump old woman about the same age, watching TV together. Seeing Zhong Wanshan arriving, Old Lin stood up and said, Wanshan, what brings you here, kid? Is this child a new student from the elite class? Zhong Wanshan, indeed, he's this year's top examinee. Get his dormitory arranged. Qin Hong, greet Teacher Lin and Teacher Li. Teacher Lin, Teacher Li, Qin Hong greeted respectfully. Though this lean old man and plump old woman appeared no different from the elderly couple next door, closer observation revealed stark contrasts from ordinary people. Their breathing was exceptionally steady, their eyes shone with unusual brilliance, clear signs these were martial artists of no small prowess. Old man Lin gave Qin Hong a once-over and nodded slightly. Your vitality's strong, you look promising. Judging by your clothes, you must be from the slums? Yes, Qin Hong nodded. Old man Lin pulled out a notebook and flipped through it, muttering, the underground 5th level is all training areas, there are still plenty of rooms available above. Floors 2 to 13, take your pick. Each floor has 4 suites, I'll pick out the best one for you. As he spoke, he showed Qin Hong a glance of a form. There are 48 units in total from floors 2 to 13, with 3 vacant units remaining on each floor now. Qin Hong glanced over and said, I'm from slum number 7, so I'll take the 7th floor. After all, he would be living alone in an entire unit anyway, so it didn't matter who the neighbors were. Old man Lin picked up his pen to record, 7th floor, 701 is occupied, you'll take 703 then, faces south with good ventilation. Come, I'll take you up to set the door passcode. He spoke as he led the way toward the elevator. Qin Hong and Zhong Wanshan followed Old Man Lin. Taking the elevator to the 7th floor, they arrived at a spacious hallway with 5 doors lining both sides, one for the emergency exit, while the other 4 led to the trainees' dorm rooms. Click! At this moment, the door of room 701 opened, and 2 people walked out. Leading the way was a tall woman, followed by a young girl who seemed like a little attendant. Oh, Teacher Zhong, what brings you here? Is this our new junior brother? The tall woman greeted warmly. Qin Hong glanced over. This senior sister was strikingly beautiful, heroic and poised, sharp and commanding, exuding the aura of a female knight-errant. She had her hair tied up in a high ponytail, wearing a fitted training uniform, holding a sheathed sword in her hand, apparently on her way to practice. The girl behind her appeared much less capable, likely just an aspiring warrior from an ordinary class. Zhong Wanshan introduced, well, this is Qin Hong, the one who broke the record in this year's assessment. The hallmaster personally selected him for the elite class. Qin Hong, this is Chen Yu, she's 7 years your senior and already at the martial master level. You can call her senior sister. If you have any questions in the future, feel free to ask her for advice. Chen Yu, she's the genius female martial artist who became a martial master in the shortest time in Nansha Bay City. It was also her who told Liang Yunkai the secret of the Bloodvine's roots. Senior sister Chen. Qin Hong quickly cupped his hands in salute, his heart swelling with newfound respect. Hello, junior brother Qin. Chen Yu held her sword and returned the salute, a cool smile playing on her lips. I've heard a bit about your situation. Pay no heed to the rumors outside. Focus on your training, and all doubts will naturally fade away. Qin Hong, yes, I understand. Chen Yu, Teacher Zhong, Teacher Lin, I'll head downstairs to train first. By the way, junior brother Qin, I'm a personal disciple of Vice Hall Master Zhang and specialize in swordsmanship. If you're interested, I can introduce you to my master later. With that, he stepped straight into the elevator. Qin Hong blinked. Personal disciple? Zhong Wanshan explained, there's a difference between a teacher and a master. Once you demonstrate enough talent, experts from the martial arts school will naturally come forward to take you as their disciple. Teacher, master. Qin Hong still understood some of this. Teachers are public educators who impart martial arts and cultural knowledge of an open nature. A master, on the other hand, represents a private lineage, imparting deeper and more exclusive techniques to disciples, much like parents. Once this relationship is established, the master becomes an extremely important figure in one's life. Apart from the first generation of awakened martial artists, every fighter has either a teacher or a coach. As for masters, only a small number of people possess them. Chapter 058 The Geniuses of the Elite Class. Qin Hong,
come take a look at the room. Old Lin walked toward room 703 and entered the passcode on the lock. Here, set your own password. From now on, this will be your residence. It's a 2-bedroom apartment with a spacious living room. If you ever get a girlfriend at the martial arts school, you can bring her over. Just make sure you don't disturb the other students, the old man said, the rules seeming quite relaxed. Shin Hong couldn't help but ask, even if she's not a student from this martial arts school? Zhong Wanshan snapped. What are you thinking? Do you think this is a hotel? Shin Hong instantly deflated like a punctured balloon. Right, if I could move my family in here, there'd be no need to arrange for them to stay at Tianwei Court. Zhong Wanshan rapped his knuckles on the boy's head. At such a young age, focusing on diligence and self-improvement is what truly matters. Don't waste your days thinking about romance, it's not just a squandering of time. It drains your vital energy too. Shin Hong understood the implied meaning behind those words and replied somewhat awkwardly, I've always been working hard, it's not like. Enough, no need to explain, Zhong Wanshan interrupted him. Old Lin snickered nearby. Young people are full of vigor and passion, it's perfectly normal. Wanshan, don't fuss over matters that aren't your concern. Zhong Wanshan curled his lip. I was just making conversation, it's not like I care. He's neither my student nor my apprentice. The three entered the dormitory. The dormitory inside the elite class was quite spacious, even the living room alone was larger than the entire area of Qin Heng's home. The south-facing master bedroom had large windows with excellent ventilation and lighting. The 1.8-meter wide bed looked incredibly comfortable, and Qin Hong, who had grown accustomed to cramped rooms in the slums, couldn't help but feel his eyes light up at the sight. Old Lin said, our accommodation fees here are 5,000 per month, deducted directly from your salary. Water, electricity, and the costs for the underground 5th-floor training facilities are all included. You're responsible for cleaning your own space, or you can hire other students to do it for you. I'm only in charge of the common areas as the dorm manager. If your room gets dirty or smelly, I'll report it for disciplinary action. You can cook for yourself or eat at any of the gym's canteens. Of course, you could also hire a caretaker from the regular class. After all, your salary's generous enough. The little girl by Chen Yu's side just now is someone she hired, paying her several thousand a month. Without any surprises, you'll be living here for at least the next 5 years. There aren't many restrictions here, you can live however you want as long as you don't disturb the other students. The dormitory building had very few rules, everything was completely free. When he heard the monthly accommodation fee was 5,000, Qin Heng's heart ached for quite a while, but then he realized the 5,000 didn't just cover accommodation and utilities, it also included the rental fee for the training venue spanning 5 underground floors. Considering that, it seemed fairly reasonable. Leave your luggage here first, I'll take you downstairs to familiarize yourself with the training room, Old Man Lin added. The dormitory is very clean and doesn't need any cleaning, just drop your things and it's ready to live in. At Tiandao Martial Arts Academy, the most important thing is cultivation, so familiarizing yourself with the training environment is particularly crucial. The three of them took the elevator down again. Old Man Lin, the elite dormitory building has 5 underground levels. Levels B1 and B2 are all small meditation rooms, with 24 rooms on each floor. Any room without a lit indicator at the door is available for use. Qin Heng, can't I just meditate in my own room? Old Man Lin, the meditation chamber is equipped with specially designed pressurized devices that allow training under multiple gravity conditions. This compresses your cells, forcing them to grow faster. But you must be careful with this, with your current strength, don't exceed 5x gravity, or you risk injury. Gravity. Qin Hong pondered thoughtfully. It seems this building's amenities far exceed what he had imagined. Basement level 3 is the weapons training room, suitable for solo practice or armed combat sparring. The walls are made of special shock-absorbing materials, even a full power strike from a Grand Martial Master won't damage the chamber. Basement level 4 is the testing zone where you can assess attributes like strength, speed, reflexes, and damage resistance. Basement level 5 is the strength training area, equipped with weighted objects made from special materials. Combined with the gravity adjustment system, they provide exceptionally effective conditioning. Old Man Lin explained to Qin Hong as the elevator descended directly to the lowest level, subterranean floor 5. The doors opened to reveal a brightly lit underground training facility filled with various bizarre-looking equipment. Several doors led to gravity chambers. At this moment, the light in one of the gravity chambers was on, displaying the number 28. Seeing this figure, Zhong Wanshan was somewhat astonished. Who's training inside? They've actually set it to 28 times the normal gravity? Old Man Lin chuckled. It must be Xue Chang. He's the only one bold enough to go this crazy. What does 28 times gravity mean?
Shin Hong still didn't quite comprehend these concepts. It simply means it's like having 27 versions of yourself piled on top of you, Zhong Wanshan explained. Shin Hong immediately began doing mental calculations. His body dimensions had stopped growing recently. He now stood at 181 centimeters tall and weighed 86 kilograms.
27 of him would weigh 2,322 kilograms.
While carrying a load of 2.3 tons, he still maintains high-intensity training, not to mention the immense pressure endured by his internal organs and blood vessels.
Incredible, absolutely incredible.
Even someone capable of delivering a 10-ton punch would likely buckle under such extreme pressure.
Shui Chang, I've heard that name before.
He set the record for fastest advancement to senior martial artist.
Isn't he about to graduate now? Shin Hong asked. Zhong Wanshan, indeed, Shui Chang is a rare genius,
currently rated as a martial master, but his actual combat power already rivals mine as a grandmaster. Among your group of 13 elite trainees, he ranks second in strength.
Martial artist ratings aren't automatically updated when one's strength improves. You must undergo official certification at the Martial Alliance and complete a series of hunting missions.
Shui Chang was so absorbed in cultivation that he never went on hunting expeditions, which naturally prevented him from advancing his official rating. Senior brother Shui Chang is only ranked second with great martial master strength. So who holds the top spot?
Shin Hong asked curiously.
Zhong Wanshan and Old Man Lin exchanged glances and smiled simultaneously.
Zhong Wanshan patted Shin Hong's shoulder and said, "The top-ranked senior brother is someone you should strive to emulate in the future."
Shin Hong blinked.
Could he already be a martial grandmaster?
Zhong Wanshan smiled and said, "That might be a stretch, but his combat power, perhaps he truly could hold his own against a grandmaster."
That's strong. Shin Hong's eyes widened in astonishment. Zhong Wanshan elaborated in detail. This top-ranked elite class student is named Ningfan.
Though he hasn't broken any cultivation records, his progress is rock solid, maintaining peak condition at every step. He keeps a low profile, never participates in group activities or seeks the spotlight, so few people outside even know of his existence. As for why he's so powerful, let me put it this way: when he broke through to the martial master realm, he awakened an exceptionally formidable chi called Black Gold Chi. With the same exertion of force, it can deliver 3 times the destructive power of others, making him virtually unmatched among peers of his cultivation level.
Shin Hong half understood. Is Xin Jin Chi really that rare? He asked. All martial artists must cultivate chi, and each individual manifests unique chi characteristics.
For most people, their chi possesses no special attributes. Only a select few develop chi with distinctive traits, granting them techniques far more mysterious than ordinary practitioners.
Zhong Wanshan explained, the hallmark of mystic gold chi is its sharpness, unparalleled sharpness.
In terms of pure cutting power alone, it ranks among the top 3 recorded chi types within the Martial Artists Alliance's archives.
Even when considering overall potency, it still secures a place within the top 10. Chapter 059, Neural Synapse Exoskeleton. Top 10 globally. Shin Hong finally understood.
Senior sister Chen Yu and senior brother Shui Chang were both ruthless talents who had set records before. Yet no matter how formidable they were, it only meant their cultivation speed was fast. It didn't imply they could sweep through opponents of the same level effortlessly. Only by possessing a special battle energy like Mystic Gold Chi, combined with exquisite combat skills, can one truly stand above their peers and become a top-tier powerhouse. Of course, Shui Chang and Shen Yu are undoubtedly formidable as well. The ability to train under 28 times gravity speaks for itself.
Alright, you've had your look around. Go back and rest now. After wandering around for a while, Zhong Wanshan was about to leave.
Before leaving, he said to Shin Hong, "Tomorrow, go to the medical building for your routine physical examination. Later, I'll have someone bring your student ID to you. The class schedule will be given to you at the same time. All scheduled requirements must be strictly followed. The rest of your time is at your own discretion. The high salary of the elite class isn't given freely. There are standards in every aspect.
If you fail to meet them, you'll be expelled." Shin Hong nodded. "I understand. Thank you, Teacher Zhong. Let's go." Zhong Wanshan said no more and left with Lao Lin.
Shin Hong returned to his apartment, room 703, with mixed emotions weighing on his mind. Thus begins a new chapter of life.
It feels like a dream.
Just 10 days ago, he was still an ordinary boy from the slums. In such a short time, he successively passed both the Quasi-Warrior and Junior Warrior assessments, entered the Heavenly Dao Martial Arts Hall, became an elite class trainee, and secured a high salary of 120,000.
The changes were immense.
So immense that he himself felt dazed, barely able to believe it was all real. Gazing at the spacious and comfortable elite dormitory, Shin Hong thought to himself, "Such a big room just for me, what a waste.
If only my parents and Ling Xue were here." But then again,
if I want to train seriously and keep chasing greater strength with Chun Yao as my benchmark, having family around would inevitably distract me. The martial arts academy's arrangements have their logic. Living alone and enduring solitary cultivation are necessary conditions for becoming truly formidable. As for my parents and girlfriend, being able to see them occasionally is already good enough. The day inevitably comes when grown children must leave their parents. Give them a call. I wonder what the conditions are like at Tianwei Court. Shin Hong took out his phone and dialed a video call to his family. The call connected quickly on the other end. Xiao Hong, have you taken care of your school enrollment procedures yet? Dad's first question was about serious business. Shin Hong replied, yes, everything's settled. I temporarily transferred into the elite class, but my student ID is being remade. I won't get it until tomorrow. Elite class? Ha, my son's amazing. Their faces beaming with joyous smiles. Dad, Mom, how are things over there? And Ling Xue? Shin Hong asked. Shin Zimming, it's great here, absolutely amazing. I don't even know how to describe it, everything's just so big, incredibly huge. Look, even the living room alone is this spacious, 100 times bigger than our home. As he spoke, he rotated his phone camera, letting Shin Hong see the expansive hall, comfortable sofas, and the enormous floor-to-ceiling window that was at least 10 meters wide. Wow, it looks like a villa. Shin Hong was genuinely surprised. He knew Tianwei Court had a great environment, but he never expected it to be this luxurious. Just the living room alone spanned 60 to 70 square meters. The phone was taken by his mother, Shen Jiaohan, who said in a disdainful tone, "Don't listen to your dad's nonsense, he's bad at math. It's not 100 times, that's an exaggeration. Elder Yu said the living space here is 400 square meters, just over 20 times bigger." Shin Hong, 400 square meters is still ridiculously huge. For someone who lived in the slums just yesterday, such a mansion felt like pure fantasy. From the look on his parents' faces, Shin Hong could tell they were overwhelmed with excitement, never having imagined they'd live in such luxurious quarters. They chatted for a while. Father said, "Let Ling Xue tell you about it. Your mother and I will take a look around first." The screen then shifted as the phone was handed over to Fan Ling Xue. "Shin Hong, are you done with your work?" asked Fan Ling Xue in her soft voice. At that moment, she was holding a thin booklet that looked like some kind of household appliance manual. Shin Hong replied, "Yeah, I'm already back in the dorm. How's everything on your end?" "Very well, didn't you see it all? I'm not talking about the living conditions, but will there be guards watching you, restricting your freedom?" Shin Hong asked, feeling slightly concerned about this aspect. Fan Ling Xue chuckled softly, "Silly, why would they restrict us? This is a residential area for martial artists' families. Many genius martial artists like you have their loved ones living here, under the protection of the top experts from the Heavenly Tao Warrior Hall. Just now, Elder Yushin told us that even the legendary Hall Master of the Kingly Warrior Hall, that immortal-like figure, has his private residence in this compound. This is practically the safest place in the entire base city." "I see, that's a relief then." The last trace of concern in Shin Hong's heart finally dissipated. "Always overthinking things," Fan Ling Xue teased. Then she suddenly remembered something and said, "Oh, right, Shin Hong. On my way here, I heard some of the martial arts school students who were helping with the luggage mention something called neural symbiotic exoskeleton. It can be used as prosthetics to give your parents the ability to walk and run independently. Look into it when you have time. You could consider it once you've saved up enough money." Neural symbiotic exoskeleton. "I know about this, but I don't have enough money for now," Shin Hong said. He had actually learned about this thing a long time ago. It was a highly advanced assistive device that could connect to human neural tissue, allowing direct brain control for extreme flexibility and formidable strength. Originally invented to meet the demands of resource extraction in harsh environments, it enabled workers to remain agile and dexterous even while wearing bulky protective suits. But later, people discovered that it was also highly practical for individuals with disabilities. It's just a bit expensive. While a standard prosthetic limb can be purchased for 1,000 yuan, a neural sympathetic exoskeleton costs 200,000 yuan per unit. The difference lies in the fact that prosthetics are designed for disabled individuals who have undergone amputations. Neural-linked exoskeletons can be used normally regardless of whether amputation has occurred or not. Shin Hong's parents were disabled due to injuries, with necrotic nerves in their lower limbs. Though their legs remained intact, they couldn't use ordinary prosthetics and were confined to wheelchairs. Therefore, long ago, Shin Hong had scoured for information everywhere and thus learned about the existence of neural-linked exoskeletons. Only back then, he couldn't afford one and didn't dare to entertain the thought. With a monthly salary of 120,000 yuan now, even after deducting 25,000 yuan for living expenses and daily expenditures, he can still save at least 80,000 yuan. Perhaps in just a few more months, he could make his parents stand on their feet again. Fan Ling Xue said, "No rush, no rush. Right now, your training comes first. The money will come in time. I'll also help her in some. I noticed quite a few shops on my way here. Tomorrow, I'll go ask if they need any sales assistance." Shin Hong quickly said, No, you should rest more. You've worked so hard before, earning money to support our whole family. Now that my situation has improved, if I let you suffer and toil again, my parents would kill me. But I can't just sit idle all day. What's stopping you? If I say you can, then you can. Chapter 060, Elite Training Chamber. Shin Hong rarely asserted himself with her like this, genuinely not wanting her to keep working part-time jobs. Being a sales clerk is exhausting, sometimes standing all day without a chance to sit down. If you encounter a bad-tempered customer, you have to endure their rudeness. It's beyond distressing. What's worse, Fong Lingxue is young and beautiful. If she were to run into a robe like Wang Pang while Shin Hong wasn't around to protect her, just the thought of it was unbearable. But Fong Lingxue wore a troubled expression. Shin Hong said, "Don't argue, just don't take any part-time jobs. You can do anything else. Watch movies, play games, scroll on your phone, or you could even go to university." At this point, he suddenly remembered that studying was also an option. Children from the slums usually started school at 6, completed 5 years of elementary and 3 years of middle school, then either took odd jobs or joined martial arts schools. Few ever went on to high school. High school tuition was expensive, and poor families couldn't afford it. Besides, finishing high school didn't offer much help in finding work. Only getting into university made a real difference. But the college entrance exams nowadays are too demanding. The entire base city only has 12 universities, with limited enrollment quotas. Most families in the slums can't afford to gamble on that 2% chance. But now with Shin Hong receiving a salary and Fong Lingxue freed from financial worries, pursuing education became a viable path forward. In today's society, college graduates are valued no less than martial artists. They serve as crucial cornerstones advancing civilization's development. If she could gain admission, it would bring joy to both her and Shin Hong alike. Attending college. Shin Hong's proposal left Fong Lingxue deep in thought. She seemed somewhat tempted. Compared to idling around all day and being supported by her boyfriend, studying was clearly much more fulfilling. Moreover, if she could get into university and graduate smoothly, she would have a promising career in the future instead of wasting her life away. But I've almost forgotten all my previous coursework. Fong Lingxue pouted and said. Shin Hong smiled. It's alright, just review a bit and you'll be fine. There should be schools near Tianwei Yuan. First, get your student status reinstated, make up the high school coursework, and then aim for the college entrance exam. You're so smart, you definitely won't have any problems. Fong Lingxue pondered for a moment, genuinely moved by the idea, and nodded. Alright, then I'll give it a try. If everything goes well, I'll have meaningful work for the next several years. Like you, I can strive to contribute to society. Yeah, keep it up. I know you can do it. Shin Hong encouraged her. You too, go for it. The two gazed at each other through their phone screens, eyes shining brightly, both brimming with anticipation for the future. Shin Hong's parents watched from the side, grinning from ear to ear. The young couple chatted a bit longer before finally hanging up close to 10 o'clock. Last night there were too many neighbors around. I was so preoccupied with celebrating that I didn't cultivate. I absolutely can't skip training again today. As soon as he finished chatting with his family, Shin Hong's motivation stirred within him. Perfect timing. I wanted to check out the cultivation chamber environments in the -1 and -2 levels anyway. I'll go train there tonight. Now, he hardly needed to lie down and sleep specifically to replenish his energy. During cultivation, his body would enter a semi-dormant state, gradually recovering his vitality. Although the process isn't as effective as fully relaxing and sleeping, sustaining it for 3 to 5 days is still manageable. Working hard for 3 to 5 days, then enjoying a sound sleep, that was the best strategy he had recently devised. Shin Hong stepped into the bathroom and took a cold shower, washing away the fatigue of a busy day. Then, dressed in simple casual clothes, he left his room and headed toward the elevator. Ding! The elevator chimed just as a tall, slender woman stepped out. Senior Sister Chen, Shin Hong greeted. Martial Master level student Chen Yu stepped out of the elevator and, seeing his damp hair, casually asked, Junior brother Chen, where are you off to this late? I'd like to try out the training room. Senior Sister, have you just finished your training session? Shin Hong asked. Though many areas of this building were air-conditioned, Chen Yu was drenched in sweat, clearly having just undergone intense physical exertion. Chen Yu replied, yes, I was practicing combat with Instructor Zhua. The pressure was intense, I nearly got injured. Instructor Zhua? That's the swordsmanship instructor from our elite class. He's extremely skilled, and you'll get to know him soon. Oh, enough talk for now. I'm drenched in sweat and feel awful, heading back to wash up first. If there's anything you don't understand, just ask me when I'm around, Chen Yu said, then walked into her room. Shin Hong didn't linger either, stepping directly into the elevator and pressing the button for basement level 1. He silently contemplated in his heart. From what Senior Sister Chen implied, the elite class seems to have many specialized instructors, saber techniques, sword techniques, fist techniques. He'd be able to see the class schedule tomorrow, and this thought filled him with eager anticipation. The elevator descended rapidly, arriving at its destination in barely over 10 seconds. Shin Hong stepped out and was struck speechless by the layout of the basement level. Why does this place look like a hotel? The entire basement level had just a single corridor, with room numbers like -101 and -102 marked on either side. The doors displayed either green or red lights, and there was nothing else to be seen. Each room served as a meditation chamber, red light indicating occupancy, green light meaning vacant. Shin Hong approached the available -103 chamber nearby and pressed the button to open the door. Beep, an electronic voice sounded, verifying identity information. Verification complete. New trainee Shin Hong, welcome to the cultivation chamber. I never expected that using the cultivation chamber would require identity verification. Seems this place doesn't allow unauthorized entry. The door opened, and Shin Hong stepped inside, finding the interior completely different from what he had imagined. Instead of a rectangular room, it was a hemispherical space with a radius of about 2.5 meters. A cushion was placed at the very center, and an electronic display screen was embedded in the curved wall. Nothing else was there. Once he entered, the door automatically closed, and a synthesized AI voice chimed in. Oxygen supply system activated. Energy assistance system enabled. Current energy concentration, level 1. Gravity environment not set. Please configure manually. Friendly reminder, based on Shin Hong's current strength rating, it is recommended to set 1 to 7 gravity environments. The moment the door closed, Shin Hong felt the entire world become eerily silent. At the same time, he also sensed the presence of some invisible, intangible energies around him, just like when he trained in the wilderness, far more comfortable than in the bustling city. Energy auxiliary system. Could this room actually increase the concentration of absorbable cosmic energy? Shin Hong was somewhat stunned. The cultivation environment configuration of the elite class seemed far superior to what he had imagined. He glanced at the screen on the curved wall. There were a few simple lines of content above. The gravity multiplier is currently set at 1x, meaning it's equivalent to normal external conditions, and can be adjusted upward in whole number increments. Beside it was a small interface displaying Shin Hong's personal information. Student, Shin Hong. Serial No. 2088078400001. Rating, Novice Martial Artist. Balance, 3,800 yuan. Energy, 10 points. Initial bonus. Even my bank account balance can be seen? Shin Hong was taken aback. He hadn't voluntarily disclosed his strength rating or bank account balance to the Martial Arts Academy, yet they could see everything here. Clearly, the Academy had the authority to request access to students' rating data from the Martial Artists Alliance, as well as bank information. At first glance, Shin Hong was merely surprised. By the second glance, he was thoroughly bewildered. This energy, I actually have to buy it? Regarding energy, there is a detailed explanation above. The energy in the training chamber comes from starstone ore, which is expensive and requires separate payment. If the energy assistance system is not activated, the energy concentration defaults to 100% of the standard environment. Each incremental energy point increases the training chamber's energy concentration by 20%, lasting 60 minutes. Priced at 1,000 yuan. Chapter 061 Measuring Strength Again. 1,000 yuan per hour. Shin Hong felt his head buzzing and dizzy. Who could afford to burn like this? Even with a monthly salary of 120,000, it could only sustain him for 120 hours. And in reality, he had 25,000 in fixed expenses to deduct, leaving only 95,000 yuan actually in hand. Even if he didn't eat or drink, he couldn't afford 100 energy points. But I thought the underground 5 levels were all free. Shin Hong said with a grimace. This energy assistance system is truly a good thing, but it's also ridiculously expensive. It seems that if I want to secure superior cultivation conditions, I'll need to earn more money first. Sigh, forget it. Let's finish consuming these 10 energy points first. As a new trainee, the cultivation chamber automatically granted him 10 energy points, allowing him to experience either 10 hours with a 20% energy boost or 5 hours with a 40% boost. Shin Hong quickly glanced over it. The maximum energy allocation allowed was 10 points at once, providing an additional 200% energy density. If one's physical absorption efficiency was strong enough, the cultivation effectiveness could triple compared to normal conditions. The additional load from the gravity environment on the body can accelerate cellular evolution, potentially yielding even better results. Shin Hong operated the controls and increased the gravity to twice normal levels. At double gravity, it's equivalent to carrying the weight of another entire body, including increased pressure on internal organs and the brain. However, this level of gravity isn't extreme. Most ordinary people can handle it. The effect is similar to suddenly pressing the accelerator in a car, delivering a sharp burst of speed. 3 times gravity isn't easy anymore. Most ordinary people would feel extremely uncomfortable, and prolonged exposure might even cause fainting. At 4 times gravity, Shin Hong also began to feel some strain, his muscles instinctively tensing up to resist the sudden change in gravitational force. When adjusted to 5 times, Shin Hong's standing posture became noticeably heavier, making him strongly tempted to just sit down. He attempted to push further, reaching 6 times, then 7 times. His body was under increasing load, and sweat began to break out. When he attempted to activate 8x gravity, the system automatically issued a prompt: 8x gravity environment is temporarily unavailable. Please consult your instructor if needed. Shin Hong suddenly understood. This was a safety mechanism implemented to prevent trainees from getting injured. You couldn't set gravitational forces beyond your endurance in the training chamber. Otherwise, you'd be crushed to the ground, unable to deactivate the system, leading to ruptured blood vessels, shattered organs, and ultimately death on the spot. 5 times the pressure is too overwhelming, making it impossible to focus on training. Setting it to 4 times should be just right. Shin Hong pondered for a moment and manually lowered the gravity level. He came here to train, not to seek thrills. For times the intensity was just right, his body was tense, but it didn't feel painful. Energy assist system. Let's start with just 1 point. I'm a bit reluctant to spend it. As a penniless man with only 10 energy points and a balance of 3,800, Shin Hong felt somewhat unworthy to be sitting here. For more energy, and to achieve the 2 goals set by the master of Wangdao Martial Arts Hall as soon as possible, he had no choice but to train hard. Sitting quietly at the center, Shin Hong closed his eyes and regulated his breathing, bringing his body into a state of tranquility. The innate fetal breathing technique was activated. Threads of energy invisible to the naked eye seeped through the patterns in the surrounding alloy walls, enhancing his cultivation environment. Cosmic energy is omnipresent. Gentle breezes, moonlight, sunlight all serve as nourishment for martial artists' growth. Even in Earth's magnetic field, gravity, and various particles such as gold, silver, copper, iron, hydrogen, oxygen, carbon, and nitrogen, energy exists. Martial artists refine their skills by absorbing a portion of these energy currents. What suits you best is what you should absorb. After a long time, perhaps you can even comprehend combat aura from it and master powerful techniques. Shin Hong currently doesn't know which type of energy he has the highest affinity with. All he knows is that his training efficiency is quite good, and he hardly wastes any of the surrounding energy, absorbing nearly all of it. As the energy flowed in, every tissue in his body, flesh, tendons, membranes, bones, greedily fought for these external nutrients. The 4x gravity amplified his body's craving for energy, making the absorption process significantly more efficient than usual. Shin Hong's mind was calm, his breathing steady. Gradually, he slipped into a half-slumber state. His cultivation technique kept circulating while his body rested. Unknowingly, the night passed. A prompt sounded in his ear. Training duration has reached 6 hours. Trainee Shin Hong, please take care to rest and avoid fatigue injuries. Hearing the sound, Shin Hong instantly snapped awake. 6 hours already, that was fast. Every time he trained, it felt like time passed in the blink of an eye, yet when he woke the next day, the changes were undeniable. The training chamber still maintained its 4-fold gravity. As Shin Hong stood up and saw his energy points were about to deduct another point, he quickly reached out to press the button. Energy assist system deactivated. Gravity system shutting down. The energy shutdown was instantaneous, while the gravity system descended gradually level by level, providing a buffer period. When the chamber returned to standard gravity, Shin Hong immediately sensed the change within himself. Was it an illusion? My body feels so much lighter. After 6 hours under 4x gravity, returning to normal conditions made him feel as if he could take flight with just a tap of his toes. Checking the time, it was only 5 in the morning, still very early. Shin Hong stepped out of the training chamber but didn't head straight back to his quarters. Instead, he took the elevator and continued descending. Basement level 4, testing area. The equipment here is all free to use for measuring one's strength and speed. The layout of the testing area differs completely from the training zone. Instead of hotel-style densely packed rooms, this is an extremely spacious hall with nothing but some load-bearing pillars and 2 partitioned restrooms. Strength testers, speed meters, and agility apparatus. Each device occupies its designated space. Shin Hong walked straight to the strength testing area and turned on the machine. Before heading to the wilderness for the assessment, I didn't go all out during the test at the Martial Artists Alliance. After these past few days, I wonder exactly how many kilograms my strength has reached. Shin Hong was intensely curious. Out of 5 days, he spent 4 of them training, and he had also consumed 2 energy roots of the blood-sucking vine. He felt terrifyingly strong now. As for how terrifying it is, you'll know when you try it. Shin Hong stood firm, gathered his strength, and threw a punch. Boom! His fist smashed violently onto the impact point of the testing machine. Beep beep. The numbers were soaring wildly. 1 second later, a red 4-digit figure appeared before Shin Hong. 1868 kilograms. Holy shit, is this for real? Even though he was mentally prepared, Shin Hong was still startled by the result. He could barely believe it, so he kept throwing punches. Boom, 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 boom. The testing machine here isn't on a tight schedule, so feel free to use it as much as you want. Shin Hong threw punch after punch, each strike growing more violent and ferocious than the last. 1873 kilograms, 1876 kilograms, 1889 kilograms, 1893 kilograms. Boom!
As strength accumulated, this number even broke through 1900. He had only trained for less than 2 weeks. The target set by Hall Master Wang doesn't seem that difficult after all. At this moment, Qin Heng's confidence soared. At this moment, footsteps approached. A voice sounded from behind. Where did this kid come from? Who let you in? Qin Heng turned his head and saw the speaker was a bare-chested bald man with well-developed muscles, standing over 1.9 meters tall, giving off an extremely fierce impression. Beside him stood a t-shirt-clad youth who appeared much more ordinary in comparison. Who are you? Qin Heng asked. The bald man walked over slowly and introduced himself. I'm Zhao Chong, an elite student from the class of 2084, currently a senior martial artist. This is Han Liang, from the class of 2087, a junior martial artist. And you? Only upon closer inspection did Qin Heng notice the teenager in a t-shirt standing nearby, the top scorer in last year's provisional martial artist qualification exam, known as the number 1 in the city. My name is Qin Heng, a new student in the elite class. I hope to learn from both senior brothers. He cupped his fists respectfully as he spoke. Zhao Chong suddenly understood and said, so you're one of us. Guess we don't have to chase you away then. Han Liang, however, was visibly stunned, staring at the bright red numbers on the instrument that read 1901 kilograms. He remained speechless for a long while. Chapter 062, Python Mountain Strength. Han Liang was the top performer in last year's preliminary exams, with an internal student number ending in 0001, just like Qin Heng's. But now, watching Qin Heng deliver a strike measuring 1901 kilograms of force, he was genuinely shocked. Qin, junior brother, did you learn some special force application technique? Han Liang couldn't help but ask. Qin Heng shook his head. Not at all. I just arrived and haven't even attended a single class yet. Han Liang couldn't help but wonder, how is that possible? It's only been a week since the preliminary exam, and your strength has increased by nearly 1,000 kilograms? Zhao Chong teased. Could it be true, just like the rumors say, that you took some divine elixir? Qin Heng clarified briefly. 2 days ago, I ran into bloodvine threads in the wilderness. Had a sudden breakthrough, otherwise, I wouldn't have reached this level of strength yet. Bloodvine? But that still shouldn't be this extreme. Han Liang still couldn't quite accept it. Zhao Chong laughed. Junior brother Qin, your senior brother Han is quite shaken. He joined a year earlier than you, yet his strength now isn't much greater than yours. Han Liang smiled bitterly. I thought I was doing pretty well, and everyone around me seemed optimistic about me too. Never expected. Qin Heng blinked. Senior brother Han, what's your current punch strength? Han Liang didn't waste time with words, stepping directly over to take Qin Heng's previous position and throwing a punch. Boom! The machine shuddered, immediately displaying the result. 2,730 kilograms. Qin Heng exclaimed in surprise. That's clearly much stronger than me. Why did you say it wasn't much better? Han Liang said helplessly, I've already mastered the 3rd layer of the strength technique Python Mountain Force, which allows me to exert 8 times my normal strength. You're still untrained and can only manage 5 times your base strength. By reverse calculation, your raw strength already surpasses mine by 40 kilograms. Ordinary people typically have a strength multiplier of around 5 times. Someone who can lift 200 kilograms can deliver a punch with an impact force of 1,000 kilograms. Strength techniques, then, are methods to make one's punches heavier without increasing base physical power. Once mastered, these techniques become engraved in one's genes, turning into instinct that subconsciously activates during exertion. So Han Liang's punch just now looked ordinary and didn't use any special technique, but in reality, he had already employed Mongshan force. Qin Heng seemed to have an epiphany. So if I also master this Mongshan force to the 3rd level, I'll be able to deliver a punch with 3,040 kilograms of force, reaching the threshold of an intermediate martial artist. Zhao Chong walked over and said, theoretically, that's correct. But the gym master has a rule, active trainees must not rush to pursue rankings. Those who barely meet the force standard by relying on technique alone are not allowed to take the assessment, only those who meet the brute strength requirement can advance. After training at the martial arts gym for a while, force and brute strength become separate concepts. Those with strong force don't necessarily have strong brute power, they might just have more refined technique. Martial artist rankings demand sheer, uncompromising strength. The greater the brute strength, the more complete the life evolution. The dividing lines between each realm were calculated by martial arts predecessors and scientists through extensive data analysis. Whether one reaches these thresholds makes a world of difference. Therefore, people seldom blindly pursue higher ratings just for better pay, but rather progress steadily step by step. Otherwise, if one's rating reaches intermediate warrior level while their actual strength remains at the beginner level, and they are assigned missions meant for intermediate warriors, they might end up dead only to their own detriment. Junior brother Qin is truly a once-in-a-generation talent, I can't compare to him. Senior brother Zhao,
you should feel the pressure too. Junior brother Qin might break through to the master warrior realm even sooner than you, Han Liang said. Zhao Chong said confidently, no way, I'm no pushover either. With those words, he threw a punch at the machine. Boom! The commotion this time was exceptionally intense. Xin Hong didn't even see how Zhao Chong made his move, it was far too fast. Drip! The display screen flashed the number 22,498 kilograms. Xin Hong was stunned. One punch, 22 tons? Zhao Chong explained, this is the foundation of an advanced martial artist, combined with the power of Mongshan strength 5th layer. If we add combat techniques into the equation, in real combat I can deliver a punch with no less than 50 tons of force. That's terrifying. A single punch weighs 50 tons. And that's just an advanced martial artist. When can I start learning that Python mountain force you mentioned? Xin Hong couldn't help but ask. Han Liang smiled, soon. You'll get to learn it shortly after enrolling. Junior brother Qin, we still have training to do, so we must take our leave. Zhao Chong patted Qin Heng's shoulder. Go for it, junior brother. Smack! With that single pat, Xin Hong felt his entire body tilt sideways. Seeing Zhao Chang's effortless posture without applying any real force, he finally grasped the terrifying power of an advanced martial artist. Previously, he'd interacted with figures like Zhong Wanshan and Fu Yuntai, people who concealed their strength like hidden mountains in untroubled waters. But as grand martial masters, their true power must indeed be terrifying. I need to work harder too, Xin Hong resolved inwardly. Today I'll start with the medical checkup and picking up the class schedule. Starting tomorrow will be the official study period. Xin Hong left the underground area and returned to his residence to wash up. The physical examination was conducted at the medical building. All new students were required to participate, running from 7 a.m. until 5 p.m., with free time to arrange as they pleased. It was still fairly early, so Xin Hong decided to take a walk around the martial arts school first. I don't know which building Su Kuang and Chen Yuan live in. I should go chat with them first. Xin Hong called Chen Yuan's phone. Shortly after, the three met at the entrance of a cafeteria. Chen Yuan said with envy, Xin Hong, you're living the good life now. I heard from senior students that the elite class dorm conditions are comparable to villas, with dedicated training equipment and even the option to have girls stay over. It's practically like a vacation. Xin Heng sighed helplessly. Don't even bring it up. I'd rather stay in an ordinary dormitory, but they deduct 5,000 from me every month for that. Plus, the training rooms require huge additional expenses. If I don't budget carefully, even a monthly salary of 500,000 wouldn't last long. Holy shit, is it really that ridiculous? With your high salary, you still find it expensive? Su Kuang looked utterly unconvinced. Xin Hong explained the energy costs of the training rooms to both of them. After hearing this, Chen Yuan couldn't help but gasp. So with my 4,500 salary, I don't even qualify to spend a little time in the training room? Su Kuang also looked shocked. Wow, so geniuses cost this much money. No wonder those senior students had such longing expressions when we talked about public training rooms last night. That's why. Oh, there are public training rooms? Xin Hong asked curiously. Chen Yuan said, yes, the library building has 5 underground floors dedicated to public training rooms, available to all students. But each person only gets 3 free energy points per month, the rest have to be purchased. Su Kuang added, energy points aren't too bad, the real headache is that training rooms are limited. Everyone wants to use them, and sometimes you just can't get a slot. Not all trainees here are as poor as them, many come from wealthy districts and can spend fortunes to purchase energy points. Although each training session has a time limit, with mandatory termination upon exceeding it, the Q curve gets stretched unbearably long when too many wealthy people participate. This is still an electronic queuing system, where you receive a text notification when your turn approaches. If people had to physically stand in line, few could endure the wait. Only after hearing this did Xin Hong realize the significance of those underground rooms beneath the elite dormitory. The treatment for geniuses truly stands apart. Chapter 063. What must come has come. Back when we were all broke guys at the trial martial arts gym, we fooled around happily every day. But now look at you, suddenly turned into a rich man, making the two of us feel pretty damn miserable, Su Kuang said with a resentful expression. Xin Hong laughed. Alright, how about I treat you two to breakfast? Su Chang immediately changed his expression. Big brother, you're brilliant. It'd be even better if you covered lunch and dinner too. Xin Hong, scram. The three of them happily walked into the cafeteria, with Xin Hong treating the other two to a meal. Eating in the large cafeteria was still quite affordable. Plain porridge, steamed buns, pickles, and a boiled egg cost just 1 yuan per person. For 3 people altogether, it only came to 3 yuan. But this is only for breakfast. Martial artists require a substantial amount of meat during their training, needing it for both lunch and dinner, preferably monster meat, which won't come cheap. While eating,
Shin Hung overheard people chatting at a nearby table. They were talking about him. Hey, have you heard? There's a newbie at our martial arts school who's making waves. Who? What happened? Who else could it be but that trainee number 1 who supposedly took some divine elixir, Shin Hung? Shin Hung and his 2 companions exchanged glances, immediately pricking up their ears to listen. The well-informed person at the next table said, "This kid signed up for the junior martial artist exam a few days ago. During the wilderness combat test, he ran into a new recruit from War God Dojo named Wang Peng. Then someone asked in surprise, 'What, 2 freshmen both taking the primary fighter exam?' Bro, if you're gonna tell a story, at least make it believable. There's less than a week between the provisional fighter exam and the primary fighter exam. The insider, why would I lie? It's all true. My uncle is the captain of the Fighter Alliance inspection team, he told me himself. How could it be fake? Well, alright, shut up and let old Song finish talking." The area fell silent as the informed student, Song, resumed narrating the incident. Student Song, they say that day. Shin Han listened quietly and realized that most of what the other person said was true, nearly spot on. Su Kuang and Chen Yuan still had no idea about these events involving Qin Hang. When they heard student Song claim that Qin Hang had killed Wang Peng and was stopped by a grandmaster on his way back, they couldn't help but laugh and jeer at the neighboring table. Hey, if you're gonna make up stories, at least keep them somewhat believable. Our buddy Qin Hang's right here sitting with us. If he'd been stopped by a grandmaster, how the hell would he have made it back? The people at the next table turned their heads when they heard this. Qin Hong? Which one is Qin Hong? Could it be you? Holy shit, what a coincidence. Student Song said firmly, I didn't make this up, it's true. Grandmaster Wang Jianming really did appear near the border wall and almost killed Qin Hang. If our dojo master, the legendary old immortal Wang, hadn't stepped in at the last moment, there'd be no number 1 student this year. Su Kuang burst into laughter. Shin Hung, did you hear that? Ha, this guy actually said you almost got beaten to death. I'm laughing my head off. Shin Hung remained silent. Su Kuang's grin froze when he saw his reaction. Damn, why that face? Don't tell me what he said is actually true? Song looked at Shin Hung. Are you really Qin Hung? Qin Hung nodded. Yes, it's me. The nearby tables erupted in an uproar. Not only Qin Hung and his 2 companions heard Song's story, but several nearby tables also caught wind of it. In an instant, everyone turned their gazes over, eager to catch a glimpse of the legendary student number 1. Meanwhile, Su Kuang's expression froze completely, his face etched with disbelief as he stammered, no way. Shin Hung, what happened? I knew you advanced to a junior martial artist, but how did you end up killing Wang Peng? He's not like before, his backing is rock solid now. Shin Hung sighed helplessly. He tried to kill me. I couldn't just wait for death to come. Student Song asked curiously, Shin Hung, what I just said is all true, right? You really killed that guy named Wang Peng, didn't you? Shin Hung gave a slight nod. Although this incident hadn't been reported in the news media, the martial arts community was vast, word was bound to spread eventually. Holy shit, you're about to reach the heavens. The expressions of those around them instantly changed. At another table, a female trainee walked over, looking visibly upset, and angrily scolded Shin Hung. How could you do this? Old Mr. Wang is a hero of our base city, having fought in countless battles and saved countless citizens. He only has this one relative left. How could you bear to do this? Shin Hung sighed inwardly. As expected, this situation had occurred. Wang Jianming's deeds were widely known. When he had recovered his long-lost relative, there had even been a special news report celebrating it, and many had felt genuine joy for him. Now that they've learned of Wang Peng's death, these admirers of Wang Jianming just couldn't sit still. As soon as the female student spoke up, many others immediately joined in echoing her sentiments. Do you even realize it was old hero Wang? How dare you? How can you sit here with a clear conscience, drawing salaries funded by taxpayers, eating grain grown by laborers, yet committing acts that harm the people's heroes? If I were you, I'd rather die in the wilderness than live in disgrace. Disgusting, absolutely vile. Get out of here, Celestial Path Martial Hall doesn't need parasites like you. People with bad character become more harmful the more talented they are. Let's jointly appeal to have this scum expelled from the martial arts school. The crowd grew increasingly indignant and impassioned, firing accusations back and forth with rising fervor. Shin Hung frowned deeply. Though he had anticipated this beforehand, when it actually happened, he felt utterly stifled. Enough! Shut the fuck up! At this moment, Su Kuang couldn't hold back any longer and slammed the table as he stood up. The crowd fell silent for a moment upon hearing his roar. Su Kuang glared at them fiercely. Stop fucking acting so righteous here. You don't feel the pain because it didn't happen to you, do you? Even if. The leading female trainee was about to speak up. Su Wu completely denied her a chance to speak, roaring angrily, if someone tried to kill you, could you just stand there and do nothing? Female student, I. Su Wu then pointed at another male student who had been cursing fiercely. If someone tried to rape your girlfriend, you'd just stand by and watch, is that it? Male student. Fucking useless trash talkers. Su Kuang's face was flushed with anger as he swore vehemently,
Wang Peng was scum who deserved to die. Everyone in Slum District 7 saw that. So what if Wang Jianming was a hero? What does that have to do with anything? Does being a hero's relative mean you can do whatever you want? Should the descendants of heroes be exempt from punishment for crimes? Bullshit. And you call yourselves quasi-martial artists? Have you even memorized the Martial Artist Protection Act and management regulations? Even if it's a hero's family member, hell, even if it's the hero himself trying to kill you for no reason, you have every right to fight back. He was venting his indignation on Qin Heng's behalf. His impassioned speech left the surrounding crowd momentarily cowed into silence. But soon, someone else spoke up. We can't just look at things through the lens of law and rules. After all, that's Grandmaster Wang we're talking about, who contributed so much to the base city. Su Qing glanced at him with disdain. Oh, absolutely, yes, yes, yes. Next time when a Grandmaster's relative wants to kill you, make sure to wash your neck clean so you don't dirty their blade. You. What? Am I wrong? You're being deliberately obtuse. Twisting logic. Fuck your mom, screw your grandma. If you're not happy, let's fight. As the argument escalated, Su Quang began trading insults with the crowd, clearly ready to throw down at the slightest provocation. At that moment, a voice rang out from the direction of the cafeteria entrance. Everyone quiet down. What do you think this place is? Chapter 064 Deputy Administrative Director. The voice belonged to a woman, cold and authoritative. Everyone turned to see a blonde woman in her 20s or 30s approaching. She wore a fitted blazer with a pencil skirt and gold-rimmed glasses. She hadn't originally planned to come to the cafeteria, she was just passing by when the clamor inside caught her attention, prompting her to turn and enter. Who is she? Su Quang muttered under his breath. He was the loudest one shouting curses just now, and the blonde woman's gaze locked onto him with an intimidating intensity that made people afraid to meet her eyes. The student's surnamed Song at the neighboring table whispered an explanation. Deputy Administrative Hallmaster, Leng Qingxue. A real tigress, you guys are done for. Su Quang's expression changed abruptly. We're finished. This big shot's reputation precedes her like rolling thunder. The Tiandao Martial Arts Hall has a total of 3 Deputy Hallmasters. One of them is the Martial Arts Deputy Hallmaster Zhang Zhenwei, who, like the Hallmaster Wang Liaoqianshan, possesses the strength of a Grandmaster. The other was the Deputy Hallmaster in charge of military affairs, named Xu Qingshan. He was responsible for liaising between the Martial Arts Hall and the military, as well as coordinating border defense, duties identical to those of Wang Jianming at War God Martial Arts Hall. He too possessed Grandmaster-level strength. The last one was the man standing before them now. The Deputy Administrative Director oversees non-combat affairs, managing everything from the martial arts school's collaborations with city officials down to student disciplinary actions, all under the jurisdiction of the stern Deputy Director Leng Qingxue. Though she appears young and beautiful, she's actually in her 40s or 50s, having held this position for over a decade. Within the Heavenly Dao Martial Arts School, nearly everyone, including martial arts instructors stronger than her, fears her, with the sole exceptions being the headmaster and the other 2 deputy directors. As soon as Deputy Hall Master Leng arrived, the cafeteria instantly fell silent. The experienced old hands had already slipped away without hesitation, while a group of newcomers remained frozen in place, clueless. What's going on? Why are you quarreling? Leng Qingxue spoke up, her sharp gaze piercing Su Quang like a blade. Su Chang had been full of bluster when arguing just moments ago, but now that he was facing this powerful figure who had the authority to dismiss everyone present on the spot, his confidence instantly withered. Softly, he muttered, they gathered to insult my friend. I was just standing up for justice on his behalf. What exactly was said? Deputy Hall Master Leng asked. They said. Su Chang briefly recounted the reason behind the earlier quarrel. After listening, Leng Qingxue remained expressionless and said, it seems you all have too much free time. The administrative building happens to be short of cleaning staff. Everyone, go and work. If the job isn't done well, each of you will lose 2 academic credits. Su Quang, Chen Yuan. On the very first day of school, the threat of point deductions loomed large. Chen Yuan said weakly, Deputy Master, I was just eating. I didn't say anything earlier. Do I have to go too? Leng Qingxue, do I need to repeat myself? I said everyone. Ha! The surrounding onlookers immediately erupted in collective groans of dismay. The Deputy Hallmaster remained expressionless, completely unwilling to change his mind, and even added, I'll inspect this afternoon. Then he walked away without looking back. Damn it! I was just having breakfast, what did I do wrong? Heavens, even eating melons, stirring up drama, is dangerous these days. The General Affairs building has 12 floors, each covering over 1,000 square meters, and there are just a few of us? Are we insane? As soon as Deputy Hall Master Leng left, the group began howling in protest. As for the heated exchange moments ago, it was instantly forgotten and wiped completely from memory. After all, those were other people's issues, but it was their own credits that would be deducted. Qin Hong glanced at the ceiling around him and curled his lip, there are high-definition surveillance cameras here, capturing everyone's face crystal clear. Seems like there's no escaping it, you guys are in for some trouble. Su Kwang sighed weakly, sigh, these days even when you're in the right, there's no making sense of anything. Beating both sides 50 strokes, what kind of skill is that? I really... Shu, keep your voice down. The surveillance has audio, get caught and we're done for. Chen Yuan quickly grabbed his arm. Su Kwang immediately shut his mouth. Then he frowned. Wait a minute, Shin Hong, why did you say you'll have to put up with it? What about you? Are you planning to sneak off? Shin Hong shrugged. The elite class doesn't have a credit system. Our only graduation requirement is reaching great martial master level. Su Kwang and Chen Yuan were instantly speechless. It's so unfair. Completely unfair. Clearly, the whole incident was triggered by Qin Hong, yet Qin Hong himself got off scot-free while they, the innocent bystanders, were the ones being punished. Let's go. First, get your physical checkups done. After that, you guys can go clean up, and I'll head back to the dorm to enjoy the AC, Qin Hong said with a chuckle, patting both of them on the shoulder. Damn it, rubbing salt in our wounds, huh? I'll beat the crap out of you. Su Kwang fumed, pretending to throw punches. Shin Hong burst into laughter and dashed out of the cafeteria. Though initially pissed off after being cornered and insulted, Shin Hong's anger quickly dissipated due to Vice Hall Master Lang's interruption. He knew he'd done nothing wrong. Killing Wang Peng was absolutely the right choice. Not killing him would have been a betrayal of himself. As long as one has a clear conscience, there's no need to get worked up over how others perceive them. The head of the martial arts hall had already given him the key to solving the problem. What he needed to do now wasn't to argue with others or to publicize how despicable or deserving of death Wang Peng was. All he had to do was strive to grow stronger. Time would eventually settle everything else. The three of them jogged briskly all the way to the medical building. This year, the Heavenly Path Martial Arts Academy recruited around 2,400 new students, more than in previous years. The physical exams were all squeezed into a single day, making the medical building unusually busy. Though the appointed time hadn't even arrived yet, a long queue had already formed. Shin Hong and his two companions arrived relatively early, securing spots near the front of the queue. Before long, the physical examination process began. The physical examination for prospective martial artists primarily checks for conditions that could hinder their training progress, such as genetic diseases, terminal illnesses, organ failure, skeletal deformities, and other career-limiting issues. They didn't care at all about superficial aspects like height, weight, or eyesight. One by one, the group had their blood drawn and x-rays taken. The process didn't take too long. After completing the physical examinations, everyone waited for the results in the first-floor lobby of the medical building. The testing process was swift. The Martial Arts Center's medical facility ranked among the best in the entire base city, boasting extremely high efficiency. Results were typically available within 60 minutes. After waiting for more than 40 minutes, both Su Kwang and Chen Yuan's physical examination results came out. Checking with the public equipment in the hall, both of them were in good health. Shin Hong's results still hadn't arrived, so he waited a while longer. Originally, the three of them were supposed to undergo the examination one after another, so the time taken should have been the same. But his test results were taking an unusually long time. An hour after Su Kwang and Chen Yuan received their reports, Shin Hong's test results still hadn't appeared. Could something be wrong? The prolonged wait started making Shin Hong anxious. Both Su Kwang and Chen Yuan reassured him, saying it was fine, probably just a delay, and his turn would come soon. But after waiting another 2 hours, there was still no result. Su Kwang and Chen Yuan could no longer sit still. They still had to clean the General Affairs building, or their credits would be deducted. Shin Hong had no choice but to let them leave first while he continued waiting alone. What's going on? Why is it taking so long? Time passed little by little, and as lunchtime approached, he still couldn't find his test results. At exactly 11:31, a phone call came in. It was from an unknown number. Shin Hong picked up the call, and the voice on the other end immediately said, "Is this Shin Hong? Please come to the 8th floor of the medical office. We need to run further detailed tests on you." Hearing this, Shin Hong's heart instantly leaped to his throat. Is there something wrong with my body? Chapter 065, Naturally Gifted Martial Meridian Sacred Body. The prolonged delay in receiving the test results had already made him anxious, and this phone call instantly plunged him into a state of nervous tension. 8th floor. Shin Hong walked toward the elevator and pressed the button. When the elevator arrived at the 8th floor, he had just stepped out when he saw a young nurse waiting outside, asking him, "Are you trainee Shin Hong?" There were very few people on this floor, unlike other places. Shin Hong looked up to see the signed Meridian Department posted above the passageway, an uncommon classification. "It's me," he replied with some doubt in his voice. "Please follow me." The young nurse led him through the corridor, walking straight ahead. "Miss, is there something wrong with my physical exam?" Shin Hong couldn't help but ask. The nurse replied,
I don't know. You'll have to ask the doctor later. Alright. Soon after, the two arrived at a consultation room. The young nurse knocked on the door and said inside, Dr. Su, Shin Hung is here. Let him in, came an aged voice from within. Shin Hung stepped in and saw an elderly man with graying hair seated in the examination room, wearing a white coat, reading glasses, and sporting a long beard. The badge on his chest read First-Class Physician Su Yunha. The physicians at Heavenly Path Martial Arts Academy are ranked from level 1 to level 3, with level 1 being the highest. It said there are only 3 such physicians, and the man before him was one of them. Master Su, is there something irregular in my physical exam? This matter concerned his future. Any mistake could lead to expulsion, so Shin Hung couldn't help but feel nervous. The elderly physician Su Yunha smiled slightly. There is indeed an issue, but not a bad one. Come, sit here and give me your hand. Hearing these words, Shin Hang's anxiously hanging heart finally settled. If it's not bad, then it's good. He obediently stepped forward and took a seat, extending his right hand. Su Yunha took his pulse, his wrinkled face carrying an air of inscrutable mystery. The consultation room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Shin Hung noticed a printed document placed on the computer desk behind Dr. Su. It unmistakably contained his training information. Clearly, the elderly gentleman had just been reviewing Shin Hang's information. After a while, Su Yunha said, switch hands. Shin Hung extended his left wrist for the pulse diagnosis. Moments later, Su Yunha nodded slightly. Indeed, a natural martial meridian. No wonder he became a junior martial artist in such a short time. Innate martial veins? Shin Hung wondered, could this be referring to as unobstructed meridians? But how could such a thing possibly be detected? During the medical examination, no one had taken his pulse, just blood tests and scans. And as for the body's meridian pathways, those simply don't show up on scans. The elderly physician, Dr. Su, nodded slightly, his aged voice carrying a soothing magic that calmed the mind. He said, your blood maintains a constant temperature and refuses to clot over time. The doctor who initially examined you thought it might be due to a lack of clotting factors, but deeper analysis proved otherwise. When the report reached me, I studied it and concluded you likely possess the once in 10,000 martial vein sacred constitution. Blood maintains constant temperature, doesn't coagulate? Is this how one discerns unimpeded meridians? Shin Hung couldn't help but fall silent. This was something he truly didn't know. Growing up, he had almost never suffered injuries. Although there were a few fights with Wang Peng in recent years resulting in minor scrapes, those superficial wounds never showed any noticeable bleeding. Only now, after hearing old physician Su's explanation, did he realize his body actually possessed this peculiar trait. So have you made your decision now? Shin Hung asked. Old Su nodded. Shin Hung, what's so special about innate martial veins? All he knew was that his cultivation speed was faster than others. Beyond that, he understood nothing. Su Yunha explained, those born with martial veins have a smooth path in cultivation. Becoming a grandmaster is almost inevitable. Moreover, your blood is different from ordinary people's, possessing an extraordinary self-healing ability. Even when severely injured, you'll recover quickly. If you ever become a martial god, even severed limbs will regenerate within a month. Become a grandmaster. Regenerate limbs. Shin Hang's eyes widened slightly. Becoming a grandmaster wasn't too surprising, as he already felt his cultivation progress was extraordinarily smooth. Given enough time, he was even confident of reaching the grandmaster realm. But limb regeneration is downright astonishing. With current medical technology, the best we can do is reattach severed limbs, and even then, the reattached limb's mobility is significantly reduced, essentially leaving the patient half-crippled. Yet physician Su's implication was clear. If one becomes a martial god, even if their arms or legs are chopped off, with hacked-off limbs discarded for the dogs, their body could spontaneously regrow entirely new limbs. Such a notion is utterly unheard of. Old sir, is this really true? Has there been a precedent? Shin Hung asked with some disbelief. Su Yunha nodded. There was one case. Who? Shin Hung immediately pressed. Su Yunha, the martial god Walton, the headmaster of the war god dojo. Shin Hung. It turns out there really exists someone who experienced limb regeneration in this world, and what's more, a martial god at that. Walden the martial god ranks among the strongest fighters globally. With abilities like his, how could he possibly lose limbs? Su Yunha spoke slowly. This incident remains somewhat of a secret within martial circles. Over 30 years ago, shortly after Walden the martial god achieved his breakthrough, Berlin-based city faced an attack from a catastrophe-level beast tide. He single-handedly repelled numerous monstrous creatures, pursuing 2 beast gods for thousands of kilometers across the Atlantic Ocean in an epic battle. By the time he returned, his legs had actually been severed. To prevent public panic, he used his combat aura to forcibly attach prosthetic limbs, maintaining his imposing appearance while carrying back the head of a beast god. That battle inspired the people and laid the unshakable foundation for Berlin-based city's strength. However, Walden the martial god sustained extremely severe injuries and needed over 2 months of recuperation before recovering his vitality. Witnessed daily by his medical team, his legs gradually regenerated. So that's the inside story behind that battle.
Shin Hong grew up listening to the tales of the 9 great martial gods, so of course he knew this story. The martial gods in textbooks are mostly depicted as glorious and mighty, with no records of dismemberment. Wotan the martial god had just made a breakthrough when he fought 2 opponents single-handedly and successfully killed a beast god. In terms of combat achievements, he stands among the top of the 9 great martial gods. It was that very battle that earned him the revered title of God of War and later led to the establishment of the God of War dojo. So, Wotan the martial god was also born with martial veins? Does that mean I might have a chance to reach his level one day? Shin Hong couldn't help but feel excited. Su Yunha chuckled, that'll depend on your efforts. Innate martial veins are indeed rare, but they're merely 1 in 10,000, not quite invincible in this world. As for geniuses like you, from what I know, there should be over a dozen globally right now. Take Qinyao, for instance, he's quite famous and hailed as the youngest grandmaster, and he's one of them. Grandmaster Qinyao also has an innate martial vein. Shin Hong was even more astonished. So, there were at least over a dozen prodigious martial talents like him on Earth, and some among them had already grown incredibly powerful. In that case, he wasn't really that special after all. Of course, with over 1 billion people globally, being 1 in 100 million is already something to be immensely proud of. Mr. Su, thank you for sharing this with me, Shin Hong said, finally gaining a clear understanding of his own condition. Su Yunha stroked his beard with a faint smile. Young man, your potential is remarkable. Currently, you're the only one in our South Xia branch with innate martial veins. I'll inform Master Wang about this shortly. Soon, the grandmasters and great-grandmasters in our martial arts school might be competing to take you as their disciple. Choose wisely. Well. Shin Hong scratched his head and smiled sheepishly. To have grandmasters and supreme grandmasters vying to take him as their disciple, what an honorable thing that would be. With a supreme grandmaster as his backing, even if Wang Jianming's subordinates wanted to stir up trouble, they'd have to think twice before acting. Chapter 066, Student ID and Class Schedule. Alright, you may go now. Don't spread word of this matter openly, lest jealousy leads others to scheme against you. Su Yunha admonished him with these words before waving his hand to dismiss Shin Hong. Understood, many thanks to you, venerable elder. Shin Hong withdrew respectfully. He naturally understood the principle that the tallest tree in the forest must weather the strongest winds. From the first moment he discovered the abnormality in his meridians during cultivation, he had kept it firmly in mind and never told a soul. If not for the physical exam revealing clues, he might not have learned for a long time that he possessed natural martial veins. Shin Hong left the medical building, grabbed some lunch, and returned to the elite class dormitory. No sooner had he arrived back at his dorm than he received a message from Zhong Wanshan on his phone. Zhong Wanshan, I've sent someone to deliver your trainee ID. Remember to collect it from Old Lin. You'll need it for access to restricted areas like the Beast Arena and the archives. The class schedule is included. Check the timings and locations carefully. Unexcused absences will result in demerits. Although the elite class doesn't follow a credit system, accumulating more than 5 demerits will bring you before the Council of Elders, and you could still face expulsion. Shin Hong immediately typed back, understood, thank you for the reminder, Teacher Zhong. Unable to contain his excitement, he rushed downstairs to wait at Old Lin's office. The messenger hadn't arrived yet. Walking was naturally slower than sending a message. Shin Hong waited downstairs, enjoying the cool breeze from the air conditioner for over 10 minutes before finally seeing someone enter. At first glance, the person delivering the documents looked quite familiar, a petite girl, none other than senior sister Qinyu's little caretaker. Seeing Qin Hang there, she cheerfully ran over and said, Senior brother Qin Hong, here are your student ID and class schedule. Why are you calling me senior brother? I'm younger than you, Shin Hong replied, feeling a bit awkward. He was a freshman that year, while this female student was clearly a senior student. The girl explained, I'm just an ordinary trainee in the pre-warrior class. According to the rules of our Heavenly Dao Martial Arts School, whenever a regular class trainee encounters an elite class student, regardless of how long they've been studying, they must address them as senior brother or senior sister. So that's how it is. Shin Hong pursed his lips. Would there actually be many people in their late 20s calling him senior brother later? As a young man, he felt rather embarrassed about it. The female student happened to be coming over to prepare lunch for Qinyu, so she went upstairs with Qin Hang. While riding the elevator, the two exchanged a few casual words. Shin Hong learned that this junior sister was named Su Qingqing and hailed from the new district. Though she appeared around the same age as Fang Lingxue, she was actually 22, a third-year veteran student. Her punching power was already nearing 1,000 kilograms, though she hadn't yet taken the preliminary martial artist exam. Her daily routine involved preparing lunch and tidying Chenyu's room at noon, with occasional errands like fetching packages. The remainder of her time was freely disposable. This leisurely work earned her 2,000 yuan monthly, nowhere near the earnings from wilderness combat, but comfortably stress-free. Combined with her existing 4,500 yuan salary, her total monthly income reached 6,500 yuan, placing her among the high earners throughout the entire base city. After hearing the details, Shin Hong couldn't help but grumble to himself, senior sister Chen really throws money around like dirt just for delivering groceries and cooking meals. She's offering a whopping 2,000 a month. It's like money means nothing to her. And that 2,000 is just the service fee. It doesn't even include the cost of groceries and ingredients for cooking. To put it in perspective, Fong Lingshua's exhausting job in Frostfall City required her to work from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. without a single day off each month, yet only paid 900. Even that measly wage had countless slum residents green with envy, scrambling over each other just to get it. The circles of the wealthy are indeed different from those of the poor. If given the choice, Shin Hong would rather walk a bit farther to eat at the cafeteria than spend an extra 2,000 unnecessarily. Returning to his place, Shin Hong turned on the free air conditioning. Opening the file folder, the first thing he saw was a gleaming golden student ID. Su Kuang and Chen Yuan's student identification cards were white, similar to ID cards, with printed portraits, names, student numbers, and other information. Shin Hong's card gleamed with a golden sheen, boldly emblazoned with the words Elite Student, and had the student number ending in 00001. Absolutely badass. Shin Hong picked up his phone and snapped a few pictures, sending them to Fong Lingxue as well as his mom and dad for a look. Then he began checking the class schedule. At this sight, Shin Hong's mind buzzed, momentarily stunned. Why so many classes? Before his eyes stretched a densely packed schedule of classes. With only Sunday afternoons off each week, nearly every other moment was devoted to study. Monday, 8 to 12 o'clock, Wilderness Survival, Wufang, 14 to 1800 hours, Basic Martial Arts Theory, Sun Ku. Tuesday, all day, Combat Techniques and Physical Training, Zhu Qianxiu. Wednesday, 8 to 12 o'clock, Weapon Combat Practice, Zhang Songyun, 14 to 1800 hours, Basic Martial Arts Theory, Sun Ku. Thursday, full day, Techniques and Physical Training, Zhu Qianxiu. Friday, 8 to 12 o'clock, Beast Combat Practical Class, Qin Ziang, 14 to 1800 hours, Law and Business, Yu Weiwei. Saturday, full day, Techniques and Physical Training, Zhu Qianxiu. Sunday 8 a.m. 12 p.m., Combat Practical Class, Random Elder. Looking at the fully packed schedule, Shin Hong suddenly felt like he had returned to his school days. Compared to the free training at the Trial Martial Arts Hall, these classes looked exhausting. But to become stronger, a little exhaustion is worth it. Today is the adaptation period with no classes. Tomorrow, Friday, the first lesson is Beast Combat Practical Training, and we'll be heading to the arena. Shin Hong glanced at the schedule's time and location, feeling a subtle sense of anticipation in his heart. Beast combat practice was quite entertaining. Previously, when he fought monsters in the wilderness, he felt an exhilarating thrill that brought him genuine joy. Compared to academic studies, these combat courses held far greater appeal for him. In the quiet afternoon, devoid of any pressing matters, Shin Hong rested only briefly before retreating into the underground training space. There, he found a secluded chamber to settle his mind and focus on cultivation. Having expended 6 energy points the previous night, only 4 remained, just enough to be used up entirely. With both the gravity system and the energy assistance system activated, he calibrated them to mirror yesterday's settings. Then, sitting cross-legged, he immersed himself in the meditative state of the primordial breathing technique. 4 hours slipped by unnoticed. When the system played the prompt, "Your energy points have been exhausted. Please recharge promptly." Shin Hong slowly opened his eyes. It's so fast. It feels like only a blink of an eye has passed. 4 energy points, worth 4,000 yuan, were gone just like that. He didn't have much money left in his card now and couldn't afford to buy more energy points. If he wanted to continue experiencing this energy-fueled cultivation environment, he would have to wait until his salary arrived next month. And when he actually gets his salary, he'll probably be too reluctant to spend it, keeping aside some money first, saving up to buy his parents a neural-sympathetic exoskeleton. Sigh, if only there were other ways to earn energy points, Shin Hong murmured. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Right, I could ask my martial brothers and sisters, they might have ways to earn energy points. Chapter 067, Borrowing a bit from the senior sister. Energy points can be bought with money, but it doesn't mean money is the only way to get them. Shin Hong stepped out of the gravity training chamber and immediately began searching for someone. The basement levels 1 and 2 are meditation chambers, where one must not disturb others casually. Shin Hong arrived at the weapons training area on basement level 3, where he happened to see 2 people sparring, both of whom he happened to know. Senior sister Chenyu, senior brother Zhao Chong. Shin Hong stepped forward to greet them. Chenyu, her hair tied in a high ponytail, and bald Zhao Chong were currently engaged in combat, one wielding a sword, the other a blade. Hearing the voice, both stopped their movements and turned to look. Junior brother Shin Hong, is something the matter? Chenyu asked, her posture relaxed. Zhao Chong, meanwhile, let out a sigh of relief and seized the opportunity to hastily wipe away his sweat. Shin Hung said, "Sorry to bother you. I wanted to ask if there are other ways to obtain energy points besides spending money to buy them?" Hearing this, Chen Yu's heroic and pretty face broke into a smile as she replied, "Of course there are, though they might be a bit troublesome." "How so?" Shin Hung asked curiously. Chen Yu casually flung her long sword, sending it shooting into a nearby alloy dummy where it embedded halfway, sinking a foot deep. He then picked up the thermal cup nearby and took a sip of water before continuing. "Besides spending money to buy them, there are 3 other methods. One is to find other trainees and purchase energy points at a lower price." "Energy points can be traded?" Shin Hong was astonished. Chen Yu replied, "Some can, some can't. The monthly free ones are all bound to the account and cannot be transferred. But if you perform meritorious deeds or receive scholarships, you might also be rewarded with some tradable energy points." "Meritorious deeds and scholarships, are those the other 2 methods you mentioned?" Shin Hong caught the hint. Chen Yu nodded slightly. "Yes, meritorious deeds always grant energy points. Sometimes just 1 or 2 points, other times dozens, it depends on what you accomplish. If you want to earn merits, you can check the military affairs building south of the square. Typically, meritorious missions are military related, requiring you to carry out combat or preparatory tasks either at the border walls or in the wilderness." "Anything else?" Shin Hung silently committed this information to memory. Chen Yu continued, "Occasionally, there are bounty missions too. Some of our dojo's elite masters can't be bothered with certain tasks themselves, so they post bounties for students to run errands, deliver beatings, hurl insults, or hunt monsters for materials. As long as you complete them, rewards are guaranteed." Running errands and hunting monsters are one thing, but what the hell is with beating and cursing people? Are these experts really this down to earth? Chen Yu, the last one is the scholarship. How should I put this? Well, those of us in the elite class will never have a chance to get it, our salaries are just too high. That makes sense. Shin Hung nodded in understanding. Scholarships are typically awarded to students who excel both academically and morally. In terms of ability, nearly every student in the elite class ranks among the top in their grade. However, these individuals already receive generous stipends. Granting them additional scholarships would undoubtedly be unacceptable to regular students. The primary purpose of such awards is to foster healthy competition. If they're consistently given to elite class members, the scholarship system loses its meaning. Therefore, it's entirely reasonable to exclude elite class students from eligibility. "I'll go check out the military affairs building," Shin Hung said. There was no hope for a scholarship, and acquiring energy points required a lot of money. Now, his only hope was to earn merit. "Wait a second." Zhao Chong called out to him and said, "I have to remind you, don't waste too much time just to earn energy points. If you're really short on energy, there's actually a 4th way." "Oh, a 4th way?" Shin Hung immediately cast a questioning look his way. Zhao Chong chuckled. "You can borrow energy points from your senior brothers and sisters. There's a particularly generous senior sister right here, she's loaded with energy points. She once participated in a beast-tide defense battle, earning glorious merits, and is the wealthiest one among all of us in the elite class." "What? There really was such a thing?" Shin Han looked at Chen Yu, his eyes involuntarily filling with respect. The beast-tide battle is not something ordinary people dare to participate in. Every time it occurs, numerous border guards and martial artists perish, the danger is extreme. Chen Yu, a young woman who not only trained diligently to master extraordinary skills but also bravely fought in border defense with blood and sweat, truly stands as a heroine among women. "Mind your own business," Chen Yu snapped irritably, shooting Zhao Chong a glare. Then he said to Qin Hang, "I do have some energy points on hand, but I can't just lend them to you for nothing, there'll be interest." Charging interest means it's not a loan anymore. That's called a credit line. Qin Hang found himself in a dilemma. The main issue was that he still didn't know exactly how much money he could earn. He feared that if he borrowed these energy points, he might not be able to repay them later, which would lead to trouble. Chen Yu noticed his embarrassment and said calmly, "I'll charge you 1% monthly interest. For 100 points, you'll owe 101 next month. Paying interest first and principal later is also fine." Qin Hang was overjoyed upon hearing this. Wasn't this practically giving it away for free? He only needed to repay her 1 energy point each month. As for the principal, he could return that whenever he became better off. Qin Hang had an intense craving for energy points. Speaking somewhat shyly, he said, "Senior sister, could you lend me some then?" "Not too much, just enough for 1 month will do." Seeing his somewhat embarrassed expression, Chen Yu couldn't help but retort impatiently, "At most, I can lend you 300 points. My own needs are quite substantial too." 300 points. That was a staggering sum equivalent to 300,000 in cash. Great. Then it's 300 points. Qin Hang was overjoyed. "Hand over your student card." Chen Yu wasted no time and directly extended her hand toward him. Shin Hong took out his student card and handed it to her. Shen Yu also held an identical golden student card and led the way to the underground level 2 training room. Once inside, she inserted both student cards into the slot simultaneously to conduct the energy point transaction. Shin Hong couldn't help but widen his eyes when he saw the screen. Shen Yu's information appeared on the display. Her remaining energy points were a staggering 2,230 in total. Not only that, but her bank account balance was also displayed, currently standing at 5.88 million. Senior sister, you're so wealthy. Shin Hong couldn't help but mutter. Shen Yu said calmly, this is nothing, just small change. Still small change? Then what counts as big money? Shin Hong, who came from a poor background, admitted his understanding was limited. Shen Yu replied, when you become as strong as Senior Ning Fan and venture into the wilderness to take down some Beast Kings comparable to Grandmaster level fighters, you'll earn more money than you can spend. Beast Kings. Shin Hong was convinced. Monster classifications correspond directly to human martial artists. Basic level monsters equals basic level martial artists, intermediate monsters equals intermediate martial artists, advanced monsters equals advanced martial artists, ferocious beasts equals warrior masters, greater, advanced, ferocious beasts equals grand warrior masters, beast kings equals grandmasters, greater, advanced, beast kings equals supreme grandmasters, and beast gods equals martial gods. Senior brother Ning Fan is a grand warrior master, but he possesses mystic gold battle chi and excels in technique, enabling him to defeat beast kings beyond his own level. Materials harvested from high-level monsters can be sold to MS Corporation or the military to craft various types of equipment. On average, a basic-level monster is worth 3,000 yuan, an intermediate-level monster 8,000 yuan, and an advanced-level monster 20,000 yuan. Ferocious beasts fetch 50,000, while greater ferocious beasts go for 200,000. Beast kings are rare, breaching the million yuan mark, and greater beast kings are even more valuable. A single kill can exceed 10 million. Certain rare beast emperors can even surpass 30 million. As for the beast god, only a martial god has the power to slay such a creature, and martial gods are never short on money. Chapter 068, The Colosseum. Shen Yu transferred 300 energy points to Shin Hong as a loan, then added his contact details and invited him into 2 chat groups. Shin Hong clicked to check and saw that one group was large while the other was small. The smaller group was called the Elite Class Martial God Acceleration Program, its name somewhat lofty. Currently, it had over 50 members, not only including all 13 active trainees in the program but also many alumni who had long since graduated and left. The larger one was the Way of Heaven Dojo Grandmasters Group, with a staggering 200-plus members. The group owner was none other than the legendary Wang Daoi, supplemented by Deputy Dojo heads Zhang Jinwei and Xu Qingshan, as well as Elder Council member Li Iliang, each and every one of them a formidable master. Shin Hong skimmed through the list and noticed that the administrative deputy dojo head, Lang Xingxue, was absent. It seemed she hadn't reached Grandmaster level strength and thus couldn't join this circle. Of course, not every member in the group was necessarily a Grandmaster. Elite students like Shin Hong and Shen Yu were relatively weaker in strength. Shen Yu said to Shin Hong, if you have any questions about cultivation in the future, you can consult the experts in the Grandmaster group. For minor matters in daily life or when you need assistance, just ask in the Elite Class group. These 2 groups will be our most important networking resources in the future, don't leave them lightly. Understood, thank you, senior sister. Shin Hong replied solemnly. Networking resources. He never had this before, but as his status as an Elite Class trainee was established, he managed to join this exclusive circle of high-level martial artists. Although he didn't know any of them yet and had no connections, given time, these relationships would gradually develop. In the past when he was bullied, he could only tough it out alone and let his fists do the talking. If you ever get bullied in the future, just make a call in the group chat, and whoosh, dozens of grandmasters will appear from every direction. Just imagining that scene feels exhilarating. However, Shin Hong understands very well that relationships go both ways. Those grandmasters won't help you for no reason, you've got to prove yourself worthy of their intervention. Perhaps one day they might be in a good mood and lend a hand unconditionally, but most of the time, before seeking help from others, one must think carefully about how to repay them. I'm going to continue my training. Keep working hard and surpass that Han Liang soon. Shen Yu turned and left with a carefree grace. Goodbye, senior sister. Shin Hong watched her figure disappear around the corner, feeling rather moved. This senior sister truly lived up to what Liang Yunkai had said, powerful in strength, outstanding in demeanor, and easygoing in temper. She was truly an admirable senior sister. No wonder she became one of the most popular goddesses in Heavenly Dao Martial Arts School. The sky was growing dark as Shin Hong went out alone for dinner. With nothing pressing in the evening, he spent some time chatting with his family over the phone before returning to the training chamber to continue improving himself. Now that he had borrowed energy points from Chun Yu, Shin Hong felt more confident in his cultivation. He activated the energy assistance system at 40% enhancement effect, consuming 2 energy points per hour to significantly improve his training efficiency. His innate martial veins naturally possessed extraordinary cultivation speed, allowing him to absorb cosmic energy with remarkable efficiency. The energy concentration increased by 40%, and his cultivation speed rose by 40% accordingly, with not a shred of it wasted. He meditated throughout the entire night. The next morning, when Shin Hong opened his eyes, he could clearly feel that his muscles and bones had become noticeably stronger than the day before. My current strength must be nearing 2,000 kilograms already. He practiced for a total of 16 hours yesterday, equivalent to 2 normal days of training. Anyone else would have stopped midway from the excruciating pain and the stinging sensation in their meridians after practicing for so long. Only those with innate martial veins can cultivate with ease, as serene and comfortable as sleep itself. Class starts today. Training in beast combat commenced at 8 a.m. and continued uninterrupted until noon. Shin Hong didn't want to be late on his very first day, so after finishing his cultivation, he immediately returned to his dwelling. He freshened up first, then went out for a meal. Once done eating, he headed straight to the beast fighting arena. The Heavenly Path Martial Arts Academy was vast, with an intricately designed interior catering to multifaceted functions. In addition to standard facilities found in ordinary schools such as administrative buildings, libraries, teaching blocks, dormitories, and medical centers, there were also structures unique to this martial academy, including an arena, weaponry hall, and military affairs building. Moreover, the library was exceptionally vast, housing not only conventional book lending areas but also special floors like underground training chambers and rare archives. The arena stood at the southwestern corner of the martial campus, forming a perfect diagonal with the elite students' dormitory. Shin Hong jogged the entire way, taking over 10 minutes to arrive. From a distance, the beast fighting arena resembled an ordinary sports stadium in both size and architecture, being the largest building in the entire Heavenly Path Martial Arts Academy. Shin Hong arrived quite early, just a little past 7 o'clock. From within the beast fighting arena came faint roars of creatures and the clanging of metal bars being rammed, as if some beasts refused captivity and struggled to break free. Honk honk. At that moment, the horn of a large vehicle sounded in the distance. Several massive wasteland combat vehicles formed a convoy, rolling menacingly toward the martial arts hall's main entrance. Shin Hong instinctively looked over and saw that each armored vehicle resembled a semi-trailer truck, towing enormous ally cages behind them. Inside, savage wasteland beasts were imprisoned, all hauling straight toward the beast fighting arena. Is this a fresh shipment? Shin Hong couldn't help but wonder. At the front of the convoy, 2 trainees were jogging quickly, shooing people away as they ran. Clear the way, clear the way. Monsters are coming in, don't approach, or you might get hurt. Although there weren't many people out for a morning stroll, there were still a dozen or two around. Seeing the wilderness convoy return, loaded with monsters freshly captured from the wilds, they watched curiously from a short distance away. Just beside Shin Hong, a few trainees gasped in amazement at the beasts inside the cages. Wow, iron skull macaques. Those are mid-level monsters, they actually managed to capture them alive. And a horned savage bull, top tier among mid-level monsters, nearly high level. I heard its ramming force can reach 9,500 kilograms, and they caught one too. Who led this operation? They must be absolutely incredible. Shin Hong still had limited knowledge of monsters, but judging by the aura of the creatures in the armored cages and the discussions among the trainees around him, he quickly grasped just how formidable this batch of transported beasts truly was. The convoy arrived outside the Colosseum's gates as the massive alloy doors slowly creaked open at a leisurely pace. The vehicles came to a halt, and the passenger door of the lead transport truck swung open. A young man in combat gear jumped down from the cab. Wow, it's senior brother Yunwei. So he's leading the team, that explains everything. Gasps erupted around him, tinged with a hint of relief. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Shin Hong asked a female trainee nearby, "Is this senior Yunwei famous? What's his strength level?" The female trainee threw him a sidelong glance and sneered, "New here, aren't you? You don't even know senior Yunwei?" Shin Hong nodded. "I'm a fresh recruit." The female student snorted, "Humph. Then you'd better remember, senior brother Yunwei is the most outstanding trainee our Heavenly Dao Martial Arts Academy has produced in 8 years, an 8-time consecutive scholarship winner, superior to even many elite class students. He's already an advanced martial artist now, personally scouted by MS Corporation and preemptively signed to their Grade B talent development program. He's a prized genius martial artist across the entire base city." Her tone brimmed with arrogance as she spoke, as if these accomplishments were her own. Shin Hong gave a slight nod. That is indeed impressive. 8 years, from a fledgling martial artist to an advanced one. His talent was already top tier, and though he hadn't made it into the elite class, among ordinary students, he was extraordinarily rare. "Like I need you to tell me? Senior Yunwei." "Ah." Senior Yunwei smiled at me. The female student was about to berate Shin Hong when Senior Yunwei happened to glance in their direction, his warm, faint smile instantly charming her into a daze, her eyes glittering with stars. Anyone over there at the primary martial artist level? Our squad has an injured member and needs 2 volunteers to help escort a monster back to its cage. If you're free, I'll treat you to a meal, Yunwei called out. Chapter 069, Combat Training with Beasts. The female student immediately spoke up upon hearing this. Senior brother Yunwei, me. I'm Chuyani from Preparatory Fighter Class 105, I can help. Yunwei asked her, are you a junior martial artist? Female student Chuyani, I will be soon. Yunwei quickly shook his head. No, these are intermediate-level monsters. Even with tranquilizer guns to suppress them, you'd still need the strength of a primary-level martial artist to escort them safely. Otherwise, it'd be far too dangerous. This Chuyani is clearly a fangirl of Yunwei. Hearing this, her face showed disappointment, but then she quickly beamed with happiness, saying, Senior brother Yunwei is worried about my safety. He's just so warm. Qin Hong, standing nearby, was utterly speechless. Let me help, he said as he stepped forward. As usual, Yunwei asked, Junior brother, you are elite class, Qin Hong, novice martial artist, Qin Hong replied. As those words fell, the surroundings instantly grew silent. Ha, elite class? Seriously? That can't be right. There are only 13 elite class students in the whole martial arts academy, and I just happened to run into one? Qin Hang, that record-breaking, pill-popping genius slacker from this year? There weren't many people around, but the voices were quite chaotic. Even the female student who had looked down on him earlier showed a surprised expression, though she still stubbornly muttered under her breath, just a rookie martial artist, not as good as my senior Yunwei. Qin Hong heard but said nothing more, simply stepping forward slowly to offer assistance. Yunwei grinned, come on, if it's from the elite class then I'm relieved. These guys are tough, regular students might not be able to handle them. As they spoke, the convoy had already driven into the beast fighting arena. Yunwei found another entry-level martial arts student to join Qin Hong, and together they jogged along behind the convoy. Senior brother Qin Hong, you're this year's freshman, right? I haven't heard your name before, Yunwei asked. Qin Hong, yeah, just reported in the day before yesterday. Senior brother Yunwei, you must have stayed in the wilds for quite some time, huh? Indeed, quite long. Set out in early June, fought dozens of battles deep in the wilderness before finally capturing these live specimens. Fortunately, I didn't disgrace the mission, managed to complete the assignment delegated by the Military Affairs Tower, Yunwei replied. Just as I suspected, Qin Hong thought to himself. The name Qin Hong may not be widely renowned yet, but it has gained some recognition, with many now knowing of him. Yunwei acted as if he had never heard of him, clearly a sign of poor information flow in the wilderness region. Qin Hong asked, is capturing monsters a task from the Military Affairs Tower? What rewards does it offer? After hearing what Shen Yu and Zhao Chong said yesterday, he had become quite interested in the tasks from the Military Affairs Tower. However, his basic martial skills weren't solid enough yet, so he couldn't take on the missions for now. Now that I've run into Yunwei, it's a good opportunity to get some details. Yunwei replied, this time we've taken on an A3 level team mission aiming to capture 5 to 10 intermediate level monsters alive. Each monster gives 50 energy points split equally among squad members, with the team leader getting an extra 10 points. Everyone also receives an academic credit reward of 1 point. Qin Hong mentally calculated the numbers and felt it was quite a decent deal. Their hunting squad had 10 members and successfully captured 8 monsters. On average, each person would earn 40 energy points, worth 40,000 yuan. However, capturing monsters alive is more difficult than killing them, making this task quite challenging. There's also significant risk involved, as one might be killed by the monsters during the hunt. Upon entering the beast fighting arena, a cacophony of growls and roars echoed from all directions. Qin Hong scanned the surroundings and found the Colosseum structure remarkably simple, just a central clearing the size of a football field, surrounded by spectator stands. Beneath those stands lay nothing but beast cages. The cages were made of alloy, and there were a great number of them. Though a large portion stood empty, more than 200 monsters remained imprisoned inside. These creatures could witness the spectacle in the beast fighting arena. Whenever someone fought and slaughtered beasts in the center, they'd personally witness it all. With their level of intelligence, the monstrous beasts surely understand their inevitable fate. So once released, they fight with every ounce of strength, striving to take down the martial students with them, determined to drag someone to the grave even in death. There's an overwhelming sense of bloodlust here, Qin Hong observed with deep feeling. Wei Yun nodded. Indeed, each beast is driven nearly mad from captivity. After release, their combat power exceeds 120% of their peak condition. Even elite class trainees like yourselves have suffered injuries before. Qin Hong asked, are the monsters here available for everyone to use, or do you have to pay to practice with them? Yunwei smiled and replied, you don't need to pay, but not everyone gets to spar with the monsters. Elite class privileges like yours allow you to claim a monster for solo practice, while in regular classes like ours, we get combat training with them too. During monster fighting sessions, 100 students share one monster, taking turns to strike and experience the feel of real monster combat.
100 people sharing one monster. Shin Hong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This is way too shabby.
Forget fighting, even just taking turns to take bites could probably finish off the monster. Still, capturing monsters is so difficult that we should conserve living specimens whenever possible. This arrangement makes perfect sense.
Let's start by sorting the monsters into their cages, Junwei said. Got it.
The enclosures here are clearly categorized by species: feline monsters, canine monsters, primate monsters, reptilian monsters, insectoid monsters, and so on, with each type using cages of varying specifications. Some creatures are small in size, so their cages are correspondingly narrower and more compact. Others gnaw through metal, so high-voltage electricity is applied to their cages as a deterrent.
Shin Hong and his team worked in pairs according to the arena's enclosure layout.
They first subdued the captured monsters with tranquilizer guns, then dragged them into designated cages for containment. During the moving process, Shin Hong saw many monsters caged up, broadening his horizons a little. Just then, a voice came from not far away.
Junior brother Chin, you're here so early, did you get roped into manual labor?
The voice carried a playful tone of teasing. It's Han Liang, he's also come to the beast fighting arena, carrying 2 wind slasher style combat knives. By the looks of it, like Shin Hong, he's here for training. Senior brother Yunwei's team is short-handed, so I came to help out.
Senior brother Han, why did you bring your own weapons? Don't they provide any for practical combat training? Shin Hong replied.
Han Liang smiled, of course not, you have to bring your own.
Here, knowing you didn't have one, I specially brought an extra.
With that, he tossed the spare wind slasher knife over. Shin Hong caught it with one hand and was about to express his thanks when Yunwei spoke first. Han Liang, which teacher handled your class today? Han Liang shrugged. According to the schedule, it should be instructor Qin Ziang, but who really knows about these things? There's always a chance Master Wang might come in person.
Shin Hong blinked and asked, does this mean our instructors aren't permanently assigned? Han Liang, absolutely.
So long as you perform well enough, the masters at the martial arts school will be eager to give you extra sessions, vying to take you on as their personal disciple. They'll even genuinely fight each other for tutoring privileges.
Is it really that exaggerated?
Shin Hong found it a bit hard to believe. Yunwei couldn't hide his envy. You freaks get treated way too well.
Since I'm free today, I'm definitely crashing one of your classes no matter what. Shin Hong was even more speechless. Could you really mooch off combat training class? This isn't some theoretical lecture held indoors.
Testing the book upload, need to control word count.
Only 2 updates today. Chapter 070, Grandmaster Sui Chen.
It was almost 8 o'clock when a group of students walked in through the Coliseum entrance, apparently also coming for class. This Coliseum was enormous, capable of accommodating more than one group of students for combat training simultaneously, so scheduling 2 classes together was entirely possible. Shin Hong looked around for Qin Yu and Zhao Chong, but after waiting for a long time without seeing them arrive, he asked Han Liang, Brother Han, is it just the 2 of us in the elite class today?
Han Liang replied, yes.
The course arrangements vary based on different academic years and combat strengths. The highest level monsters imprisoned in the beast arena are only intermediate, and currently, you and I are the only primary level martial artists in the elite class. So the senior disciples who are intermediate level martial artists or above don't need to participate.
So, the intermediate level senior disciples already look down on intermediate level monsters?
Shin Hong was somewhat surprised. Han Liang said matter-of-factly, we are elite class students.
Our strength is always measured against enemies 1 level above us.
Since you're new here, the teachers won't demand too much from you.
But by next year, the requirements will become very strict. If you can't meet them, you might even get expelled.
Alright. Only then did Shin Hong understand why people said the elite class came with immense pressure.
Fighting enemies a whole realm above one's level was no easy task, yet this was the baseline requirement for the elite class.
Han Liang said, once you become an intermediate martial artist and pass all other indoor courses, you'll begin wilderness combat training.
By then, a teacher will take you deep into the wilds. You'll be gone for 1 or 2 months at a time.
Prepare yourself mentally.
Shin Hong, no wonder we rarely see other senior brothers and sisters.
There were originally few students in the elite class. Ning Fan and Shui Chang, the 2 most formidable ones, were both immersed in rigorous training to break through their current realms. As for the other senior brothers and sisters, several had ventured into the wilderness. On ordinary days, the only ones Shin Hong could encounter were Qin Yu, Zhao Chong, and Han Liang.
Ding ling ling.
The school bell rang exactly 8 o'clock. Click, clack, clack. With the sound of mechanical hinges turning, an alloy fence rose from the center of the arena, dividing the entire area into 2.
On the southern side of the fence stood just 3 trainees, Shin Hong, Yunwei, and Han Liang,
while on the northern side were 100 quasi-martial artist trainees and their instructor. Those prospective martial artists all seemed to be freshmen, just like Qin Hang. Today was their first class, and coming to this place, seeing so many monsters around them, they felt both nervous and excited.
Why isn't your teacher here yet? Yunwei glanced toward the entrance with a slight frown. At that moment, Han Liang raised his head and said, "Isn't that them coming now?"
Qin Hong and Yunwei both looked up simultaneously. A young man flew in directly from above the arena, hovering mid-air. He was dressed in a t-shirt and casual pants, sporting black-rimmed glasses and flip-flops.
Teacher Qin Ziang is a grandmaster? Qin Hong was momentarily stunned.
Just days ago, he had personally witnessed Wang Jianming and Wang Daoyi stepping through the air, leaving a deep impression of a grandmaster's majestic demeanor.
Yet today's teacher didn't bring any sense of pressure at all. He looked relaxed and carefree, like a homebody just about to go out for breakfast.
This isn't Teacher Qin. Han Liang wore an "I told you so" expression, as if he had anticipated this all along.
Qin Hong understood instantly.
This grandmaster-level expert had come by taking over Teacher Qin Ziang's class.
The reclusive grandmaster floated down in front of Qin Hong and his two companions, glanced at them, and raised an eyebrow. Why 3 people? Where did this kid come from?
These words were directed at Yunwei. Yunwei chuckled with a somewhat ingratiating tone and replied, "Grandmaster Su, I'm Yunwei, son of Yun Jiang from Feng Yun Restaurant.
I've been at Tiandao Martial Arts School for years and have always admired you. When I heard you were coming today, I wanted to sit in on a lesson."
"Oh,
old Yun's son. Fine, you can stay then." Grandmaster Sui Chen nodded slightly.
Qin Hong showed a surprised expression. It seemed the senior brother Yunwei had quite a formidable background. For a teacher with the strength of a grandmaster to affectionately address someone as old Yun, his father must at least be a master-level expert.
Han Liang asked with a smile, "Teacher Su, did Instructor Qin take leave today?"
Sui Chen replied plainly, "Yes, his wife had a prenatal checkup, so he asked for leave.
I had no choice but to cover his class." Han Liang wore an expression of stifled laughter.
The truth was most likely that Instructor Qin Ziang wanted to attend the class himself but was forced to take leave, leaving the slot to Sui Chen.
Sui Chen glanced at Qin Hong, his gaze lingering for 2 seconds, then asked, "Ever killed a monster before?" Qin Hong nodded.
"During recent wilderness combat training, I killed several primary-level ones."
Not bad.
"Yunwei, go release a mid-level beast, one that's balanced,"
Sui Chen ordered straight away. "Yes." Yunwei responded immediately, running towards the central control platform of the arena.
The console is monitored by dedicated personnel, and all movement of creatures in and out is controlled from the operation panel to prevent any mistakes.
Yunwei was quite shrewd.
After glancing at the stock of intermediate-level monsters, he quickly selected and released one with well-balanced abilities in all aspects.
Crack!
From the corner, an iron gate of a beast cage descended, imprisoning a brown-furred gorilla inside. The gate was open, but the brown gorilla remained motionless, huddled in a corner with no intention of coming out. It cautiously gazed at Sui Chen, frightened by the faint aura emanating from this powerful figure. Sui Chen also noticed this and said to the beast, "Come out and fight my student.
Win, and you go free. Lose, and I'll give you a quick end."
Beasts are quite intelligent, especially primate-type monsters, which can even understand human speech. The brown-furred gorilla hesitated slightly upon hearing these words. Perhaps realizing he had no choice, he eventually struggled to his feet and crawled on all fours toward Qin Hong and the others.
Yunwei returned to the arena and asked Sui Chen, "Master Su, isn't this too strong for Qin Hong? What does Qin Hong think?" Sui Chen didn't answer directly but instead looked at Qin Hang.
Qin Hong frowned slightly as he eyed the brown-furred gorilla. "This guy looks pretty formidable, much stronger than that subadult bloodclaw direwolf I encountered in the wilds.
Against him, I don't have absolute confidence in winning." Han Liang expressed some concern. "Master Su, junior brother Qin has just attended his first lesson today and has no foundation whatsoever. Isn't this a bit too difficult for him?" Sui Chen replied calmly, "He won't die anyway, so why not give it a try?" The three of them exchanged awkward glances. The implication was that he wanted to gauge Qin Hang's true capabilities. If Qin Hong truly couldn't handle the russet-haired gorilla, he would step in and intervene. Although a grandmaster's strength is formidable enough to ensure Qin Hong won't be killed, injuries are another matter entirely. Such a casual approach truly lives up to its reputation. But Qin Hong wasn't afraid. He declared, "Let's give it a try then. I also want to see where my limits lie." Compared to when he fought the Bloodclaw Demon Wolf, he's grown significantly stronger now. This mid-level monster, a brown-furred gorilla, might not be able to do much to him at all. Chapter 071 Instant Kill. Clang. Qin Hong drew out the wind-splitting blade, emitting a crisp, melodious sound. "Show me your fighting style freely, and I'll teach you according to your aptitude," Sui Chen said. With those words, he floated backward, taking Han Liang and Yunwei with him. Only Qin Hong and the brown-haired gorilla remained in the arena. This brown-haired gorilla, scientifically named Iron Fist Gorilla, was renowned for its strength, its fists like metal, swift and ferocious. An adult typically could deliver a punch force of 3,800 kilograms, with the alpha of its species reaching around 5,000 kilograms per punch. The one before them wasn't the king, but already an adult, its strength not to be underestimated. Trapped for so long and knowing survival was hopeless, the Iron Fist gorilla now seemed to grasp at a lifeline. It snorted heavily and, as soon as it saw Sui-Chen and the others stepping back, lunged straight at Qin Hang. So fast. Qin Hang sensed the intense fighting spirit emanating from the monster and immediately tensed his entire body, entering combat mode. Whoosh! A massive fist swung toward him. Qin Hang raised his blade to counter. Clang! The monster didn't evade the blade, instead smashing down with its fist. A terrifying force transmitted through the blade to Qin Hang's hands, forcing him back a step. The iron-fisted ape's knuckles now bore a fresh cut, though the wound wasn't deep, just bleeding slightly. Such incredibly tough skin. Qin Hang was shocked. His slash just now must have carried at least 2,000 kilograms of force, combined with the sharpness of grade A alloy, yet it only drew blood without severing the bones. The toughness of a mid-level monster's flesh and bones was truly remarkable. Huff, huff, huff. The Iron Fist gorilla seemed completely impervious to pain, its sole focus fixed on defeating Qin Hang to gain freedom, launching a relentless and torrential assault. Qin Hang didn't dare to be careless, focusing all his attention as he swung his sword in response. The intermediate-level monster's strength and speed surpassed his own, forcing him to fight while retreating, relying on his weapon's advantage to parry. But after blocking a few strikes, he realized this approach was wrong. Constant defense inevitably creates gaps. I can't just keep defending. I have to seize the moment to counterattack. Qin Hang's eyes were fixed intently on the monster before him, his entire being razor-focused. The blood surged through his veins, bringing a wave of heat. That same feeling from his fierce battle with the blood-claw demon wolf in the wild forest had returned. The surrounding environment seemed to fade, and in his vision, the vast and spacious arena was no longer visible, only the iron-fisted gorilla remained. Whoosh! When the monster's dual fists came at him in alternating strikes again, Qin Hang's reaction changed. There's a tiny gap between the opponent's alternating punches, that's my chance. He had been using his blade to block and defend all along, but this time he completely abandoned guarding, twisting his body and raising his blade diagonally upward just as the Iron Fist gorilla threw its first punch. The monster's fist grazed past his right arm, while the blade directly landed on the gorilla's flank. The slash to its abdomen caused excruciating pain, drastically weakening the force of the Iron Fist gorilla's other punch, which Qin Hang dodged with ease. Yunwei exclaimed in astonishment, striking after the enemy's move. Qin Hang's footwork is incredibly skillful. Han Liang also looked surprised. Is he really someone who's only experienced one wilderness battle? His decisiveness in technique and the sharpness of his blade strikes might even surpass mine. Sui-Chen adjusted his glasses and gave a faint smile without saying anything. The battle wasn't over yet. The iron-fisted gorilla was merely bleeding and wasn't about to be defeated so quickly. Once wounded, it let out a furious roar, pounded its chest with its fists, and launched another savage assault at Qin Hang. Qin Hang's reaction was peculiar. His movements were unusually slow, not at all like someone confronting a stronger opponent. Rather, he resembled a seasoned hunter, intently watching a prey in its death throes. Roar! The Iron Fist gorilla lunged with a flying strike, its fist swift as the wind, moving at blinding speed. Qin Hang dodged left, retreated right, dragging his blade along as he moved, his gaze never leaving the monstrous beast for even a second. The rubber floor thundered under the monster's heavy punches, cracking into fissures as debris scattered everywhere. Just as the Iron Fist gorilla launched its 12th punch, Qin Hang suddenly lunged forward instead of retreating. Whoosh! The combat blade thrust forward, Qin Hang becoming one with his weapon like a sharp ray of light piercing through the Iron Fist gorilla's chest. The massive fist grazed past his temple, snipping off several strands of hair in its violent wake, but at the same time, the tip of his blade plunged deep into the monster's heart. Holy crap, that was way too close. Yunwei was stunned. Han Liang wiped his sweat. Iron Fist gorilla's double swinging punch should never be taken head-on. The right move is to avoid his momentum. Junior brother Qin is taking a huge risk. If he's off by even a millimeter or two, his skull could shatter. Sui-Chen said impassively, "Does he look like he's taking a risk to you?" Han Liang took another look and noticed that Qin Hang seemed eerily composed. It was as though he had become a completely different person, no longer the shy newcomer from before, but more like a battle-hardened veteran hunter. Calmly pulling his blade from the slain beast, he watched the monster's blood gush forth with a terrifying tranquility. In Qin Hang's eyes, this truly wasn't anything frightening. Iron Fist Ape was a monster, standing against humanity. Killing it required no regret or panic. Yet as his prey fell, gradually withdrawing from battle frenzy, ripples of emotion still stirred within him. Could I actually kill an intermediate-level monster? And this improvement happened even without receiving guidance from the instructors at Heavenly Dao Martial Arts Hall. At this moment, he had no choice but to re-evaluate himself. Just how strong am I? Qin Hang felt perplexed. Junior brother Qin, are you alright? Han Liang ran over, and Yunwei also stepped forward to examine the monster's condition. Soon, Yunwei said, a single strike straight to the heart, almost instantaneous death. What a lethal move! Qin Hang, you're truly formidable. Qin Hang had already exited his combat state,
the killing intent on him completely dissipated. Hearing Yunwei's praise, he offered a modest smile. Maybe it was just luck. For a split second back there, I felt it was the right opportunity, so I struck. He could sense the difference in himself between during and after battle, understanding that his strength was considerable. But in front of his senior brothers and teachers, it was wiser not to be too arrogant. A little humility went a long way. Han Liang and Yun Wei both wore expressions of seeing a monster. Sui Chen slowly walked over and casually waved his hand, releasing a surge of air that pushed Yunwei and Han Liang back. Teacher Su? Shin Han looked at Sui Chen, unsure what this grandmaster intended to do. Meeting his gaze, Sui Chen said, "Treat me as the monster and attack me." Shin hung. Isn't this a bit disrespectful to our mentors? He thought to himself. But the next second, Shin Heng suddenly felt an immense weight pressing down on his shoulders and knees, as if an entire mountain had been dropped on him. Ahead, the leisurely and languid Sui Chen had vanished, replaced by a ferocious tiger standing 3 meters tall with eyes larger than bowl openings. What? This is... Shin Han felt his throat constrict, his breathing became labored, and an unprecedented sense of danger enveloped him from all directions. A chilling sensation surged from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head, as if he had plunged into an ice cellar. Roar! The colossal tiger roared at him, the violent gust of wind scraping Qin Heng's skin painfully. Strike, or you'll die, a stern voice urged in his ear. Though Qin Heng knew intellectually that there stood Sui Chen rather than a tiger before him, the illusion felt unbearably real. Driven purely by survival instinct, he had no time for conscious thought before raising his blade to attack. Chapter 72, The Treasure of Instinct. Bang! Qin Heng's movements were already swift, but the giant tiger was even faster. With a single swipe of its massive paw, Qin Han was sent flying over 10 meters before crashing to the ground, wincing in excruciating pain. An advanced mutant beast? The thought instinctively flashed through his mind. Though he knew perfectly well there was no tiger before him, only the Grandmaster Sui Chen. No matter how much he blinked or strained his eyes, what approached him was undeniably a massive striped tiger, prowling closer step by step. The colossal beast exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression, plunging Qin Heng involuntarily back into that peculiar state he'd experienced earlier. The monstrous tiger moved deliberately, unlike the frenzied assaults of the Iron Fist gorilla. Yet its measured advance filled Qin Heng with even greater dread. There seemed no opening to exploit, leaving him flustered and uncertain how to react. With danger closing in, Qin Heng dared not hesitate. Summoning every ounce of strength, he launched himself at the tiger's flank. Thud! The next instant, Qin Heng was sent flying once again. Against an advanced mutant beast, his speed was still far too slow. Han Liang shouted from the sidelines, "Instructor Su, the gap is too vast, this kind of training is pointless." Sui Chen remained silent. Qin Heng rolled over and got up, tasting the metallic tang of blood in his mouth, clear evidence he was injured. But there was no time to dwell on it. The monstrous beast had already closed in, launching a fierce assault. He barely managed to dodge with a clumsy roll, trying to slash at its lower body with the sharp edge of his blade. Yet despite putting 2,000 kilograms of force behind the strike and wielding an A-grade alloy blade, he only managed to leave a shallow cut on the giant tiger's leg, far from delivering any meaningful damage. Instead, his attack only enraged the beast. With a furious roar, it slammed down another massive paw and lunged for his throat with jaws wide open. It's all over. A shudder ran through Qin Heng's heart as the shadow of death loomed over him. Images of his life and his family flashed rapidly through his mind. At that moment, he even forgot he was in the arena, overwhelmed entirely by the terror of death. Yet, his days lasted no more than a fraction of a second. Remembering his parents' expectations for him and the promise he had made to Fang Lingxue, Qin Heng suddenly erupted with a fighting spirit far surpassing his full strength. At the critical moment before the giant tiger could sink its fangs into him, he miraculously slid back along the ground, retreating 3 to 4 meters away. The giant tiger was slightly stunned by what it saw, but quickly leaped forward to continue its biting assault. Now's my chance. Qin Heng's eyes flashed like lightning as he instantly seized the opportunity when the giant tiger was mid-air during its pounce, raising his blade for an oblique thrust. Thunk! The blade pierced through the soft spot beneath the tiger's jaw, penetrating its mouth and throat before driving straight into its brain. The powerful body and immense weight of the advanced beast pressed down on Qin Heng until he could barely grip the hilt. The wind-cleaving blade slipped free, slicing open his fingers. But judging by the outcome, this battle should be counted as his victory. Buzz! An invisible ripple flashed past. The massive fierce tiger before his eyes vanished without a trace, leaving only Sui Chen standing there in casual attire. Qin Heng gripped the hilt with one hand and steadied the blade with the other, blood trickling down the steel edge. The tip of the blade was caught between Sui Chen's 2 fingers. Not bad at all, Sui Chen spoke, his voice thick with approval. Teacher Su, what was that just now? Qin Heng ignored the sharp pain from his sliced palm, his heart still pounding wildly. The terror of that life-or-death battle hadn't fully faded yet. Han Liang sprinted toward the distant storage room for supplies. Yunwei explained, just now, Teacher Su was conducting a simulated battle with you using a Grandmaster-level mental intent. What you saw might have appeared as some kind of monster, but in reality, it was Teacher Su sparring with you.
I exchanged blows with a Grandmaster?
Shin Hong blinked, feeling both honored and flustered. A Grandmaster, someone whose mere stomp could shake mountains and split the earth. During the battle just now, he was well aware that there was definitely no monster tiger in front of him. It must have been some kind of special illusion, making him suspect he might have been fighting thin air. Yet the sensation felt so real that he simply couldn't ignore it, forcing him to treat it as genuine. Little did he expect that his opponent wasn't purely an illusion, but the Grandmaster Sui Chen himself, sparring with him at the level of an advanced martial artist.
Master Su, you must have gone easy on me just now, right?
If it had been a real advanced monster, I'd already be dead, Shin Hong asked.
Sui Chen nodded slightly. I was holding back at first, giving you a chance to strike.
If this were truly the wilderness with a high-level beast ambushing you, your odds of winning would be 0.
That's true, Shin Hong admitted without argument.
High-level beasts surpassed him completely in both strength and speed. If they further utilized terrain advantage for ambush, even veteran advanced warriors would likely fall on the spot, let alone a rookie like him. But, Sui Chen's tone then shifted as he continued, your combat adaptability is outstanding, quickly adjusting to situations and pinpointing enemy weaknesses for counterattacks. This is truly remarkable. He didn't hesitate to show his appreciation. Han Liang was both envious and admiring. Junior brother Qin, Teacher Su rarely praises others like this. He's a senior elder in our Martial Halls Council and a direct disciple of Hall Master Wang, ranking among the world's top grandmasters. Gaining his recognition means you've already surpassed 99.99% of people globally.
Wow! Shin Hong was even more astonished. He hadn't realized Sui Chen was actually a disciple of Wang Daoyi.
The master is a grandmaster, and the disciple is also a grandmaster. Even more terrifyingly, sect leader Wang Daoyi has a senior brother, Zhang Daoping, the head of the Tiangdo Martial Arts Hall in the Zhongyuan base city, one of the 7 global martial gods. The strength of this martial lineage is truly terrifyingly formidable.
Too much talk.
Sui Chen lightly reprimanded Han Liang before turning to Qin Hong and saying, Qin Hong, your combat instincts are outstanding, like a hidden treasure. But to truly become a powerhouse, relying solely on instinct isn't enough.
This treasure must be deeply excavated to shine.
I will work with the elders to devise a training plan for you. Prepare yourself mentally.
Hearing this, Han Liang and Yun Wei were visibly moved. Master Su, do you plan to personally train Qin Hong in the long term? Han Liang asked, unable to conceal his envy. Qin Hong was a newcomer.
It wasn't unusual for grandmasters to come observe out of interest today, as last year Han Liang had also encountered several grandmasters. But over time, the grandmasters would gradually lose interest in them and return the instruction duties to regular teachers. Those who can be trained long-term by a grandmaster are few and far between in the elite class. Sui Chen replied, it might not be me, it could be someone else, it depends on whose combat style aligns closest with his.
Han Liang, Yun Wei.
This implies Sui Chen seemed somewhat worried he couldn't teach Qin Hong well enough, intending to hand him over to the most suitable mentor. It's the concern of encountering unrefined jade, afraid of ruining it with clumsy carving.
Senior brother Qin Hong, you really are. Han Liang was practically dying of envy. Qin Hong scratched his head, fully understanding the implication, and said cheerfully, Teacher Su, I'm fully prepared now. As long as I can keep getting stronger, I'm not afraid of any hardship or exhaustion. Alright, that's enough for today.
You and your senior brother continue practicing here. I'm going to talk to the master and the others, Sui Chen said before stepping lightly into the air and gracefully exiting the arena.
Chapter 073 The Blood-Clawed Demon Wolf King. Ha, he's leaving just like that? Han Liang and Yun Wei gaped in unison.
Sui Chen came to class but barely stayed for 5 minutes, faster than a man shopping. It was still early before the morning classes ended, and with so much time left, the only option was to study on his own. Yun Wei, who had originally hoped to mooch off the class, wore a disappointed expression. I didn't learn anything today, just watched Qin Hong show off his skills the whole time.
Sigh, I'm heading out first. You guys practice on your own.
Alright, maybe we can go train in the wilderness together sometime. Han Liang waved his hand.
Yeah, sure.
This Yun Wei has quite a background. Although not a member of the elite class, his strength is still impressive. Qin Hong had a premonition that he would have many dealings with such people in the future.
After Yun Wei left, Qin Hong asked, Senior Han, how should we train?
Han Liang glanced at the surrounding beast cages and suggested, since Master Su gave us time for self-study, why not release a few more monsters for practice?
Great, Qin Hong agreed.
But then he reconsidered, hunting monsters is hard work.
The monsters here are shared by all the trainees in the martial arts school. Would it be inappropriate if we kill too many? Han Liang chuckled.
Why worry? We're the elite class, we have the privilege to consume resources.
Kill a few more, and let Yun Wei and the others catch replacements later. Anyway, they get rewards too.
That sounds a bit inhuman, doesn't it?
Is your hand still okay? Han Liang asked. Qin Hong nodded. just a minor injury. It's nothing. Han Liang, then get ready. I'm about to release one of the top-tier mid-level monsters. We'll take it on together. Shin Hong asked curiously, what kind of monster? Han Liang, blood-clawed demon wolf. Shin Hong.
Hearing the name, he instantly felt the opponent was laughably weak, hardly requiring both of them to team up. But Han Liang immediately added, and it's the king of the blood-clawed demon wolves, comparable to a high-level monster.
I've been craving it for ages, today I must take it down. A king. Hearing this term, Shin Hong finally took it seriously.
Adult blood-clawed demon wolves are mid-level monsters, but a king refers to the most powerful among them, the pinnacle of their species' combat strength. It's like those inhumanly strong weightlifters before humans ever touched the path of martial arts, several times stronger than ordinary adults. The king-level beasts typically possess strength about twice that of ordinary mature specimens, making them quite challenging to handle.
Prepare for combat.
Han Liang spoke these words, then shouted a cage number command toward the control console. Soon, amid a series of clanking metal sounds, a beast cage opened, and from it emerged a 2.6-meter-tall, upright demon wolf cloaked in long, dark red fur, its sharp claws measuring a full 35 centimeters in length. This blood-clawed demon wolf king had been confined for too long, and imprisonment in the cage had left it exceptionally irritable, brimming with vicious aggression. Fresh out of the cage, it roared and charged straight toward Shin Hong and Han Liang. Junior brother Qin, be careful. This time there's no teacher around to protect us, we can only rely on ourselves. Han Liang uttered these words before stepping forward with his blade raised to meet the challenge. Hearing this, Shin Hong felt not a trace of panic, only a quiet thrill of anticipation humming through him.
Let's fight. Combat is the most blood-pumping thrill imaginable.
This blood-clawed demon wolf king's strength has already brushed against the threshold of an advanced mutant beast, making it the perfect opponent for an exhilarating battle. Whoosh! Shin Hong charged forward right behind Han Liang, the two joining forces to take on a monstrous creature.
On the other side of the iron fence, many students from the prospective warrior class were watching the battle unfold. Over there, 100 students took turns fighting a single injured beginner-level monster. Though still challenging, it lacked the same intensity. The spectacle here, two elite class students battling the blood-clawed direwolf sovereign, was far more thrilling than what was happening across the way. Wow, such a ferocious beast. What rank is it? 2 senior brothers, your speed is incredible. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. That slash was beyond cool. I want to know the names of those 2 senior brothers across the way. The students cried out in alternating shock and excitement. Seeing this, the instructor scolded them, everyone focus on your training. No looking around. Though they responded with verbal assurances, oh, we got it, their eyes still kept straying toward the other side of the fence. Both Shin Hong and Han Liang were top performers among the junior martial artists. Even against these demon wolves, far stronger than them and armed with razor-sharp claws, they handled the fight with remarkable ease. 2 against 1 is a completely different concept from a one-on-one fight. As the saying goes, even the strongest fists struggle against 4 hands, and no hero can withstand overwhelming numbers. No matter how powerful the blood-clawed demon wolf may be, it's still a creature of flesh and blood. Against an A-grade alloy windcleaver blade, its defenses aren't necessarily any tougher than those of a novice martial artist. Swish, swish, swish. Shin Hong's blade danced like the wind, swift and fierce. Drawing from his earlier experience against the blood-clawed demon wolf, he relentlessly struck at the vulnerable flanks his opponent couldn't adequately defend. Han Liang coordinated with him, attacking from the other side, enraging the blood-clawed direwolf with their strikes until it howled furiously, itching to tear them apart instantly. Whenever the blood-clawed direwolf fixated on Shin Hong, turning to shred him, Han Liang would immediately launch a fierce assault from behind. With the threefold Python mountain force combined with the foundational techniques of wind-severing blade art, his blows carrying 3,000 to 4,000 kilograms of force left bone-deep gashes on the wolf's back and flank. And when the wounded beast whirled back to retaliate against Han Liang, Shin Hong instantly seized the opportunity. Striking with all his might, slash after slash, he deepened the existing wounds, severing its tailbone and robbing it of the ability to stand. In just 5 minutes of battle, the blood-clawed direwolf collapsed to the ground amidst pools of blood, letting out its final mournful wail. Finish it off. We'll have it for lunch, Han Liang said, giving Shin Hong the opportunity to deliver the final blow. Without wasting words, Shin Hong raised his blade and struck. The blood-clawed demon wolf's head rolled from its body. Can we really eat this monster's meat? He asked Han Liang. Han Liang replied, resources are precious. This creature's meat is 10 to 100 times more nutritious than ordinary pork or chicken, so naturally we can't let it go to waste. Any beast killed in the arena that's edible gets sent to cafeteria number 1 for processing and served as dishes that same day. Of course, we still have to pay if we want to eat them. Just because we killed them ourselves doesn't mean we get a free meal. Ha, of course. Shin Hong laughed. Having ready-made monsters as sparring partners is already a great advantage. One can't expect to get everything for free. Senior brother Han, it's still quite early. How about we release another one? Qin Hong felt unsatisfied after the fight and made the suggestion. Han Liang cleared his throat awkwardly. That's about enough. You're even more battle-hungry than I am. Qin Hong gave an embarrassed smile. He genuinely hadn't gotten his fill of fighting yet. 3 battles combined had lasted barely 10 minutes, just enough for a proper warm-up. With so much time still left, sitting idle would have been terribly dull. How about we spar against each other? He suggested again. Han Liang thought to himself, sounds good. Our combat strength should be pretty evenly matched, perfect for a sparring session. But we'd better switch weapons to avoid any accidents. Alright, no weapons then, just fists and feet. Qin Hong flung the stormcutter blade aside without a second thought. Han Liang followed suit, tossing aside his weapon and laughing loudly. Junior brother Qin, teach me your skills. He dashed forward at lightning speed. Qin Hong, after you, senior brother. Chapter 074, The Council of Elders. In the arena, 2 elite-class students fought hand-to-hand, each powerful strike producing thunderous impacts through the air. Qin Heng's foundational strength had already surpassed Han Liang's, and his agility and reaction speed were in no way inferior to the senior brother who had enrolled a year earlier. Though there was still some gap in force exertion techniques, once his body became excited in that unique combat state of his fighting capacity would skyrocket by a whole level, momentarily making him evenly matched with Han Liang in their bout. The prospective martial artist trainees watching from beyond the fence were utterly dumbstruck, crying out in amazement one after another. They're so incredibly strong. Teacher Zhang said they were from the elite class, only a dozen or so in total across 10 sessions at the Heavenly Path Martial Arts Academy. No wonder they're so incredible, my goodness. They look about our age, yet their speed is so fast it's almost blurry. What kind of power is this? The monster corpses on the ground and the blinding speed of their exchanged blows left the ordinary trainees, who were only at the probationary fighter level, utterly awestruck. Yet, as the ones involved, Qin Hong and Han Liang harbored not a single distracting thought. At this moment, their eyes held nothing but each other as opponents. Bang 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 bang. Boom boom boom. The collision of fists and palms, the strikes of legs and feet, and the rebound force from the rubber ground all spoke vividly of the raw sensation brought by sheer power. Han Liang was a worthy opponent, and Qin Hong was thoroughly enjoying himself, feeling as if he had never fought so thrillingly in his entire life. Even the life and death trials against monsters couldn't compare to the exhilarating madness of this flesh-on-flesh battle now. Senior brother Han, push harder. I feel like I still have untapped strength left within me. Qin Hong laughed loudly, his strikes growing heavier and more formidable, as if his potential had been unlocked. Han Liang swallowed his bitter grievances, thinking to himself, this kid seems to have grasped combat techniques mid-fight. Each punch feels heavier than the last. If this goes on, I might actually lose to him. Though his raw strength had always paled in comparison to Qin Heng's, his elite-class training over the past year wasn't for nothing. If he lost this fight, how could he ever justify his monthly salary of 20,000 yuan? Junior brother Qin, you asked for this, now I'm going all out too. Han Liang roared, treating Qin Hong like a monstrous opponent and throwing everything he had into the fight. The battle grew even more intense. The 2 combatants fought from one end of the arena to the other, their seemingly boundless energy making them impervious to pain despite the punches and kicks they exchanged. Even when the wound on Qin Heng's palm split open and bled, he paid it no mind. The beasts in the surrounding ally cages, which had been roaring moments before, now watched the duel with rapt attention, utterly absorbed. The entire Colosseum seemed to have transformed into a stage for Qin Hong and Han Liang's spectacular performance, drawing the gaze of all onlookers. At the same time, elsewhere, Sui Chen soared through the air, arriving at a secluded spot southwest of the Heavenly Dao Martial Arts Hall. A low villa nestled within a small bamboo grove stood before him, its entrance bearing 3 large characters, Council of Elders. Sui Chen descended to the ground and entered through the main gate. Inside, an old man was holding a broom, sweeping away the fallen bamboo leaves. Ichen, why are you here? Aren't you supposed to be teaching the new kid? The old man asked upon seeing Sui Chen. Sui Chen's expression was stern, a stark contrast to his lazy and casual demeanor in the arena. He said, Elder Zhang, I need to issue an elder's decree. An elder's decree? What could be so serious? Zhang Jinwei, who had been sweeping, quickly set down his broom and walked over. Sui Chen replied, it's nothing too serious, but I noticed something off about Qin Hong in class today. Zhang Jinwei, what was off? Su Yun has said he's a born martial vein saint body. It's normal for him to be more outstanding than regular elites. Sui Chen shook his head. I'm not talking about his foundational strength, but his combat instincts. The moment this kid enters a fight, it's like he becomes a completely different person, ferocious, ruthless, decisive, not at all like someone who's only just started training. You mean, Zhang Jinwei was a veteran grandmaster, a figure from the same generation as Wang Daoyi. His comprehension of martial arts far surpassed even Sui Chen's. Hearing this, he immediately guessed what Sui Chen was implying. Sui Chen nodded and said, I suspect he may have the latent potential for a domain. With proper training, once he reaches the martial master realm, he could awaken a complete battle domain. Zhang Jinwei's face displayed a myriad of emotions as countless thoughts flashed through his mind. After a moment, he pulled out his phone, opened the elders group chat, and sent a voice message, "Everyone, meeting." The message was sent, and soon, the elder council became lively. Except for those stranded in the wilderness or unable to leave crucial posts, all the grandmasters and supreme grandmasters gathered here. Even the rarely seen gym owner, Wang Daoi, had appeared at the conference table. In the meeting room, Wang Daoi occupied the head seat. Zhang Jinwei sat in the second seat, while the right-hand side remained empty. Sui Chen, seated in the second position on the left, shared his speculation in front of all the senior members. After listening, the meeting room fell silent for a moment. Battle domain. This term carries immense weight for grandmasters. Wang Daoi stroked his beard with a smile and asked Sui Chen, "Disciple, are you certain you're not joking? How confident are you that Qin Heng possesses the potential to awaken a battle domain?" After careful consideration, Sui Chen replied, "Master, I wouldn't claim absolute certainty, at most 30%. After all, battle domains are truly rarer than martial saint physiques. 30% is already remarkable." Many of the elders present grew noticeably excited. Zhang Jinwei said solemnly, "Even if there's only a 1 in 10 chance, it's worth us giving our all to nurture Qin Heng. Possessing innate martial veins alone makes him a dragon among men. If coupled with a battle domain, his future achievements might surpass those of the current 7 martial gods, becoming second only to the divine martial maiden. Such a person, whether for our martial academy or for all of humanity, is an immensely precious resource. We must never let his talent go to waste." Exactly, the war domain is truly formidable. It's precisely because Hall Master Wang possesses it that he can stand shoulder to shoulder with martial gods despite being a grandmaster, securing the South Summer base city. Otherwise, with the East Sea Dragon God watching covetously, useless grandmasters like us wouldn't even be enough to fill a single bite. Currently, there are only 3 recorded individuals across the entire planet who possess a battle domain. Even if we include the uncertain case of the Valkyrie, that still makes just 4 in total. Compared to war domains, innate martial veins are downright common. At least 300 to 500 have emerged over the past few decades, with many more undiscovered due to lack of training. But war domains, each one is rarer than even a martial god. All the senior elders present nodded in agreement. No matter how slim the chance, even the slightest hint of potential must be seized and nurtured carefully. Old Wan, what's your take? Zhang Jinwei sought Wang Daoi's opinion. Among those present, Wang Daoi was the most qualified to speak on matters regarding war domains. The old sage chuckled and said, "Look how excited you all are, talking about focused cultivation. Do you really think a battle domain is something you can cultivate just by wanting to?" As these words fell, the entire room froze in awkward silence. Indeed, such things can't be nurtured by others, they must be comprehended through one's own understanding. Sui Chen, Master, we can't just stand by, can we? Even if we can't artificially cultivate a combat domain, we should at least create conditions to help him unlock his potential. Wang Daoi glanced at his disciple and said indifferently, "If I'd had an elder like you back in the day, I might never have comprehended a combat domain." Sui Chen's expression froze. "Huh?" Wang Daoi stood up and said calmly, "Fine timber nurtured in a garden with meticulous care will grow strong and provide shade. But fine timber remains just that, it can never become a towering tree. True strength is forged step by step, climbing out from mountains of corpses and seas of blood." With that, he vanished from the spot without any visible movement, moving so swiftly that even fellow Grandmaster-level experts couldn't track his departure. This statement left all the elders in the conference room in silence. After a short while, someone whispered quietly, "So the Master's meaning is, for us to carry on as usual, without asking additional questions?" Deputy Hall Master Zhang Jinwei sighed, "Old Wang here thinks everyone is like him. People born in this era, how could they possibly be the same as us back in the day, slaughtering men and monsters all over the world? Now, this is not an era of peace either. So be it. I won't interfere anymore. You decide. Just one requirement, Qin Heng must not be cut down in his prime. Especially keep a close eye on Wang Jianming's faction from the War God Dojo," Zhang Jinwei declared before leaving the meeting room to continue sweeping his floors. Chapter 075, The Military Affairs Buildings Mission. Noon. Qin Heng and Han Liang were sitting in cafeteria number 1. The central air conditioning blew cool air, while the table was set with freshly roasted demon wolf legs and a few side dishes. "This meal costs 120 credits? That's way too expensive." Qin Heng's heart ached, feeling this sting more deeply than taking hundreds of punches from Han Liang. Han Liang laughed, "You should be secretly celebrating. We brought the monster materials ourselves and already got a half-price discount. Ordinary people couldn't afford this, they'd only be able to buy an egg-sized portion at a time." They had been sparring all morning, taking a few breaks in between, but most of the time was spent fighting. By 11 o'clock, Qin Heng was so hungry he couldn't even clench his fists properly, so they finally called it quits, each dragging a monster carcass to the canteen to hand over. After waiting for an hour,
the chefs first cooked up the portions they wanted to eat and served them. As they enjoyed the delicious meal, the two exchanged insights from their morning battle. After eating for a while, Shin Hong remembered he had the law and business class in the afternoon, so he asked Han Liang, "Senior Han, are we taking the class together this afternoon too?" Han Liang shook his head. "The law and business course is only one academic year. I don't have to take it again this year. I have free time in the afternoon and plan to visit the archives to look for some martial arts manuals." "Oh, alright." Looks like he'd have to attend the class alone this afternoon. The Rare Collections Hall was a wonderful place, but unfortunately Chin Hang's schedule was packed. Though evenings were free, he still had to train. When it came down to it, he probably wouldn't have any time in the near future to browse through those secret manuals. After devouring half a wolf leg, Shin Hong felt completely stuffed. His body grew warm and fiery, as if flames were burning inside him. Walking side by side out of the cafeteria, Shin Hong patted his stomach and sighed with satisfaction. "This monster meat is incredibly energizing. My arms and legs felt weak earlier, but now I'm bursting with strength." Han Liang said with a smile, "Of course, there's a reason for the high price. Eating monster meat can build strength. Kids from wealthy families barely need to train, just eating monster meat twice a week allows them to develop a foundation close to that of a quasi-warrior by their teenage years. When our circumstances improve and we have families and children, we must also make sure our kids get to enjoy such good stuff." Children. Shin Hong couldn't help but chuckle. He wasn't even married yet. Children were still a distant thought. However, hearing Han Liang say this, he was deeply moved. The wealthy control abundant resources, not only enjoying a comfortable life themselves but also blessing their descendants, ensuring their prosperity continues for generations. Yet children from the slums, constrained by limited connections, vision, and resources, often remain trapped in the prison of poverty. The two of them could be considered successful. They became martial artists themselves and secured a better life for their families. But this isn't enough. For our descendants to also live prosperous lives, we must work even harder. Money is secondary. The most important thing is to eradicate the monsters, so humanity can reclaim vast lands and abundant resources, no longer confined to cramped dwellings, no longer needing protection behind towering border walls. "I'm heading to the archives. See you tomorrow." Han Liang waved as he left. Shin Hong glanced at the time. There was still a while before his afternoon class. With nothing else to do and feeling too full for exercise, Shin Hong decided to stroll around, letting his food settle. To pass the time while walking, he recalled Zhao Dongxing and the others he had met during the wilderness assessment and decided to give them a call. "I just wanted to chat for a bit," but Zhao Dongxing and the others were so enthusiastic, insisting on meeting in person. So a few minutes later, Shin Hong met up with Zhao Dongxing, Liang Yunkai, Wu Ruijie, and Pang Jun under the blazing sun. Shin Hong, looking sharper than ever after just a few days apart, Zhao Dongxing shouted before he even reached him. "Brother Zhao, Brother Liang, Brother Pang, Brother Wu." Shin Hong greeted them one by one. "Hey Shin Hong, what happened to your hand?" Upon noticing the injury on Shin Hong's right hand, Zhao Dongxing hastily inquired. Shin Hong replied nonchalantly, "Just a minor scrape from the beast combat training class, no big deal." "Fighting beasts on your very first day of class, what rotten luck. Have you eaten yet? Maybe you should go grab a meal first?" "Just ate. How about you?" "Same here. Let's take a walk then. We've all been here for years. We can be your guides." "That'd be perfect. There are so many places I haven't been yet. I could really use someone to show me around." Shin Hong followed the four of them, strolling through the martial arts school campus under the scorching sun. As they walked, they chatted casually. Zhao Dongxing and his group have all entered the martial artist class after this assessment, with their salaries increased from 4,500 to 6,500. Although this amount isn't much for entry-level martial artists, in a place where they can enjoy life and improve their skills, not only without spending money but actually earning it, it's already a great situation. They're all quite content without demanding more. Shin Hong asked Zhao Dongxing, "When do you plan to graduate?" Students in non-elite classes can apply for graduation at any time and leave the martial arts hall once they become entry-level martial artists. Of course, one could also continue training until the 10-year period ends or until reaching the level of an intermediate martial artist, graduating with outstanding results and being assigned to well-compensated positions. Zhao Dongxing replied, "Yunkai and I plan to push for intermediate martial artist status, while Jun and Ruijie have decided to graduate next year and join a hunting squad. If that's the case, then Brother Pang and Brother Wu should be careful after joining the hunting squad," Shin Hong said. "Everyone's circumstances are different. Even the closest brothers will eventually part ways one day." Hunting squads are freelance teams composed of martial artists. They typically venture deep into the wilderness to hunt and kill monsters, bringing back valuable materials to sell to government procurement departments or organizations like MS Group for profit. The base city has always strongly encouraged martial artists to become hunters, as this helps reduce the number of monsters and lowers the likelihood of beast tides. However, human martial artists are ultimately limited in number, and registered hunting squads remain relatively scarce. As the group chatted and walked,
they unknowingly arrived near the Military Affairs Building.
Zhao Dongxing pointed at the Military Affairs Building entrance and said, "Come on, let's go see if there are any suitable missions to take.
Classes have been light recently, so we've got time to earn some energy points. Alright, let's go take a look." Xin Hong was also intrigued by the missions at the Military Affairs Building and nodded eagerly. A group of people walked into the hall.
The first floor hall of the Military Affairs Building was very large, with numerous touchscreens for filtering missions. The 5 of them arrived in front of one of the touchscreen machines. Zhao Dongxing inserted his trainee ID card and opened the selection page. Detected that your combat rating is primary warrior.
Suitable missions are being recommended.
A line of text flashed across the screen, followed by dozens of tasks that Zhao Dongxing could accept. Xin Hong glanced over them. These missions were all fundamentally tied to combat prowess.
Some required obtaining specific monster pelts, others sought fresh internal organs from certain beasts.
There were assignments guarding locations for entire days, and even requests to beat someone up, none easily accomplished without sufficient capability. The clients remained anonymous, their identities hidden, but the energy point rewards were visible, mostly 1 point, with a scant few offering 2 or 3 points. Energy points are pitifully few.
If even beginner martial artists struggle this much to earn, wouldn't apprentice warriors have it worse?
Xin Hong curled his lip disdainfully. Zhao Dongxing explained, apprentice warrior missions pay direct cash, minimum 10 yuan, can go as high as 100.
Quite a few people take them. Though each person can only do 1 mission per day maximum, we're still trainees after all. Studies should come first.
Makes sense. Xin Hong nodded in understanding.
So, are you guys taking any? Xin Hong asked them.
Zhao Dongxing seemed interested, and so did Liang Yunkai.
Let's do a preliminary screening first.
The 2 of them picked and chose on the page. Woo, woo, woo. At this moment, an alarm suddenly rang out in the hall. Immediately afterward, a voice came over the broadcast, emergency mission, emergency mission. A level 3 beast tide has erupted at the northwestern border wall. The military has requested assistance from the 4 great martial arts schools. All primary rank martial artists and above voluntarily gather at the square. Combat vehicles depart in 10 minutes.
Chapter 076, The Tears of Beast Tides. The announcement played 3 times in succession, startling everyone in the Military Affairs Building. A disaster has struck. Beast Tide, Level 3 Beast Tide. Hurry, hurry, gather at the square. The previously relaxed students and teachers immediately tensed up upon hearing the broadcast.
Many rushed out straight away, hastening toward the square, eager to contribute to the defense against the Beast Tide.
Level 3 Beast Tide.
Xin Hong looked at Zhao Dongxing. Zhao Dongxing's eyes suddenly sharpened as he said, every summer, the beasts in the northwest direction become particularly active.
There was a beast tide last year. Who would have thought it would happen again this year? Dongxing, let's go.
Liang Yunkai wasn't much for words, but his fighting spirit burned fiercely. Yes, we're already martial artists now, we can join the battle.
Wu Weijie and Pang Jun responded without hesitation.
Just as Xin Hong was about to speak, Zhao Dongxing cut in, Xin Hong, the mission is urgent.
We have to set off immediately.
Next time, I'll accompany you to tour the martial arts hall. With that, he turned and strode toward the Military Affairs Building, leaving Xin Hong no chance to reply.
Hey, I'm a martial artist too.
Xin Hong called after their retreating figures, quickening his steps to catch up. After only a few steps of pursuit, his phone suddenly rang. Glancing at the screen, it was an unknown caller.
Hello, who is this?
Xin Hong answered. A lazy young man's voice came from the other end. This is Sui Chen. I just received news that a level 3 beast tide has occurred at the northwestern border wall closest to us. Martial artists are needed for support. Head to the square immediately. I'll take care of your absence for this afternoon's class. Xin Hong gave a sudden start.
A grandmaster had personally ordered him to join the battle.
Yes, Instructor Su. Without hesitation, Xin Hong quickened his pace to follow Zhao Dongxing and the others. Brother Zhao, wait for me, let's go together, Xin Hong called out.
No, what are you doing here?
Seeing him, Zhao Dongxing immediately became flustered.
Xin Hong was puzzled. If you guys can come, why can't I?
Zhao Dongxing snapped irritably, you're a genius.
Students from the elite class have boundless futures. Your mission is to become a powerhouse and slay even mightier monsters.
The beast tide is dangerous, with over a 20% casualty rate among martial artists.
If anything were to happen to you, it'd be a loss for all humanity. Xin Hong was taken aback.
He never expected Zhao Dongxing, who usually joked around with him so casually, to hold him in such high regard.
But, this is Grandmaster Sui Chen's order, I'm just following instructions. Xin Hong directly invoked the authority.
At times like these, saying something like I just want to join the fight would be pure nonsense and would inevitably lead to an argument. The title of Grandmaster worked like magic.
For real?
Zhao Dongxing and the others didn't quite believe it upon hearing this, but their resistance to Xin Hong joining the battle visibly lessened. Xin Heng said, Teacher Sui Chen just personally called to tell me. It seems he wants me to gain some actual combat experience to temper myself. A possibility crossed his mind, perhaps the morning's combat training had been too brief, and the beasts caged in the arena too few, leaving him insufficient opportunities to hone his skills. That's why Sui Chen immediately informed him upon receiving the news. The monsters in the beast cages were painstakingly captured, each one serving as a vital resource for training the students' combat abilities. But Qin Hong slaughtered monsters too swiftly. No matter how hard the hunting squad tried, they couldn't keep up with his killing pace. Only the wilderness could truly hone a blade's sharpest edge. Qin Hong and his group arrived at the square. "Qin Hong, what are you doing here?" Just as they reached the spot, a familiar voice called out to them. It was Chen Yu. She had just arrived with a precious sword, her high ponytail still swaying through the air. "Senior Sister Chen, are you joining the battle too?" Qin Hong asked in surprise. Chen Yu replied, "I'm a martial artist, of course I'll fight. But you, what are you doing here? Hurry back." Qin Hong silently took out his phone and showed her the call log. "Instructor Su told me to come." "What?" Chen Yu widened her almond-shaped eyes in shock and immediately pulled out her phone to call Sui Chen. "Teacher Su, what on earth are you thinking?" she snapped angrily. "How old is Qin Hong? He hasn't undergone any tactical training. Sending him to the front lines is just throwing him to his death. This is a beast tide we're talking about, a level 3-1. Sui Chen's calm voice came through the phone. "Delicate flowers grow in greenhouses, but true warriors are forged in battle. Chen Yu, but you can't just drown a newborn tiger in the sea either. I'll drive him back, don't do anything reckless. Sui Chen, don't you go acting recklessly either. You think he's just a little tiger, but how do you know he's not a true dragon capable of soaring the heavens and diving the seas, omnipotent?" Chen Yu, nonsense. I'm telling my master about this. Chen Yu was so angry that she almost hung up the telephone right then and there to complain to her master, Zhang Junwei. But Sui Chen's words directly dispelled her thoughts. This is also Elder Zhang's intention. What? How is this possible? Chen Yu froze completely. The call ended, and she couldn't believe that grandmasters like Sui Chen and Zhang Junwei would push a promising talent like Qin Hong into the jaws of death. That's a level 3 beast tide we're talking about. Looking at the youthful, somewhat shy Qin Hong, Chen Yu felt her heart trembling with dread. "Senior Sister Chen, what's wrong?" Qin Hong asked, sensing her reaction was somewhat exaggerated. Chen Yu closed her eyes, let out a sigh, and said to him, "Stick close to me later, don't wander off. A level 3 beast tide would be practically hell for someone like you." Qin Hong frowned, feeling somewhat underestimated. But then it occurred to him that Senior Sister Chen was just showing concern for him. So he nodded and said, "Alright, I'll try not to go too far." He knew something about how terrifying beast tides could be. Beast tides are categorized into 6 levels, with level 5 being the lowest, followed by level 4, 3, 2, and finally level 1. Above level 1 beast tides, there lies the most terrifying catastrophe level. Level 5 beast tides are relatively small in scale, typically involving no more than 10,000 beasts. With the firepower deployed along the borders, they can be easily eliminated. Level 4 beast tides consist of over 50,000 beasts, including some savage tier creatures that move swiftly. Standard thermal weapons alone are barely sufficient, requiring martial arts experts to be dispatched for headhunting operations. These battles are arduous and demanding before resolution is achieved. Level 3 beast tides involve at least 100,000 beasts, with no fewer than 1,000 savage tier creatures. Border defense forces cannot eliminate them quickly and must urgently seek assistance from major martial organizations like the Martial Artists Alliance, MS Group, and the 4 great martial halls. Otherwise, the beasts could breach the border walls, cross the protective fields, and invade human urban areas. Level 2 is even more terrifying. With an overwhelming number of savage beasts. Led by beast kings, they assault cities in organized, strategic waves. Conventional weapons become largely ineffective, forcing humanity to rely on sheer numbers to hold the line. Even Grandmaster-level warriors risk falling in battle. Level 1 beast tides see beast kings running rampant, with high-level beast kings making appearances, and even the possible emergence of beast gods. The scale is so vast it's no longer a battle along a single front of the border walls, but an all-consuming catastrophe engulfing the entire base city. Monsters pour forth endlessly from land, air, and even underground, requiring the mobilization of every resource the city possesses. Victory, even when achieved, comes at horrific cost. As for calamity-level events, only 3 have occurred in recorded history. Its definition is a beast tide reaching level 1 in scale, with at least 3 beast gods appearing. A beast tide of this magnitude signifies that the base city has entered a life or death crisis. Immediate requests for reinforcements must be sent to other base cities and martial gods, while also initiating the seed preservation plan. Every effort must be made to escort the most talented scholars and martial artists to safety. The northwestern sector of the border wall is facing a level 3 beast tide. There's bound to be a considerable number of ferocious beasts. That was combat power on par with a human martial master, capable of manipulating chi, something no ordinary warrior could contend against. You should know, the beast tide Qin Hang learned about during his post-exam visit to the border wall, where border guard Su Yue mentioned they lost 38,351 soldiers, was precisely a level 3 catastrophe.